I woke up this morning feeling absolutely great. After washing up and getting ready inside my farm space, I did my daily check-in as usual. Ding, check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you've received 1 can of milk powder and 1 crucian carp. A big crucian carp instantly appeared in the bathing pool, and the moment it surfaced, it started spawning. I quickly cordoned off a separate spot for it, so the other fish wouldn't devour all the eggs. After breakfast, I left the farm space. I'd barely poured myself a cup of tea when a whole crowd came pouring into the backyard. Li Xiuyuan came trotting over. Xiaoqin, the folks from the neighborhood committee are here, along with Director Wang from the public security station. I knew exactly what this was about. It was the Li Jihua situation. I opened the door and played dumb. Grandpa Li, what's going on? A woman in her 30s walked at the front, looking at me. Your comrade Xinzheng, right? I'm Feng Jing, deputy director of the neighborhood committee. This is Wang Dalu, head of the public security station. Oh, hello Director Feng. Hello Director Wang. Please, come in. I glanced at Su Qian, the committee staffer, who didn't quite dare to meet my eyes. I could tell these people hadn't come with good intentions. The residents in the courtyard all gathered around to watch, whispering among themselves. Feng Jing came in and looked around the place. Wang Dalu shot a glance at the other officers before speaking up. Comrade Xinzheng, we came here today because there are some matters we need to look into. We'll need to search your home. Search. I put on a bewildered expression. What have I done? Feng Jing tried to smooth things over. Don't get the wrong idea. This is a special case. We'll explain in a moment. Fine, search all you want. I laid it out plainly. But if you don't give me an explanation afterward, I'll definitely file a complaint with the authorities. Yes, I was sent down to the countryside, but the fact that they agreed to let me come back means I'm clean. I'm not someone anyone can just push around. Wang Dalu stared at me, seeing not a trace of fear in my eyes, but rather a tough, fierce edge. He grew a bit more cautious before signaling his men to begin the search. When the residents saw the officers actually start searching, the chatter grew even louder. Did Xiaoqin do something? Hard to say. Otherwise, why'd he spend New Year's all alone? You don't think he's a fugitive hiding out here, do you? Lu Jie's face went pale, thinking about how just yesterday she and I had. If I turned out to be a criminal, she was terrified of getting dragged into it. Scared, she slipped back home to hide. Wang Dalu spotted the tea on the table, and his eyes went sharp. He turned to me. Comrade Xinzheng, you just got back to the city. You have no assets to your name. Just a courtyard house you haven't even returned yet. But it doesn't look like you're short on money. Care to explain? There's evidence in that bag. Grab it yourself, or I'll get it for you. He wouldn't let me touch it. He took the bag down from the wall himself and dumped it out on the table. 2 thick stacks of cash, plus a few sheets of paper. Everyone in the room changed expression. Wang Dalu's hand went to his waist. Feng Jing quickly stopped him. Director Wang, since Comrade Xinzheng says so, why don't we look into it first? Wang Dalu's hand froze. He picked up those few sheets of paper and read them, and his expression shifted again. My apologies, I got a little tense just now. Feng Jing leaned in to look, and surprise crossed her face too. I had no idea Comrade Xinzheng saved lives up in the mountains, and even killed a bear. But what shocked her most was the official seal on that work certificate. It was impossible to miss. After a few years in the mountains, you figure things out for yourself, or you starve to death. It's nothing, I said flatly, standing there watching them. Wang Dalu's expression eased, because now he understood clearly. That work certificate had been specially approved from the very top. It meant I wasn't some Ritter knee with no connections. I was someone with a direct line to the powers that be. Director, there's nothing here. No sign the ground's been dug up either. I crossed my arms over my chest and let out a cold laugh. From the way you all barged in, you must have lost something important. But if you ask me, you're all just incompetent. Watch your mouth. One of the officers started to step forward. What? Can't find what you're looking for, so you want to beat a confession out of me? I held out both hands. Go ahead, arrest me. If I don't get you fired and thrown in prison, I'll write my name backwards. You. The officer still wouldn't back down. Wang Dalu's face darkened. Shut up. My eyes went cold and my voice rose. I live in the backyard of this crowded compound. You come storming in like this. Clearly you caught wind of something. So let me ask you. Who could bring something in through the front gate without the neighbors noticing? Barging in and searching a resident's home without so much as a word of explanation. Is that the authority the state gave you? If you ask me, you're the ones who should be sent down for re-education. Feng Jing's face stiffened. She hadn't expected me to be so forceful. Comrade Xinzheng, don't be upset. We have our reasons. I only had them search after hearing what you said. Then give me an explanation now. I will absolutely report today's incident to your superiors. Wang Dalu looked grim. If I'd been some rootless young punk, he'd never have tolerated me acting so arrogant. He took a deep breath. Neighborhood Committee Director Li Jihua and his whole family have disappeared, and so has his father-in-law's family. He'd been to your home before, which is why we came. Hearing this, I couldn't help but laugh. Heh, interesting. Two families disappear, and you search my place just because Director Lee came by once? Do you think I've got them hidden here? Or do you think I'm capable of making two entire families vanish? I pointed at the courtyard. Because of your search, everyone in this compound is wondering whether I'm a wanted criminal. Then I looked at Feng Jing. And you, a dignified deputy director of the neighborhood committee. Is this how you do your job? So many people missing, and you come search my little 20 square meter room? What? Since you can't find anyone, you figure an orphan with no family is someone you can haul off to take the fall. I spoke loudly, and all the neighbors outside heard every word, each too frightened to make a sound. They never imagined a young man like me would dare point at the head of the public security station and curse him out, and dress down the deputy director of the neighborhood committee right alongside him. Wang Dalu waved his hand. Let's go. Hold it. I bellowed, and several of them nearly trembled at the knees. What else do you want? Apologize to me, or I'll go report you to the higher-ups today. Today I meant to seize this chance to establish my authority. This Wang Dalu wasn't clean to begin with. Feng Jing, standing beside him, wasn't a bad person. She'd just have to chalk it up to bad luck. The truth was, I'd seen from the start that these officers were up to no good. That's exactly why I deliberately stuffed the work certificate into that bag, to intimidate them. I wasn't some orphan with nothing to my name. There was very likely a powerful backer behind me. Scene. Su Qian was stunned. He never expected that the polite young man who'd courteously handed him a cigarette back then would be this tough. He kind of regretted it now. He should have given me a heads up beforehand. Getting on good terms with someone like me could only work in his favor. Seeing that things were spiraling out of control, Feng Jing quickly spoke up. Comrade Xinzheng, I apologize on behalf of everyone here. We didn't think this through today. Don't worry. I'll explain everything clearly to the folks in the compound, and I promise this won't affect you in any way. Then she added, that courtyard house of yours, the neighborhood committee is already preparing to return it. I'll have it sorted out in the next few days and come let you know. Hearing that, I felt pretty satisfied. Getting the house back would be convenient. Once I bolt that front gate, nobody could bother me. I looked at Wang Dalu, whose face had gone livid. Today I'm giving Director Feng some face, out of respect for Feng Ning. Next time you want to come after me, I'll be ready. Xiao Ning. Feng Jing's eyes lit up. You're the mountain keeper Xiao Ning mentioned? She slapped her thigh. Oh man, what a misunderstanding. It's all been a mix-up. She turned to explain to Wang Dalu. My sister Xiao Ning told me about Comrade Xinzheng. She's an educated youth at the forestry farm. The two of them live pretty close by. Wang Dalu was no fool. Things had already gone this far today. Forcing the issue would only make him lose more face. Besides, my connections reached all the way to the top. If he truly made an enemy of me, he wouldn't be able to keep his seat secure. He immediately broke into a smile. So that's how it is. Comrade Xinzheng, I really am sorry. It was all a misunderstanding. If you ever need anything, just come find me at the public security office. Whatever can be done, I'll take care of it, no question. There was no point in me keeping up the tough act either. All right, I'll surely be troubling everyone in the future. I got worked up today. It's the after effect of some things I've been through. I hope you can all understand. Feng Jing waved with a smile. Of course we understand. We still have to investigate some other places today. I'll get the house matter handled for you as soon as possible. The whole group shook hands and made peace like old friends. Watching them leave, I gave a cold laugh inside. Truth was, Feng Jing had looked familiar to me earlier, and bringing up Feng Ning had just been a test. I hadn't expected them to actually be family. As for Wang Dalu, as long as I didn't provoke him going forward, we'd leave it like this for now. There's always a use for dirty people, suited to their own dirty ways. I'd still be living in this area, so dealing with him was unavoidable. And just because of the seal on that work certificate, he wouldn't dare mess with me easily. I went back inside and put the money away. Back when Zhang Jianjun and the others gave me the money, they'd specifically included a certificate issued by the forestry farm. These days, you couldn't just throw money around even if you had it. Having a source of income was fine, but if you couldn't explain it, they might just reward you with a peanut-sized bullet. I picked up the work certificate and looked it over, then laughed. I never thought it'd come in handy like this. The way the neighbors in the compound looked at me had completely changed. Chewing out that many officials and getting them to apologize with smiles on their faces in the end, this was a big shot. Lu Jie stared at me with shining eyes. Earlier, she'd nearly been scared to death, but she'd never imagined that not only would I come out fine, I'd make them offer apologies. Who's ever seen a scene like that? A public security officer wants to search your house, and you dare say no? Zhang Daming swallowed hard, feeling like he'd been too practical in his attitude the day before. He scratched his head and decided to make up for it. Wife, hurry up and cook. I'm gonna invite Brother Xinzheng over for some drinks in a bit. All this stress first thing in the morning. Let's have a drink and take the edge off. Coming. Lu Jie answered and ran off to cook, practically wishing I'd come to her right that second. The way the young women and wives in the compound looked at me had all changed too. Being with a man like this gave you a full sense of security. The younger folks crowded around even more excitedly. Brother Zhong, you're the man. Brother Zhong, from now on you're my big brother. I'd go through fire and water for you. Xiaoqin, come eat at my place. Let's make it lively for the new year. Zhang Daming came straight over and pulled me along. We already made plans. You all get your turn next time. Being dragged along by him, I laughingly declined everyone and went with him to his place. Lu Jie nimbly fried up a plate of peanuts. You two start drinking. I'll make something else. Zhang Daming poured the liquor with an eager, ingratiating look. Brother, I've been saving this liquor for a long time. Normally I can't bear to drink it. But today the two of us are downing it. You're too kind, Brother Zhang. I raised my cup and clinked it with his. He drained his in one gulp and poured another. I knew you had powerful connections. Looks like I wasn't wrong. Nah, I just stand on the right side of things. When you're in the right, you can go anywhere. When you're in the wrong, you can't take a single step. Right, you make a good point. Not me. My legs go weak the second I see those people. I needed to blow off some steam too, so I kept pouring him drinks until he was down, then helped him onto the bed. Lu Jie had long been waiting. She eagerly leaned over the chopping board. Meanwhile, Feng Jing and her group hit several more places, but in the end came up with no leads. The whole bunch of them sat in the conference room. Wang Dalu smoked a cigarette, feeling a bit of lingering dread now. He wasn't clean to begin with. Today he'd just heard about some young guy who'd come back from being sent down and had no family left, so he'd wanted to bring people over to make some trouble and lock him up first. Now that he'd calmed down, the fear crept in. He worried I might expose the whole thing. He cursed Li Jihua inwardly, figuring the guy must know some of my background, which was why he'd deliberately come knocking. He stubbed out his cigarette. Director Feng, today's whole thing was work necessity. As for Qinzheng, you'd better hurry up and get his matter settled. Feng Jing was also mulling it over. That house of mine had been kept untouched all these years. She'd wondered about it before. So it turned out Li Jihua had known something. She nodded. All right, I'll take care of it in the next few days. But as for Director Li's situation, you all need to put in more effort. I'll have to report to the district too. This isn't something we can handle. I'll report to the city bureau and have them send professionals to investigate. All right, then let's report separately. I took a deep drag of my cigarette, poured myself a drink and downed it in one go, then glanced at Lu Jie still lying face down and gave her a casual pat. I'm heading back. The look Lu Jie gave me was practically dripping. I'll rest a bit and come see you later. No need. I'm going home to sleep. You get some rest. I stamped out my cigarette and walked out, went home to swap out the coal in the stove, brewed some tea, and sat down in my chair, tapping my fingers on the armrest. I ran through everything in my mind, and, confirming that no one knew about the grudge between Li Jihua and me, finally smiled with relief. Today's episode had come at just the right time. The house would be back in my hands soon. I picked up my tea and took a sip, listening to that bunch of young folks gathered together chatting out in the back courtyard, and gave a little smile. I had no intention of taking on any followers. Besides, people these days went all in when they got riled up, no holding back. Anyone who followed me would end up causing me who knows how much trouble down the road. Just like that, 2 days passed. I put on the brand new outfit I'd gotten from the sign-in reward, a crisp Zhongshan suit, leather boots on my feet. Once I was all squared away, I locked the door and headed out. Lu Jie saw me leaving. Heading out, Xiaoqin? Just running an errand. I smiled and kept walking. The past couple of days, Lu Jie had served as my punching bag more than once, which suited me just fine. Everyone in the courtyard had been nothing but warm toward me. Heading out, Xiaoqin? Come by the house sometime, Xiaoqin. I answered them casually. Lu Qilan gave me a look full of hints as I passed. I made my way toward the steel mill in good spirits. Waves of bicycles rushed past on the street. Plenty of folks in the courtyard worked at the steel mill, and seeing me take the same route, they asked curiously, Zheng, you headed to the steel mill? Yep, they've assigned me there as a purchasing agent. Whoa, that's great. Anything you need at the plant, just say the word. The others thumped their chests too. We're all from the same courtyard. Anything comes up, just give us a shout. Sure, I won't hesitate to ask. When I got to the steel mill, I saw the security office was on duty at the gate. I gave a nod and walked over. Hello, comrade. I'm here to report for duty. A tall man at the front looked me over. Show me your paperwork. I pulled the certificate out of my bag and handed it over. The second he saw the stamp, his pupils shrank, and his stern face instantly broke into a smile. Comrade Qinzheng, hello. I'm Yu Jiang, head of the security office. The HR department is on the second floor of that building. Just head straight there. Anything you need, come find me. Sure, I won't keep you from your work, Director Yu. Huh, no trouble at all. Go on, go on. Everyone else in the security office made a mental note of me. Not many people could make their perpetually stern director crack a fawning smile. This young man had to have some serious backing. I entered the plant, crossed the plaza, and there was the office building, with rows of workshops in the distance. I didn't bother sightseeing. I went straight up to the second floor, found HR, and knocked. "Come in." I pushed the door open. Inside were several rows of desks, with people reading newspapers, sipping tea, and chatting idly. Seeing an unfamiliar face, nobody paid me any mind. I walked up to a desk near the door. "Hello, comrade. I'm here to process my onboarding." The young man at the door looked up. "Hand over your paperwork." The moment he saw the certificate, he shot to his feet and put on a smile. "Comrade Qinjung, hello. One moment. I'll go report to the director." Everyone else stopped talking and sized me up quietly, wondering if some big shot had arrived. Gao Su, the HR director, was reading the paper in the inner office. Hearing the door, he was about to bark at whoever it was, when the young man handed him the document. "Director, take a look at this." Gao Su snatched it impatiently, and the instant he saw the stamp, he jumped up. "Where is he?" "Waiting outside." Gao Su strode out, all smiles as he greeted me. "Comrade Qinjung, hello. I've already received the notice. Let's talk in my office." "Hello, Director Gao. Just call me Xiao Qin." "Ha, Xiao Qin. I figured you'd report before the new year, so the paperwork's all ready." He handed the documents to his staff. "Get this processed, quick." Once we were in his office, Gao Su eagerly brewed some tea. "Xiao Qin, anything you need down the road, just come to me. Old Do-Over in purchasing is a good friend of mine. I'll take you over to introduce you in a bit." "That'd be great. I was just wondering where to go." Once again, I witnessed the power of that stamp, and I was happy to play along and build the relationship. In about 10 minutes, the paperwork was done. The young man came in carrying a bunch of things. "Director, it's all set. Here's the work uniform. 2 sets of uniforms, a lunch tin, gloves, quite a lot of stuff." I took it and flipped open my work ID, purchasing agent, level 5 clerk. "Director Gao, I'm coming in as a level 5 clerk right off the bat. Won't that look bad?" Clerks were ranked in 10 levels. A level 5 made 49.5 yuan a month. Gao Su stood up with a smile. "Don't worry, it's all by the book. Come on, I'll take you to Old Do. If the uniform doesn't fit, come swap it anytime." "Ah, thank you, Director Gao." I gathered my things and followed him out. The office crowd immediately swarmed with questions. "Shaoli, who was that just now? What's his background?" Du Xiangbei, head of purchasing, saw Gao Su bringing someone in and stood up. "Old Gao, what brings you here? Uniform not up to snuff. I'm delivering talent to you. This is Comrade Qinjung. He'll be part of your purchasing department from now on. You'd better look after him." Du Xiangbei looked me over. Sharp-looking young fella. I'll have someone show you the ropes for a while, and once you've settled in, you can take on the heavy lifting." "Thank you, Director Do. I'll work hard, I promise." Gao Su sat off to the side smoking, not leaving. Sensing he had something to say, Du Xiangbei turned to me. "Xiao Qin, come with me. I'll set you up with a desk." We went into the room next door, where 2 women were sitting. All the other spots were empty. Our purchasing department carries procurement quotas. Normally, you don't have to sit at a desk all day. As long as you hit your targets, everything's fine. Miss them, and you get points docked. Du Xiangbei pointed to a corner. "That spot's open. Sit there for now. I'll get things arranged and then assign you to a group." I answered him and carried my things to the corner. Du Xiangbei turned and headed back to the office. "Old Gao, something else on your mind?" Gao Su straightened up. "Don't say I'm not looking out for you. This fella carries a stamp from Zongnanhai." "Zhongnan." Du Xiangbei's mouth fell open. He turned, shut the door tight, and quickly sat back down. "What's the situation?" Gao Su waved a hand. "How would I know? But Xiao Qin's pretty young, probably here to get some seasoning." Du Xiangbei offered a cigarette and lit it. "Ah, I just hope he's not some spoiled prince." "Yeah, well, that's not my problem anymore. I'm off." Du Xiangbei took a deep drag, thought for a moment, then stubbed out the cigarette and walked out. "Xiao Qin, come here a sec." "Coming." I just finished tidying my desk and walked over. The 2 women in the room were cracking sunflower seeds and murmuring, and when they saw the director call me out, their voices got a little louder. "That young man's a looker." "What?" Feeling all fluttery. "Like you're any different." Du Xiangbei warmly poured me a cup of tea. Sit. "Xiao Qin, our purchasing department has no shortage of tasks, everything from logistics supply to meat procurement. You have any experience with this kind of thing before?" "Director Du, I just came back to the city. Before that, I was up in the mountains, dealing a lot with hunters and mountain folk. If it's about sourcing game and mountain goods, I could give it a shot." Du Xiangbei looked at me in surprise. The plant certainly needed this, but nobody could actually pull it off. Getting even half done was considered a major feat, which is why the purchasing agents all hated this job. And here was this young man he'd pegged as a well-connected rich kid, actually volunteering to take it on. "Little Qin, this job's tough, I won't lie to you. Originally, one person handled it alone, but nobody could get it done, so we split it up. I nodded with a smile. I'm not afraid of hard work. I got through those years in the countryside. Coming back just means running around a bit more. Du Xiangbei's face broke into a grin. This wasn't some pampered rich kid, but a practical young man. This was the kind of child a top official's family raised. Good. He clapped me on the shoulder. Then I won't assign you a mentor. From now on, this is your responsibility. Each buyer has a monthly quota of 30 pounds. That includes wild pheasant, rabbit, and walnuts. Sometimes these don't come with vouchers, but the factory has set prices, so just bring them back and log them at the listed rate. You set your own hours. As long as you hit your quota each month, that's all that matters. Just don't forget to come collect your paycheck. Sure, don't worry, Section Chief Du, but where do I get the price list? I don't want to overpay. Du Xiangbei pulled a sheet from the filing cabinet. This is the factory's pricing. Just don't go over it. I glanced at it. Game meat was all priced at 1 yuan 20 per pound. Mountain goods ranged from a dime to a few dimes. I tucked the sheet away. Got it. Where do I hand things in? The supply warehouse. Let me show you. The two of us left the building and headed to the back. Our factory's got 23 cafeterias, so consumption is huge, especially banquets. Those are the biggest headache. Makes sense. Over 10,000 people. That's a lot of mouths to feed. Thankfully, it's eased up these past couple of years. Back then, it was really rough. We reached the supply warehouse. Old Wang. This is Comrade Qinzheng, new to the purchasing department. I'm bringing him around to get familiar. A middle-aged man came running out. Hello, Section Chief Du. Then he smiled at me. Name's Wang Dequan. Just call me Old Wang. Bring your purchases to me. I'll weigh them and write up the receipts. Nice to meet you. I'll be counting on you. Wang Dequan was no fool. He'd never once seen the section chief personally show a new purchasing hire around. Du Xiangbei looked around. Nobody back yet today? Not yet. I said, Section Chief Du, I'll walk around the factory today and head out to buy stuff tomorrow. All right, stay safe. Avoid the workshops if you can. There's heavy equipment in there. Easy to get hurt. Understood. I'll let you get back to work. Oh, right. You can go to finance and draw in advance beforehand. Got it. I headed inside. The steel mill really lived up to its reputation as a factory of 10,000. It was like a small town in there, complete with a clinic, a school, and a kindergarten. Workers brought their kids in when they clocked in and picked them up on the way out. By the time I'd wandered around to nearly noon, I went back to the office building, grabbed my mess kit, and headed to the nearest cafeteria. Number 1. Back then, the cafeteria food came in tiers. Grade A was the best and priciest. Braised pork, braised fish, 20 cents a serving. Grade B vegetable dishes were a dime, 15 cents if they had meat. Grade C was the cheapest, 5 cents. Plain vegetarian stuff like cabbage and tofu hodgepodge. I got a serving of braised pork, a serving of hodgepodge, and 2 white steamed buns, 30 cents total. I found a seat and sat down. The food wasn't half bad. Hijia, over here, hurry. I froze at the name and looked up. Huh, what a coincidence. It was exactly that female educated youth, the one I'd seen everything of and saved once. Never expected her to be at the steel mill too. Thinking back to that time in the bushes, a sly grin crept onto my face. Over there, her companion pointed at me. Hijia, look at that guy. Who? That young man over there. So handsome. Totally different from everyone else in this cafeteria. Hijia teased. Ooh, want me to go ask him if he's married? Look, quick, he's leaving. Hijia turned to look and froze for a second too. I washed my mess kit clean and went back to the office building. Nobody was in the room, so I sat down, brewed some tea, and gazed out the window. In the afternoon, the office got lively as the buyers came back one by one. As for me, the new guy, everyone just gave me a nod. Nobody came over to chat. I was happy to keep to myself. Listening to them talk, I figured it out. These buyers were all wary of each other, terrified someone would poach their supply channels. Lose your channels and you can't hit quota, which makes it easy to get reassigned. And no other position was this cushy, with plenty of perks on the side. Do well here, and nobody cared about that meager salary. I took a sip of tea and saw a young, pretty woman walk in. Accountant Sue, I was just about to find you to report my expenses. Take it to finance yourself. I'm not the only one handling that. Hey, Accountant Sue, you didn't come by today because you heard our department got a handsome new guy, did you? The crowd jeered. Su Yin tilted her head back. None of you are getting your expenses filed this month. Save it for next month. With that, she turned and walked out, but not before shooting a glance at me sitting in the corner. I sipped my tea and checked the wall clock, almost quitting time. I gathered my things and headed out. I carried my stuff back to the compound, smiling and greeting neighbors along the way. Little Chin, is that a work uniform? Seeing me carrying things, everyone gathered around. Yep, I started working at the steel mill. Just got the uniform. The steel mill's a good place. Plenty of folks from our compound work there. You'll have people looking out for you. Back in the rear courtyard, Lu Jia was holding her child and chatting with someone. She hurried to greet me when she saw me return. Little Chin's back. Your door was locked. I meant to check on your stove for you, but if it's gone out, come grab some coals from my place. Sure, let me go take a look. I opened the door and went in. The fire had indeed gone out, so I grabbed a red-hot briquette from the storage and swapped it in. Lu Jia, holding her child, asked from the doorway. So you started at the steel mill? Yeah, first day today. Come in and sit, Sis Lu. She came in and sat down. What do you do there? Purchasing. I poured a cup of water and handed it to her. Did anyone from the neighborhood office come by today? She nodded. They did. Brought a security officer too, going door to door asking about Li Jihua. I nodded. So many days and still no sign of them. That's not normal, right? How could two households, more than a dozen people, just vanish into thin air? I say they ran off. She lowered her voice. How do you hide that many people so easily? Who could make people disappear without a sound? Anyway, I'm sure there's something off about them. Just as she was talking, Feng Jing's voice came from outside. Director Feng, please come in. Feng Jing stood outside with two staff members, smiling. Comrade Qinzheng, your housing situation is sorted out. If you're free now, just come with me to the neighborhood office to handle the paperwork. That's great. Let's go right now. I went back inside and grabbed a bag. Sis Lu, I'll be back. On the way, Feng Jing talked as we walked. The neighborhood office has been swamped these past few days. We finally got your matter taken care of. Thank you for your hard work, Director Feng. No need to be so polite. It's just that all the things in your house weren't. I've already checked the records. The street office doesn't have them. That was our oversight. Gone is gone, I guess. The house has been empty for so long. Do you know anyone who does renovations? Seeing that I wasn't going to make a fuss about it, she relaxed. Yes, once the paperwork's done, I'll give you an address. He's an old craftsman, and if you need anything cleared with the street office, just come to me. Back at the office, Feng Jing pulled out the property documents for me to sign, handed them off to a staff member to process, then invited me into her office. She poured me a glass of water. Have you two been in touch since Xiaoning came back this past year? No. I was up in the mountains back then. Couldn't have reached her even if I wanted to. How's she doing since she came back? Doing well. Not long after she returned, she got a job at the textile factory, found a boyfriend, and got married. Is that so? That's great. Feng Jing looked at me and nodded with a smile. Something about that look made me feel there was more behind her words. I took a sip of water. Feng Ning and those 4 girls, living up in the mountains, that took some guts. Huh, Xiaoning's been headstrong since she was little. She reached up and brushed the hair back from her forehead. If you ever need anything, just come to me. I'll help however I can. Sure, I won't stand on ceremony with you. If you don't mind, just call me Sister Feng. You're a friend of Xiaoning's. Calling me sister won't hurt you any. Getting to know such a beautiful older sister? I couldn't ask for more. From now on, it's Sister Feng. She shot me a look. And there's the sweet talk already. I'm being honest. Who'd dare say Sister Feng isn't beautiful? Oh, hardly. I'm getting old. A hint of red drifted across her fair face. Old? You look barely a few years older than me. So wouldn't that make me old too? Huh, I'm nearly 30. You just know how to flatter me. A woman at 30 is a flower in full bloom. That's when she's most captivating. Young girls can't compare. She soaked it up, a bashful look crossing her face. I studied her. Feng Jing was quite a bit prettier than Feng Ning, and this shy, girlish side of her was downright tantalizing. I was just weighing whether to take things a step further when there was a knock at the office door. She sensed the charged atmosphere too, quickly sitting up straight and snapping back into work mode. Come in. Su Qian walked in with the documents. Director, it's all done. Comrade Qinzheng, take a look and see if there are any problems. I took it and glanced over it. No problems. Thank you, Sister Feng. It's the least I can do. She wrote down an address and handed it to me. This man does excellent renovation work. I took it. Well, I won't keep you from your work any longer. I'll stop by sometime when you're free. Sure. Once I get through these next few busy days, I'll come see you. As I headed out, Su Qian spoke up beside me. Brother, I'm really sorry about the other day. I didn't dare say anything out of line. It's fine. I'll treat you to drinks sometime. On me. Once you're all settled in, I'll set it up. I walked out of the street office with a smile and headed toward the home I remembered. I'd been back for a while now, but I still hadn't gone to see it. Fanyuan Hutong. The innermost lot was a standalone courtyard. This alley had 2 large courtyard compounds, and mine was the only single courtyard, with a small river and open wasteland beyond it. A few people were sitting in the alley, and they noticed me standing outside the little courtyard. A gray-haired old man walked over. Are you Xiaozheng? I nodded with a smile. Grandpa Lu, you still remember me. Well, it really is you. Your family's come back. A flicker of sorrow crossed my face. The others are all gone. I'm the only one who came back. The old man grew sad too. Ah, what a world we live in. Never mind. It's good that you're back. The others in the alley all gathered around. They lived in the same alley for most of their lives and knew my family well. Hearing that I was the only one left, they sighed with emotion, one after another. I opened the main gate, walked around the spirit wall, and found nothing but desolation inside. Weeds poked out from between the bricks, snow had piled up in the courtyard, and it was covered in the footprints and droppings of small animals. The wooden veranda had collapsed. I looked through each room one by one. Thankfully, there were no leaks, though all the furniture was gone. I walked into the courtyard and gave the sturdy pomegranate tree a pat. 5 rooms in the main house, 3 each in the east and west wings, 5 rooms in the reverse-facing house. Over 600 square meters of living space, plus a small courtyard of a few hundred more. It really was a good-sized place, enough for several generations of a family. So this is my home. I smiled and locked the gate. Grandpa Lu, you all keep chatting. I'm going to find a craftsman to fix up the house. It could use some work. Xiaozheng, where are you staying now? You're the only one left. If you need anything, just come to us old-timers. Thank you all. I've rented a room in the courtyard compound next door. Once this place is fixed up, I'll move back. After exchanging a few more words, I followed the address to a courtyard compound. Who are you looking for, young comrade? An old man came up and asked. Grandpa, I'm looking for Master Li. My house needs some repairs. Oh, looking for old Li? That's the room right there. I thanked him and walked over to the east wing. Is Master Li home? A white-haired old man came out. That's me. You need your house repaired, young comrade. Hello, Master Li. Director phone from the street office referred me. My house hasn't been lived in for years and needs renovating. Sure. Let me grab my tools and come take a look with you. He soon came out with a middle-aged man in tow. This is my son, Li the carpenter. I'm getting on in years, so I'm gradually passing the trade on to him. The name really did fit. I led the father and son a few minutes over to the little courtyard and opened the door. This is it. The two of them went through each room. Young comrade, there's no major problem with the house. Fix up the veranda, replace some roof tiles, and that'll do it. Any other requests? I offered them cigarettes. Repair the courtyard wall and the exterior walls too. Replace anything damaged. Paint the interior walls white. Li the carpenter noted it all down in his notebook. I wanted to add a bathroom and heating, but conditions didn't allow for it, so I just ran through all my requests. Do you want a set of furniture made for the interior? I had plenty of furniture in my storage, all usable. No need. I've got that covered. All right, we can start tomorrow. 20 days will be plenty to finish everything. Sound good? No problem. I'll give you the key. How much for the deposit? We discussed it for a bit, and I paid 100 yuan deposit, handed them a key, locked up, and headed back to where I was staying. Everyone in the compound knew the street office had returned my family's house, and when they saw me come back, they crowded around to ask about it. Li Xiaoyuan stepped forward. Xiaoqin, they gave your house back. Yeah, just finished the paperwork. Where is it? The alley next door. That's when everyone realized my home was right next door. Li Xiaoyuan. I thought for a moment. How's Teacher Qin related to you? He's my father. Your father? It suddenly dawned on him. No wonder you look familiar. How are Teacher Qin and his family doing? They're all gone. A few people in the courtyard started reminiscing about the Qin family from the alley next door. So little Qin here is Teacher Qin's kid. Man, the Qin family were good people. I headed back to the rear courtyard. People were still talking. By dinner time, everyone knew I was the son of Teacher Qin, the one from the next alley who'd been sent down. My once mysterious identity wasn't a mystery anymore. Over the next few days, I noticed some people's eyes held less of the flattery they'd shown before. There's no shortage of smart people or fools anywhere. Some actually got even friendlier. They weren't stupid. Someone who could chew out the head of the security office and the neighborhood director without a second thought? You think that's simple? The dumb ones were like Zhang Daming. Too clever by half 1 minute, too foolish the next. A few days ago he was calling me brother, and now he was all cold pragmatism again. I didn't mind. I'd just keep him around as a punching bag. No big deal if I had to use him a few more times. After that, I checked on my house every day, then wandered all over the capital. I found a great spot in Lulikang, the Four Directions tea house, with storytelling and singing. I could sit there for half a day. Since I didn't need to head out of the city to collect goods, this was how I killed time. I went back to the steel mill once more and turned in a wild mountain goat, which made Du Xiangbei giddy. Seeing that I didn't have a bicycle, he even handed me one from the purchasing department. Only the right to use it. Of course, the bike still belonged to the mill. The other purchasing agents were plenty friendly too, openly and covertly fishing for my background. I brushed them off. I'd never planned on making friends at the mill, and even if I did, it wouldn't be with people this opportunistic. Half a month flew by, and the house renovations were done. I inspected the work, paid up, and moved in that same day, furnishing only the main house. A full set of small leaf red sandalwood. Those little devils had protected it well, not a piece was damaged. I looked around, grinning nonstop. Sitting in the study, surrounded by that antique charm, I was thoroughly pleased. Looking at the empty bookshelves, I thought about it and decided to leave them empty. There was usually no one home, and losing anything wouldn't be worth the heartache. Time for bed. I got up and headed for the bedroom. Plenty of people around here envied me for living in an entire courtyard house all by myself. People these days were honest enough, but there were also plenty of desperate types willing to take a risk. In the dead of night, I heard a sound in the courtyard. I sat up. With my heat-sensing celestial eye, I saw two figures carefully creeping toward the main house. My body vanished from the bed, and in a blink, I was in the courtyard. Two unfamiliar faces. I'd only moved in today, and already someone was paying a visit. He should be inside. Careful. Relax, it's just a little kid. Even if he catches us, he can't do a thing. Is that so? Both of them stiffened and spun around to strike, but I knocked them out with two chops and stashed them in my farm space. The land grew by another 2 moo. Two streams of memory flooded into my mind. These two had heard about me and had come specifically to pull off a job. I went back inside, put on my clothes, and slipped out as a shadow. Even though no one had put them up to it, their families knew, so I couldn't let them go. Otherwise, when they didn't return home, it'd surely bring me trouble. After running for over 10 minutes, I left the city and spotted a small rural courtyard. A blind old woman sat inside. As if she'd sensed something, she called out, "Is that you, Xiaoxi?" I looked at her without a shred of sympathy, stepped forward, and knocked her out with one strike, storing her away. I searched the house and found over 30 antiques, though not much money. Then I went to another house nearby. "You devil, my man just left and here you are. Watch out he doesn't catch you and beat you to death." That little runt. I could take him with one hand. "Now, little lady, tonight your daddy's gonna show you a good time." I walked into that room and looked at the two of them tangled together on the bed. I didn't rush to act. First I searched the whole house. I dug up 2 big gold bars and over 1,000 yuan. I actually froze for a moment. I hadn't expected this household to be so rich. Just as I was about to deal with the two on the bed, I suddenly heard them talking, so I stopped. The man lit a cigarette and said, "Word came down from above." My eyes lit up, and I pricked up my ears. The woman asked, "What orders?" The man said, "The funding's been cut. From now on, we're on our own." The woman shot upright. "Then what are we supposed to eat? What are we supposed to spend?" Hearing that, I figured that was all there was, nothing more to dig up, so I released a burning cloud of knockout incense. The two of them quickly passed out. I stored them away, tidied up the room a bit, and turned to leave. The whole way back, I absorbed their memories, turning them over and over, but I couldn't find their handler. My face soured. And here I thought there'd be some surprise. That's it. Still, at least I'd gained another 5 moo of land, so it wasn't a total loss. I ran all the way home, checked the place over, found no one had been there, and went back to bed. As for the man fooling around with that woman, his family had no idea what he was up to, and I couldn't be bothered to deal with it. Even if it got reported, it'd just be a dead-end case. Maybe there was someone sharp higher up who could trace this man and uncover the enemy agents behind it all. Early the next morning, I went into the farm to wash up, ate breakfast, and came back out. Check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you've received a pair of Chinese pastoral dogs and 500 pounds of dog food. I was thrilled. I'd been worried about having no guard dogs. I went into the farm to look and found a pair of little black pups, each with a tuft of white fur on its forehead. Adorable. Woof woof. The two little guys spotted me and came stumbling over, snuggling up against me. I patted their heads. "All right, you two stay here for a while. Once you're grown, I'll let you out to guard the place. From now on, one of you is Big King and the other's Second King." "Got it. Woof woof." The two little guys actually nodded, as if they understood me perfectly. Truly a reward from the system. They even understand what I say. I took out the dog food, set the farm to feed them regularly, watched them chow down, chuckled, and left the space. Then I took 5 pheasants out of the farm, stuffed them into a bag, locked the door, and biked straight to the steel mill. The moment the security division guys saw me, they greeted me warmly. "Purchasing Agent Sheen is here." "Yep, you guys carry on." I smiled and answered, riding into the mill. The workers coming and going eyed me curiously. Those security division folks weren't easy to get along with. And now that they were being so polite to a young guy like me, everyone was guessing whether I had connections. I rode to the warehouse out back. "Wong. Hey, Purchaser Chin. What did you bring in today?" "Just a few pheasants." "That's good stuff too." Wong Dequan took them and weighed them. 17 pounds total. "Let me write you a receipt." I took the receipt upstairs to the finance office to collect my money. "What did Purchaser Chin bring in today?" "A few pheasants, sisterly." "Here's the receipt." I took the cash, 20 yuan and 40 cents in all, and turned to leave. I hadn't drawn any advance, so there was nothing to reconcile. Back in the second-floor office, a woman smiled and asked, "Little Chin's back. Bring in something good again." Just a pheasant. Didn't run into anything else. I brushed her off, walked to the corner, sat down, and started brewing tea. As for where I'd really come from, nobody in the purchasing department knew. Du Xiangbei and the others all chose to keep it under wraps. The woman pursed her lips and picked her newspaper back up to keep reading. The factory PA was playing songs from this era. I sipped my tea and watched the people bustling around outside. At noon, the small cafeteria. Factory director Li Junfeng looked at the dishes on the table and said, "The purchasing department's been doing well lately. Look at the spread." Deputy Director Chen Jixin picked up a piece of pheasant and nodded again and again. "Tastes great. Old Du's really been putting in the effort these days." Du Xiangbei smiled. As long as the leadership's satisfied. I was eating at another table when two girls suddenly sat down across from me. "We're from Workshop 3. I'm Xiao Ran. This is He Jia. Which department are you in?" I looked up. "Hi. I'm a purchaser in the purchasing department." "Qin Zheng." Xiao Ran laughed. "Oh, so you're a purchaser. No wonder I never see you around." He Jia thought my name sounded a bit familiar, but for the moment she couldn't place it. I kept eating and didn't strike up a conversation. It wasn't that I looked down on them. One was warm, one was quiet. Each had her own charm. But with girls like this, you had to be mature and steady, with a little mystery on top. The more eager you are, the less you get. Me, I want it, and I don't. Can't let my principles slip. Xiao Ran asked again, "What are you in charge of purchasing?" "Same as everyone else." He Jia kept her head down, sneaking looks at me. Up close, she found me even more handsome, with a certain magnetic quality about me. But her mind kept turning. Where on earth had she heard that name? She looked up. "Where did you go for your rural placement?" I paused. "I was sent down to the countryside." "Sent down?" Xiao Ren was surprised. "Where?" He Jiao had a flash of insight. "Was it Yunling village?" I nodded. "Yeah, it really is you." A hint of delight showed in He Jia's eyes. Even she couldn't explain why she was so pleased. "You know me?" She nodded. "Yeah, I heard you got assigned to be a mountain keeper. I'm from the village right next to Yunling." I finished eating and stood up. "I'm done. Take your time." With that, I turned and walked off. Xiao Ran was miffed. "We come talk to him, and he won't even give us the time of day." He Jiao watched me walk away, a touch of sympathy on her face. You can't really blame him. She lowered her voice and told her everything she knew. Hearing it, a maternal light came over Xiao Ran's face. "So that's what happened. Those people are despicable." She gazed in the direction I'd gone. Who'd have thought he was living alone in the mountains at such a young age? So pitiful. Back in the office, I set down my lunch bowl, sat down, and lit a cigarette. Thinking back on that scene, I found it amusing. Sooner or later I'll get to look my fill, out in the open. Just then Su Yan seemed to pass by the door, saw me there, and came in. Nobody else around. I could tell she was making small talk. I smiled and nodded. They're probably not back from lunch yet. "Oh, well, you rest up. I'll head out." "Sure." Seeing I didn't try to keep her, she looked a little deflated. Normally plenty of people fought for the chance to chat with her. She stomped out, planting each step hard. I took a deep drag, the corner of my mouth curling up, then stubbed out the cigarette, grabbed my bag, and headed out. The moment I stepped outside, I saw Yu Jiang patrolling the factory with a few guys from the security department. Spotting me on my bike from a distance, he stood in place, smiled, and waved. "Heading out, Purchaser Qin?" "Section Chief Yu. I'm going to take a spin through the mountains." "Out leading the patrol yourself again?" "Ah, work's work. From now on call me Brother Yu." "Section Chief feels too distant." "Sure, Brother Yu. And you call me by my name from now on too." He nodded happily. "Come find me at security whenever you're free. Those office folks have too much drama. You've got it figured out, Brother Yu. I'll come have tea with you next time." It's a deal. Go on now, stay safe." I rode out of the factory and headed home. Yu Jiang strolled off with his hands behind his back, grinning. One of his men asked, "Chief, what's Purchaser Qin's story? Tell us, so we don't offend him one day by accident." Yu Jiang glanced at them. "Let's just say he's a big deal. Keep this in your gut. Don't say a word to anyone. Some things you just keep to yourself. Stay on his good side, and there'll be plenty of upside." Hearing that, they each thumped their chests in promise. They weren't stupid either. The more people who knew, the fewer chances for themselves. I turned into the alley and ran right into Feng Jing heading out with two other people. "Sister Feng." The moment she saw me, Feng Jing smiled. "Little Zheng, I was just saying I'd go check on you. I just got back from the factory." "Perfect. Come sit at my place for a bit." "Sure." She turned to the two of them. "You two head back first. I'll be along later." The two neighborhood committee workers didn't ask much and left. I wheeled my bike home, showed her in, and shut the front gate. "Heard from the neighbors you've been made neighborhood director. Congratulations." "Just the leadership trusting me, that's all. Nothing to congratulate." "That's different. Becoming director at your age, you're bound to keep climbing. Of course it calls for congratulations. Nobody's got a sweeter tongue than you." I smiled and led her inside, brewing tea along the way. She looked around. You've got the place nicely fixed up. It's all right. I asked the mountain folk for 2 dogs. I'll go get them in a while. Otherwise, it's just me here, and I won't even know when someone comes. True. Living alone, you've got to watch out for yourself. I set the tea down and sat beside her. Haven't seen you in a while, Sister Feng. You look younger than ever. She rolled her eyes, flattering me again. I'm an honest man. I don't tell lies. I looked at her. Want a tour of the bedroom? Feng Jing blushed, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. I pulled her up in one motion and headed for the bedroom. Over on the other side, Du Xiangbei had finished drinking with the leadership and was. He came to purchasing looking for me, and when he didn't see me, he asked, "Did little Qin leave?" One of the young guys jumped in to answer. "Chief." He finished eating and rode off on his bike. No idea if he went somewhere to slack off. Du Xiangbei's face darkened. "Just do your own job. Like you all never slack off? If you can't hit your quotas, next time I'll transfer you straight to the workshop floor." The young guy got scared and started nodding and bowing. Yes, I'll work hard, I swear." Seeing how the chief was protecting the new guy, the others figured it was because I could get things done, so they didn't say much. "Nothing we can do. The guy can actually source goods. We bring in plenty too. I think he's just dumb. He's got it good, but chooses to do the grunt work. He's young. Wanting to move up is normal." "Bullshit. Him." The young guy who'd just gotten chewed out looked contemptuous. The others just chuckled and went back to their newspapers and tea. Inside the room, Feng Jing's face was flushed and she was breathing hard. "You're awful." I was leaning against the headboard, the corner of my mouth curling up. "Nice performance. Keep it up from now on." She snuggled into my arms. "All you know how to do is ruin me." She'd been single for years. After today, she knew she couldn't do without me, and she held me tight. "You don't mind that I'm a widow?" I gave her a pat. "Don't say that anymore. Nobody's better than anyone else. It's not like you had a choice in what happened." Then I added, "There's a spot for a phone installation through the neighborhood office. I'll put in an application for you. Makes it easier to stay in touch." Getting a phone installed these days wasn't something you could just do whenever you wanted. It didn't surprise me that the neighborhood office had a quota spot. I lit a cigarette. "That works. Just don't say anything else over the phone. I'm not stupid. It's just to check whether you're home." She looked up at me. "Little Ning heard you were back." She seemed a little nervous to me. "Is something going on between you two?" I took a drag. What could be going on? I just want her to live her life in peace. Feng Jing sighed. "I had a feeling there was something." "Lucky you. She said she wants to come see you this weekend. If you're worried, come along with her. I'll drop her off, head back for a bit, then come cook lunch at your place." Hearing that, I tossed the cigarette aside, rolled over, and pinned her down. Then I'd better put in some extra effort. Feng Jing was efficient. The very next day, 2 operators came and installed the phone for me. I gave them 2 packs of cigarettes to send them off, then went back inside and made a call. "Liuxiang neighborhood office. Who's this?" "Director Feng, it's me. The phone's all set up." "Good, got it." Out in the alley, a few old folks were gathered together chatting. Little Zhang's place got a phone installed. Did he become some kind of official? Isn't he a purchasing agent at the steel mill? He must have caught the eye of some big shot up top. Teacher Qin's family used to be well off. It's normal for them to have connections with officials. Just as they were talking, they saw Feng Jing coming. "Director Feng's here. Grandpa Lu, Grandpa Wang, you're all out here. You keep chatting. I'm going to go check on Little Zhang's place." A few young guys were also crouched in the alley. "Looks like this kid's got somebody backing him. Living alone in over a dozen rooms. I'm so damn jealous. You think if we cozy up to him, he could land us a job?" After finishing breakfast, I was about to do my sign-in when something occurred to me. "System, if I save up my regular sign-ins, would the rewards be better?" "Ding, you can save for 1 month at most, otherwise the reward stacking will expired." I froze. So it actually worked. I smacked my forehead. Only now did I understand what it meant when I bound the system, and it said the longer the interval between sign-ins, the better the rewards. Turns out it wasn't just referring to yearly sign-ins. "System, start saving from today, and remind me when it hits a month." Ding, setting complete. I could only shake my head. If I'd known you could play it like this, I'd have started saving ages ago. It's not like I'm short on food or drink right now. Fine, I'll try saving for a month first, and if it doesn't work out, I'll switch it back. I locked the door and rode out of the alley on my bike. It was rush hour, and there were so many bicycles they were jammed into one big mess. I'd seen this scene countless times, but it felt fresh every time. I thought I should get a camera and photograph it. When I'm old, I can pull it out and look back on it. Nothing but memories. I reached the Sifong tea house in Lilikang, parked my bike, and walked in. The waiter knew me well. He greeted me and went off to prepare tea and snacks. I sat down by the window on the second floor. The waiter brought over the tea and snacks and said while setting them down, "An old Taoist priest came to the shop yesterday." The moment he walked in, he went up to Lu San and said his 2 sons had died young. Everyone said the old priest was a con artist. Guess what happened? I handed over the money. He was definitely right. Huh, nailed it on the first guess. Lu Sin really did lose two sons young. He ended up inviting the man home. The priest even said good fortune was heading Lu San's way. Probably heard it from somewhere. If someone could really predict things that accurately, our country wouldn't have gone through everything it has. The waiter nodded. True enough. All right, enjoy your tea. I've got work to do. I picked up my cup and took a sip. Back when I took care of that group of Japanese devils, there were 3 who'd been out and I didn't catch. They left a note and ran off. I figured this Taoist priest was 9 times out of 10 one of them. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? I sipped my tea and kept my eyes on the people out on the street. San, heard you ran into a master yesterday? Huh, that was absolutely an enlightened master. Where is he? Introduce us to. The master's at home meditating. He'll be here soon. Lu Sin walked into the tea house, going along with it, and the tea drinkers crowded around again to ask about the old priest. Listening, I gave a quiet smile. Perfect. I'd confirm it once the guy showed up. If he really was a Japanese devil, I'd go over to Lu San's place tonight and take care of him. Just then, a bald fat man swaggered in rolling 2 iron balls in his hand, with 2 lackeys in tow. Hey, San, I was just looking for you. The moment everyone in the place saw him, they lowered their heads to their tea, their voices dropping. Lu Sin quickly stood up. Master Zhao is here. Bring the best tea. It's on me. The bald man sat down. San, I heard a master's shown up. Things haven't been going my way lately. Think you could have him take a look? Master Zhao, you're positively glowing with health. One look, and anyone can tell you're a blessed and fortunate man. What do you need to believe in that stuff for? The bald man ate it up and waved a hand with a smile. I didn't believe it at first, but hearing your story got me curious. You wouldn't turn me down, would you? How could I? Master Qianya will be here soon. I watched the bald man from upstairs. Heh, more fertilizer for the farm. Here's the English translation. Half a pot of tea later, an old man in a Taoist robe walked over, looking every bit the immortal sage. I downed the rest of my tea in one gulp. Master Qianya, your tea's ready. Lu Sin called out cheerfully. The old Taoist sat down, picked up the tea, and took a disdainful sip. The bald guy gave a smile that didn't reach his eyes. So this is the great Master Qianya? Read my fortune, why don't you? What would you like to know? All of it. The old Taoist glanced at him. You'll need to do many good deeds to ensure a peaceful end. One of the lackeys behind him slammed the table. You dare curse my boss. The old Taoist stroked his beard. You were born under a lucky star, sir, but a vengeful spirit clings to you, blocking your fortune's light. If this continues, it will surely bring you harm. Good deeds can dispel it. Believe me or not, that's all I can offer. The bald guy held back his lackey. Is there any other way to dispel it? There is one other method. Spend money to ward off disaster. I can set up an eternal life lamp for you at my temple, placed beneath the founding master's statue. How much? The old Taoist held up one finger. $100? Not enough. 8,000. He shook his head. 10,000. The old Taoist nodded, withdrew his hand, and took another light sip of tea. Everyone around them gasped. He's really asking for that much. 10 grand, just like that. That's enough to make somebody rich overnight. Lu Sin swallowed hard and leaned in. Master, Boss Zhao here is a big shot in the West District. He raised his thumb and shot him a meaningful look. Couldn't you cut him a deal? The old Taoist stroked his beard. All things follow fate. I don't force it. The bald guy did some quick mental math. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it. He was just afraid of being conned and looking like a fool. He kept a smile on his face. Money's no problem. Say, master, could you read my 2 men here too? I watched from downstairs, the corner of my mouth curling. I'd inherited the art of face reading from those little Jap devils too, but I held mysticism and reverence and had never read anyone's fortune. The old Taoist stroked his beard. I don't read those without a karmic connection. Then pick someone here in the tea house who's got a connection. Lu Sin clasped his hands. Master, just take a look. He knew that crossing these thugs would mean no peace from then on. The old Taoist scanned the room, spotted me upstairs, and suddenly shot to his feet, striding toward the staircase. Everyone watched, curious. Seeing the old Taoist heading my way with his crew, I felt a wave of annoyance. Sir, might I read your fortune? Every eye turned to me. Not interested. Lu Sin hurried over. Boss, we meet again. Why not let him take a look? He gave me a knowing glance. The bald guy sneered. Kid, what if I make you agree? I lit a cigarette. You're not my dad. What makes you think you get to decide for me? You're dead. The lackey exploded and lunged forward. The bald guy stopped him. Kid, you don't know who I am? Don't care to. I took a deep drag and looked at the bald guy, my eyes empty of any emotion. His eyelid twitched. Give me a name, so I know which deity I've offended. I ignored him. Nobody worth mentioning. If there's nothing else, get lost. Don't ruin my tea. The bald guy sneered and nodded. Kid's got guts. He waved his hand. Let's go. He wasn't stupid. The tea house was a public place. Making a scene here would be hard to walk back. Lucien sighed helplessly. Boss, you've really done it now. You'd better leave, or this won't end well. I waved him off. Break it up, break it up. Stop crowding me. The old Taoist was still staring at me. Sir, you bear the face of great wealth and nobility, a countenance I've never once seen in all my years. Enough. I don't have 10 grand for you. Get moving, or I'll call the manager to throw you out. If I hadn't wanted to kill him without a trace, I'd have really loved to kick this old bastard to death right then. And now he was hooked on me. In a bit, I'd probably have to tangle with the bald guy's crew too. All thanks to this old fossil. It left a foul taste in my mouth. The old Taoist turned away. Ah, such a pity. A fatal calamity awaits. Never mind, never mind. He walked as slowly as he could, all the way down to the ground floor, but never got the words from me that he was hoping for. He was full of frustration. He wandered the world precisely to find people blessed with great fortune to use for himself, and I hadn't taken the bait. Seeing people in the tea house still stealing glances at me, I couldn't be bothered to stay and got up to leave. The old Taoist thought he'd hooked me and struck a lofty, sage-like pose, only to watch me walk right past without breaking stride. He turned and asked Lu San, "You know that man?" Met him once before. Outside the tea house, I noticed someone tailing me on the street. I biked into an alley, put away the bicycle, and used my powers to vanish. A few young men chased into the alley, but there was no one there. They ran out the other end, still nothing. Damn, kid runs like a rabbit. How'd he get away so fast? We're gonna get chewed out by Boss Zhao for sure. Nothing we can do. Let's go. They never noticed that their shadows had picked up something extra. The men wound through a few more alleys and entered a courtyard. Boss Zhao, we lost him. Useless. The bald guy slammed the table. Go ask around. Bring him to me. I'm going to make him suffer. The words had barely left his mouth when the courtyard gate swung shut on its own and locked itself. The whole group came out and froze. Who locked the gate? Wasn't us. Hey, what's that smell? Who lit incense? By the time the first man collapsed, the others finally caught on, but it was too late. I pulled everyone in the courtyard into my farm and walked into the house. The bald guy stood up. What's all that racket outside? You can go join them down there now. Who's there? The bald guy was stunned. Before he could even see me, something struck his neck and he passed out. I pulled him into the farm and finished him off. Utterly clueless about death. 12 men, 12 more acres for my farm. 1 more acre and I'd hit an even 500. Absorbing their memories, I was startled. This was no small operation. The bald guy had over 100 men under him, more than half of them dirty, over a dozen with blood on their hands. On the side, he ran 2 black markets. One had just been shut down, the other was still operating in secret. In his memories, I also found 3 places where he stashed his money. I swept all the valuables and nice furniture in the house into my warehouse. This spot had the least cash, just over 3,000. Leaving the little courtyard, I made my way toward another one of his stash houses. A shadow slipped between the darkness, arriving quickly, heading straight for a hidden cellar in the yard. The cellar was small, just a few square meters, the floor covered with porcelain and antiques, plus a large wooden chest. I collected the antiques, opened the chest, all jade, and swept it all into my warehouse. Meanwhile, Lu San and the old Taoist had returned home. Master Qianya, you're saying my fortune lies with him? Not bad. That man's got a bright future ahead of him. Don't rush. First get the lowdown on him, and later I'll help you plan things out. Lu San's face lit up. Don't worry, I'll dig up everything. Then a worry crossed his mind. But wouldn't this give people the wrong idea? Lu Tong came in carrying a teapot. Dad, the tea's ready. The old Taoist looked at her and stroked his beard. That depends on whether you're willing to part with something. Lu San's face stiffened. He turned his head. Xiaotong, step outside for a bit. Oh, she answered and left. Master, what do you mean by that? The old Taoist smiled. Your daughter's a beauty. If she could win over this distinguished man, your relationship with him would be that much more secure. Lu San waved his hands quickly. No, that won't do. A person has to know what to give and what to keep. Your daughter's going to marry someday. Isn't the whole point to secure her a good life? If she ties herself to a man of means and lives in luxury, wouldn't that fulfill your wish too? Besides, you've still got a son in school to think about. Lu San hesitated. What the old Taoist said wasn't unreasonable. He thought it over. But something like this has to be mutual. Both parties have to be willing. The old Taoist stroked his beard. With that man's looks, how many women could resist? You don't have to do much. Just make the introduction, and the rest will fall into place naturally. He picked up his tea. That said, once this chance slips away, it's gone. Do what you think is best. Seeing that this was his cue to leave, Lu San cupped his hands and stood up. I'll give it careful thought. I won't take up any more of your time, master. He turned and walked out. I cleaned out every hiding spot where Baldy stashed his money and headed straight for Lu San's place. Originally, I'd planned to make my move at night, but since I'd already started, there was no need to wait. No sense giving him the chance to hear about Baldy's disappearance and skip town early. When I got there, I saw Lu San chatting with his daughter. I hadn't expected Lu San to look so plain and ordinary, while his daughter turned out to be quite the beauty, far prettier than Feng Jing, especially those eyes, which seemed to speak on their own. I passed through the wall and found the old Taoist room. Qinya, the old Taoist, sat cross-legged in meditation, completely unaware that danger had already arrived. I circled around behind him, knocked him out with a chop to the neck, stowed him away, and left Lu San's home. After running a good distance, I found a spot with no one around and took out my bicycle. I deliberately rode through several busy streets and even made a loop through the farmer's market before heading back to the steel plant. Baldy still had plenty of henchmen. Tracking them down one by one would be too much of a hassle, so I decided to deal with them tonight. After today's stunt, once the public security officers got flooded with missing persons reports, they'd definitely come knocking to investigate me. I needed to build myself an alibi. I checked in with the security office at the plant, parked my bike in the shed, and went up to the second-floor office. There weren't many people inside. When they saw me come in, some nodded, some acted like they hadn't noticed, and just kept cracking sunflower seeds and reading the paper. I smiled, went back to my seat, and started taking inventory of my haul from this run. Baldy really knew how to rake it in. Over 50,000 in cash, 80 large gold bars, 290 small gold bars, and 800 pieces of antiques, jade, and calligraphy paintings. And that was after he'd used the bulk of it to maintain his connections. Otherwise, there'd have been even more. In his black market warehouse, 2 tons of grain, 500 pounds of dried meat, and dozens of crates of hot commodities like cigarettes, tea, and canned goods. A dozen plus sets of furniture, all from his own rooms, which would fit perfectly in the empty rooms at my place. 10 pistols and rifles, plus a good amount of ammunition. This stash was enough to last me a few decades on my own. Looks like I hadn't killed that old Taoist by mistake either. Sure enough, he was one of those little Japanese devils in disguise. I killed the better part of the day in the office, not leaving with my bag in hand until it was quitting time. I just started wheeling my bike out when I heard Xiao Ran call to me. "Qinzheng." I stopped my bike. He Jia turned and smiled at me too. "You're off work?" "Yeah. Want me to give you two a ride?" Xiao Ran grinned. "You've only got one bike. How are you going to give us both a ride?" "True. Well, take your time then. I'm heading out." "Hey, wait." Xiao Ran looked at me like I was hopelessly dense. "We're going to catch a movie at the theater tonight. Want to come? They've got an overseas film." I scratched my head. Come to think of it, I'd never been to a movie theater in this era. A trip sounded like a nice idea. "Sure, what time?" "It starts at 8, but there'll definitely be a crowd, so we should get there early." "You're in charge of lining up for the tickets. You don't expect two little ladies like us to fight through the mob, do you?" I laughed at that. "So you're roping me in as free labor?" He Jia smiled and came to my rescue. "She's just teasing you. If we can't get tickets, no big deal." As we were talking, a few young guys rode up and stopped beside us. The one in front tossed his long hair and struck a pose he clearly thought was cool. "He Jia, they're showing Ghost of the Castle tonight. My treat. I'll take you and Xiao Ran to see it. We've already got plans, and they don't include you." Xiao Ran looped her arm through He Jia's. "Qinzheng, let's go." I glanced over. The guy was staring at our backs, and he didn't look happy. Once we were far enough away, I spoke up. "He was inviting you too. Why drag me into it? Now I've made an enemy." He Jia looked a little embarrassed. "I wasn't thinking. Sorry about that." Xiao Ran, on the other hand, couldn't have cared less. Just a bunch of guys coasting on the fact that their families are cadres, hitting on girls all over the place. They should take a good look in the mirror. She turned to me. "You're not scared, are you?" "Me? Scared?" I laughed. "I don't even know how to spell the word. See you at the theater tonight, 7:30, don't be late." That night, I rode my bike to the theater. The entrance was already packed wall to wall with young people. I parked my bike and stood by the roadside to wait. He Jia and Xiao Ran came over arm in arm, and one look at the crowd took the wind out of their sails. "There are way too many people today. We'll never get in." Xiao Ran pouted. "Let's give it a shot. You never know, we might get lucky." I left them where they were and turned to join the line. I'd barely gotten in line when the long-haired guy showed up again, a few of his little followers in tow, flashing several movie tickets in his hand. "He Jia, I've got tickets right here. Let me treat you too." "No thanks. Our friend's already gone to buy some." He wasn't fazed. He waved the tickets around. "They're showing an overseas film today. Everywhere else is sold out too. You won't be able to get any." But flashing those tickets got him into trouble. A group of guys had been squatting by the roadside, and one of them, a burly fellow, stood up and led the others over to surround him. "Hey, buddy, mind lending me a few of those tickets?" The long-haired guy put on a brave front. "My dad's the director of the steel plant. You'd better not mess with me." One of his followers whispered a warning. "Young Master Li, this guy, Brother June, he's cut people before. He fights like his life doesn't matter. I'd finished buying the tickets on my end and happened to be passing by. Seeing the two of them trapped in the crowd, I pushed straight through the throng. You too, aren't you coming out? Sorry, these are my friends. You. I pulled the two of them toward the exit. As we passed that young masterly, I quietly swiped the 3 movie tickets from his pocket into my space. We'd barely gone a few steps when things blew up behind us. Where are my tickets? I know I put them in my pocket. Well, aren't you a tough one? Let's loosen you up a bit. Followed by the sound of fists and kicks. Xiao Ren stood off in the distance, covering her mouth, giggling nonstop. Serves him right, showing off like that in front of us. We showed our tickets and went in. I picked a spot in the corner, put the two of them on the inside, and took the outer seat myself. With this many people, if there's ever a fire, you'd never make it out sitting all the way in. Our spot's good, straight shot to the exit. Jinx. Xiao Ren rolled her eyes. I pulled sunflower seeds and soda out of my bag and handed them over. Hijia looked a little embarrassed. We can't let you pay for everything. Let us give you some money. I waved her off. It barely cost anything. Keep being polite and I won't bring you along next time, duh. It's starting. The Castle Ghost was a dark comedy. Xiao Ren cracked seeds and giggled the whole time, while Hijia kept sneaking glances at me. After the movie, I wheeled my bike over. Hop on, I'll take you two home. Xiao Ren plopped down on the back seat. Hijia sits up front. Why don't you? I called dibs first. Hijia's face went red. With everyone around watching, she had no choice but to bend down and sit on the handlebars. A whole bunch of single guys nearby saw me leaving with 2 girls, and their eyes went green with envy. Lucky bastard, hitting the jackpot. I pedaled fast on purpose. Xiao Ren smacked me from behind. Slow down. You're doing that on purpose. You look so honest, but you're not honest at all. Just like my mom always says, there's not a single good man out there. Hey, that's an awfully broad brush you're painting with. We laughed and joked all the way to the mouth of the alley. This is good. Any further in, and people will see. I watched the two of them disappear into the courtyard complex before riding off. Halfway home, I turned into a spot with no one around, and both I and the bike vanished. At Baldy's stronghold, a few dozen people had gathered by now. Why isn't Boss Xiao here yet? What's the rush? Just wait. I nearly laughed when I arrived, just as I'd expected, saving me the trouble of hunting them down one by one. I set the sleeping incense inside the room, left a few minutes later, jogged home, and picked up my bike along the way. Back home, the farm had grown to 559 mu. Over 80 people were in the stronghold, 59 of them criminals. The rest I let go. As for whether they'd report anything, that was up to them. It made no difference to me either way. I showered and lay down, lit a cigarette, thought it over, no traces left behind. Only then did I fall asleep in peace. 2 days later, the West District Public Security Office was in an uproar. Over 100 people came in to file reports, saying their family members had gone missing. When the officers heard that dozens of people had vanished at once, they rushed to report it up the chain. Something like this was extremely rare. At the Four Directions tea house, a few old acquaintances were talking it over. Sanzi's here, did you hear? Boss Zhao's disappeared. Not just him. Dozens of his men vanished right along with him. Lucien froze. His mind immediately flashed to that young man from a few days ago, and to what Master Qinya had said before leaving. Sanzi, that young guy from that day, he's okay, right? Boss Zhao never lets a grudge slide. You don't think that kid got himself killed by him? Lucien quickly waved his hands. Don't joke around. You all saw him too. That young fellow was thin and frail. How could he possibly take out dozens of people? Did he mow them all down with a submachine gun? Everyone thought about it and had a good laugh. That'd make a hell of a racket. No way. My money's on him getting whacked in some turf war. At the steel mill procurement department, Deputy Section Chief Ma Guangxing walked in with his hands behind his back and scanned the room. Comrade Qin Zheng didn't show up again. No, Chief Ma. Ridiculous. When he gets back, tell him his quota's up 5-fold this month. If he doesn't meet it, he goes straight down to the workshop floor. With that, he turned and left. Everyone in the room had a look of gleeful schadenfreude on their faces. Heard Qin Zheng's been getting close to the woman young Master Li's after. This is him getting put in his place. Haha, now there's a show to watch. 5-fold. Clearly they just don't want him in procurement anymore. These past few days I'd been heading out of the city daily, getting friendly with all the village production team leaders. Each time I'd slip them a pack of cigarettes, and everyone greeted me warmly. That day I'd bagged a roe deer, so I rode back to the steel mill, straight to the warehouse. Old Wang, you're here. Wang Dequan came out, and the moment he saw me he hurried over. Buyer Qin, you're finally back. You'd better watch yourself from here on out. I paused and handed him a cigarette. What's going on? He glanced around and lowered his voice. You don't know yet? Deputy Chief Ma's out to make trouble for you. Bumped your quota up 5-fold this month. I didn't do anything. What's his deal? Everyone's saying you're fighting the boss's son over a woman. This is you getting cut down to size. I gave a helpless look. Huh, news to me. Whatever. Let's just weigh this in first. Got lucky today, bagged a roe deer. A roe deer. Now that's the good stuff. Wang Dequan gave a thumbs up. With drive like yours, they could bump your quota tenfold, and it wouldn't matter. Come on, let's weigh it. He called over 2 guys to haul it to the scale. 58 Gene, and then some. I took the receipt, parked my bike in the shed, and headed into the building. The staff who saw me all scattered like I was carrying the plague. Up on the 3rd floor, I went into the finance office. When Suyin saw me come in, she turned her face away. Little Chin's here. Sister Lee bagged a roe deer. Need it logged. Ooh, quite a haul. Sister Lee said quietly. Little Chin, with what you've got going for you, what girl couldn't you land? Don't hold a grudge over some woman. I shook my head. Sister Lee, there's really nothing to it. She got sent to the countryside near my spot, invited me to a movie a few days back, and now the rumors twisted all out of shape. I'm more wrong than Do-e herself. Suyin turned to look at me. You weren't fighting over a woman? With my dashing good looks, handsome as Pan and himself, do I need to fight anyone for a woman? The office went silent for a beat, then erupted in laughter. You're killing me. How are you this shameless? Who brags about themselves like that? Suyin laughed so hard tears came out. I shook my head. Can't even get a moment's peace on the job. Sister Lee, log it quick. I need to go check on things. Don't want them multiplying my quota again. Once I'd collected my money, I headed down to the procurement department on the 2nd floor. The people chatting inside all fell. No one made a sound. They all just stared at me. Why's everyone looking at me? A woman next to me whispered, Xiao Qin, did you hear that section chief Ma piled extra work on you? Just heard about it. Why don't you just go talk it out with him and clear the air? It's fine. I do my job. I keep my head down. He can't fire me for that. I honestly didn't care. Never mind a deputy section chief. Even the factory director wouldn't dare transfer me out of the purchasing department. The stamp on my employment papers was as good as an anchor. No one had the guts to reassign a purchasing agent placed here by the higher-ups. Seeing how completely unbothered I was, everyone started wondering if I had some kind of ace up my sleeve. Just then Ma Guangxing strutted in, hands behind his back, big belly leading the way. He swept the room with an authoritative glare, then fixed his eyes on me in the corner. Comrade Qin Zheng, don't let a little success go to your head. Work harder. I hear you just brought in a whole deer. Excellent. I'm planning to give you bigger responsibilities. I was worried you couldn't handle 5 times the quota, but clearly I underestimated you. Let's set your target at 300 pounds this month. Get to it. The whole room sucked in a breath. 300 pounds. That was nearly a whole year's worth for the rest of them. I lit a cigarette, didn't even look up, just gazed out the window. Ma Guangxing stood there waiting for me to beg for mercy. When he saw I was flat out ignoring him, he slammed the table. Qin Zheng, is this how you treat a superior? I said, where's that dog barking coming from? Then I looked around at everyone. Any of you hear a dog barking? Everyone bit back their laughter and kept their heads down. Now they got it. Either this guy was a reckless hothead, or he really did have connections. Let me tell you something. Section Chief Du is away on business, so don't think I can't deal with you. Starting today, you report to workshop number 8. Otherwise, I'll deal with you my way. Workshop number 8 did the hardest, most grueling work, high-heat labor. For someone with no experience, going in there was basically a prison sentence. I took a drag off my cigarette. I came here to be a purchasing agent. There's no way I'm going to the workshop floor. You can fire me if you want. Ma Guangxing was so furious he jabbed his finger at me. You. I what? Fire me if you've got the guts. I added. And do me a favor, stay out of my sight from now on. You're an eyesore. Fine. Just you wait. If I can't deal with you today, I'll write my name upside down. I gave a contemptuous little laugh and stayed seated, smoking. Watching me, the others were secretly giving me thumbs up. Ma Guangxing stormed off to the deputy director's office. What happened next, I heard about later. Director Chun, I can't do my job like this. Ma Guangxing burst in. Chen Jixin set down his documents. What's the matter? The new purchasing agent called me a dog, said I couldn't fire him, and humiliated me in front of the whole office. We can't tolerate somebody with no respect for authority. Chen Jixin frowned and picked up the phone. Get old Gao in here. Gao Su, the head of personnel, came in shortly. What's the deal with the new hire in purchasing? Gao Su glanced at Ma Guangxing and realized he'd come to file a complaint. He cleared his throat. Chen Jixin waved his hand. Just say it. The new guy's name is Qin Zheng. Deputy Section Chief Ma multiplied his quota by 5. The whole factory's talking about it. And the thing is, there's no good reason for it. In his first month, Qin Zheng brought in as much as 5 or 6 purchasing agents combined. The man's capable, but you can't work him like a mule. Otherwise, who'd bother busting their tail? He does great work, and instead of a reward, he gets more piled on him. Ma Guangxing hadn't expected Gao to take the newcomer's side, so he laid it out plainly. Section Chief Gao, I'm just trying to tighten up management of new hires. Otherwise, they get lazy habits and become impossible to manage later. Gao Su laughed. If lazy means doing the work of 5 or 6 agents, then how much are the rest of them getting done? Chen Jixin caught on. This was deliberate harassment. Still, a leader's authority had to be upheld. All right. Humiliating a superior in front of everyone isn't right either. Send him to the workshop floor for a while to toughen up, and we'll go from there. Ma Guangxing nodded smugly. Wise decision, director. But Gao Su looked a little uncomfortable. Chen Jixin noticed, and his face soured. What? Is this a problem? Director, it actually is a bit of a problem. Chen Jixin's expression shifted. He nodded. Even a talented new hire shouldn't get too arrogant. Let's just leave this matter as it is. Ma Guangxing's smugness froze instantly. Director, but Chen Jixin waved him off. And you, as a leading cadre, how could you just casually come down on a new employee? Don't let it happen again. Also, cancel that extra workload immediately. Getting the whole factory talking about it. What kind of behavior is that? Gao Su shot a glance at the stunned Ma Guangxing. Deputy Section Chief Ma, the kids are squabbling over turf. Us grown-ups shouldn't get involved. Ma Guangxing opened his mouth, then realized the other party had serious backing. His face immediately broke into a smile. You're right, Section Chief Gao. I'll go rescind the order right away. He knew when to bend and when to stand tall. He wasn't about to gamble his future. After the two of them left, Chen Jixin lit a cigarette, mulling over whether there was any angle he could work here. A deputy director who didn't want the director's job wasn't a proper deputy director. Back in the purchasing department, nobody had left. They were all waiting to see how it turned out. When they saw Ma Guangxing come in, they all pretended to be hard at work. Ahem, Xiaoqin, I got a little worked up just now. Let's put all that behind us. You keep up that drive of yours. Seeing how fast he'd changed his tune, everyone stole glances at me. Who'd have thought the quiet new guy who barely registered on anyone's radar had such powerful connections? I smiled and stood up. Don't worry, Section Chief Ma. I'll do my job well and keep your advice in mind. Ma Guangxing breathed a sigh of relief. Haha, good. Get back to work. Come to me anytime you need anything. Sure. Take care, Section Chief Ma. I'd achieved my goal. No need to press the attack. Besides, my whole background was fabricated. If someone actually chased it up the chain, the whole thing would fall apart. The veteran employees gave quiet nods of approval, developing a bit of respect for me. Knowing when to stop even when you've got connections. That was the kind of poise you'd expect from a big shots kid. But I never expected trouble to follow so fast. Over at the security gate, several public safety officers pulled up on motorcycles. What can I do for you, comrades? We're from the West District Public Security Station. We're here to look into some matters involving Qin Zheng from the purchasing department. The security department guys hurried off to make a call. Security Chief Yu Jiang, my buddy, hung up and came out. Old Zhang, what's going on? The one in charge, Zhang Guangshan, got off his motorcycle. Dozens of people have gone missing in the western part of the city, and we're investigating. According to some folks, they had a run-in with one of your factory's purchasing agents, so we came to ask some questions. Which purchasing agent? Guy named Qin Zheng. Yeah, he's a buddy of mine. This definitely has nothing to do with him. I know, but I still have to ask, what if there's another lead? All right, I'll have someone get him. Back in the purchasing department office, everyone was buzzing with curiosity, watching a public security officer come to question me. Yu Jiang got straight to the point. Look, buddy, just tell them whatever you know. I put on a puzzled face. What's this all about? Just then, Ma Guangxing came hurrying in. What's going on here? Oh, Director Yu, you're here too. Director Ma, the security officer's here to ask Xiaoqin about something. I watched the fat guy rush in, wondering if he'd come to kick me while I was down. But Ma Guangxing feigned surprise. What could Comrade Qin Zheng possibly be involved in? There must be some mistake. Zhang Guangshan's expression was grave. Dozens of people have gone missing in the West District. According to witnesses, Comrade Qin Zheng had contact with them. Contact with me. A few days ago, a man named Zhao Shanha from the West District got into an argument with you at a tea house. Did that happen? I shook my head. I don't know that person. A bald, heavy-set man. I made a show of sudden realization. Oh, right. A few days ago, I went to the tea house at Lulikang to ask around about where mountain folk had brought in game. Out of nowhere, some old Taoist priest wanted to read my fortune, and I turned him down. Then that bald fat guy insisted I get it read. Of course I refused. Superstition's a load of nonsense, and I sure wasn't going to encourage that kind of thing. He wanted me to leave my name, too, but those people looked shady, and I'm no fool. I told them if they kept bothering me, I'd have the manager call the security station. That's when they finally left. The security officer beside him was writing furiously. Zhang Guangshan nodded. Others have told us the same thing. So after you left the tea house, was there any conflict? I waved my hand. When I came out, I saw some people crouching outside. I figured right away those guys weren't going to let it go. so I just hopped on my bike and headed to the steel plant. Ma Guangxing chimed in from the side. That's right. Comrade Qin Zheng did get to work early that day. Plenty of people saw him. Yu Jiang nodded too. I can vouch for that. The security department guys saw him come in. Zhang Guangshan asked again. And where were you these past few days? I scratched my head. Walking around villages outside the city, or here at work. Nowhere else. Did you go out at night? Only that one evening. I went to see a movie with a coworker. Dropped her off and went straight home. Who can confirm that? I let a look of displeasure show. I live alone. The way you're grilling me, are you trying to pin something on me? Ma Guangxing jumped in immediately. Comrade officer, Qin Zheng is one of our plant's finest workers. If you go around framing good people, we'll report this to our superiors. Zhang Guangshan quickly raised his hands. Don't get worked up. We're just following procedure. Well then, we'll head back for now. If anything else comes to mind, contact us anytime. My expression softened a bit. If you want a real lead, you should look into that Taoist priest. The bald guy originally wanted him to read his fortune. He didn't want to do it, so he steered the whole thing onto me. Otherwise, I'd never have crossed paths with those people at all. Zhang Guangshan pondered this. We looked for that priest too, but he disappeared that very day. Then dozens more people vanished. Yu Jiang added, isn't it obvious? You should be investigating that priest. After the security officers left, Ma Guangxing smiled. Don't worry, Comrade Qin Zheng. The plant would never let anyone frame a good man. Thanks for your help, Director Ma. Otherwise, they really might have pinned something on me, and a scrawny guy like me couldn't take that. I'd figured he was coming to twist the knife, but instead he'd come to bail me out. Looks like he genuinely wanted to patch things up. In that case, I'd let him off the hook after all. Ma Guangxing waved it off. They couldn't have done anything to you with or without me. All right, I'm heading back. Inside, he was pretty pleased. Even if it was just piling on good favor, it still counted as mending fences. Otherwise, if I went home and said something, he'd be looking for a new job. Once the office heard the whole story, they couldn't contain their curiosity. Xiaoqin, what's the deal? A priest chasing you to read your fortune? I looked helpless. That priest was the shady one, if you ask me. He didn't want to offend the bad guys, so he pushed it all onto me. You're right. He didn't want to read it, but insisted on doing yours. That's deliberately putting a target on your back. No wonder you can source so much stuff. Turns out you were at the tea house getting the word. Tea house folks have the best pipeline. They know the second anybody's got something new. Quite a few people started thinking they'd check out the tea house themselves one of these days. I ignored all the schemes running through their heads, brushed them off with a few offhand words, sat down, and picked up the newspaper. The security officers would definitely come question me again, but I hadn't left any loose ends, so I wasn't worried about being investigated. Su Yin came down from the finance office and saw that He Jia and Xiao Ran had come up to the second floor too. She kept a cold face and ignored the both of them. Seeing Su Yan's attitude, Xiao Ran tilted her chin up and said nothing. He Jia, why are the security officers questioning Qin Zheng? No idea. We'll know once we go ask. Su Yin overheard and said, shouldn't you two be at your workstations? What are you doing over here? None of your business. Xiao Ran shot back, then pulled He Jia over to the door of the purchasing department. Qin Zheng. I got up and walked out. Su Yin beat the others to it. What did the security officers want with you? Everything okay? Xiao Ran wasn't happy. We got here first. Seeing everyone staring, He Jia quietly tugged at her friend. Everyone's watching. So what? Xiao Ran asked again. Qin Zheng, are you okay? Is someone giving you trouble? I found it funny and waved my hand. It's fine. The security officers are investigating a case. I was around at the time, so they came to ask a few questions. Su Yin stepped forward and placed herself between them. Good thing it's nothing. Now hurry back. Why are you always butting in on us? Who's butting in? I'm reminding you to get back to work, or you'll get points docked. The whole office cracked up. Huh, 3 women fighting over 1 man. Now that's a rare sight. Being handsome just isn't fair. I looked helpless and held them both back. All right, we're all friends here. Don't give the outsiders something to laugh about. Go on back. Su Yan had heard the comments too, and her face burned with embarrassment. She nodded obediently. I'm going back. Xiao Ran made a face at her retreating back. So annoying. He Jia blushed. Glad you're okay. We'll head back now. Sure, go on. I smiled and waited until they'd left before returning to the office. Legend. Everyone gave me a thumbs up. They're just friends coming to check on. Here's the English translation. For a bit. We're just not that lucky. I found out later that He Jia kept muttering under her breath the whole way. So embarrassing. Let's not go looking for him at his office again. Xiao Ran didn't care. It's all that accountant Sue's fault. She definitely likes Qin Zheng, and we can't let her get her way. What are you planning to do? Sabotage. Next time she goes looking for Qin Zheng, we'll go over there and drive her nuts. What if Qin Zheng actually likes her? Xiao Ran tilted her head, thinking it over. I've got it. She grinned and linked arms with He Jia. Why don't you be his girlfriend? Why don't you do it yourself? I could too. Either way, she's not getting what she wants. Deep down, Hijia felt a little let down. She wasn't exactly indifferent to me. She'd only said it as an offhand remark, but she never expected her best friend to actually go along with it, which now made it awkward for her to speak up. Meanwhile, Li Jianya and his crew were playing cards in an empty room at the factory. A young guy rushed in. Young Master Li. The security officer just questioned Qin Zheng, but nothing came of it. Hijia, Xiao Ran, and Su Yan from finance all ran over to check on him. Everyone's saying 3 women are fighting over 1 man. Bullshit. Li Jianya slammed his cards down. Guoguang, didn't your dad pile more work on him? How is that punk still around the factory? The young man said, don't even get me started. Guoguang's dad tried to give Qin Zheng a hard time, but turns out the kid might have connections. In the end, his dad even went over to apologize. Ma Guoguang scratched his head. I'll go ask around. Hurry up, we'll wait to hear from you. Li Jianya lit a cigarette. I go out of my way for her, and she ignores me, but she throws herself at other men. What a bitch. Young Master Li, why don't I have a word with the workshop supervisor and get them assigned some heavy labor? Once they're worn out, they'll come crawling back on their own. That's a good idea. Take it slow, don't make it too obvious. Ma Guoguang walked into his father's office. Ma Guangxing snapped. Instead of working, what are you doing in here? Am I really your son? Get lost. Spit it out already. What's the deal with this Qin Zheng? Ma Guangxing's face turned serious. Don't mess with him. If anyone asks, just say it was Deputy Director Chen's order. Dad, what's actually going on? I don't know myself, but he's definitely got connections. From now on, stop hanging around Li Jianya and that crowd. Don't provoke people you can't afford to cross. Got it. Ma Guoguang went back and told Li Jianya, my dad took it all the way up to Deputy Director Chen, but it got shut down, and he got chewed out too. Young Master Li, we'd better watch our step going forward. Don't give Deputy Director Chen anything to use against us. Li Jianya downed his soda in one gulp. Me scared of him? As long as my old man's around, he's stuck playing second fiddle. That day, I didn't wait until the end of the shift. I biked home, checked around everywhere, and only went into the study once I confirmed no one had been there. This place really doesn't work without someone around. I glanced at the 2 puppies in the farm. Not even a month old. They'd already grown to the size of 3-month-olds. At this rate, they'd probably be fully grown in another half-month or so, most likely thanks to the dog food. Knock, knock, knock. I opened the door, and Lu Jia stepped in quickly. I thought you weren't home. I latched the door and, with my arm around her, headed toward the west wing. Just got back. If you'd come any earlier, I really wouldn't have been here. She looked around. Your place is still the best. At the factory gate, Xiao Ran and He Jia were still looking around. You don't think he left, do you? Yu Jiang came over with his group. Qin Zheng left a while ago. We weren't waiting for him anyway. Xiao Ran grabbed He Jia and turned to leave. He could have at least said something before taking off. He works in procurement. He doesn't have to clock out at the regular time. He Jia breathed a sigh of relief. She'd actually been afraid they'd catch him, wondering what she'd do if Xiao Ran suddenly confessed for her. Li Jianya went home that evening and headed straight for his father's study. Li Junfeng set down his documents. What have you gotten into now? Dad, old Chen is clearly working against you. I had Guoguang deal with a procurement worker, but Chen stopped it. Nonsense. Since when do you get to summon old Chen? You have no idea how arrogant that new procurement guy is. He even cursed out Ma Guangxing and got off scot-free. Li Junfeng frowned. Keep your head down for a while and stop doing things in my name. You said yourself he started causing trouble and abusing my name. Hasn't he just handed himself the leverage to nail you? Hearing that, Li Jianya quickly nodded. Fine, I'll behave. But that procurement guy, can you get him transferred somewhere else? What's his story? No idea. He just showed up a month or so ago. Name's Qin Zheng. Thinks he's better than everyone. Leave him alone. Wait until I've sorted things out with old Chen first. After Li Jianya left, Li Junfeng recalled that someone had indeed reported earlier about a procurement worker arriving through arrangements from above. He lit a cigarette and dialed a number. Old Wang, you busy? Old Li, you never call unless you need something. Huh, can't I just want to grab a meal with you? Oh right, I wanted to ask you something. A procurement guy named Qin Zheng showed up at our factory, carrying a work certificate from your end. Who is he? The other end went quiet for a moment. Oh, there is such a person. His family made some contributions in the past, so this is probably compensation from the leadership. I don't know the details myself. Li Junfeng hung up with a smile and took a deep drag on his cigarette. Interesting. Looks like old Qin took him for the son of some big shot. After that, my days were peaceful. I hardly spent any time at work, occasionally dropping off some things before leaving. I stopped going to Liulichang and found another tea house near Qianmen instead. I'd also make the occasional trip to the village outside the city, just as a precaution, in case anyone investigated. so it'd prove I went there regularly. Ding! The host has accumulated 30 check-in opportunities. Use them. I didn't rush to check in. First, I ran through a boxing routine in the farm, then washed up and went out to the yard to feed Big King and Second King. Woof, woof, woof. Everything the system rewarded came with bonuses, and these two dogs were no exception. They looked no different from ordinary dogs, but their teeth were hard and sharp. They could crush a bone as thick as a forearm in one bite, and they were several times stronger than other dogs. If anyone broke in, they'd definitely regret it. After feeding the dogs, I went back inside, brewed a cup of tea, sat down comfortably, and only then communicated with the system to check in. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received. Transfer order times 100 square meter storefront. I grinned. Just as I thought, saving them up pays off. My consciousness went into the storage. One item was a job transfer order. I just had to fill in a name and department. The seal was from the Ministry of Industry. It could only be used for factory transfers, at a rank no higher than division level. The property deed was like the last one. I just had to pick a location and generate it. If I get a house every month, in a few years I'll. Now you can be a landlord collecting rent. I picked up my tea and took a sip. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang. I went to the living room to answer it. Who's this? Xiaoqin, it's me. I just got back from a business trip yesterday and heard about what happened. Hey, Section Chief, it was all just a misunderstanding, no big deal. Du Xiangbei laughed. I gave old Ma an earful. Can't believe he was fooling around with a bunch of kids. Everyone's noticed your work these past weeks. It's been great. Even Factory Director Chen praised you. Just doing my job. If you're going to handle purchasing, you'd better do it right. Well said. If everyone had your attitude, our jobs would be a whole lot easier. After a few more compliments, he finally got to the point. Xiaoqin, Deputy Director Chen's got a reception coming up, and the guest is a real fan of venison. Any chance you could get your hands on some? The moment Du Xiangbei's call came through, I knew there had to be more to it. Section Chief, when do you need it by? That stuff's not easy to come by. Next Monday? That's a little tight, but I'll do my best. I'll go find the hunters in the mountains today and see if I can head up there and try my luck. All right, I'll wait to hear from you. I hung up on my end, while Du Xiangbei was still all cheerful over there. He was actually prepping for next Monday's reception, wanting to score a sick deer. And right after that call, a meeting was held over at the steel mill. I didn't know it at the time, but this meeting was aimed squarely at me. In the conference room, Factory Director Li Junfeng sat stone-faced at the head of the table, sweeping his eyes across everyone. Today we're only discussing one thing. Some of our comrades are still not mature enough in their thinking. Everyone straightened up in their seats. This wasn't going to be a good meeting. Deputy Purchasing Section Chief Chen Jixin felt his stomach drop when he heard this. It was aimed at him. Li Junfeng took a sip of tea and spoke slowly. I hear that a mere purchasing agent dared to talk back to a leader. What kind of behavior is that? Forget about right or wrong. The attitude alone is a serious problem. If you encounter unfairness, you can respond appropriately, but this kind of behavior that leaves a leader with no way to save face is unacceptable. The people below couldn't help but glance at Deputy Director Chen Jixin. Yu Jiang furrowed his brow. He knew all about my little run-in with the Deputy Purchasing Chief. And he knew even better that the whole thing was started by Li Junfeng's son, Li Jianya. Now they were opening fire in the open. Clearly, they meant business. Li Junfeng slammed his hand on the table. This comrade will receive a public reprimand and be sent down to the workshop for 3 months of discipline. If his performance improves, we'll transfer him back to the purchasing section. Chen Jixin cleared his throat. Director Li, Comrade Qin Zheng has done excellent work since he arrived. One man does the work of 5 or 6 purchasing agents. As for what happened before, I heard it was a misunderstanding between him and Jianya. Wouldn't it be better to get the facts straight first? Li Junfeng slammed the table again. Deputy Director Chen, I already asked about this before I came. There's nothing to it. Deputy Section Chief Ma saw that the new comrade was full of energy and gave him a bit more to carry. That's a good thing. Some comrades just love chasing shadows, thinking he was placed here by someone up top, so they tiptoe around him. How's anyone supposed to get work done like that? With things spelled out this clearly, Chen Jixin said nothing more. On the surface, he'd lost face, but inside he was sneering. Who'd have the last laugh was still anyone's guess. As a leading cadre, you've got to have the guts when it counts. If it's right, stand by it. The sky won't fall. Meeting adjourned. As everyone filed out, they all mulled the same thing. That purchasing agent was placed here by someone up top, yet the director still dared to come down on him this hard, and with such an air of confidence. Had the agent's backing fallen through? Or had the director gotten himself an even bigger backer? After the meeting, Du Xiangbei went straight to Chen Jixin's office. Director, why Director Li suddenly pull this today? Chen Jixin lit a cigarette. Whom the gods would destroy, they first make mad. Du Xiangbei's eyes lit up. Director, are you making your move for the top spot? Yeah, whether I get the position isn't up to me. It depends on the attitude from above. Chen Jixin took a deep drag. I hear Comrade Qinzheng keeps a low profile, but he's too young. He might just throw in the towel and quit once he hears the news, and that won't do. Go smooth things over with him. Tell him to rest at home for a few days. There'll be an answer for this later, for sure. Du Xiangbei nodded repeatedly. Sure. I just talked to him on the phone before the meeting. He's probably up in the mountains looking for a sick deer right about now. Hearing this, Chen Jixin was even more pleased. Wasn't that exactly the prep for his reception next week? Soon the factory's loudspeaker crackled to life. Attention, comrades and workers. Announcing a disciplinary decision. Purchasing agent Qin Zheng of the purchasing section for disrespecting leadership. It played 3 times in a row, and the factory erupted. Who's this Qin Zheng anyway? He's from purchasing. Heard he can do the work of 7 or 8 guys. Then how'd he get disciplined? Shouldn't he be getting a reward? Didn't you hear? Disrespecting leadership. Probably thinks he's such a big shot he got too cocky. Over in the finance office, He Jia and Xiao Ran froze when they heard the announcement. They knew in their hearts this had to be Li Jianya's doing, and that they were the ones who dragged me into it. Meanwhile, I got a call from Yu Jiang. After hearing him out, I smiled. I got it, brother you. Let's just pretend nothing happened. Brother, they're coming at you hard this time. You really should let your family know. All right, I understand. I hung up and lifted my teacup for a sip. Family? What family did I have? I saw it clear as day. Li Junfeng had definitely looked into me, maybe even dug into my background. Otherwise, after staying quiet all this time, why suddenly attack? I shook my head. If they don't want me there, so be it. Home's more comfortable anyway. Drinking tea, listening to music, so carefree. I picked up my book and kept reading. Meanwhile, in an empty room at the steel mill, Li Jianya wore a smug look. Mess with me and see if he survives this time. Once he's down in the workshop, make sure he gets looked after real good. Don't you worry, young Master Li. We'll make sure every day is flavorful for him. Once he's in that workshop, he can forget about ever getting out. And those 2 chicks need dealing with too. Pile it on them, little by little. That afternoon, the moment He Jia and the others clocked in, the workshop foreman piled on some extra work. Neither of them thought much of it. It wasn't much, just a bit more to do. That night, Du Xiangbei gave me a call, which caught me a little off guard. Once it clicked, I understood. Chen Jixin had his eye on the director's position and was using my situation to make his play. Section Chief, should I ride the bike back tomorrow, or will you send someone to pick it up? No rush. Once this blows over in a while, you can keep using it. You'd better hand it back. Don't get dragged down because of me. All right, I'll bring some people over tomorrow morning and get familiar with the place while I'm at it. I'll have the tea ready and waiting for you. I hung up and drummed my fingers on the armrest. Whether Chen Jixin could pull it off, I had no idea. Being used as somebody's pawn, nobody would enjoy that. But there was nothing I could do about him. After all, I was just a fake insider. Then again, thinking it over, if he wanted to climb the ladder and used my situation to make his move, that was basically him sticking his neck out for me. Shouldn't I lend him a hand too? I ran through what I had on me. The only useful things right now were a transfer order and a pack of premium cigarettes. The transfer order was from the Ministry of Industry, but it could only reassign people below the section chief level, so it was useless this time. The pack of premium cigarettes, though, that just might help Chen Jixin out. The next day, He Jia and Xiao Ran found their way to Fanyuan Alley. This is it. The 2 of them walked in, but couldn't find courtyard number 16. Instead, they spotted a small courtyard house up ahead. Found it. Xiao Ran looked at the place, surprise in her eyes. Does he actually live here all by himself? She stepped up and knocked. Woof woof. I heard the knocking and the barking, walked out, and opened the door. I froze. What are you 2 doing here? Xiao Ran looked annoyed. You've been off the grid for days. Do you even know how much trouble's brewing? He Jia looked at me with concern. The factory disciplined you. I smiled. Come on in, let's talk. The 2 of them entered the courtyard, looking around curiously. Xiao Ran marveled. You live in a place this big all by yourself. He Jia was drawn to the 2 dogs and couldn't resist patting their heads. What handsome dogs. Big King and Second King. I live alone, so I got them to guard the place. Xiao Ran teased. What kind of names are those? Big King, Second King. You might as well just call them the Jokers. Inside, the place had an antique charm, with a pleasant fragrance in the air. I poured them water and brought out sunflower seeds and candy. He Jia looked at me. So you already know about what happened at the factory? Yeah, I know. Seeing how calm I was, Xiao Ran said. You're not worried at all? I shrugged. What's there to worry about? Worst case, I just quit. You can't do that. Exactly. Don't act on impulse. Tomorrow we'll go find Li Jianya and have him talk to his dad. I lit a cigarette. You 2 go find him? That's like walking into the tiger's den. Who knows what grief he'd give you? He Jia sighed. But this is our fault. We got you into this. I waved my hand. Don't worry about this. I can handle it. Right now it's the factory leadership fighting among themselves, and I'm just a pawn they pulled out to play. That piqued their interest. You mean the director and deputy director Chin? That's right. A deputy director who doesn't want the director's job isn't a real deputy director. Director Lee went after me to squeeze Deputy Director Chun. How could Chun just take that lying down? Besides, I haven't done anything wrong at work. As long as someone pushes this all the way up the chain. You tell me, what's the outcome going to be? Xiao Ren excitedly raised her hand. I know. Director Lee's going to get in trouble for sure, and then you'll be off the hook. I nodded with a smile. So we don't have to do a thing. We just waited out patiently. He Jiao looked at me, her eyes full of admiration, just sitting at home, and I'd figured the whole thing out crystal clear. You're amazing. Everything follows a pattern. It's just that people caught up in it can't see it themselves. Xiao Ren suddenly lit up. You're so impressive. Why don't you be my boyfriend? The cigarette smoke caught in my throat, and I started coughing. That, I really didn't see coming. He Jiao lowered her head. Xiao Ran, though, was completely matter of fact. What's with that look? Are you in or not? I took a sip of tea to catch my breath. A girl being this forward. Aren't you afraid people will laugh at you? Who's gonna laugh? There's nobody else here. She couldn't have cared less. I found it funny too. I stood up and looked her over. Decent figure. The face barely passes. She got so mad she raised her fist and started hitting me. Plenty of guys are after me. What do you mean barely passes? I grabbed her hand and pushed her back down into the chair, then glanced at the two of them. If we're just dating with no marriage involved, that's actually not out of the question. You scoundrel. You're the one who said boyfriend. You never said anything about marriage. Xiao Ren blushed. You're the worst. Forget it if you don't want to. He Jiao laughed beside her. I stubbed out my cigarette. I'm too young to get married, so don't even think about it. But if you want a broad shoulder to lean on, you're welcome anytime. In your dreams, you big pervert. Xiao Ren made a face at me. He Jia, this guy's nothing but trouble. Let's get out of here before he lets his animal side loose. I got up and saw them to the door without offering them a meal. Once they were out of the alley, Xiao Ran complained the whole way. So infuriating. He just wants the perks without any responsibility. He Jia's lips curved. What if that accountant, Sue, was willing? If she's willing, then I'm willing too. Either way, I'm not letting her win. The next day, after breakfast, I opened the front gate and went back inside to make tea. Big King and Second King lay obediently in the yard, guarding the entrance. Before long, Du Xiangbei showed up with someone from the procurement department. Buyer Qin lives in such a nice place, the man muttered under his breath. Du Xiangbei turned and warned him, don't go running your mouth once you're out. Woof woof. I went out to greet them. Section Chief, you're here? Come on in, the tea's already brewed. Du Xiangbei sent the man off to bike back and handle the return paperwork, then followed me inside. The moment he caught the fragrance in the room and saw the furniture, he froze. Xiao Qin, this isn't all red sandalwood, is it? I poured him a cup of tea. Good eye, Section Chief. It's for my own use, so I splurged on some quality pieces. He reached out and touched the furniture, his face full of astonishment. Impressive, truly impressive. I could tell he was now even more convinced that I was someone with serious connections. Otherwise, stuff like this wasn't something you could just get your hands on. I smiled and sat down in a chair, taking a sip of tea. Du Xiangbei sat down with a sigh of appreciation, saying this tea was really something special. I said, no matter how good it is, it's meant to be used by people. He shook his head, saying only I would be so generous. Anyone else wouldn't be willing to part with it. Taking a sip of tea, he lowered his voice and said that Director Lee's sudden attack yesterday had caught a lot of people off guard. Even though he and Deputy Director Chun had always been text cuts off, it was my first time dealing with someone by going for the jugular the way I did yesterday. Smiling, I asked him, Director Lee clearly can't stand the sight of me. You still dare to come over, Section Chief? Aren't you afraid he'll come after you? He waved his hand. I'm just here to grab something from the plant. What can he pin on me? Besides, even if he wants to deal with me, he'll have to wait until those two finish fighting it out. Then he leaned forward. Deputy Director Chun has the upper hand this time. Director Lee shouldn't have used me as his target. With anyone else, Deputy Director Chun would have just had to swallow it. But coming after me? Wrong move. My work speaks for itself. You think the higher-ups would let him come out ahead? I could tell. Chun Jixin was pretty confident about this whole thing. I nodded. Whatever. I'm just a pawn. Let them do their thing. This is actually a good chance for me to rest at home. He laughed. You're no pawn. You're a bomb that could go off any second. Director Chen sent me here to tell you to relax precisely because he's worried you might get ideas. All right, I said. Whatever the boss says. I thought about pulling out the premium cigarettes, but then thought better of it. Better to wait and see how things play out. Suddenly I remembered and told him I'd gotten lucky yesterday and bagged a deer leg. I'd go grab it. The moment he heard that, he stood up, delighted. I told him to sit and went to the kitchen myself, bagged up the frozen deer leg, and brought it back. He hadn't expected that just one mention yesterday would produce results today. After what happened yesterday, he'd honestly given up hope. Little Cheen, don't worry, he said. When you come back to work, we'll settle the account then. I'll keep good track of it for you. It's fine, I said. Just don't let it hold up anything for the boss. That made him even more pleased with me. Connections, but no arrogance. And this kind of conscientiousness. What boss wouldn't like that? After finishing his tea, he didn't linger. He took the stuff and left. I saw him to the door, tidied up inside, locked the gate, and headed out of the courtyard. A neighbor asked why I wasn't at work. I casually said I was going out for a stroll and wandered out of the alley. Behind me, people were whispering that I'd been reprimanded by the plant, that I'd skipped work because I didn't want to be assigned to the workshop floor. I ignored them and went straight to the nearby park. The park was full of clusters of unemployed young people. Seeing me wandering alone, they figured I was jobless too. A few idle young guys from the alley saw me arrive and curled their lips. Someone said they'd heard from the steel mill that I'd been disciplined and shipped off to the workshop, and that I'd skipped work because I didn't want to do the labor. Another chimed in, definitely. Once you cross the director, how could you expect an easy time after that? Just then, a young man with a somewhat old-looking face stood up and said he figured I wasn't as simple as I looked. He wanted to go say hello. The others didn't want to go. They said getting close to me would mean the steel mill jobs would never come their way. The young man scratched his head but decided to give it a try anyway. I walked along the little river, saw some people fishing, and occasionally stopped to watch. Brother Zheng. I turned around. It was a resident from the alley. I had no idea what he wanted. You need something? I asked. He grinned sheepishly. Nah, I just saw you were alone and came over to say hi. His name was Zhang Daju, but everyone called him Rock. He said if I ever needed anyone to run errands, just call him. I pulled out a cigarette and handed it to him. Sure, I'll call you if I need anything. He took the cigarette, nodding happily, and said he was usually hanging around nearby. Easy to find. I nodded and turned to keep strolling. He went back to his friends with the cigarette dangling from his lips, looking pleased with himself. The others still gave him a hard time. He just gave you one cigarette, and look how thrilled you are. Rock squatted on the ground and said nothing. I hadn't gone far when 3 women about my own age blocked my path. One asked, "Want to be friends?" I looked at these 3 women with their arms draped over each other's shoulders and found it pretty amusing. Are girls these days really this bold? It reminded me of 2 wild girls I'd known before I transmigrated. I teased them. Aren't you afraid I might be a bad guy? One of them, quite pretty, said indifferently, how bad could you be? You men only ever think about one thing all day long. Another added, and it's over in a few thrusts anyway. All show, no substance. I was a little surprised. You're this forward? She said, forward? We wouldn't even look at just anyone. You just caught our eye. I laughed and waved them off. I'll pass. I don't want to get hauled in by the public security patrol. And I walked away. Seeing me leave, the 3 of them looked a bit put out. What kind of guy is that? Turning down an opportunity when it's handed to him. Then they covered their mouths and giggled, saying I'd probably been scared off by them. I heard the laughter and glanced back. I found it pretty funny, but I didn't go back. It wasn't that they weren't good looking. It was that keeping women like that around was too much trouble. In a few years the crackdown would come, and if someone reported me, I'd end up a fugitive on the run. After a lap around the park, I wandered out onto the street. It was almost noon, so I found a hot pot restaurant and went in. 2 caddies of lamb and a side dish, I said. The waiter told me to have a seat first. I sat down and looked around. A few tables of customers eating and drinking, and in a corner, a few chefs slicing lamb at their cutting boards. Every slice was uniformly thin, impressive knife skills. When the food came, I paid up. Just then, a few people poked their heads in at the door. I looked. It was exactly those 3 women from the park who'd wanted to be my friends. They walked straight over and sat down. What a coincidence, we meet again. Yeah, I said. They asked, can you finish all this by yourself? I laughed. Then help me out with it. They instantly perked up and called the waiter over for 3 more servings of sesame paste and 4 bottles of beer. Seeing how they made themselves right at home, I just pulled out my money and told the waiter to bring everything. The leader said, I'm Peach. This is Cherry and Apple. What's your name? You're all fruits, huh? I said. The 3 of them giggled. The moment the sesame paste arrived, Peach couldn't wait. She grabbed some meat, gave it a quick dip in the hot pot, and started eating, all the while urging Cherry and Apple to dig in. Those 2 had been waiting long enough. Seeing these 3 eat like they were starving, I quickly jumped in. Otherwise, they'd polish everything off in no time. Peach called out again. Another 2 caddies of lamb. Whoa, I said. Have you 3 not eaten in days? Of course not, she said. We're just supporting you since you're treating us. Another added. You're not being stingy, are you? I got it. They'd taken me for an easy mark. Fine, I play the good guy today. Order whatever you want. Apple gave me a thumbs up. You're a real stand-up guy? Later we'll take you into the woods at the park. I paused. Go into the woods for what? The customers at the next table all burst out laughing. This young man doesn't even know about the woods. Lucky guy. About to get some action. Peach slapped the table and told him to. Tell them to shut up. A few of them kept egging things on, saying girls these days were something else, shameless out in the open, and wondered how they'd ever find husbands. Watching the three of them trade insults with the crowd gave me a headache. I quickly cut in. All right, let's just eat. I never expected these three to be so fierce. They didn't care one bit about their reputations. Apple said indignantly, we're only letting it go because we're doing you a favor. I gave her a thumbs up and said, you girls are something. Cherry. No. Peach tilted her head up proudly and said, who around here would dare mess with the three of us? I ignored them and focused on eating. After putting away 4 pounds of meat, Apple patted her belly, picked up her beer, and said, come on, cheers. I raised my glass and clinked it with theirs, and we all downed them in one gulp. Peach waved her hand, saying she couldn't drink anymore, and another one said she'd had enough too. I stood up and said, you girls rest up, I'm heading out. Apple grabbed me and said, you're not looking down on us, are you? You promised to take us out to have fun, and now you're just gonna leave on your own. And just like that, they dragged me out of the restaurant. I asked, you're not seriously gonna act crazy, are you? Apple grinned and said, yep. Missed this chance, and it's gone for good. I said, fine. We'll see who ends up crying. Peach skipped ahead, leading the way. I wanted to see what these three were really up to. We wound through a few alleys and arrived at an abandoned house. Peach said, this is it. I followed them in. The courtyard was piled with junk, and the doors and windows were all gone. In the innermost room, dry straw was spread on the floor. Clearly somebody came here often. Peach said, this is our secret base. We don't bring just anyone here. Cherry flopped down on the ground and said, I ate too much. Let me lie down for a bit. Peach thrust out her chest and said, don't think you fed us for nothing. You can have a feel. I froze and stared at her in shock. She said, quit acting all proper. Yeah, it's exactly what you're thinking. I looked at the two sitting on the ground, then at Peach standing in front of me with her eyes closed. This bold, I said, all three of you ate on my dime. So how's it fair if I only get to feel one of you? Peach opened her eyes and said, you're too greedy. I knew you weren't a good guy. I flicked her forehead and said, you're pretty young. How are you this loose? If you'd run into a real creep, none of you three would have gotten away. She covered her forehead and cried out in pain, tears welling up at the corners of her eyes. Apple and Cherry stood up to check on her. One asked Peach if she was okay. The other said, don't cry. We'll help you beat him up. I sat down on the straw, defeated, and asked, what's the deal with you three? How are girls your age this reckless? Peach glared at me and said, none of your business. We're happy this way. Apple plopped down beside me and said, why are you asking about this? You planning to take care of us or something? Cherry's eyes lit up and she sat down on my other side. You're not actually going to take us in, are you? I realized these three were way ahead of their time. Asking to be kept women back in the 80s? I lit a cigarette and said, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Everything comes at a price. Peach rolled her eyes and said, men are all the same. All that talk, and it still comes down to wanting to take advantage. I said, first tell me about your situations. Peach sat across from me and said, what's there to tell? Big family, and my sisters-in-law can't stand that I don't have a job. They insist on marrying me off, so I ran away. I looked at the other two and asked, you two the same? Cherry said, yeah, we all ran off together yesterday. Skipped 2 meals. Good thing we ran into you and finally got to eat. I said, you'll all have to get married sooner or later. If you don't like a guy, just meet a few more. Why run away? Peach lay back weakly and said, if I go one more day without food, I'll have no choice but to go back and get forced into marriage. Cherry looked sad and said, I thought coming back to the city meant our hard times were finally over. Who knew we'd end up being everybody's nuisance instead? Apple looped her arm through mine and said, you won't just abandon us, will you? I felt the softness pressing against my arm. Didn't expect this girl to have some curves. I said, how am I supposed to take care of you? Your family's definitely reported you missing. You'll get found sooner or later. Peach waved her hand and said, they'd be thrilled if we dropped dead out here. I said, no way. Your parents can't just not care about you. She said, none of us have parents. Our sisters-in-law call the shots, and nobody speaks up for us. I scratched my head and said, you girls aren't bad looking. Are they blind? Peach sat up and said, one look at you, and I can tell you don't get what life's like for regular folks like us. I thought about it and figured she had a point. These days, plenty of families treated girls like money-losing burdens. They'd be married off eventually, so might as well trade them for a dowry to help with expenses. I took a deep drag and said, if that's the situation, they'll definitely track you down. When the time comes, They can marry you off for a hefty bride price. There's no way they'll let you go. Peach said, you think we're stupid? No way we'd let them get what they want. Cherry said, we already said it. Even if we get married, they won't get a single cent of the bride price, or we'll refuse to marry, period. Apple squeezed my arm tighter and said, so they can't be bothered whether we live or die? We three are real obedient, and we could even warm your bed. Seeing her start with the seduction again, I honestly felt like teaching them all a lesson right then and there. I said, cut it out, or I really will straighten you three out. Apple looked at me with her big eyes and said, then go ahead. I stubbed out my cigarette and said, in your situation, you can report this to the neighborhood office. Otherwise, you'll have endless trouble. Where do you live? Which neighborhood district? Peach looked at me and asked, would that work? I said, of course it would. Forcing someone into marriage is against the law. The neighborhood office can definitely handle it. All three of their eyes lit up. I smiled and said, so this is something for the neighborhood office to deal with. It'll upset your families, sure, but it beats having nowhere to live. Peach called the other two outside to discuss. I sat in the room listening, thinking these three really were pretty bold. When they finished talking, they came back and said, okay, we'll go report them to the neighborhood office. I asked, which neighborhood office covers your area? The Liuxiang neighborhood office. Hearing that, I laughed, stood up, and said, perfect, I know the place well. I'll take you there. Peach happily grabbed my arm and said, then let's hurry. I said, let go first. What'll people think if they see us? She giggled and said, so what? Worst case, I'll just say you're my boyfriend. I said, you wish. And I flicked her forehead again. She cried out in pain. Apple came over grinning and said, let me try too. And Cherry said, me too. I rolled my eyes and gave each of them a flick, saying, you're all asking for it. Truth be told, I actually kind of liked it. Turns out hanging around girls like these really does put you in a good mood. I led the three of them down the street, chatting and laughing the whole way. They asked, you really know someone there? I said, don't worry about it. After walking a good 10 minutes or so, we arrived at the neighborhood office. I watched the three girls standing there. At the neighborhood office entrance, they got a little nervous, so I called out to them. Don't worry, I've got you. Come on. The moment Su Qian saw me, he stood up happily. Qinzheng, what brings you here? Su, is Sister Feng around? She's in her office. Just go on in. Got it. Seeing how well I knew the people at the neighborhood office, Peaches and the others felt a lot more at ease. I pushed the door open and walked in. Feng Jing was sitting there reading some documents. Sister Feng, I came to file a complaint. Little Zheng, have a seat. She noticed the three young girls behind me and shot me a questioning look. I ran into them at the park. Their families were forcing them to get married, so they ran away. Feng Jing's face darkened at that. There's really stuff like this going on? I'll handle it. Have a seat, girls, and tell me what happened. The three girls were still looking at me, so I said, this is Director Feng of the neighborhood office. Go ahead and tell her what you've been through. Hearing she was a director, they got a bit shy, but they still recounted their situations one by one. Feng Jing took notes. I know which families these are. I'll take them over right now and get this sorted out today. Sounds good. With you handling it, Sister Feng, it'll definitely work out. I'll head back now. Peaches nervously tugged at the hem of my shirt. Can't you come with us? It wouldn't be appropriate for me to go. Sister Feng's got it. Nothing bad will happen. Then where do we find you afterward? I live at number 16 Fanyuan Alley. Feng Jing smiled. Don't worry, this is an easy fix. If you ever need anything down the road, just come find me. Thank you, Director Feng, the three of them said politely. I left the neighborhood office and strolled home, humming a tune. Spending a little time with the three girls had put me in a great mood. Yeah, looks like I've got a real talent for being an upstanding gentleman. Back in the alley, everyone was on their afternoon break, dead quiet. Just like that, 2 days passed. During those 2 days, a top official from the Ministry of Industry had ridden over to the steel plant. In the large conference room, Li Junfeng and the others sat bolt upright. At the head of the table sat an old man, his expression grim. So this is how you people do your jobs. Hearing that, Li Junfeng broke out in a sweat. Chen Jixin kept his head down, jotting notes in his notebook. The old man tossed out a few letters. The factory director abusing his authority to suppress an outstanding employee, his kid throwing his father's power around and lording it over everyone. Nice work. Li Junfeng hurriedly wiped his sweat. Sir, there must be some misunderstanding here. The old man slammed the table. Misunderstanding? You really think I came all this way after reading just a few letters? Is the comrade who was disciplined here at the plant or not? Chen Jixin quickly spoke up. I heard he took sick leave. The old man took a sip of tea. Revoke the punishment. Comrade Li Junfeng is suspended from his post. Comrade Feng Jiaowei will serve as acting director. A middle-aged man sitting in the corner, someone with barely any presence at all, was stunned for a moment, then jumped up excitedly. Yes, I won't let you down, sir. Chen Jixin opened his mouth, a bitter taste in his heart. All that scheming, and he'd just made a wedding dress for someone else. Only now did Li Junfeng feel utterly crushed. He'd finally realized what he'd done. That young man, even without connections, had been assigned from higher up and had always done excellent work. Li had overlooked the most important thing. When you slap someone, you'd better check whose face is behind them. The old man continued. Comrade Chen Jixin is being transferred to serve as party committee secretary of the motor plant. Comrade Du Yunfei will take over as deputy director. Chen Jixin stood and expressed his thanks. Although he hadn't landed the directorship of the big plant, he'd been bumped up half a grade. Not a wasted effort. No one in the room had expected this outcome. Chen Jixin was being transferred out, but at least he'd gotten the last laugh. Way better off than Li Junfeng, whose future now looked bleak. After everyone saw the official off, they crowded around to congratulate Chen Jixin. Li Junfeng, meanwhile, was left completely ignored. Du Xiangbei, the head of procurement, was in a tough spot now. The matter was resolved, but he hadn't gotten a single benefit out of it. Chen Jixin took a drag on his cigarette. Old Du, if you want to come with me, I can figure something out. Can't promise a specific position, but bumping you up half a grade shouldn't be a problem. Du Xiangbei didn't hesitate for a second. I'll follow your lead, sir. He wasn't stupid. The new deputy director had been sent directly from above, and there was no telling what his temper or personality was like. If the guy dug into the accounts and found problems, Du would definitely be in the hot seat. Better to move on. All right, sit tight and wait for word. Du Xiangbei acknowledged this, then asked, Sir, what about Comrade Qinzheng? Since the punishment's been revoked, give him a heads up. In his mind, the guy was already useless to him. Understood. As for me, I was sitting at home right then, surrounded by 3 beautiful girls. Your place is so big. If we'd known, we would have begged to come stay with you from the start. Exactly. What a waste to live here all by yourself. I wrapped my arm around Peaches and gave her a squeeze. You girls wish. I'd get sick of you nagging me every single day. Then I asked, everything sorted out at home? Peaches leaned into my chest. All sorted. They don't dare marry us off willy-nilly anymore. They're just cold to us, but we couldn't care less about them either. Apple was cracking sunflower seeds. They still had the nerve to give me attitude. As if we'd pay them any mind. I lit a cigarette and smiled. Beats wandering out on the streets. If some creep had set his sights on you, you'd have really been in for it. Cherry was eating candy. Director Feng at the neighborhood office said she'd set us up with jobs when something opens up. Could you put in a word so we can work there? Peaches scooted closer. Yeah. If we get into the neighborhood office, let's see if our families still dare to push us around. There are no open slots, so even if you go, it'd be work without a permanent position. I'll ask around for you later, but I can't guarantee anything. Just asking is enough. If it doesn't work out, we'll wait. Just as we were talking, the phone rang. I got up to answer it. Who's this? Comrade Qinzheng, it's me. The matter at the plant is settled. Your punishment's been revoked. Everything's back to how it was before. Chief, what about everyone else? Let's talk in person tomorrow. There've been quite a few changes this time. All right, I'll come by your office first thing in the morning. I hung up. I figured Chen Jixin hadn't gotten what he wanted either, otherwise he wouldn't have used that tone. Zheng, is there anything to eat here for lunch? I walked back over, smiling. Do you girls know how to cook? Of course we do. I went to the kitchen and grabbed some meat and vegetables. Cook it all. The 3 of them took one look. That's a ton of meat. It'd be such a waste to cook it all. It's not that much. How's it a waste if it ends up in your stomachs? I'm leaving it to you. With that, I headed back to my room. Over at the steel plant, the new appointments were announced. They dropped the disciplinary action against me, and the workers went nuts. What's going on? How'd that buyer Chin get off scot-free again? Gao Su, the head of HR, sat in his office wearing an I knew it look on his face. We'd better handle this one carefully from now on. Li Jianya stood there dumbfounded as the announcement came over the PA, then took off running to the factory director's office. He found his dad packing up his things. Dad, how could this happen? Li Junfeng let out a sigh. I've been suspended. You're on your own now. Watch yourself. How is that fair? With you gone, I'll get eaten alive. He'd been throwing his weight around thanks to his old man, making more enemies than he could count. Keep your cool. I'm only suspended. I'm not dead. As Li Jianya walked through the factory, people looked at him with nothing but mockery, and it made his skin crawl. He called out for his little sidekick, Guzzi, but the guy slipped away like he was dodging the plague. At noon, Li Jianya strutted into the small cafeteria like always, only to be stopped by a staff member. Go eat outside. This is where the higher-ups eat. You dare stop me? You're exactly who I'm stopping. Now beat it. He went to get food at the main cafeteria, where people were all grins. Well, if it isn't young Master Li, come to experience real life. Do enough dirty deeds, and it'll come back to bite you. We'll be sure to take real good care of you on the shop floor from now on. Li Jianya's face went dark. He slammed down his tray. Just you all wait. Then he spun around and ran off. Acts like his old man's still the director. Xiao Ran watched the whole scene, a wave of satisfaction crossing her face. Serves him right. He just smiled, thinking it had played out exactly like Jean had predicted, and admired me even more, even though I was younger than her. He Jia, let's go tell him the good news after our shift. He might already know. Back home, I patted my stomach. Didn't expect you girls could actually cook. Taozi lifted her chin proudly. Of course. I've been cooking since I was 8. Pingwa took a sip of soda. So full. I can't even remember the last time I ate this much. I stood up. Enough sentimental stuff. Go clear the table. Give the leftovers to Big King and Little King. Taozi looked at all the food still on the table. Such a waste. They're family too. Everyone gets treated the same. With that, I went back to my room. Sitting in my study, I watched the 3 of them bustle around and smiled. I had too many secrets. Otherwise, I really would have liked to take them in. Maybe I could open a shop and hire them. I thought about it, but the timing this year still wasn't quite right. Once they finished cleaning up, they came back inside. Ying Tao was sleepy. I really want a nap. There are plenty of guest rooms. Find a spot to sleep if you're tired. The 3 of them happily ran off to find rooms. I pulled out a book and started reading. Woof, woof, woof. Hearing the dog bark, I set down my book and went to open the door. It was Lu Jia. Sister Lu, what brings you here? There's a letter for you. I was passing by, so I brought it over. I took it and looked, a reply from Zhang Jingguo. Lu Jia came into the courtyard and asked quietly, anyone home? I've got 3 friends resting in the guest rooms. Go wait for me in the west wing. Got it. She happily headed to the same room as last time. I locked the door and headed back. Taozi poked her head out. Who was that? It's nothing. You girls take your nap. A friend came by to talk about something. Pingwa hid by the doorway and muttered. I saw it was a woman. Can't be anything good. Taozi rolled her eyes. Why don't you go take her place then? Like you don't want it yourself. I'm crashing here tonight. That night they really did try to freeload and stay, and in the end I had to give each of them 10 yuan just to send them off. They were so touched, they practically insisted on paying me back with their bodies. Early the next morning, I went to the steel mill. The guys in the security section greeted me warmly. Buyer Cheen's here. I smiled and tossed them a pack of cigarettes, then waved and headed inside. The other workers couldn't help but sneak extra glances at me. Everyone now figured I had some powerful backing. Otherwise, how could I have just been demoted to the shop floor, only for even the factory director to get replaced? When Du Xiangbei saw me, he stood up and poured me some water. Xiaoqin, yesterday's business caught a lot of people off guard. Director Li's been suspended, and Deputy Director Feng, the one who usually keeps a low profile, is acting director now. Director Chin's being transferred to the motor factory as party committee secretary, bumped up half a rank. He talked to me too, wants me to go with him. The position's still up in the air, but my rank could go up a bit. Congratulations, Section Chief, that's great news. Nothing else I can do. The new deputy director doesn't know how things run yet. If he wanted to give me trouble, I couldn't handle it. You do solid work, Section Chief. Who'd give you any trouble? It's just that with you gone, I won't have anyone to lean on. Your abilities speak for themselves. Any section chief would like you. He handed me a cigarette. Just keep up the momentum you've got now. After this whole thing, nobody's going to be dumb enough to lose their head. It's all thanks to the leadership seeing things clearly. It'd be even better if there were more good cadres like you and Director Chun. Enough flattery. Here's the receipt for that venison from last time. Go collect it from finance. I took the slip and went upstairs to the finance office. I didn't know who'd be taking over for Du Xiangbei, but he had a point. After all this, the new director probably wouldn't be crazy enough to target me. Xiaoqin's here. Sisterly, I need to file a reimbursement. Suyin looked at me. You're in the clear now, right? Yeah. Back to work as usual. Sisterly handed me the money. The factory's changed so much these past few days. Everyone's saying you've got some big connections. No such thing. If I really had connections, I'd have come in as a manager, not stuck doing this grunt work. I bantered with them for a while, then headed back to the purchasing section. Everyone there was over-the-top friendly, poking around for information about me one way or another. I couldn't be bothered to stick around, so I sat for a bit, said I had something to do, and left. When I stopped by the security section, I heard Yu Jiang was off at a meeting, so I turned and headed out the factory gate. I decided to go to the supply and marketing co-op and buy a bicycle. I didn't want the factory-issued one anymore. No point having to return it if something else came up. At the co-op, a few clerks were cracking sunflower seeds and chatting. They glanced at me when I came in, then went right back to whatever they were doing. I found the bicycle counter and handed over the money and coupon. I'll take a forever bicycle. The clerk sat on his stool, chewing seeds, gave the money and coupon a look, then pointed at a few bikes. These are all we've got. I ignored the co-op guy's attitude. On the wall was a sign that read, "No cursing or abusing customers." That was enough for me. After spending a while picking, I settled on a Forever brand 28-inch heavy-duty frame. I wheeled it out the door and headed first to the nearby public security station to register it. A coupon alone wasn't enough to buy a bicycle. You also had to come to the station to register and get a license plate, paid once a year. Without that license, you wouldn't even dare ride down the street, get caught, and you're hit with all kinds of fines. I paid a few bucks, got the plate and license, then hopped on my bike and headed straight for the Liuxiang Street Committee office. The people there all knew me by now and greeted me with smiles. Is Sis Feng around? She's in her office. I thanked them and pushed the door open. Sis Feng, pour yourself some water. Let me finish reading this. Take your time. I closed the door, poured a cup of water, and sat off to the side waiting. When Feng Jing finished up, she stretched. What brings you here? Those 3 girls showed up at my place yesterday, looking for work. I came to ask if there's any temporary job they could do. Feng Jing sat down beside me. Work is hard to come by. There's street cleaning, but that's not really right for them. Never mind then. Actually, there's one thing that would suit them, a consignment shop. My eyes lit up. Consignment shops were set up for residents' convenience. In places the supply and marketing co-op branches couldn't reach, out past the city or in the villages. They'd set up a little stall selling daily necessities, restocking from a designated co-op, no buying on their own allowed. The clerks were assigned by the street committee. It wasn't a formal position, and the pay was small, but it was enough for 3 people to get by. That works. The 3 of them can definitely handle it. Where they're staying is pretty far from the co-op, so it'd be perfect to find a spot nearby, Feng Jing said with a smile. That's the one. Give them something to do so they're not roaming the streets all day. Sooner or later they'd get into trouble. It's really no good for young girls to always be out and about. Don't worry, I'll get it sorted this month. I reached over and gave her a pinch. Then I won't keep you. Call me if anything comes up. Feng Jing shot me a look. Get going. And take it easy. Don't get yourself into trouble. I pinched her cheek again and walked out grinning. In the alley, the 3 girls were crouched down waiting for me. Why are you 3 here again? Apple grinned. We've got nowhere else to go, so of course we came to your place. I pushed my bike into the courtyard, and we all went inside. I started brewing some tea. I just went to the street committee and talked it over with Sis Feng. She's going to set you up. But it's not finalized yet, so don't go blabbing about it. Really? All 3 were thrilled. Zhang, what kind of job is it? I'll tell you once it's settled. Anyway, it suits you perfectly. I reached over and pulled Apple onto my lap. Wanna see? I rolled my eyes. Go wait in the room. Hee hee, then hurry up. I scratched my head. To die beneath the peony blossom, even as a ghost, you'd go out in style. That evening, we all gathered around the table for dinner. I sipped my drink, a smile plastered on my face. Peach gnawed on a rack of lamb. I thought I was gonna die, but I finally pulled through. Zheng, where'd you get this lamb? Had someone bring it over, as a treat for you all. Apple pouted. Tomorrow I'm definitely getting my revenge. Today doesn't count. Cherry nodded. I downed my drink in one gulp. Fine, I'll wait for you at home tomorrow. Meanwhile, Li Jianya trudged down the street, head hanging low. He used to always have a crowd of lackeys around him, but now every one of them was avoiding him. A group of young men came toward him. Hey kid, spare us some cash. Li Jianya looked up. It was Chun Dajuan and his crew, the ones who'd snatched his movie tickets last time. His mind started turning, and suddenly he had an idea. Brother Jun, you interested in a job? Chun Dajuan gave a cold, mirthless smile. What kind of job? Li Jianya pulled him into the alley and said through gritted teeth. The guy's an orphan, works as a purchasing agent at the steel mill. Break one of his legs for me, and I'll give you $100. Chun Dajuan's eyes lit up. Just one leg? How about both arms and both legs? All 4. For 500. Don't kill him. One leg is enough. Not much ambition, huh? Fine, one leg it is. But you're a factory director's son, $100 is kind of cheap. I'm not anymore. My dad got dismissed. Dismissed isn't dead. You're still the son of a high-ranking cadre. Li Jianya wasn't stupid. He knew guys like this had to be lured with the promise of profit. I'll throw in another 50. And if this goes well, there'll be plenty more opportunities down the road. Chun Dajuan threw an arm around his shoulder. Today I'm calling you my brother. Where does the guy live? I don't know either. I'll take you to identify him tomorrow. All right, 100 up front as a deposit. Li Jianya dug through all his pockets and only came up with 70-something. This is all I've got. I'll pay the rest when it's done. Fine, fine. Only because you and I hit it off. Meet at the steel mill intersection tomorrow. Come on, let's go get a drink. Watching them walk off, Li Jianya spat on the ground. Puffed. Calling me your brother, like you're even worthy. Just the thought of getting me beaten up made him feel good. This was all my fault. If it weren't for me, he'd still be strutting around the factory. As for me, I hadn't left the house at all these past few days. Every day I had the girls to keep me company, and let me tell you, life was good. Double the good, in fact. At the steel mill intersection, Chun Dajuan puffed on a cigarette. Is that kid ever going to show up, or what? Li Jianya had cursed me 1,000 times over in his head. He'd been squatting there almost a week, and I hadn't shown my face once. If I didn't come, he was in trouble. He had to cover food and drinks for this whole crew every day. That first day, it was about a dozen guys. Now 40 or 50 were tagging along daily, and his little stash was visibly shrinking. Brother Jun, how about we come back on payday? He's got to show up to collect his money. But there was no way Chin Dajuan would let go of this cash cow. Lately, his brothers had been eating and drinking well on his tab, and his reputation as Swift Blade Jun was growing louder by the day. How could he quit halfway? Li Jianya was still fretting when he spotted me riding up on my bike, and he looked like he'd just seen a long-lost relative. Brother Jun, that's the guy. Chin Dajuan was about to make his move when a lackey warned him. Hold on, security's here. I chatted with the security guys for a bit, then rode into the factory. Brothers, you've eaten and drunk well for days now. Time to earn your keep. The second he comes out, we make it quick. Break one leg and one arm. Consider it a welcome gift from young Master Li. Li Jianya breathed a sigh of relief and said in a low voice, Brother Jun, that guy definitely won't wait till the end of the shift to come out. I'll leave the rest to you. I'm taking off first. Sure. We'll set up a few tables at the usual spot tonight. Li Jianya hopped on his bike and rode off. No big loss missing one meal. On my end, I'd arrived at the warehouse. Old Wong, you're here. What did you bring in today, Purchaser Chin? Got a sika deer. Whoa, good stuff. Let's weigh it first. It took 3 people to carry it. 238 pounds. That's a big one. I handed, passing him a cigarette. Ran into you by chance. Can't let this slip by. Wang Dequan wrote up the order. Oh right, the new procurement chief started. Chief Sun Lang, just got transferred in. All right, I'm heading out. I went back into the office building and up to the 3rd floor for accounting reimbursement. Suyin saw me come in. I figured you'd quit. Nope. Went down to the villages to pick up goods. Not bad, little Chin. A sika deer over 200 pounds. The plant hasn't taken in one that big in years. I grinned as I took the stack of cash, counted it, and stuffed it in my pocket, leaving behind a bag of sunflower seeds. I'll let you all get back to work. Down on the 2nd floor at the procurement department, the second people saw me walk in, they all pretended not to notice. Nobody said a word. My stomach dropped. Something must have gone down these past few days. I kept quiet and went to sit in the corner. Before long, a middle-aged man walked in with his hands behind his back, scanned the room, and spoke with a smile. From now on, everyone should learn from Comrade Qin Zheng. He just brought back a sika deer over 200 pounds. His work ethic deserves recognition. I knew this had to be the new chief. I stood and nodded. You flatter me, chief. Everyone works hard. I just got lucky. Sun Lang nodded, satisfied. Humbled despite his achievements. Very good. Starting next month, everyone's quota goes up 20%. You may not match Comrade Qin Zheng, but you can at least improve. That's all. Back to work. The moment he left, the room exploded. Damn, like 30 pounds a month is so easy to hit. We're just getting dragged into this. Now I understood the game. This new chief was praising me on the surface, but really he was painting a target on my back, setting me up to be isolated. But I had no beef with him. Why go this far? I thought over the situation at the plant, and it clicked. There'd been a personnel shakeup earlier. Some people weren't happy, saw me as a destabilizing factor, and wanted to use this tactic to push me out on my own. I grabbed my bag and walked out. Curses trailed behind me. The corner of my mouth curled up. This trick might have actually worked on someone else. But with me, they picked the wrong target. Since I wasn't welcome, from now on I'd just come in once a week to drop off goods and leave. Suited me just fine. Yu Jiang waved at me from inside the plant. Little Chin heading back. Yeah, gotta go before I become public enemy number 1. He handed me a cigarette. What happened? I bring in too much, so the new chief bumped everyone's quota up 20%. Yu Jiang clapped my shoulder. This one's all on you to carry. You weren't around these past few days. Manager Feng and Manager Du from logistics have been telling everyone, openly and behind the scenes, to keep their distance from you. Without you, would they even have gotten those positions? And they turn right around and squeeze you. Ungrateful bastards, every one of them. I took a deep drag. Got it. Some peace and quiet is exactly what I need. If you don't take the bait, they'll definitely have other tricks up their sleeves. They're set on forcing you to transfer out yourself. Fine. Let's see how they want to play it. I'm off. I hadn't gotten far past the plant gate when a group of people blocked my path, 40 or 50 of them. I sized them up, trying to guess who'd arranged this. Kid, you're a hard one to find. We've been waiting on you a whole week. Who put you up to coming after me? Chen Dajuan sneered and took a pickaxe handle from one of his underlings. Take the money, do the job. We've got that much honor. Relax, I play by the rules. One arm, one leg, we break him and go. Grit your teeth, and it'll be over. I laughed. All right, let me set my bike aside. It's new, shame to bust it up. Oh, he gets it. Make way, boys. I wheeled the bike into the alley, parked it, then turned and looked at them. Chun Dajuan swaggered over, pickaxe handle in hand, head bobbing. Gonna stick your arm out yourself? Or should my boys give you a hand? The corner of my mouth curled. Remember this. Next time you see me, you call me Grandpa. Before the words finished, my body shot forward. Thud. Chun Dajuan never even saw it coming. Pain exploded in his chest, and he flew backward, completely out of control. A few crisp cracks, his sternum snapped. A master. The men behind him hadn't even reacted yet. I moved impossibly fast. Thud, thud, thud. One figure after another flew backward, dropping in heaps. Ah, help. I want to go home. The underlings on the outer edge were scared witless, crying for their mamas as they scattered in every direction. I looked at the 20-some men sprawled on the ground and didn't bother with the ones who'd fled. I turned, got on my bike, and rode off. Under my heavenly eye, this pack of petty thugs didn't even count as bad people. If they'd been truly evil, today wouldn't have been a beating. I'd have wiped them all out. Honestly, throwing a few punches now and then felt pretty good. I never even left the alley just now. Besides these people, no one knew I'd made a move. There was no way they'd go running to the public security officer, and even if word got out, people would just think they were bragging. It made no difference to me at all. An hour or so later, over 20 young men were laid up in the clinic. Even the public security officer was called in. Who'd you get into it with? Chun Dajuan shook his head. We fell by accident. Bullshit. All these people just fell. Yeah, we all fell. The officer couldn't be bothered. From now on, all of you better behave. Don't let me catch you, or you'll be sorry. Chun Dajuan lay in his bed, looking around at his boys, some with arms in slings, some with legs elevated. He turned his head toward the few underlings who hadn't been hurt. Go find Li Jianye right now. Damn him. We wouldn't be in this mess if not for him. Bring him here, make him foot the bill. Just don't beat him to death. Got it. Every time Chun Dajuan replayed today's scene, his body trembled. The moment he closed his eyes, he saw my expression back then, devoid of any emotion, like I was looking at a dead man. He knew that was the look of someone who'd killed before. Today's business stays buried in your guts. Anyone who breathes a word about Boss Chin, don't blame my knife for not recognizing faces. What he didn't know was that I'd already held back 80% of my strength. Otherwise, these men would have gone straight to the morgue. No need for any resuscitation. I leaned back in my chair and lit a cigarette. Apple got up to go wash up. Peach lay draped over the table. Zhengji, your job is way too easy. You just have to show your face. I smiled. That's how being a procurement agent goes. Cherry handed over a slice of cut apple. Have some fruit, Zhengji. Such a sweet girl. I opened my mouth and ate it. This is what living is about. Just as I was getting comfortable, the phone rang. Who is it? Little Zheng, it's me. Everything's arranged. Have them wait at home tomorrow. I'll take them to handle the paperwork. Perfect. They happen to be right here with me. I'll let them know. I hung up and walked back over. Your job situation is all sorted out. Just wait at home tomorrow. Sister Feng will come find you. Really? That's awesome. Zheng, can you tell us what the job is now? The neighborhood's opening a consignment shop near your place. That's where you'll be working from now on. The three of them lit up. That's a great job. We're gonna be shop clerks, right? Yep. Sister Feng set it up for you. So work hard and don't let her down. We'll totally give it our all. Zheng, you're the best. They took turns coming up to thank me, and I didn't disappoint them either. I took it all in stride. The factory still wanted to freeze me out. What did they know about the joys of double happiness? After paying the medical bills, Li Jianye looked at the sorry state of Chun Dajuan and his crew of 20-some guys, and his legs started shaking. June, you guys got into it with the security team. Chun Dajuan's face was pale as he clutched his chest and sat up. Kid, this whole mess is because of you. We ended up like this, so how are you going to make it right? I never told you to fight the security team. Bull. It was Master Chin's bodyguard who did this. Master Chin? A bodyguard? Li Jianye's expression changed. That can't be right. My dad looked into him. He's just an orphan. But his heart was pounding. One possibility hit him. The guy really did have serious connections, just ones few people knew about. Otherwise, why would his own father suddenly get dismissed? Damn it. We're all laid up here. You think we're faking? If we hadn't stuck up for you, would we be this messed up? Li Jianye went pale too. If the other guy came knocking on his door, would he even survive? Chun Dajuan glared at him viciously. To keep from ratting you out, I let them break 3 of my ribs and didn't say a single word. Hearing this, Li Jianye grabbed his arm, worked up. June, you really didn't give me up? We're all about loyalty. But with all these brothers needing to recover, don't you think you owe us something? Li Jianye patted his chest. June, you're a stand-up guy. You all just rest easy. $20 each for recovery, plus I'll cover all the hospital and food costs. Everyone in the room lit up. Chun Dajuan nodded, satisfied. Now that's more like it. But take my advice, don't ever mess with that guy again, or else. Li Jianya shook his head frantically. Wouldn't dare, wouldn't dare. I'd like to live a few more years. By now he'd stopped caring about the money. He figured the bodyguard by my side had to be some elite operative, which made my background even scarier. This couldn't be found out, or his old man wouldn't just get dismissed. It'd be a lot worse. That night, I showed up in their hospital room, standing in the shadows listening to them talk. Damn it. Once I'm better, I'm gonna beat the crap out of that kid. June, you said it was Master Qin's bodyguard who did this. How'd the kid buy it so easily? Chen Dajuan said, lying down. That kid's dad got dismissed, and he had us go after Master Qin, which means Qin's tied up in this. So when I said that, it scared him half to death. He won't come around causing trouble again. June, you're a genius. I rubbed my chin. These guys even invented some phantom attacker. Interesting. Looking at Chen Dajuan on the bed, I found it kind of funny. The kid was actually looking out for me. Leaving the hospital, I headed straight for Li Jianya's place. I'd already suspected it was him, and hearing the word dismissed earlier confirmed everything. When I got there, Li Jun's phone was out. Only Li Jianya and his mom were home. Mom, I can't stay at the factory anymore. Have Dad transfer me somewhere else. Your father's out pulling strings right now. Just hang tight and don't stir up any trouble for a while, or our family's really done for. I'm not going to the factory tomorrow. With that, he went back to his room. I scanned around the house. Behind the bookshelf in the study were a few gold bars and tens of thousands in cash, and under the master bed were some foreign currency and more gold bars. I sneered and walked right out. I found a spot, and, mimicking someone else's handwriting from memory, wrote 3 tip-off letters, then dropped them into the mailrooms of the Ministry of Industry and the government office. When someone sorted through them, they'd naturally end up in the hands of the person in charge. I was careful the whole time, never touched anything with my hands, so there'd be no trail. Only after all that did I head home. I hadn't really planned on dealing with him at all. But who told him to raise such a fine son? Now that Towsy and the others had jobs, they didn't have time to come by every day. I went back to my days of sipping tea and listening to music. I'd go to the factory once a week, not caring about how people treated me. Each time I'd just turn in a wild pheasant or a hare. No more of the big hauls like before. After collecting my money, I wouldn't even go back to the office. I'd just leave. When the folks in purchasing saw me act like this, it felt like punching a wall of cotton. Ding Host has accumulated 30 check-in opportunities. Use them. I stretched and mentally checked in. Ding check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 carton of special supply cigarettes and 1 100 square meter residence. A carton of cigarettes and a set of property documents appeared in the warehouse. Not bad. At this rate, I'll never be short on housing. Today was payday, can't miss that. I hopped on my bike and headed straight for the factory. Purchaser Chin's here. I greeted the security team with a smile, parked my bike, and went up to the 3rd floor into the finance office. Sisterly, can I pick up my pay now? Xiaoqin, did you hear? Hear what? Sisterly handed over my wages. Li Junfeng got arrested. They searched his house and found a ton of cash and gold bars. Whoa, I really hadn't heard. Everyone figures the higher-ups must have found something on him, which is why he got suspended. Never thought he'd turn out to be a corrupt one. I stuffed the money in my pocket. Leave it to the higher-ups. Arresting someone at the factory would make rolling steel look bad, but doing it this way, nobody gets caught up in it. You've got a point. But they've sent people to station here and investigate. Just keep your distance for a while and stay out of trouble. Ah, got it. Su Yin chimed in from the side. I heard the whole purchasing department's freezing you out. I put on a helpless look. Who knows? I'm not close with them anyway. I just do my own job, and that's that. You should learn to smooth things over. Otherwise, they might come after you down the line. Let them. I'm heading out. Just as I left the finance office and headed downstairs, I ran into Sun Lang, the head of purchasing. Section Chief Sunday. Comrade Qin Zheng, your work is solid, but don't get complacent. I'm not sure I follow. What did I do wrong? Sun Lang waved with a smile. I was just. Fine, he said. It's nothing. I didn't bother replying and just walked off. What a bunch of small-time bullies acting big. Guess I gave them too much credit. Fire me if you've got the guts. Worst case, I quit. Then I'll deal with every last one of them. Sun Lang glanced back at me, a trace of wariness in his eyes. He'd heard about the Li Junfeng situation. Someone had sent in a formal complaint letter, clearly out to bury the guy. And the fuse for the whole thing in the factory was this young man. Having a powder keg like that under him kept him up at night. Sun Lang went back to his office and watched me pedal away through the window, then lit a cigarette. He picked up the file on his desk, the roster of purchasing agents, their assignments, and last month's completion rates. He took a deep drag and started writing something in his notebook. I rode all the way to the tea house, parked my bike, and walked in. The tea house was a single floor, 20-some square tables, with a small stage in the middle where a performer was doing a comedy routine. I sat down in a corner, and a server brought over tea and snacks. I scanned the room, then poured myself some tea. Heard the black market on the west side got busted last night. I know. Our compound had one guy hauled in. Didn't even buy or sell anything. Just got cornered by the neighborhood watch. His family's down there this morning paying to get him out. Talk about unlucky. Why go poking your nose into that scene when you didn't do anything? Right, where's old Zhang? How come he didn't show? Don't get me started. These punk kids these days are out of control. Old Zhang saw a bunch of them surrounding some young girl, said something fair and reasonable, and now he's still lying in a hospital bed. Wow, no respect for the law at all. They were all young, strong guys. Swarmed him all at once. Nobody even knows who threw the punches in the end. He just had to eat it. Who's gonna dare to step in and help after that? I picked up my cup and took a light sip. The tea house was full of gossip every day. Occasionally you'd catch something useful, but mostly it was just petty nonsense. After finishing a pot without hearing anything new, I got up, left the tea house, and rode home. Right before quitting time, Sun Lang headed over to the main office of the purchasing department, with Deputy Section Chief Ma Guangxing following behind. Everyone, hold on a second. The chief has an announcement. The room turned to look at Sun Lang. He didn't notice the figure in the corner and cleared his throat. Starting this month, all purchasing agents will work regular office hours. You don't have to be here all day, but you must check in morning and evening. Anyone who's late gets their quota bumped up by 10%. 3 offenses in 1 month, and you're sent to the workshop for a month of reform labor. Everyone's face fell. Chief, sometimes we have to pick up goods before dawn. There's no way we can make it here. If we do it this way, we won't be able to hit our quotas at all. Sun Lang smiled. If there are difficulties, work them out yourselves. We'll run it a few days and see how it goes. Starting tomorrow. Spread the word. With that, he turned and left. What kind of nonsense is this? Exactly. Miss quota, we get chewed out. Hit quota, and they still find ways to make our lives hard. An old-timer purchaser chuckled and picked up his tea mug. The old drunkard's mind isn't on the wine. At that, everyone turned in unison toward the empty seat in the corner, understanding dawning on their faces. You all get it now, right? It's just a few days. Yeah, treat it like a little break. The month's just getting started anyway. Everyone laughed. Ma Guangxing strolled back to his office with his hands behind his back, lit a cigarette with a smug grin, and hummed a little tune under his breath. Let's just watch this whole thing come crashing down. The way he saw it, Sun Lang had straight up lost his mind. The factory director and deputy directors weren't making any moves, so what was a mere purchasing section chief losing it over? When your people can work and hit their quotas, isn't that easier for everyone? Now he was charging ahead like some hero. Pure suicide. All right, better give little Qin a heads up. He dug out the number Du Xiangbei had given him and dialed. I'd just set out a plate of soy-braised beef and a dish of peanuts, sitting at home enjoying a little drink, when the phone rang. Who's this? Little Qin. It's me, Ma Guangxing. Well, hey, Chief Ma. What made you think to call me? Chief Sun just changed the rules. Roll call every morning and evening. 3 times late, and you're sent to the workshop for a month. Starts tomorrow. I nodded with a smile. Got it. Thanks for the heads up, Chief Ma. Huh. All right then, I'll let you go. I hung up and went back to sit at the table. It's just office hours, huh? Fine, I'll sit. I smirked and lifted my cup for a light sip. The next day, everyone in the purchasing department showed up early, chatting and laughing. Suddenly, someone walked in, and the room went dead silent in an instant. I didn't pay any attention to the people in the office. I walked straight to the corner, sat down, took out my tea leaves, and started brewing. Everyone exchanged glances, their eyes all saying the same thing. Who transferred him here? Sun Lang walked into the office right on time and spotted me in the corner. His eyes narrowed, but he kept the smile on his face. Good, everyone's here. All right, get to your work. Keep it up this month. Quota's 50 gene across the board. With that, he turned and left. Damn it. One rat turd ruins the whole pot of porridge. I looked up at the young man who'd said it. You've got some nerve, talking about Chief Sun like that. Looks like I ought to go report it. Who knows? Maybe he'll even cut your quota for it. The hell are you talking about? You just cursed out a superior. What's wrong with me saying something? Chief Sun may be new, but that doesn't mean people get to badmouth him, does it? You son of a... I stepped forward and gave him a hard slap across the face. Smack. The young man clutched his cheek, disbelief written all over his face. Everyone else froze too. I backhanded him across the mouth. Smack. The people nearby saw a couple of bloody teeth trace an arc through the air, and they couldn't help but wince. You dare hit me. I kicked him. Bam. The young man went flying straight back and slammed into the wall. Everyone in the office swallowed hard, and a few rushed forward to help him up. Little Qin, cool it, don't beat him to a pulp. Sun Lang strode in, and the moment he saw the scene, his expression turned grave. What's going on here? Who threw the punches? The one who'd been hit raised his hand and pointed at me. Chief, you've got to back me up on this. Look at what he did to me. Sun Lang's face hardened. Comrade Qin Zheng, How could you just beat up a colleague like that? This is a serious matter. I'll, Chief Sun, being the injured one doesn't automatically make you right. I cut him off. It irritated him even more, but he still asked, oh, then you tell me what happened. This kid was cursing you out. I said Chief Sun's new and doesn't deserve to be badmouthed like that, and that I'd report it. So he turned around and started cursing at me. People like this can't be. Hit me. Cursing at me? Sun Lang looked at the man on the floor. No, I was cursing at him. He's nothing but a piece of garbage. I didn't hold back. I stepped forward and kicked him in the head again. Crack. A few teeth flew out, and everyone's face seemed to ache in sympathy. Sun Lang came at me, pointing and shouting. Stop right there. Lay another hand on him, and I'll call security. Screw you and your mother. The office went dead silent in an instant. Sun Lang looked utterly stunned. You dare curse at me? Damn you. I stepped up and slapped him hard across the face. Smack. Half of Sun Lang's face visibly swelled up. After I finished, I turned to the crowd and said, you all saw it. The section chief isn't a saint either. He gets cursed at and immediately wants to throw hands. So me hitting people? Nothing wrong with that. Sun Lang was trembling with rage. You. I what? Are you a masochist or something? Someone cursed at you, and I stood up for you. You just saw it yourself. He cursed at me too, and instead of standing on the side of justice, you take the side of the guy who insulted you. And here I thought you were some selfless saint. Turns out you know how to fight back when you get insulted too. I waved my hand. Let me tell you, no matter how far this goes, I've got the moral high ground. Worst case, we take it straight to the authorities. I'll quit this job today and drag you down with me. Sun Lang jolted, finally coming to his senses. The factory had just swapped out 2 directors because of my situation. Even he'd been transferred in from outside. If this blew up any further, anyone could tell with their toes that he wouldn't come out of it clean. Comrade Qinzhong, calm down. I didn't express myself clearly just now. I'll definitely handle this fairly for you. With that, ignoring the pain in his face, he turned to the purchasing clerk on the floor. How dare you insult a superior behind his back? You're being sent to the workshop for 3 months to learn some discipline. We'll see how you perform. And if you don't shape up, don't ever come back. The young man on the floor went pale. Chief, I'm the victim here. It was all him. Shut up. One more word, and you won't be back this whole year. Outside the door, Ma Guangxing quietly gave me a thumbs up. Now everyone understood. The section chief only dared to use petty tricks to isolate me. He didn't dare go head to head. After handling it, Sun Lang smiled and asked me, how do you feel about this resolution? I nodded. Chief Sun enforces the rules impartially. Very good. Guys who curse at their bosses behind their backs deserve exactly this. Then I put on an apologetic expression. Chief Sun, you know how it is. Young guys can't stand being insulted. My apologies for today. It's fine. It's good for young people to have some fire in them. All right, everyone get back to work. Sun Lang turned and left, his face dark and ugly. Slapped and cursed at. Today he'd lost every ounce of face he had. I scanned the room with a blank expression. I've got a bad temper. From now on, don't let me hear anything I don't like. Otherwise, even if you've got 1 foot in the grave, I won't go easy on you. This job means nothing to me. So all of you, think hard about whether you can handle it. I paused, then added as if remembering something. Oh right, I also hold grudges. That whole don't drag family into it thing doesn't work on me. Anyone who takes things too far had better pray for their own good luck. Everyone in the room was thinking, what the hell? Is this guy even human? Now they saw it clearly. This seemingly harmless young man wasn't nearly as easygoing as he appeared. That kid earlier had obviously provoked him on purpose, trying to bait him into a fight so he'd have a reason to complain. Xiaoqin, cool down. We're all colleagues. Everyone's friendly here. Right? We're all co-workers. Let's all just get along. A smile spread across my face. Good. Everyone, get back to work. With that, I returned to my seat, picked up my tea mug, and started sipping like nothing had happened. Everyone looked at me, then at the miserable young man on the floor, unsure what to do. I set down my mug. Why are you still lying there? If you're hurt, go to the infirmary yourself. And don't forget to report to the workshop. The purchasing clerk beside him quickly shot him a look. Face crumpling, the young man endured the pain, gathered his things, and left the office. By noon, word of the purchasing department incident had spread everywhere. He'd hit a colleague, hit his supervising boss, and got off scot-free. The guy who got beaten was the one sent to the workshop. At lunch in the cafeteria, I noticed people watching and gossiping about me, but I didn't care. As long as I didn't have to hear it. I'd figured it out. No matter how low you keep your profile, someone's always going to jump out and cause trouble. So what's the point of keeping quiet? I don't care who you are. Jump out, and I'll take you down. Can't take you down? Then I'll send your whole family to the afterlife. Xiao ran, and He Jia came over with their meal trays. Qinzhong, did you really hit your section chief? That was self-defense. He Jia looked at me. Self-defense? Yeah. They cursed at me for no reason, So obviously they were asking for it. If someone cursed at you, wouldn't you throw hands? Of course I would. Xiaoren pumped her fist. Hijiao looked worried. Everyone's saying you're totally out of control now. If word spreads everywhere, the factory might discipline you. It's fine. Worst case, I quit and sue them. If a factory with tens of thousands of workers can't make room for someone who takes his job seriously, then it's probably rotten to the core anyway. I kept my voice at a moderate volume, loud enough for everyone around to hear. Some people lowered their heads, pretending they hadn't. Xiaoran was so captivated by my bold attitude that stars practically appeared in her eyes. You're such a man. I waved it off. Nah, I'm just average. Don't get too into me. I'm just a legend. The two of them covered their mouths, laughing nonstop. I finished eating and stood up. You two take your time. I'm heading out. Within 2 days, the entire steel mill knew that a tough guy had emerged in the purchasing department. Even what I'd said in the cafeteria was being passed around in private. In Yu Jiang's office in the security department, he tossed me a cigarette. Brother, your story spread all over these past couple of days. Somebody's definitely spreading it on the sly. I lit up. Let them. As long as I don't break the law and don't screw up my work, if they dare to paint black as white, then don't blame me for blowing things up. Yu Jiang gave me a thumbs up. You're even tougher than me. I tossed a transfer order onto the desk. Curious, he picked it up, and his face filled with shock. This is a blank transfer order. He was probably thinking, what the hell? You can just get your hands on one of these? I took a deep drag. Brother, you've still got the guts to sit and have tea with me right now. That makes you a real brother in my book. Don't worry, if you're not happy working here, you can pick any position below division level. Want to be the head of logistics? I'll fill it in right now. Yu Jiang's hand trembled, cigarette ash falling onto his clothes, but he didn't even care. With both hands, he passed the transfer order back. He came back with, Bro, I'll remember this. Don't worry, security's got your back 100%. When push comes to shove, we'll all testify for you. I put away the transfer order. All right, no point making things miserable for ourselves. I could take this job or leave it anyway, and there's always somebody making trouble. He slapped the table. Exactly. Some people got kicked in the head by a mule. You do the work of 10 men in a month, and there's still some asshole picking fights with you. Inside, his mind was churning like a storm. This was a blank transfer order. How much pull did somebody need to just whip one of those out? At the same time, he was relieved he hadn't misjudged me. With a brother like this, what the hell was there to fear anymore? Just like I said, as long as I didn't break any laws and didn't screw up my work, let him have it. And when I got tired of raising hell, worst case I'd transfer somewhere else and probably get a promotion out of it. I'm no fool either. Security is the muscle of this factory. As long as they're on my side, I've got a way to fight back. Even if the factory director laid all his cards on the table, Yu Jiang would still stand with me. I took a drag on my cigarette. Brother, I'm not going to stick around. I'll head back and check on things. Bro, I know a nice little tavern. Their jajang noodles are out of this world. Want to grab some drinks tonight? Sure. See you after work. Yu Jiang walked me out, then turned and called a few of the team leaders inside. Chief, what's up? He passed cigarettes around the circle. You all heard about what's going on at the factory, right? How could we not? Purchasing Officer Chin is one tough son of a bitch. It's all over the place now. Even the stuff he said got out. Pretty damn satisfying. Yu Jiang nodded. Tonight, I'm taking Brother Qingjing out for drinks. Let me make my position clear right now. Even if the director gives the order, I'm standing with him. Whoever's in, meet at the gate after work. The team leaders glanced at each other. I'm in. Count me in for sure. They were all ex-military. They hated evil with a passion, and not one of them backed down. Yu Jiang grinned. Good. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Go get everyone under you on the same page. We can't just watch our own brother get screwed over. Understood. Chief, we'd better keep an eye on Deputy Chief Wang. As long as the brothers are of one mind, he's nothing to worry about. I strolled back to the office. Little Chin's back. Little Chin, have some sunflower seeds. I responded with a smile, grabbed a handful of seeds, and sat back down in my corner, cracking them open while reading the newspaper. Sun Lang hadn't shown his face for days. When the workday ended that afternoon, everyone greeted me warmly again before heading out. Back in the day, they wouldn't have given me the time of day. So yeah, when it's time to be tough and stand tall, you can't hold back. I hopped on my bike and rode to the front gate. Yu Jiang had 5 team leaders with him, and the whole group biked over to that little tavern. This is the place. Let's head in. Walking in, I saw a few people already drinking. A pretty woman in her early 30s behind the counter greeted us with a smile. Chief Yu, it's been a while. What do you have today? Bringing my brother in for a drink today? Fix us up a few small dishes. You got jajang noodles. We do. Start with your drinks. Just holler when you want the noodles. I took a look around. About a dozen tables, and the decor clearly went way back. Yu Jiang gestured for everyone to sit. This place has over 100 years of history. I heard about it from the old folks in my family when I was a kid. I pulled out my cigarettes and passed them around. The moment everyone saw the pack, they got curious about what brand it was. Yu Jiang picked one up like it was treasure and held it to his nose. You really are a good brother. I've only seen these once. Never even got a whiff of one. The others caught on right away, and the way they looked at me changed. They'd always heard I had big connections. Today they got the proof. It's just one cigarette. No need to make a fuss. Here, take a pack. Yu Jiang caught it and quickly tucked it into his pocket, thrilled. Bro, then I won't stand on ceremony. The others were green with envy. Brother, you can't hog it all. Yeah, or don't blame us for snatching some. Yu Jiang laughed and cursed good-naturedly. Fine, fine. I'll open the pack and share. You can't just flash this stuff around. It comes in handy at critical moments. The owner brought over the drinks and dishes. Start with these. Call me if it's not enough. She said it with a smile and gave me an extra couple of glances. Zhao Fei smirked. Brother Zhang's got it made. Pretty girls checking him out wherever he goes. Li Chong chimed in. Haha, we can't compete with that. I poured the drinks. No use being jealous. It's just natural. Everyone laughed again. I tried one of the dishes, and it was genuinely good. Boss lady, bring on the good drinks and good food. Don't hold back. Oh, Brother June's here. Sit, sit. I'll get you set up right away. The owner put on a fawning smile. Chen Dajuan had been staring at the owner. His buddy tugged at him. Brother June. What? He turned his head, annoyed, then spotted me in the corner and shuddered from head to toe. He trotted over, bowing and scraping. Master Qin, I didn't expect you'd be here. Yu Jiang and the others were all stunned. Even the other patrons, the owner, and the servers looked amazed. I set down my chopsticks and turned to look at him. When you drink, just drink and behave yourself. Yes, yes, I'll absolutely keep Master Qin's words in mind. Chen Dajuan finished and pulled out some money. Boss lady, Master Qin's table is on me. Bring the best drinks and food. All right, noted. Chen Dajuan switched to a fawning expression. Enjoy yourself, Master Qin. Just say the word if you need anything. Got it. I replied flatly and raised my cup. Brother let's have one. Sure, cheers. Chen Dajuan huddled at a table with his buddy, not even daring to speak loudly. He couldn't forget last time. Later, when he'd asked around about me, the answer he always got was, he's got connections. Not long after, Li Jianya's household got raided, which convinced him even more. He never imagined the reason he'd tossed off the top of his head back, then it actually hit the mark. The guy really did have connections. Yu Jiang and the others could all hold their liquor. After downing nearly a pound of the stuff, everyone had a flush of alcohol on their faces. Your chief got slapped by you and hid at home for 3 days, didn't dare step out. Huh, only Brother Zhang could pull that off. No way we could. Damn right. Who'd dare smack their own boss across the face? The team leaders had switched up how they addressed me too, calling me Brother Zhang, left and right. I gave a little smile. Last time he played along well too, otherwise I wouldn't have gotten the chance. Played along well. The whole table burst out laughing again. Just then the door opened and a man in his 50s came in, finding a seat. Several of the patrons greeted him with smiles, calling him Master Pian. Master Pian poured himself a cup and said, those public security officers are out arresting people again. These young punks, brawling, chasing after girls, never doing anything useful. The words had barely left his mouth when the tavern door swung open and several public security officers walked in. The owner hurried around the counter to greet them, but they headed straight for Chen Dajuan's table. Come with us. On what grounds? We didn't do anything. Chen Dajuan and his buddies weren't having it. The owner rushed to intervene. Comrades, these are all regulars here. We're rounding up troublemakers. Some punks were causing a scene. These guys might have slipped out of it. We'll take him in for questioning. Just then another officer came in from outside, gave the group a once-over, and waved his hand. Take him. One look and you can tell they're not the honest type. Chen Dajuan slammed the table. We'll report you. The man looked thoroughly annoyed. Report me for what? You think I need to tell you whether your own hands are clean? Then he swept an imperious gaze around the whole room. Someone piped up in a mocking tone. Officer Wang sure throws his weight around. Huh. Everyone turned toward the voice. It was our table. I looked at him with a bright smile. Wang Dala got a good look at me, and his face stiffened. He definitely still remembered the unpleasantness from around New Year's. But he pasted on a smile and walked over. What a coincidence. Comrade Qin Zheng is here too. Yeah, off work, having a drink with friends. I glanced toward the door. Otherwise I'd never get to see Officer Wang here handle a case. These guys are always ganging up and causing trouble. If you don't crack down on them, they won't behave. I said slowly. Officer Wang, those fellows by the door have been drinking here all day. They're clearly not with the ones making trouble outside. How about letting them off this once? Inside, Wang Dalu was thoroughly disgusted, but he put on a look of reluctance and finally nodded. Fine. Since you're here today, I'll let them off. He waved a hand. Let them go. Chun Dajuan and his buddies had already been cuffed, and they'd figured they'd be spending the night locked up. Now they were stunned. Only then did I stand up and hand over a cigarette. You guys work hard too. I won't keep you. Wang Dalu took one look at the pack, his eyes fixing on it. He accepted it with both hands. Just doing our duty. I'll set up a table for you sometime. Then he nodded and smiled at Yu Jiang and led his men out. Yu Jiang and the others at the table were looking at me differently now. Chen Dajuan trotted over with his crew in tow. Thanks a million, Boss Chin. We'd have been locked up all night otherwise. I waved him off. Stay out of trouble, and no one will just haul you in. If you can't control yourselves, you deserve to get taken in. Go on back and eat. Yes, we'll definitely straighten up. Chen Dajuan kept nodding, but inside he was thrilled. This was what respect looked like. You could hustle for ages, gather as many underlings as you wanted, and the security officers could still grab you whenever they pleased. But one word from this guy, and even the station chief showed him deference. This was a real big shot. Watching them go, Yu Jiang laughed too. Huh. Today I bought you a drink. Didn't cost me a dime, and I got dinner and a show. I poured drinks for the group. If they'd really done something serious, I wouldn't have stepped in. As long as you keep yourself clean, you've got nothing to fear wherever you go. Zhao Fei grabbed the bottle. Well said, Brother Zheng. You sit, I'll pour. Over at the other spot, the local tough raised his glass. This young gentleman's got it right. Keep yourself clean, and you've got nothing to fear anywhere. Here's to you. I smiled and returned the toast, and he downed it in one gulp. All he wanted was a bit of face. The owner brought over a plate of cured meat. Homemade. Have a taste on the house. Yu Jiang, smoking, said, My brother here really commands respect. We've come plenty of times and never got treatment like this. Heh, if you were as handsome as Boss Chin, I'd send you a plate every time. Huh, the lady's getting sweet on him. The whole room started ribbing. I picked up a piece and chewed it slowly. Tender meat, nicely balanced sweet and spicy. Skilled work. Later we ordered noodles too. They were all strapping young guys, each one hungrier than the last, and I put away 2 bowls myself. Outside the tavern, Yu Jiang and the others rode off in their own directions. Chen Dajuan finished settling the bill and caught up with me. I stopped my bike. Why aren't you heading home? What are you following me for? Boss Chin, I want to work for you. Go wherever you're supposed to go. You think I'm running some gang? Boss Chin, you're a big shot. A man like you needs someone to run errands. Through fire and water, anyone dares say no? I'll cut him down first. I gave a small smile. If you can keep out of trouble down the road, maybe I'll consider it. With that, I pedaled off. I knew perfectly well. The streets had been chaotic these past few years, and there'd be crackdowns ahead. This Chen Dajuan kid had a bit of a brain. I'd watch him for a while. If he really satisfied me, taking him on wouldn't be out of the question. I couldn't do everything myself every time something came up. That would be beneath me. Back home, I fed Big King and Second King a good dozen-plus pounds of meat. Meanwhile, Wang Dalu returned to the Liuxiang security station and lit up the cigarette I'd given him. Real quality. Truth was, this was his first time smoking anything this good. Thinking about that employment verification of mine, he'd already had people ask around. All those disciplinary actions and the targeting at the steel mill, he knew all about it, but he'd been holding back and hadn't made a move. Now he was glad he had. This guy was definitely not just some backgroundless orphan. I'll have to tread carefully from now on. A few days later, in the procurement department, Deputy Section Chief Ma Guangxing came into the main office. Chief Sun says everyone's been doing well. Things are back to normal. No more mandatory morning and evening check-ins. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief at the news. Ma Guangxing smiled and beckoned. Xiao Qin, come here a sec. Once inside the office, he handed me a cigarette. Chief Sun knows you can get your hands on things. Deputy Factory Director Fawn's got a reception coming up and specifically requested roe deer meat. Think you can round up one? I took a sip of tea. Hard to say. I'll see what I can do. That whole business last time left him in an awkward spot. Help him out this once. Give him a way to save face. We've all got to work together going forward. I nodded. All right. I'll bring it over first thing tomorrow. Ma Guangxing grinned. I knew this wouldn't stump you. In fact, right then, Sun Lang was standing in Deputy Director Du Yunfei's office, getting a talking to. You. Du Yunfei shook his head. You act too rashly. I'd barely gotten you transferred over here before you went and lost all your face. Director, I underestimated him. You still don't get it. He was never the enemy. Du Yunfei sipped his tea. A leader needs the capacity to tolerate people, to reward and punish fairly. Only then will your subordinates respect you. I intend to promote him. Promote him? I want to properly build up our factory's guest house. Qin Zheng has strong procurement skills. I'll put him in charge of the meat supply. With the workload jumping way up, we'll promote him to Deputy Section Chief of Procurement, specifically overseeing this area. Sun Lang immediately gave a thumbs up. Brilliant, Director. This is meant to make him back off when he sees how tough it is. Assign him a couple of temporary workers. Everyone else already has their hands full, so they won't be any help. He won't be able to push the work off on anyone, and he won't be able to finish. Just had to leave on his own. Exactly. I was sitting in the office right then, sipping tea and reading the paper, thinking to myself, this year the special economic zone was going to be established, the winds of reform would soon sweep across the whole country, and good times were coming. The door pushed open. Sun Lang walked in with Du Yunfei. Everyone, hold up. After deliberation, the factory has decided to appoint Comrade Qin Zheng as deputy head of the procurement department. The room went quiet for a beat, then broke into applause. I stood up looking flattered. Director, I can't take the credit. It's all thanks to the strong leadership of our two department heads. The factory sees your abilities clearly, Du Yunfei said with a smile. The guest house has been lukewarm for a while now, and a lot of that comes down to the ingredients. I'm putting you in charge of that specifically. You'll get 2 assistants, and your office has been set up over there. I knew exactly what was going on. This was a promotion in name, but a heavier load in reality. Still, what others saw as a thankless job was no challenge at all for me. Understood. Thank you for the factory's trust. I'll do my best. Du Yunfei patted my shoulder and left. I went to the personnel department to handle the paperwork. Gao Su, the department head, poured me a cup of tea. Congratulations, Head Qin. Don't flatter me. The guest house is the face of the whole factory. If I mess it up, I'm the one who'll suffer. Gao Su glanced at the door and lowered his voice. Mess it up? With your rank bumped up, they'll just move you somewhere else and you'll keep working. Some people can't touch you. So this is the soft blade they came up with. I understood. The fact that he was warning me like this meant he also believed I had connections. Head Gao, your words snapped me right out of it. I get it now. Once the paperwork was done, my work permit was updated to deputy department rank, with a monthly salary of 72 yuan, plus benefits only cadres got. I was pretty pleased. Sun Lang filled me in on the guest house situation. Right now it was 3 tables a day, and ordinary guests weren't demanding. The key was the special receptions. We had to cater to the VIPs' tastes. Director Yin would notify me in advance about the ingredients we needed, and the timelines were tight. Reimbursements were handled directly at the guest house's finance office, and my assigned staff were also at the guest house. Just ask Director Yin. Oh, and bring the road deer straight to the guest house tomorrow. Got it. I packed up my things and headed back to the guest house. Everyone in the procurement department congratulated me one by one, like they were the ones getting promoted. But I saw right through it. Now that the troublemaker was gone, they were the ones truly breathing easier. The last guy I'd beaten up was still suffering in the workshop. The guest house had a road that led straight outside, and you could also cut through the factory via side door. The director, Yan Ning, was in her 30s and very pretty. Head Qin, your office is all set up. From now on, the receptions here are in your hands. Thanks for taking it on. She knew I wasn't popular at the factory, but that didn't stop her from being warm. If the guest house ran well, she'd get most of the credit. If I could actually source the goods, she'd be more than happy. I didn't know who this woman was connected to. I just smiled and nodded. Since the factory assigned me here, I'll do my best. Yan Ning handed me a list. This is what we need for tomorrow. Take a look. I took it. Not much on it. Just roe deer, pheasant, and wild goose, 3 items. She said the logistics team could handle the common ingredients. It was these wild game items that were hard to come by. I thought to myself, aside from me, anyone who saw this job would be scratching their head. All right, if I bring in stuff that's not on the list, does the guest house want it? Of course. Same price as the procurement department. I asked if there was a spare bicycle, so people could get around easily. She said she could give me one, and we'd see about applying for more later. The factory said I'd get 2 people. Where are they? She got up to call them, and soon brought in a young man and woman, both in their early 20s. The man looked honest and simple. The woman was very pretty, just a little timid. This is Lu Shan and Lu Lan, brother and sister. They just started as temporary workers, and they'll be working under you, Head Qin. One look, and I could tell. Neither was an experienced buyer. Lu Shan's fine, but this kind of work is a little inconvenient for a woman. Lu Lan got anxious. Head Qin, please keep me. I can do anything. Yan Ning chimed in from the side. Someone's got to tidy up your office, Head Qin. Why not give her a try first? Lu Shan bowed slightly. Head Qin, leave the heavy lifting to me, but please keep my sister. I could tell both of them were temps. If I turn them down, they might get let go. I thought about it and nodded. All right, you can start. Director Yan, I won't keep you. I'll take them to the office. Out of the office, Lu Lan quickly said my office was up ahead, and she'd already cleaned it. Stepping inside, I saw a desk and chairs, a filing cabinet, and a small rest area in the back with a bed, sofa, and coat rack. Pretty nice setup. I sat down while the siblings stood there nervously. Relax. Where's home? The outskirts of the city. We're staying in the guest house dorms for now. I lit a cigarette and divided up the work. Lulan would handle notifying me of the next day's procurement list, and Lu Shan would head out to the villages beyond the city each day. I won't set you a quota this month. Whatever you bring in is fine, and if you come up empty, it's not on you. Starting next month, there'll be quotas. If you can't hit them, I'll have no choice but to replace you. Yes, I'll work hard. Lu Shan had grown up outside the city and knew plenty of hunters. I trusted he could bring in the goods. You can draw in advance from finance and settle the accounts daily. Go pick up that bicycle at the guest house. It's yours to use from now on. Ah, thank you, Head Sheen. Lu Shan was thrilled. Lulan hesitated. Head Sheen, besides reporting the list, what else should I do? Tidy the office, make tea, and pour water when I'm around. We'll figure out the rest later. She looked around. Where's your tea mug, Head Sheen? In my bag. There's tea leaves too. Lu Shan went out. I watched Lulan make the tea, in a good mood. Having a pretty woman around was easy on the eyes. Over the next few days, the steel mill's bulletin board posted the news of my promotion to deputy head of procurement, and the announcement ran 3 times over the intercom. The workers had long since grown all too familiar with my name. Guess having connections really does pay off. No comparison, man. Meanwhile, as I strolled around the guest house, I counted more than 30 people, over 20 of them women. The oldest around 40, the youngest in her early 20s, each prettier than the last. I muttered to myself, is this a guest house or a kingdom of women? Hello, Head Sheen. Head Sheen. I nodded in response. The steel mill was a massive factory with tens of thousands of workers, and the guest house was no small operation either. Over 100 rooms, plus a dining hall and small private rooms. A pretty woman in her 30s smiled and beckoned me to sit down and take a break. I waved my hand and said I was just looking around. These people were all pretty attentive to me, a young deputy section chief. They'd heard plenty of stories about me. Back in my office, I sipped my tea. Lulan came in with a thermos to top off my water. Chief, just holler if you need anything. I looked at her curvy figure and resisted the urge to touch. Sit down and rest a bit. I'm not tired. She looked a little shy. I asked who else was in her family. She said her grandparents. Your parents? She shook her head sadly. They passed when I was very young. My grandparents are in poor health. They take medicine every day. I understood in my heart. For a family like that, it was almost impossible for both siblings to land jobs here. So how'd you two end up here? We used to haul cargo in the city. Director Yin felt sorry for us and arranged for us to come work as temps. Just like that. There were plenty of pitiful people. Why pick them? Her face flushed. She said I have good looks, that I'm suited for working here. I got it. No need to be embarrassed about being pretty. Just stick close to me from now on, and you'll be fine. I'll do whatever you tell me to, Chief. She fought back her shyness and looked up at me. I like obedient ones. Go on now. She smiled and went out. Watching her from behind, I couldn't help commenting to myself. Not bad at all. Bet she feels good too. I checked the time, got up, and stepped out. She was sitting in the big office next door. There's a phone number on the first page of the notepad on my desk. If it doesn't go through, call at night. That's my home phone. Got it, Chief. I went downstairs, hopped on my bike, and rode out of the guest house. Once I was gone, they started whispering behind me. You think Chief Cheen's got a girlfriend? Who knows? Go chase after him and ask. Why don't you go? I pedaled around the streets, my eyes sweeping over a few inconspicuous spots. Those were the marks I'd left. I'd only taken care of one of the little Japs. 2 were still out there somewhere, dead or alive. I didn't know. I made a loop and found nothing, then headed home. Lucen popped out of an alley. Hey, boss, we meet again. I stopped my bike. You need something? He cupped his hands. I really owe you an apology from last time. If I hadn't brought that old Taoist along, you wouldn't have gotten dragged into all that trouble. It's over. No need to apologize. No, that won't do. Do me the honor. Come to my place for a cup of tea. I waved him off. No need. Next time. Boss, if you ever need someone to run errands, throw me a bone. I'll keep it in mind. I left. Lucen hadn't managed to invite me over, but at least he'd struck up a conversation again. He remembered the old Taoist instructions. He just hadn't figured out how to get close to me yet. Back home, I fed Big King and Second King, went inside, and let my consciousness slip into the farm. It was teeming with life inside. The only shame was there were no mountains, all flat land. The blind bear and the wild wolf hunted in their own territories, mostly living off pheasants and hares. I picked a bunch of grapes and tossed one into my mouth. If a sea shows up someday, I'll toss in some seafood. Then it'll be perfect. I prepped the dumb roe deer for tomorrow, munching as I mulled it over. With purchase orders coming in every single day, a small amount was fine, but too much, and there'd probably be another commotion. Otherwise, how was I supposed to scrape together all this game in such a short time? Do it too often, and I'd definitely draw suspicion. Ring, ring, ring. Who is it? It's me. You home? Yeah. You got orders for me. Something to pass along. I'll head over. Sure. I hung up with a grin. Before long, Feng Jing rode up to the little courtyard. Sis Feng, what's up? She looked dead serious. It's important. Let's talk in the room. Sure thing. With a sly grin, I scooped her up by the waist. Meanwhile, in a farmhouse outside the capital, a group sat gathered around. Taoist master, you're sure there's a big tomb here? The white-haired old Taoist stroked his beard. That's right. I read the stars last night. There's a large tomb hidden in the outskirts. Good. Then let's pull off a big one. The old Taoist asked again. Any word of my fellow disciples in the capital? There's one rumor, don't know if it's true. A while back, a Taoist named Chiba showed up at Lilikang, then vanished. Several dozen people disappeared along with him. The security bureau investigated for a long time, but found no leads. The old Taoist's face stayed blank, but his mind raced. Who disappeared with him? Master Zhao from the west side of the city. He had over 100 men, and more than 50 vanished. This Master Zhao went to Chiba for a fortune reading and got quoted a sky-high price of 10,000. The two had a falling out, and people suspected the old Taoist lured them out of the city and killed them. The old Taoist felt reassured. It was most likely one of his own people over here. Otherwise, quietly killing off dozens wouldn't be easy. I'll go into the city and look around these next few days. You all get your gear ready. We move in 3 days. Understood. Early the next morning, I went to the guest house. Lu Shan was just about to head out and hurried over. Chief, I've got it. I followed him to the back kitchen. Chief Qin's here. Yeah, here's what we're using today. Yin Ning came in. Thank you for your hard work, Chief Qin. Ran around all night, but I finally got it all together. I knew there'd be no problem once Chief Qin was on the job. Lu Lan came trotting over. Chief. I handed her the receipt. Take it to finance to report it, then bring it to my office. Okay. Seeing a whole roe deer and a wild goose that must have weighed over 10 pounds, Yin Ning said happily. With all this, we won't need to change up the menu for days. No special requests tomorrow for now. This'll last half a month. That works. Otherwise, running around like this every day would kill me. We can't have you wearing yourself out. Rest up today. If anything special comes up, I'll let you know right away. I went back to my office. Lu Lan soon came in with the money. Chief, it's 87.60 total. Count it. I stuffed it in my pocket without a glance. No need, it's right. She tugged at the hem of her clothes. Still, better count it. If it's short, I can't afford to make it up. The corner of my mouth curled. I pulled it out and counted. It's actually off, short by 7. That's impossible. I counted it several times. Count it again. Her tears were about to spill. I laughed. Just teasing you. Don't be so timid from now on. You just love teasing me. She wriggled. I couldn't help it. I raised my hand and gave her perky but a smack. Her face flushed instantly, and she covered it with both hands, at a loss for what to do. Feels nice. Chief. Enough. Go make a cup of tea. Her face was all red as she went to make the tea, holding back her embarrassment. I lit a cigarette. How many people in your dorm? 2. There's also the receptionist, Gao Jing. Are the people at your workplace easy to get along with? She looked down. Most of them are fine. There are a few who are hard to deal with. Same everywhere. Does anyone have connections with the factory leadership? I just got here, didn't feel right prying. I'll go ask around. I grabbed her arm. Are you dense? What? You think you can just ask something like that outright? She got embarrassed. I got it. I'll wait till they start chatting and listen in quietly. Seeing how cute she looked, I gave her cheek a little pinch. Now you're getting it. I pulled out a bag of sunflower seeds and a bag of milk candy. Here, for you. She quickly waved her hands. I can't take your stuff. Not gonna listen to me? She tensed up. I'll listen. I'll take them. I gave her hand a little squeeze. That's more like it. These are all for you to eat. Come to me when you run out. What if someone sees? As much as I wanted to devour her, I wasn't in a rush. I hadn't figured out the lay of the land here yet. No need to hurry. I gave her a light pat. Go on. Okay. She took the stuff and went out. Remembering what had just happened, her face burned, but she wasn't the least bit annoyed. If anything, her heart felt sweet. Back in the big office, she put the things away, then grabbed a handful of seeds and candy and headed out. I took a sip of tea and heard a knock at the door. Come in. Yin Ning walked in. Section Chief Qin. Hope I'm not interrupting your break. I stood up warmly. Not at all. Have a seat. Let me make you some tea. No need. I just got a call from Director Du. We're hosting a leader in a few days, and he's asking if we can get our hands on a bear paw. I sat down and lit a cigarette. Has the guest house ever made one before? She looked a little awkward. We've wanted to, but we've never been able to source one. And since you've got quite the knack, Section Chief Qin, I figured I'd ask if you had any ideas. Set aside whether we can even get a bear paw. Just the preparation is incredibly particular. Right now, only one master chef at the Minghua Tower in the capital knows how to do it. Mess it up, and you're not just wasting good ingredients. You're disrespecting the leader. That'd be a huge blow to the guest house. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "I've thought of that. When the time comes, we'll bring that master chef over. We can't let good ingredients go to waste." I took a drag and waved my hand at Yin Ning. "Hunting bears in the mountains is way too risky, and it's not something that happens every day. Push the price too low, and why would anyone sell to us? 50 yuan, just for one front bear paw." I laughed. "Minghua Tower only charges 50 for a steamed bear paw. Director Yin, you're really shelling out this time. That's not much. This season it's hard to preserve." She blinked, her lashes fluttering. Section Chief Chin wouldn't refuse to help, would he? The beauty trap again. I shook my head helplessly. It probably can't be done in a few days. I'd have to go into the mountains and beg those old hunters. I knew this wouldn't stump you. "Don't worry, I'll push back all the other purchases these next few days." "Fine. Come get it Monday morning." She got up and left, that slender waist and full hips making me take another deep drag on my cigarette. Lulan came in to refill my tea mug, and I gave her a squeeze in passing. "I'm going away for a few days. I'll be back Monday. You've got free time till then." She bit her lip. "Okay. I just heard Gao Jing say Director Yin has connections with the Ministry of Industry. She wasn't clear on exactly who. I'll dig into it for you later." My hand didn't stop. "Sure, no rush. Take your time." She leaned her whole body into my arms. I let her go. "Some things, don't tell anyone." "Okay. My brother won't say anything either. From now on I'll do whatever you say." I smiled with satisfaction, got up, and left. Truth was, I had over a dozen bear paws in my warehouse. Bear paws are particular. For a male bear you take the left front paw, for a female the right, which has to do with their habits, but I won't get into that here. Out on the street, I spotted a mark and my eyes lit up. Another little Jap had shown up. I headed straight for Lulikang, cut through an alley, and vanished, bike and all. Over there, a white-haired old man was loitering on the street. He'd changed his getup, guarding against anyone linking him to his senior. But the way he walked, a habit built up over years, and the little gestures of his hands still gave off something odd. I slipped into his shadow using the shadows of the crowd and followed along. The old man circled around without spotting his partner, then walked into an alley, made a mark in a corner, glanced around, and turned to head deeper in. No one else around. I struck suddenly and pulled him straight into the farm space. This old codger never dreamed anyone would ambush him. I didn't linger. I crossed 2 streets, grabbed my bike, and took off. His memories started flooding into my mind. A grave robber, and one going after big tunes at that. Now that was new. I'd never actually run into a grave robber before. This old Jap had spent the better part of his life studying astrology, able to judge where treasure lay by the positions of the stars. In his hunt for treasure, he'd fallen in with a band of grave robbers, and they'd hit it off instantly. He also had a stash spot, loot he'd scraped together over the years from plundering and grave robbing. Only it wasn't located in the capital. I gritted my teeth and turned around, riding out of the city. Grave robbers couldn't be left alone either. In a house outside the city, a group of people were hard at work. "Careful with the gunpowder. You'll blow us all to the next world." "Relax, I could do this with my eyes closed." An old man puffing on a pipe said, "The bigger the tomb, the more dangerous. Everyone stay sharp." I entered the little courtyard and did a head count. 13, all present. Quietly, I set down knockout incense all around. I'd mastered this trick to perfection. It worked easily every time. Just as his men dropped one by one, the old man caught on. "Not good." He snatched up a Mauser pistol. "Which esteemed one is here?" Esteemed one was their slang, meaning an old-timer or elder. He thought I was a rival come to muscle in on his turf. "This is my first time setting up shop in the capital. If the esteemed one objects, I'll take my brothers and leave right now." "Just give us a way out," he shouted. I rubbed my chin, not expecting this old man to have resisted the incense. I gave him a chop to the back of the neck, and he went limp. I pulled everyone into the space, checked the rooms. The grave robbing tools were untouched. I found an empty spot, materialized, and rode home. The farm space had grown by another 14 mu. Back home, I brewed some tea and finally combed carefully through this batch of memories. Every one of these grave robbers had blood on their hands. A few years back, when enforcement was tight, they'd laid low for a few years, then took up the trade again last year. They had a house for storing antiques, with plenty of goods buried in the cellar. A shame that wasn't in the capital either. As for their methods, compared to the novels, it was nothing. Just blasting our way through with dynamite the whole time. We never hit any real big tomb, or I would have mentioned it already. As for that house where the antiques were stashed, I planned to write an anonymous letter later and let the authorities send people to raid it. I pulled out a bracelet and examined it. This was why that old grave robber hadn't been knocked out by the gas. It was 1,000-year-old ebony, passed down through his family, capable of purifying the air and absorbing toxins. A pretty nice piece. I didn't have a use for it, but I'd hold on to it for now. Next, I started studying that old Taoist stargazing techniques, reading the heavens to locate treasure. For the next few days, I didn't leave the house, went several nights without sleep, staring at the night sky for most of the evening. And slowly, I actually started to get the hang of it. As for that big tomb outside the city, I wasn't interested. I wasn't hurting for money, and it wasn't worth getting into trouble over. Zheng, we're back. Peach and the other two came bouncing into the courtyard. Apple locked the door and followed inside. I smiled at them. You seem happy. Sounds like things went well. Of course. The neighbors all praise our service. We're nothing like those clerks at the co-op, acting like everybody owes them money. I laughed. All right then, I'd better inspect just how good your service is. Peach let out a squeal, run, and darted into the room. Cherry and Apple ran in after her, laughing. Monday morning, I went to the steel mill guest house. Lu Shan was waiting at the entrance. When he saw me, he hurried over. Chief, anything come up at work these past few days? All good. I got 3 wild rabbits and handed them off to the kitchen. I patted his shoulder. Nice. Keep it up. Yes, sir. He happily took the bag from my hand. Let me carry it. Has Director Yin arrived? Not yet. Should be soon. All right. Take that to the kitchen first. I went into the building, greeted the whole way. Morning, Chief Qin. Chief Qin, hello. And I smiled and nodded in return. When the kitchen staff saw the bear paw, they all crowded around. This thing looks terrifying. Anybody who can take down a bear is one tough guy. The head chef, Xiao Chuan, laughed. Chief Qin, Director Yin said she's bringing the head chef from Minghua Tower today. I wouldn't dare touch this stuff myself. I smiled. Then watch and learn once he gets here. I'll leave it to you. I'm heading upstairs. Lulan had already steeped the tea. I casually shut the door and pulled her into my arms. How have the past few days been? Her face flushed. Pretty good. I did some asking around. Director Yin is the daughter-in-law of a big official's family. The others don't have much in the way of connections. Anyone who had them got transferred out long ago. The ones left are all people who want to leave but can't. Some of the officials who come by like to tease them, but I didn't notice anything more than that. I'll keep asking. I nodded. The guest house had done poorly before. Wages were always paid late, so it made sense that anyone with connections had transferred out. Good. Take the receipt to finance to get reimbursed. She murmured a yes and left. Yin Ning was just about to knock when she saw Lu Lan come out. She smiled and walked in. Chief Qin, you've really outdone yourself. Wouldn't say that. At least the job's done. She sat down. When Director Du heard, he insisted on commending you. I brought the chef. He's preparing the bear paw now, so it'll be on the table tonight. She glanced at me. The chef said the bear paw is very fresh. You didn't actually go into the mountains yourself, did you? I had to beg an old hunter for ages. I wore him down until he had no choice but to take me in. We walked a whole day and night in the mountains. I figured we'd come back empty-handed, but we ran into it on the way out. I grabbed the paw and rushed straight back, afraid it might spoil and ruin everything. She looked at me with admiration. You really are something, daring to go into the mountains. Anyone else would probably be scared to death at the sight of a bear. It's really not that big a deal. As long as you've got a weapon in hand, there's nothing to panic about. Inwardly, I was pretty pleased, real admiration or not. Chatting with a beautiful woman always felt good. With you around, I can finally relax. Her eyes sparkled. Don't butter me up. If you're relaxing, that means I'm the one working hard. She rolled her eyes at me. Listen to you. I couldn't bear to work you too hard. I lit a cigarette. I'm a young man full of vigor. Can't hold up against a beauty's temptations. You'd better rein it in. She snorted, covering her mouth as she laughed nonstop. As if I have any such powers. Go home and look in the mirror. As pretty as you are, what man could resist? You just love teasing me. I'm old already. Come on. Your skin's so tender you could practically squeeze water out of it, softer than a young girl's. Her heart felt sweet. What woman doesn't love kind words, especially from a handsome young man? Such a sweet tongue. I ought to warn the girls here not to fall for your smooth talk. I waved my hand. It won't come to that. I've always been above board. She leaned in a little. With me too. I reached out and touched her cheek. Really is soft. Her face flushed instantly, and she straightened up. You're terrible, aren't you afraid someone might see? Then she stood. I won't chat with you anymore. I'm going to report to the leaders. And she hurried out. I heard later that the moment she got back to her room, she leaned against the door, gasping for breath, her heart nearly pounding out of her chest. She'd only meant to sweet-talk me into working harder, but ended up getting caught up herself. She admitted it. She'd fallen for me. And right then, Lulan was sitting shyly on my lap. I'll go bolt the door. I toyed with her. No need. We'll talk about it the day I actually have you. Whatever you say. Meanwhile, Du Yunfei took the call from the guest house, hung up with a smile, picked up his tea mug, and took a sip. Never thought placing young Qin over there would turn out to be such a good move. He took a television voucher out of the drawer and called for his secretary. Bring this to Chief Chin. Tell him to focus on his work. The mill's always keeping an eye out for him. Yes, sir. After I'd finished teasing Lu Lan and sent her off to work, I sat by myself drinking tea. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Lan pushed the door open. Chief, Director Du's secretary is here. Come in. Lu Hao walked in smiling. Chief Chin, hello. Director Du asked me to bring you this. He says to focus on your work. The mill's keeping an eye out for you. I saw it was a television voucher and nodded with a smile. Great. Thanks for the trouble, Secretary Lu. I tossed him a pack of cigarettes. Come hang out sometime. You're too kind. I'll be off then. He left happily. I held the voucher, mulling things over. Seeing me lost in thought, Lu Lan closed the door and came over. Sure enough, one hand landed right on that perky spot. She looked down at me, her eyes full of infatuation. I picked up the phone and dialed. Director Du, hello, this is Qin Zheng. I got the gift, thank you so much. Don't worry, I'll make sure to handle all the upcoming tasks well. After chatting for a bit, he hung up and tossed the ticket onto the desk. Who would have thought a single bare paw would change his mind? Now that's normal intelligence. Otherwise, staring at me all day, no matter how you look at it, his head just wasn't screwed on right. Came a soft moan. I glanced at Lu Lan beside me and smiled as I pinched her cheek. Don't be impatient. I'll get to you sooner or later. Go on now. Okay. She answered bashfully, then turned and left. I wasn't in a hurry to leave. I had lunch at the guest house and sat in the office, watching out the window. There were 3 tables of guests at noon, 1 from our own factory, 2 from outside factories. Knock, knock, knock. Yan Ning pushed the door open. Section Chief Chin, the guests were all really satisfied with our guest house today. They said you can't get wild game like this at restaurants outside. Seeing how happy she looked, I said, Director Yan, are you about to tell me it's time to restock again? She planted both hands on the desk and looked at me with a beaming smile. You really are clever. I rolled my eyes. She covered her mouth and giggled, then pulled out a list. This won't be any trouble for you. I took a look. Goats, soft-shell turtles, snakes, pheasants. You really didn't make it hard on me. I told you it wouldn't be a problem for you. Seeing that mischievous look of hers, I reached out and pulled her into my arms. Her face flushed instantly. Don't mess around. I gave her a kiss. For your sake, I'll have the stuff here by tomorrow. She smacked me. Do that again, and I'll scream. I stood up, held her tight, and kissed her straight on. She wrapped both arms tightly around my neck and responded passionately. At some point, the office door had already been locked from the inside. I took a deep drag on my cigarette and patted the beauty in my arms. If you want to prove yourself, wild game alone won't cut it. Once the supply can't keep up, your advantage is gone. You've got to work on service and flavor. Yan Ning leaned against me, catching her breath. Our service has always been pretty good, and the flavor's decent too, isn't it? I let one hand roam over her body. Actually, flavor only counts for 30%. Service is 70%. She tilted her head up to look at me. No way. People come to eat. If the food's no good, who would come? What kind of good food have those bosses not already had? Do they really need what your guest house serves? She thought about it and figured I had a point, but she still couldn't wrap her head around the 70% for service. Stop keeping me in suspense, just tell me. I took a puff. Right now the staff all think they've got iron rice bowls, so they just coast on service. That won't do. They roll out the red carpet when a boss shows up, but treat everyone else however they please. That doesn't work. You've got to treat everyone the same. Keep it consistent across the board. That's all it takes. That's just the first step. Get that right and business will definitely be better than it is now. And the second step? I smiled. That depends on how you perform going forward. She shot me a look and sat up to get dressed. You've had your fill of me, and you're still holding back. I need to go make my rounds, or people won't be able to find me, and they'll get suspicious. I gave her a pat and stood up to dress too. She glared at me for a good while, but in the end couldn't resist kissing me on the chest. You're really something. Good that you know it. She straightened herself up and walked out. I tidied up the lounge, aired it out, took a sip of tea, checked the time, grabbed my bag, and headed out. Seeing me about to leave, Lu Lan stood up. You're heading back, Section Chief? Yeah, going to buy some things. I rode my bike around town first, but didn't spot the marker, so I went to the supply and marketing co-op. I had a TV ticket on me anyway. No point letting it go to waste. What models of TVs do you have? The clerk sized me up. For black and white, there's a 12-inch. I looked around. Do you have any color ones? There's a Sony 14-inch color model, 1,200 yuan. She stared at me. Not many people these days were willing to spend that kind of money on a TV. I'll take it. I pulled a stack of cash out of my bag and handed it over. Ignoring the crowd of onlookers, I carried the TV out the door. Back home, I fiddled with it myself, got the antenna installed and the direction adjusted. Turned it on. The picture quality really wasn't great. After getting used to the big screens of the future, this was pretty mediocre. It'll have to do. At least I won't have to just sit around every day now. Meanwhile, Yin Ning had decided to give my method a try. Once the staff had some downtime, she gathered all the servers together. Listen up. Business has been growing lately, but it's not enough. Starting today, we're going to start evaluating everyone's service attitude. You must treat everyone the same. You can't be patient and attentive when a boss comes in, but pretend you don't see workers' family members. Everyone starts with 10 points. A bad attitude costs you 1 point. Lose them all and your bonus for the month is gone, and it goes on from there. Anyone who really won't change isn't cut out to work at the guest house. The servers erupted. Director Yin, our work has always been good. That's right, we're not anyone's slaves. Why should we put on a smiling face for everybody? There's no way we can work like this. We could barely even get paid before. Where's this bonus coming from? Yin Ning stayed calm. There was no bonus before, but that could change going forward. Anyone who can't handle it, say so now and I'll pass it up the chain to get you transferred to the workshop. Weren't a lot of you wanting to leave before? This time I'll ask on your behalf. At those words, everyone fell silent. The guest house really had gotten much better lately. Wages were never late, and the work was easier than in the workshop. Yin Ning looked at everyone. Anyone who wants to transfer, come find me within 3 days. If there are no objections, we start today, and we all keep an eye on one another. If a report checks out, the person who reported it gets a point added. Having said her piece, her expression softened. Don't get too worked up, everyone. We're responsible for our own profits and losses now. The better business is, the bigger the bonuses. Isn't the whole point of working to earn money and support your family? When the guest house does well, everyone benefits. All right, meeting's over. As soon as she left, the chatter started up below. Lu Lan cracked sunflower seeds while listening to everyone grumble quietly. Honestly, treating us like slaves. What can you do? If you don't want to go to the workshop, just put up with it. Putting on a smile doesn't cost anything. Just because her family's in the ministry, she squeezes us. Lu Lan grabbed a handful of seeds and offered them over. Isn't Director Yin the daughter-in-law of some higher-up? She's no daughter-in-law. She's a young miss from a wealthy family. So she comes from a big background. Who knows? All I know is the factory director and the others are all really polite to her. Lu Lan quietly noted this, then took her seeds and candy and went around chatting with people one by one. The next day, I carried my stuff into the guest house and handed the receipt to Lu Lan. Go get this reimbursed at finance. I've got something to talk over with Director Yin. Yes, sir. She turned and left. I walked into the office, and the moment she turned around, she threw herself into my arms. You bad boy. I made all the changes you told me to yesterday. If they don't work, I'm going to give you hell about it. I laughed and locked the door behind me. Fine. As long as the service keeps up, if business doesn't improve, that's on me. Then I pressed her down onto the desk. You're the worst, MMM. At that same moment, an employee from the steel mill walked in carrying his luggage, his wife and kid trailing behind him. He was just about to speak in that hunched, deferential way when the receptionist behind the counter stood up with a smile. Hello, comrade. Is there anything I can help you with? The employee froze. His timid wife and child behind him looked around curiously too. When had they ever been treated this politely? The receptionist didn't bat an eye. If you'd like to check in, please show me your ID and I'll take care of it for you. Oh, right. The employee snapped out of it and quickly pulled out his documents. This is my wife and kid. We'll be staying 3 days. The receptionist took them with a smile. Perfect. If you need anything at all, just let us know. The employee felt like he was dreaming. When he got back to the mill, he told everyone about it. You should have seen it. I was completely stunned. When has the guest house ever treated us like that? Some workers who hadn't planned on putting their families up at the guest house heard everyone talking and, out of curiosity, brought their families over to stay too. Just like that, over half a month went by. Yin Ning looked at this month's report. Her face lit up with excitement and hurried into the room. I was drinking tea when she came in and immediately asked, guess how much business we did this month? Judging from her expression, I'm guessing it's more than the entire last quarter combined. She handed me the file. Can't you at least pretend you don't know? Huh. Now you see how good my methods are, huh? How did you even come up with it? You just tweaked the service a little. How could the effect be this big? I lit a cigarette. Any one of those marketing tricks from the future would be a knockout blow here. You've had all these days. You still haven't figured it out yourself? She locked the door and sat in my lap. I thought about it. I just never imagined the difference would be this huge. I'm not telling you right now. Figure it out on your own. This one move alone will last you a few years. Too much of a good thing backfires. Right now, you should go announce the good news. Tell them there's a bonus this month, and they'll be even more motivated going forward. She didn't get the answer, but she knew I was right. She gave me a kiss. Fine. I'll come back and reward you in a bit. Out in the lobby, the employees were stunned after hearing what the director said. Director Yin, did business really go up that much? How is that even possible? Yin Ning smiled. This is all thanks to everyone's hard work. I'm pleased to announce that this month, everyone will receive a bonus equal to a full month's salary. The crowd instantly erupted in cheers. A whole extra month's pay, amazing. I'm definitely going to work my hardest from now on. I'll be even friendlier to our comrades. I can finally buy that dress. Yin Ning waited until everyone had celebrated enough. Keep up the good work. Meeting adjourned. Then she hurried upstairs. She wanted to properly thank her little man. I felt her enthusiasm, and I responded with even greater force. A few days later, word spread that the guest house was handing out a full month's salary as a bonus. The guest house that nobody had thought much of suddenly became the most coveted spot at the steel mill. Others worked themselves to the bone for 1 month's pay, while these people got a month's pay just as a bonus. Who wouldn't be green with envy? Ding Host has accumulated 30 check-in opportunities. Use them. I answered in my mind. Check-in. Ding check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Grandmaster level culinary skills and 150 square meter storefront. Whoa, it can even give skills directly? A flood of memories poured into my mind. The 8 great cuisines of Shandong, Sichuan, Cantonese, and more. Cooking techniques from home and abroad. Masterful knife work. Countless recipes. A surge of energy enveloped me, forming muscle memory directly in my body, allowing me to execute all these techniques with ease. I marveled at the knowledge in my head. This wasn't just cooking, it was a full-on visual feast. A few minutes later, the energy dissipated, and the skill transfer was complete. Incredible. Way better than absorbing that farm. Before, even if I got someone else's memories, taking it further still required a long time of study and practice. Now, I'd found another path to improvement. I got up, headed out, and biked over to the guest house. Yu Jiang was standing at the front gate, and when he saw me coming, he waved. Section Chief Qin. I stopped my bike. Come on, brother Yu, don't razz me. Morning, brother Zheng. I smiled and nodded at the others. Yu Jiang chuckled and pulled out a cigarette. Brother, the guest house is really booming now. Everybody wants to work there. Ah, it's all thanks to Director Yin. Did you get a full month's bonus too? I waved him off. I'm not really part of the guest house. There's nothing in it for me. The guest house relies on you, though. That's way too selfless of you. Director Yin wanted to give me some, but I turned it down. Can't have people gossiping. If the mill wants to give me a bonus, though, I definitely won't say no. He nodded. True, true. You're always careful. Better safe than sorry. I took a drag. The guest house is really busy now, short on staff. If anyone's wife or kid looks presentable, they can bring them over. I can't promise a lot, but arranging 2 or 3 spots is no problem. Yu Jiang's eyes lit up. Brother, I'll bring people over today. Their looks will definitely meet the requirements. Sure, just come straight to me. You got it. I won't hold you up, kicking me out the second you got what you wanted. I'll treat you to the little tavern later, brother. I'm off. I rode away. Yu Jiang turned around and shouted. You too. Hurry home and bring your wives over. And swing by my place. Have your sister-in-law bring my cousin along too. Zhao Fei nodded excitedly. On it. When I got to the guest house, the courtyard was already packed with young women and wives. I parked my bike and went straight upstairs. Yanning looked helpless. There are people trying to pull strings everywhere. Hurry up and help me figure something out. I need 3 spots. My people are coming today. She shot me an annoyed glare. I'm already worried sick, and you want spots too? I sat down with a laugh. What's there to worry about? Just figure out how many people you need and divide it up. If only it were that simple. Even people from the ministry are pulling strings. They're coming to help you out, Mississippi. Can you really turn them all away? I still have to find a way to deal with it. I tapped my cigarette on the desk. Just hand the spots straight to the factory director. Don't worry about the rest. Let him allocate them and send the people over. Can that work? Why wouldn't it? Even if the guest house is spun off as its own unit, it still belongs to the steel mill. It's only right that Director Feng handles it. All right, I'll call him right now. She dialed on the spot. Director Feng, this is Yin Ning from the guest house. Right, we're short-staffed, still need 20 more people. You go ahead and arrange it however you see fit, just as long as they meet the requirements. She hung up and let out a long breath, then flashed me a sweet smile. If I'd known it'd be this easy, what was I stressing about? Weren't you 25 short? You've still got people you want to place. She looked at me, beaming. I'm giving you 5 slots. 3 got placed today. Who knows, maybe tomorrow somebody else comes looking for you. Sure, then I won't be shy about it. I'll keep 2 in reserve just in case. Huh, always the smart mouth. I stood up. This place is about to get real lively. I'm heading out first. Back in the office, Lulan had already brewed tea and was standing there. Section Chief, the tea's just the right temperature. Well done. She gave me a sweet smile. As long as you're happy. I gave Lulan's cheek a little pinch, teasing her about how sweet her mouth was getting. I took a sip of tea and glanced out the window. The crowd still hadn't dispersed. The front of the guest house looked like a farmer's market. I told her, in a bit, Section Chief Yu from the steel mill's security section will be coming over. Bring him straight up. She said yes and went out. I drummed my fingers on the desk. Today I just gained master-level cooking skills, and even my fingers felt a lot more nimble. Yu Jiang showed up fast, bringing 3 young women up to the second floor. Lu Lan was waiting in the hallway, and when she saw him she said, "Section Chief Yu, our chief said to bring you straight over." Once inside, Yu Jiang made introductions. "Brother, these are Zhao Fei and Xiangzi's wives, Hu Jia and Guayao, and this is our cousin, Lu Ning." The 3 of them greeted me a little stiffly. I waved a hand. "No need to stand on ceremony. We're all family here. I've got it all arranged. Someone will take you to handle the paperwork." I had Lu Lan take them downstairs. Director Yin already knew the deal. Once they left, Yu Jiang lit a cigarette and chuckled. "Brother, you've really got it good here. Even got yourself a pretty secretary." I lit a cigarette for him. "This place is crawling with pretty women. If you're that jealous, transfer over here and be a doorman." "Heh, me a doorman while you're a section chief? That's not treating a guy right." We joked around a bit, then he pointed outside. "Anyone who didn't know better would think there's a beauty pageant going on out there." I said, "Small potatoes." Director Yin handed all the slots over to Director Feng to assign. "The 3 you got were ones I'd just pulled." He gave me a thumbs up. "Real stand-up guy? When it comes to getting things done, you're the one to watch." Placing 3 people at once wasn't something just anyone could pull off. A section-level cadre like him couldn't do it. He leaned in again. "Brother, you got some secret trick? Otherwise, how'd this guest house blow up the moment you got here?" I waved him off. "I've got no secret trick. It's Director Yin who's got the vision. And getting this place running well doesn't really do much for me anyway." He'd just started nodding when a commotion broke out outside. "We're going to report you. Sisters, let's go to the mill and report them." The 2 of us walked over to the window and looked down. A whole swarm of women was chanting and heading off to file complaints at the mill. Yu Jiang clicked his tongue. "That many people going to complain, Director Yan's in for it." I wasn't worried in the slightest. "In for what? Did you forget what I just told you?" All the slots went to Director Feng. He smacked his forehead. "Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. You saw this coming way ahead." Once it clicked, he turned to leave. "No good. I've got to get back and keep an eye on things. Make sure nothing goes sideways. Take good care of my cousin and the others. I'll treat you to drinks later." I smiled and watched the crowd of women chanting slogans as they left. Yin Ning pushed the door open and came in. "You heard that?" I saw it too. She stared at me. "Did you plan for even this?" I waved a hand. "I'm not some fortune teller." She rolled her eyes at me. "Like I don't know you. You say one part and hold back 9. You even keep your guard up around me. Huh, now you've got it wrong. I'm the most honest guy around. Never tell a lie. When I say you're pretty, you think that's a fib?" She laughed and gave me a light smack. As we were talking, Lu Lan brought the 3 women in, paperwork all done. Seeing the director there, Lu Ning and the others all greeted her. Yin Ning nodded and gave instructions. "Work hard from here on out. If Section Chief Qin isn't around and something comes up, you can come to me." With that, she headed back. The 3 stood in the room, eyeing me curiously. Lu Ning didn't know the full story about me. She'd only heard from her cousin that I had connections. Hu Jia and Guayao, on the other hand, had heard their husbands go on about me plenty. I set down my tea mug. "Just do your jobs well. If anyone gives you trouble, come find me. Watch me smack M." The 3 covered their mouths and laughed. Guayao said, "Everyone knows. You hit a boss and not only got off scot-free, you even got promoted. So many people admire you." I waved a hand. "I only hit people who are asking for it. I don't go around bullying folks, or I'd definitely get shipped off to the frontier." Lu Ning laughed. "No way that'd happen. It's not like the old days when you got sent off to the army as punishment." She was much more relaxed now, finding this boss of hers pretty entertaining. Meanwhile, over at the steel mill, things had turned into a total farmer's market. A few hundred women surrounded the main gate, each one prettier than the last. Yu Jiang and the security section didn't dare push forward. All they could do was link arms and form a line at the gate to hold them back. "Everyone stay calm. I've already reported this to the leadership. Don't block the gate. Please, make some room. We want to see the leaders in person. The guest house belongs to the steel mill, and we're all workers' family members. Why won't you assign us to work there?" Mill workers gathered a little ways off to watch the show. "Hey, might as well turn it into a matchmaking event. Huh, one prettier than the next." In the conference room, Feng Jiaowei rubbed his temples. "Director Yin called today saying the guest house is short 20 people and wants us to handle it." Well, hell, before we've even discussed it, all hell's broken loose outside. Du Yunfei laughed. "The guest house has good perks now, so everyone wants in. Let's divvy up the slots quick, announce it, and be done with it." Deputy Director Fang Zheng nodded. "Settle it today, save ourselves any more trouble." 20 slots, carved up clean, right there in the conference room. Personnel Section Chief Gao Su walked to the main gate with his hands behind his back. Yu Jiang shouted, "Quiet down, Section Chief Gao is here." Gao Su cleared his throat. Hiring at the mill follows a system. It's not settled just because you all make a fuss. The guest house is a department of the mill, so of course the work assignments are handled by the mill. Wait until the leadership finishes deliberating and posts a notice. Now go on home. With that, he turned and walked off. The women weren't having it. So how long are we supposed to wait? Keep this up and we'll take you to court. Gao Su stopped and turned around, his gaze sweeping the crowd with authority. The steel mill has rules, and everything's on the record. Making a scene won't get you anywhere. The factory has worked itself to the bone to keep everyone fed. You're jeopardizing everybody's livelihood with this nonsense. I'll say it one more time, leave now. Anyone who keeps causing trouble gets their name written down and blacklisted for good. That shut everyone up. Yu Jiang quickly offered them a way out. Go home and wait for news. Don't make things hard on the leadership. The crowd broke up in twos and threes. When I got Yu Jiang's call, I just smiled, not surprised in the least. I got up and left my office, went to Yan Ning's room, and locked the door behind me. The troublemakers are all gone. She was slumped over her desk and shot me a look. Back when they couldn't get their wages, they all pulled strings to transfer out. Now that things are good, they come crawling back. No staying power at all. I gave her a pat. Everyone's just trying to get by. Meanwhile, Du Yunfei sat in his office smoking, tapping his fingers on the desk. The guest house had been half dead before, but ever since I took over, everything had changed. He had to reconsider who I really was. Ever since that bear paw purchase, his opinion of me had shifted. He thought, this kid's a live grenade, but it all depends on how you use him. Step on him wrong, and you'll be blown to pieces. Disarm him carefully, and you'll find you've got real talent on your hands. Anyone who can solve the leadership's problems. If that's not talent, what is? Interesting, he murmured, taking a drag before picking up the phone and dialing. Sir, it's Du Yunfei. How's your health holding up? The voice on the other end. Yunfei, same old troubles. I hear your guest house is doing great. Warm and welcoming to the workers and their families. Looks like putting you in charge of logistics was the right call. Keep it up. Du Yunfei beamed. Sir, I've always believed that cadres and workers are one family. Only when workers feel cared for can they put their hearts into the job. Well said. Cough, cough. Sir, your health comes first. Let me come see you right away. No need. Just focus on your work. The shrapnel in my body is a constant reminder that I can't grow complacent. There's still a fight to win for the people. After hanging up, Du Yunfei thought for a moment, then dialed another number. I'd just gotten back to my office when the phone rang. This is Qin Zheng. Who's calling? Comrade Qin Zheng. It's Du Yunfei. Oh, Director Du, what can I do for you? Here's the thing. An old superior of mine has been in poor health lately. He had hazel grouse once, years ago, and never forgot the taste. I want to visit him. Do you think you could get your hands on one for me? My mind ran through the options. Director Du, Shaanxi Province, where I used to be stationed, has them, but it's too far away. There's no way to transport it in this weather. He knew that was the truth and sighed. Ah, this old comrade still has dozens of pieces of shrapnel that were never removed. From the way he sounded on the phone just now, his health seems to be failing. I'm a little anxious about it. Please do what you can to find out. Hearing that, my mind raced. The hunters outside the city mentioned before that people had spotted them deep in Panlong Mountain. Just very few of them. Tell you what, I'll reach out today and have them go into the mountains. We'll try to find some in the next few days. I can't promise many, but one or two, I'll definitely track down. Great. Du Yunfei was thrilled. I'm counting on you then. Don't worry, Director Du, I'll have it delivered before Saturday. He hung up, muttering to himself. Looks like everyone had him figured wrong. A comrade this good. How could he ever be a powder keg? I lit a cigarette. Truth was, I wasn't doing this for Du Yunfei. I was doing it for that old comrade he mentioned. That kind of man, I have to respect. Forget hazel grouse. I'd bring him tiger meat if he wanted it. I stubbed out the cigarette, grabbed my bag, and headed out. Heading out, Chief? Yeah, I won't be in the next few days. Call me if anything comes up. Passing Yin Ning's office, I used my sky eyes heat sensing to see her napping in the break room. I smiled and went straight downstairs. The staff greeted me all the way out, and I smiled back at each of them. I hopped on my bike and rode out of the guest house, waving to the security office as I passed the steel mill gate. I scanned a few of my marked spots along the streets, found nothing, and headed home. Passing the grain bureau, I heard people talking. I told you, you can't handle it. Just go. I wasn't paying attention this time. Give me one more chance. You're just a girl. How can you keep up with those young men? I stopped my bike. A familiar figure was standing outside the grain bureau, pleading with someone. Lulan. She turned around, her expression going from blank to delighted, then to flustered. Don't just stand there. Come here. Her hands twisted together nervously as she walked over, head down. When did you get back? Before the new year. Where are you living? She looked up at me, her eyes darting away. I knew what she was thinking. That old business of borrowing seed had probably come flooding back into her mind. Not far from here. I rolled my eyes. Get on. I'll take you home. No need, I'm all dirty. Quit arguing. Get on. Like a scolded child, she murmured her assent and obediently climbed onto the back seat. Following her directions, I turned through a few alleys and arrived at a large tenement courtyard. The people cooling off in the alley sized us up. I wheeled the bike into the middle courtyard and set it down. Come in. She was a nervous wreck. Probably never imagined she'd run into me again. A cough came from inside. Is that Xiaolon back? Grandma, it's me. A friend I met out in the countryside came by. The room was sparsely furnished. 2 small rooms partitioned off into a bedroom, and there was the smell of herbal medicine in the air. A thin old woman lay on the bed. Her eyes lit up when she saw me, and she propped herself up to sit. Young man, come, sit down. Grandma, just call me Xiaoqin. The old woman's face was full of kindness. Xiaoqin, you went to the countryside with Xiaolon. That's right. I smiled and answered, leaving out the truth. Xiaolon doesn't have many friends. Come visit anytime. The old woman glanced around, but there really wasn't anything to offer. Xiaolon, pour Xiaoqin a glass of water. I asked, Grandma, have you had this looked at by a doctor? No need. This is just how it is when you get old. She looked at her granddaughter. It's Xiaolon who's had it rough. Pouring the water, Lulan said, I'm not suffering. I caught sight of some unfinished matchboxes in the room. Clearly the family was strapped for cash, and she'd been trying to pick up extra work during the day. Taking the water, I said, Lulan, tomorrow, go check in at the steel mill's guest house. When you get to the front desk, mention my name. Just say I set it up. She looked surprised. The guest house? What's your position now? I'm the deputy chief of procurement at the steel mill. Right now I'm working out of the guest house. When you get there, ask for Director Yin directly. Her eyes lit up instantly. That's wonderful. Thank you, Qinzheng. Don't mention it. But if you're working over there, won't things fall apart at home? No, my little sister can cook for Grandma after school, and I can come back at noon to bring food. The elderly woman in bed beamed so wide she could barely close her mouth. Little Qin, thank you so much. We've been such a burden on Xiaolan. Otherwise she wouldn't have to work herself so hard. I smiled and reassured Lulan's grandmother. Grandma, just focus on getting better. With me at the plant, nobody's going to give Lulan any trouble. The old woman wiped the corners of her eyes and, holding her granddaughter's hand, started telling me about the family. Lulan's parents had died in an accident right before she came back to the countryside, leaving just her and her younger sister, Xiaowan. Plenty of people had come around trying to arrange a marriage, but Lulan was devoted. She insisted on staying to care for her grandmother. I honestly hadn't known any of this. I told them the guest house offered good pay, with a monthly bonus, and a single bonus could match a whole month's salary. Grandma could hardly believe there was such a good deal to be had. I said they were short-handed over there right now, so Lulan could start working and we'd see how things went from there. Lulan's tears fell all at once. The man she'd been longing for had not only shown up, he'd given her such a huge surprise. She choked out, I'll do whatever you say. I teased her, asking why she was crying, and told her that during my time back I hadn't known her address. Otherwise I'd have come to see them long ago. As I spoke, I pulled a can of powdered milk and a pound of brown sugar out of my bag and set them on the table, telling her to get Grandma ready so I could take the old woman to the hospital. Grandma waved her hands over and over, saying it wasn't necessary, don't waste money. But I insisted. I scooped the old woman up and carried her out of the room, had Lulan lay a cushion on the back seat of my bicycle, and wheeled her out of the courtyard. The neighbors murmured among themselves, and some greeted the old woman, who was in much better spirits by now. At the hospital I bustled around, got her a full checkup. Nothing serious, just the natural decline that comes with age. We picked up some medicine and headed home. See, I told you it was nothing, Grandma laughed. Back home, Grandma told Lulan to make dinner and have me stay to eat. I pulled out 20 yuan and some ration coupons and told her to buy some meat and not to hold back. Lulan nodded with a smile and didn't refuse. By now, I was the rock she leaned on. Just as we were talking, a tall girl with 2 thick braids came running in. Grandma, sis, do we have company? Something smells great. Lulan introduced her. Xiaowan, this is Qin Zheng. Call him Brother Zheng. Xiaowan stared at me with wide eyes. I know you. I've heard my sister calling your name in her sleep. MMPH. Lulan clapped a hand over her mouth, mortified. Xiaowan leaned in close to me. Brother Zheng, you're way better looking than I imagined. I laughed and pulled out a handful of white rabbit candies for her. She said, I'm not a kid anymore, but her hand honestly grabbed them and stuffed them in her pocket. When I asked, she told me she was a junior in high school, taking the college entrance exams next year. I stayed for lunch, and the laughter never stopped at the table. Xiaowan was sharp, She could tell that both Grandma and her sister were different now, but she didn't ask a thing. After the meal, Grandma took her afternoon nap, and the three of us went to the girls' room. It was small, with 2 single beds, but tidy and cozy. Lulon apologized for the cramped space, and I waved it off. The place I used to live, when it rained hard outside, it was a waterfall inside. How could this be worse? Lulon thought back on the past, her eyes full of heartache, and asked whether I'd run into danger guarding the mountain. I waved my hand. I killed a few bears, and a tiger's about as scary as a chicken to me. Puffed. Xiaowan couldn't hold back her laughter. Brother Zheng, you're such a bragger. Hey, you don't believe me. Everyone at that logging station knows about me killing bears. I even saved 2 people from a bear's jaws. The commendation letter made it all the way to the capital. I've still got the tiger hide. Come to my place with your sister sometime, and I'll show you. The more Lulon listened, the more she teared up again. She could imagine how dangerous and difficult it must have been for me up on that mountain. Otherwise, how could someone once so frail have trained himself to kill bears and hunt tigers? I stood up to leave, telling her to just be at work by 8 the next morning. I had things to take care of the next few days and would head back Saturday. If anything came up, she should find Director Yin. She looked reluctant to see me go. Out in the front room, I pulled out 300 yuan and a stack of coupons. Lulon shook her head, saying she hadn't even used what I'd just given her. I told her to buy a bicycle to make her commute easier, and that Xiaowan was getting older and needed money too. Give her 20 a month for pocket money. That's way too much, she said softly. I wiped her tears. A young girl needs to keep some money on her, or someone might lure her away with a piece of candy, and then we'd have a problem. From behind the door, Xiaowan couldn't resist blurting out, "I'm not dumb," then quickly covered her mouth and slipped away. I pinched Lulan's cheek and kissed her forehead. I'm off. Out of the courtyard, I let out a long breath. Thinking back to all the things Lulan had mumbled in her sleep when I first crossed over, I couldn't help but laugh. It was thanks to her, really, that I'd been able to smoothly take over this body and settle into this world. Back home, I first called Yin to fill her in about Lulan's arrangement, then left a few days' worth of food for Big Wong and Second Wong before heading out. I needed to make a trip outside the city to keep up appearances. Earlier, I'd gotten hold of a hazel grouse near the capital, and if anyone investigated, it'd be hard to explain. I arrived at the village at the foot of Panlong Mountain and looked for Team Leader Lu. I handed him a pack of cigarettes and said I'd leave my bicycle with him for a few days while I went into the mountains. Team Leader Lu was curious about what I was going in for. The plant has a special procurement assignment. I'm going into the mountains to get some old hunters to help. Team Leader Lu gave me a thumbs up and praised me for being so dependable, then turned and went inside to fetch a semi-automatic rifle. Chief Chin, take this, just don't shoot anybody. I took the rifle and looked it over. With this, I won't even be afraid of running into a tiger. No, a tiger's not something one rifle can handle. Just talking. I'm off. Rifle slung over my shoulder, I headed up the mountain, using my lightness skill to race deeper in. I ran 100 or so miles in one stretch before slowing down. By then I was far from any signs of human life. Ba ba ba. About 30 meters off, a dozen or so goral were grazing. My eyes lit up. The farm really didn't have any of these goral, and their meat was excellent. I channeled my lightness skill and dashed over, dropping into the herd for a flurry of punches and kicks, storing the stunned ones in the farm. Out of 13 I caught 7, and I didn't chase the rest. Always leave a little room. That's how you do things right. Continuing deeper, I heard a roar in the distance. I judged it wasn't a wolf. It was a big creature, getting closer and closer, and its speed amazed me. After running a few dozen miles, I heard the sound of a waterfall. I leapt up into a tree to look. A silver ribbon of water plunged down from above, and below it was a lake where wild boars, mountain goats, and herds of deer were drinking and playing. I also found the source of the sound, 2 leopards, crouched in the tall grass, staring at the deer. Looking at the coin-shaped markings on their coats, I smiled. Nice. Don't have these on the farm. With a single thought, I activated my power and my body vanished. Catching the 2 leopards off guard, I dropped 2 burning bundles of knockout incense beside them. The leopards looked around, found nothing, and soon passed out. I stashed them in the farm, marked off a separate area for them, and released a batch of prey. Then I turned my attention to the lakeside. Striking like a ghost, I ambushed them one by one, each deer knocked out and vanishing. The animals noticed their numbers dwindling and finally panicked, fleeing for their lives. I couldn't stop laughing. This power is great for catching prey. This trip, I bagged 10 deer and 15 mountain goats. I left the boars alone. I don't like the taste. Meanwhile, Lulan did as she was told and bought a bicycle, then went to the guest house first thing the next morning. She hadn't expected everyone here to be so polite. The staff smiled, even at strangers. The moment Yin Ning walked in, a staff member told her someone was looking for her. Lu Lan hadn't expected the director to be such a beautiful woman, and she nervously followed her upstairs. Yin Ning told her to relax, saying Section Chief Qin had called yesterday to explain everything, and she arranged for Lu Lan to go straight to the finance office. Surprised and delighted, Lu Lan thanked her over and over, promising to work hard. Business at the guest house had been poor before, so the finance office had only one person. Now that things were picking up, Yin Ning had been wanting to hire someone anyway. I roamed the mountains for 2 days, and the farm gained many more species. I also transplanted some wild fruit trees and rare plants. But what made me happiest was that, on the way back, I discovered a place where mountain folk lived together, a small village of a few dozen wooden cabins and over 100 people. I walked into the village carrying a big bag of daily goods. The moment the villagers heard I was a leader from the steel mill coming into the mountains to trade, they were all very warm. The women in the village looked at me with shining eyes. They'd never seen such a handsome man, and they all stared at me without letting up. Too bad none of them caught my eye, or I really wouldn't have minded a change of pace. I sat down on a wooden stump and said, living this deep in the mountains is so inconvenient. Why not all move outside? An old hunter puffed on his pipe. We're used to it. Sometimes we go out to trade, too. How often do you come out? If you're trading game, I can arrange for someone to wait for you outside on a regular basis. Sure. We need household supplies. We can trade furs and salted meat for them. We agreed to meet at the foot of the mountain on the 1st of every month. I wasn't counting on getting much. I just wanted another option for myself. Back at the mill, I trudged into the office carrying the bag, dusty and travel-worn, having not changed clothes in days. Director Du quickly ushered me in. Comrade Qinzheng, come in, come in. I set the bag on the floor. Director Du, it wasn't easy, but I finally managed. Didn't hold up your business. He brewed some tea, a look of anticipation on his face. Did you solve it? 2 of them, but they need to be cooked today or frozen right away. This weather won't keep them. He opened the bag, saw the 2 hazel grouse, and got so excited. This is it. Comrade Qinzheng, you've done me a huge favor. These old heroes are national treasures. They deserve the respect of us all. Director Du was moved. Well said. I'll be sure to pass along your exact words. Don't say that, Director. It's you who cares for the old heroes. I'm just adding a bit of icing on the cake. I'll head back to wash up and change clothes first. He took an envelope out of his drawer and pressed it into my hand. Take this. I can't let you cover the cost yourself. I hesitated, then took it and said goodbye. Back at the guest house, I settled into the bathtub for a soak and opened the envelope. 100 yuan, plus a stack of coupons. Lu Lan knocked and came in, locked the door, and said she wanted to scrub my back. I reached out and pulled her into the tub. Afterward, I smoked a cigarette. Rest here. I'll head to the office first. I'm fine. If I don't go back, people will talk. It's fine. I'll just say you're tidying up. I gave her a playful pat with a laugh and walked out. First to the finance office. When Lu Lan saw me back, she happily stood up. I took out some sunflower seeds and handed them to Sister Wang, who was training her. Sister Wang smiled and said, Lu Lan's smart. Now that she's here, my load's a lot lighter. Then to Yin Ning's office. The moment she came in, she locked the door, sat in my lap, and asked, what's the next step? No rush, and now's not the right time. The guest house has made a name for itself. There might be jealous eyes watching later. Just holding steady is enough for now. She nodded and handed me a list. I looked it over. Next week, I'll get you a deer, a roe deer, and 10 each of pheasants and hares. That many, so you don't have to keep asking. Just before quitting time, Lu Shan came by. I handed him a list. On the 1st of next month, go wait at the pass behind Baishir village on Panlong Mountain. Mountain folk will come out to trade. This is what they want. Get it ready ahead of time, and don't be late. He nodded happily. In his eyes, this was a sign that I trusted him. I added another reminder. The mountain folk are honest and simple. Don't take them for fools. They don't have it easy. Do what you can to help them out. I'll remember. I'll deal fair and square. Lu Lan came in to help me tidy up. I pulled her into my arms and slipped her 50 yuan and a stack of coupons. I have money, and a bonus, too. That's spending money. Don't be stingy with it. On the way home from work, Lu Lan caught up and said she wanted to come help me clean up my place. I said she still had to take care of her grandmother, and she said she'd bring Xiaowan along. I first took a lap around the street, and only after finding my markers undisturbed did I head home. Big Wang and Second Wang circled around me. Nobody broke in, right? Woof woof. Lu Lan arrived soon after, bringing her younger sister Lu Wan. Brother Zheng, I'm here. Lu Wan looked around. Your place is really nice. Grandma's a lot better after taking the medicine. She told me to come help. I had them wipe the place down quickly, then go make dinner. Lu Lan was sweeping outside when there was a sudden scream from inside. Lu Wan threw herself into her sister's arms. Sis, that scared me to death. I pointed inside. Lu Lan peeked in, and her expression changed. Is that the tiger you killed? Luan snuck a glance back. So scary, just like a live one. The same. I proudly stroked the tiger's head. What good is being scared? When two paths cross, the brave one wins. If you're afraid, it'll swallow you up. It's just like meeting an enemy. Only if you're stronger and braver than him. Only if he takes one look at you and gets scared, then nobody will dare to bully you. Lulan's eyes were full of stars. Luan stared at me blankly, her eyes growing brighter the more she listened. Jingji, that's so well said. I waved them over. Come touch it. The two sisters carefully reached out, touched it once, then pulled back. Then they worked up their courage and touched it again, thrilled beyond words. Jingji, what's inside it? I propped it up with wood. That evening the three of us had dinner, and Luan ate until her mouth was covered in grease. I put some meat in her bowl. From now on, you'll eat like this every day. But that costs so much money. Don't be stingy about it. Tell me when it runs out. After dinner, we turned on the TV. Luan tactfully said, Sis, don't you and Jingji have things to talk about? You two go on. Lulan blushed, but still pulled me into the bedroom. A few months passed, and it was now December 1980. The guest house was still booming, with steady revenue. Each month brought in as much as a whole quarter used to. The staff got an extra month's salary as a bonus each month, and their morale was sky high. Other ghost houses started imitating us, but they were all small scale and posed no threat for now. Over these 5 months, I hadn't checked in any skills, but I checked in 5 properties, 3 200 square meter storefronts, and 2 residences. Plus 3 transfer orders, a case of special supply liquor, and a special item called an exemption talisman. This time the transfer order wasn't limited to any department. It allowed cross-department transfers for anyone below the deputy bureau level. That exemption talisman made me even happier. It was basically a life-saving charm. Once used, it could stop any investigation into me and quietly make the whole matter disappear. I asked the system, these properties are different sizes. Can I combine the square footage of the same type? Ding, yes. Excellent. I could combine them into a larger storefront as needed. Just then Yin Ning pushed the door open, locked it, and dragged me straight to the restroom. Afterward, I leaned against the headboard and lit a cigarette. What's going on? I'm being transferred. I wasn't surprised. With the guest house doing so well, it was only a matter of time. Where to? To the ministry. So I'll see you less from now on. Will you miss me? It's not like I'm being exiled to the frontier. When you're off, call my house and find me. Who's replacing you? She sat up. The one coming this time is no ordinary person. It's Lung Yuaning from the Lung family. She's gorgeous, but don't you go stirring up trouble with her. She starts on the 1st of next month. You just focus on your own work and keep your contact with her to a minimum. Fine. You know me. I'd love it if nobody bothered me at all. She hugged me tightly. If you're ever unhappy at work, tell me, and I'll have my family move you somewhere else. You think I'm the kind of man who relies on a woman? Ow. I rubbed the spot for her. If I'm unhappy, I'll just quit. With my abilities, would I ever go hungry? True. Now that the special economic zone's been established, that area is going to develop rapidly. Want me to connect you if you're interested? No need. There's always more money to be made. No reason to rush right now. That's exactly what I love about you. That look like you've got the whole world figured out, like everything's already part of your calculations. I flicked away the cigarette, but rolled over and pinned her down. Let me reward you one more time. A few days later, Factory Director Feng Chaohui announced in the conference room. The guest house was being upgraded from section level to division level. Yin Ning would continue as director at the division level rank, and I, Qin Zheng, was being promoted to Deputy Director of Logistics at the Steel Rolling Mill, Deputy Division level, while continuing to oversee the guest house. 2 promotions at once. The conference room erupted in applause, and quite a few people were green with envy. A few days later, Director Feng announced another appointment, and everyone finally understood. A cold, stunning beauty sat in the conference room, her face breathtakingly beautiful, but her aura frighteningly icy. After deliberation, it has been decided that Comrade Yin Ning will take on a new assignment, and Comrade Lung Yuaning will replace her as guest house director. Now I understood what Yin Ning meant by cold. This woman was like she came with built-in air conditioning. She was practically giving off frost. But she was truly beautiful, the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen. If Luan grew up without any missteps, she might just compare. Hold this one in your arms in summer, and she'd probably work better than an AC unit. After the meeting, Director Feng introduced me to her. Director Long, this is Comrade Qin Zheng, the Deputy Director of Logistics. He's been in charge of guest house procurement all along. I smiled and nodded at the new director. Hello, Director Lung. But I didn't extend my hand. Lung Yuaning nodded coldly as well. Hello, Director Qin. I hope we can work well together going forward. Naturally. Yin Ning smoothed things over from the side, smiling as she said she'd take her over to the guest house for the handover. The 2 women chatted as they walked out. Director Du quietly reminded me. Comrade Qin Zheng, tread carefully with her from now on. Understood. I'll go take a look, Director. Ever since I'd handled the last few procurement jobs so well, Du Yunfei had thought more and more highly of me. He'd even become noticeably friendlier in conversation. I followed them all the way to the guest house. The two women up ahead were chatting quietly. The staff had long been waiting, and the moment they saw them arrive, they immediately stopped talking. Yin Ning made the introduction. This is Director Lung Yuaning. Everyone, please welcome her. A round of applause. Everyone could tell this new director was extremely cold, and they were all treading carefully. The guest house was profitable now, and nobody wanted to leave a bad impression on the new director. If they got kicked out, they'd have plenty to cry about. Lung Yuaning remained expressionless. I hope everyone works hard. Everything continues as usual. Seeing that was it, everyone looked to Yin Ning. Yin Ning smiled and told everyone to get back to work, then took Lung Yuaning up to the second-floor office. I strolled back to my own office. Lu Lan came in to make tea. Director, the new boss seems really cold. I sat in my chair. In summer you can sit close to her, built-in cooling system. Lu Lan burst out laughing. She can't be that bad. We just do our own jobs well. No need to worry about anything else. I'll remember that. Honestly, hitching a ride on Yin Ning's coattails this time got me 2 promotions at once. Not bad at all. Over on the other side, Yin Ning was handing things over to Lung Yuaning. Lung Yuaning asked, Ningjia, you did such a great job before. Any secrets? Yin Ning thought about it. No secrets, really. It's just about making the guests feel welcome. If business ever slips, you can ask Qin Zheng for advice. Ask him. Don't let his slacker act fool you. He's got plenty of ideas. Lung Yuaning recalled that. The man didn't take it to heart at all. He just nodded. Yin Ning could tell she didn't care, so she didn't say much more. Whatever, with my skills, I'll do just fine even without this guest house. But whether the guest house can keep up its numbers without me, that she couldn't guarantee. A few days later, the whole staff threw Yin Ning a farewell party. Then the guest house settled back into its usual quiet. Lu Quan came back that morning hauling a fully loaded flatbed cart, and everyone from the kitchen went out to help unload. He explained, it's getting cold, so the hunters can store up more game. Lung Yuaning came downstairs, saw the roe deer, sika deer, pheasants, and hares they'd brought in, and nodded with satisfaction. Nice work. Then she turned and left. The head chef, Xiao Chuan, standing nearby, said, your skills are worth several purchasing agents. How about I put in a word with the steel plant? Want to move over there? Lu Quan shook his head. This is good enough for me. He knew perfectly well that without Qin Zheng, he'd never have these skills. But nobody else knew that. They all just thought he was really capable. Around that time, I was out cruising the streets on my bike. There was still that one little Japanese guy floating around out there, but he'd gone completely silent. I was starting to wonder if he'd died somewhere. 3 men walked into an alley. I followed them in, and my body vanished. After a few muffled thuds, I rode out the other end on my bike like nothing had happened. The farm space grew by another 3 mu. These past few months, I hadn't just been checking in. I'd stayed plenty busy too. The result, hundreds of people had gone missing in the capital. Sometimes 1, sometimes 3, at most a dozen or so in a single go. My farm was already up to 995 mu, almost 1,000. I felt zero guilt about it. Everyone I killed was a villain. The more villains I saw, the deeper my understanding of the heavenly eye grew. Some people clearly had blood on their hands, yet they didn't register as villains. I discovered this once when I got curious and went to watch a prisoner's execution. Later I had Yu Jiang ask an old comrade to look into it, and only then did I learn the story. The condemned man had been bullied by the village secretary's whole family. They'd even violated his wife, and the guy came around every single day to cuckold them right in front of his face. Who could stand that? When you push an honest man too far, the consequences are severe. In the end, he killed the whole family. Can you really call him a villain? Of course, breaking the law is breaking the law. There's no excusing it. After absorbing the 3 men's memories, I slipped through a few lanes, vanished, and a few minutes later entered a small courtyard. Hidden in a secret room inside was over $100,000 and a radio transmitter. After leaving, I went to another small courtyard not far away, which also had a hidden room. Inside was a crate of grenades, tens of thousands in cash, and a dozen or so gold bars. Damn, these guys are loaded. I stashed it all in my warehouse, then pulled out a pen and paper and wrote an anonymous letter. I dropped it in a mailbox as I passed by, ran a good distance before reappearing, and went back to cruising around on my bike. I had this whole routine down cold by now. These 3 were big fish, and beneath them was hidden an entire operations cell, buried extremely deep. I rode home, and Big King and Second King came bounding up to me. I parked the bike, patted their heads, and tossed them 2 hairs. Go on, eat up. I locked the gate and went inside. Meanwhile, at the guest house, Lung Yuaning did a lap around, spotted Lu Lan, and asked, is Director Qin out again? The director went out to make purchases. Lung Yuaning returned to her office expressionless, seething inside. Oomph, he's got it even easier than I do. Here she was, the head of the place, chained to her desk every day, while I strolled off wherever without a care. The thought made her even more irritated. If you think you're too good for this guest house, then get lost and go back to your steel plant. She picked up the phone. Director Du, this is Lung Yuaning. Her tone was full of distance, not a shred of deference, even toward a deputy director. Director Lung, is there a problem? The guest house is running smoothly. Deputy Director Qin's talents are being wasted here. It'd be better to transfer him back to the steel plant. Du Yunfei chuckled. Director Lung, Comrade Qin Zheng is highly capable. Would you like me to have a talk with him? I fully recognize his abilities too, which is exactly why I'm suggesting he go back. There's a bigger stage for him over there. Du Yunfei understood now. I won't lie to you. I've been wanting him back for a long time. In that case, I'll notify him to report to the steel plant tomorrow. Fine. Deputy Director Qin isn't at the office right now, so calling his line definitely won't reach him. Understood. Lung Yuaning hung up and gave a cold laugh. Humph. Let's see if you can keep coasting like this. You actually think the guest house can't run without you. On the other end, Du Yunfei took a sip of tea, smiled, and dialed another number. Director phone, it's me. I've got something to report. In the past, he never would have welcomed me back. But things were different now. Back at the guest house, when everyone heard the director was letting me go, they were stunned. Director Qin can't leave. Right? Our guest house depends on him. Lung Yuaning felt a wave of displeasure. This is the steel plant's decision. We can't stand in the way of his future. All right, everyone get back to work. Lu Shan, Lu Lan, stay behind. The two of them tensed up. Lung Yuaning looked at them. Lu Shan, you've done well lately. Keep it up, and if you keep performing, I'll promote you to purchasing supervisor. Lu Shan's eyes lit up. Thank you, director. I'll definitely work hard. Then she turned to Lu Lan. From now on, you'll be assisting me. Yes, director. When I got Lu Lan's call, I paused, then burst out laughing. Sure, you and your brother work hard. Don't worry about me. Director, don't you want to come back and have a word with her? I think Director Lung is only acting this way because you're always gone. Don't get involved in this. Just cooperate with your leadership and you'll be fine. After I hung up, I found the whole thing pretty amusing. The phone rang again. It was Du Yunfei. Comrade Qin Zheng, is there some misunderstanding between you and Director Lung? Good day, Director Du. No, not at all. Never mind then. Just report to the plant tomorrow. Your office is already set up. Got it, Director. I'll come find you at your office tomorrow. I picked up my tea and took a sip, thinking of that cold, gorgeous woman, and the corner of my mouth curled up. Yeah, let's hope you never come begging me one day. The next day, I went to the steel plant. Director Qin's here. Morning, Director Qin. Yu Jiang came out of the security booth. Hey, brother, what's the deal? I stopped my bike. Nothing unusual. Still keeping secrets from me. Inside the office building, people greeted me the whole way. Ma Guanxing came up to me. Director Qin, Director Du just arrived. All right, I'll go see him first. I knocked and went in. Du Yunfei handed me a cigarette. Lung Yuaning called me yesterday. She's not happy with you. I've got no idea what I did to set her off. Forget it. It's just as well you're back. From now on, you'll oversee the purchasing department. Little Son's been doing solid work lately, and the old misunderstanding is all cleared up now. Don't worry, Director. There won't be any trouble. Du Yunfei nodded. I trust you. I want to visit the old chief before the new year. Can you still get your hands on some Phylong? No problem. Just give me a heads up, and it'll be handled, guaranteed. Good. That puts my mind at ease. I stood and headed out. The secretary, Lu Hao, showed me to my office on the second floor, pretty much the same setup as the one at the guest house. I handed him 2 cans of formula. Heard you became a dad. Here, take these. Lu Hao lit up. Thank you so much, Director Qin. Let me pay you for them. I waved him off. They're nothing. Go on, get out of here. Next I went to find Lu Liangong, the head of logistics, and offered him a cigarette. Director Lu, honestly, I didn't want to handle any of the day-to-day stuff. I'd rather just back you up fully. But then I figured if I don't have a specific area to oversee, it doesn't look good and could stir up misunderstandings. So here's my stance. It stays exactly like before. I'm just a name on paper. Lu Liangong's mind raced, and he laughed. Listen to you. Everyone knows how capable you are. Don't go slacking off on me. Hey, just let me slack a little. I couldn't get away with it over at the guest house and got kicked back here. If you push me out too, I'll have nowhere left to go. Huh. All right. With me around, I'll cover whatever comes up. The two of us hit it off, and I didn't leave until I'd finished my tea. On my way out, I spotted Sun Lang standing outside my office door, looking a little nervous. Section Chief Sun, you need something? He turned quickly and greeted me. Director Qin, I was just about to report on some work. We're all family here. Come inside. Once we were in, Sun Lang started with an apology. I'm really sorry about what happened before. I waved it off while brewing tea. Already forgot about it. We're eating from the same pot now. No need to bring it up. Just keep doing what you do. Come to me if you hit a snag. If there's no snag, I'll happily take it easy. I'd hit the guy and then made him apologize repeatedly. That kind of bullying just isn't something I could bring myself to do. Sun Lang smiled. Hearing you say that, I've got something solid to lean on now. I passed him a cigarette. There's nothing wrong with your ability. Just go do your thing. He lit it for me, marveling at how quickly I'd climbed. Already half a rank above him in no time at all. Director Chin, you had that guest house running strong not long after you got there. Director Lung barely takes the post and lets you slip right out of her hands. She'll be crying over that one day. I chuckled. Kicked out is kicked out. It's just as well I'm back. That place is like a kingdom of women. Stay long enough and you're bound to slip up. Sun Lang paused, then burst out laughing. You've got a point, Director. Better off back here. He realized he'd been way too subjective before. This was the first time we'd really talked, and only now did he see that this young deputy director spoke with an open, easygoing manner and didn't sweat the small stuff. If he'd gotten on good terms sooner, maybe he could have moved up too. Of course, it still wasn't too late. I saw the beaming Sun Lang out, then went back in, sat down, and sipped my tea. Dealing with cadres in this era? I've got plenty of tricks. You want face? I'll give you face. You like power? I'll give you that too. But cross me, and don't blame me for playing dirty. Even dragging your whole circle down with you isn't off the table. Over at the guest house, Lung Yuaning waited all day, but I never came to admit defeat, which soured her mood even more. Lu Lan, clear out his office and let him know to come get his things. Director Chin doesn't have any belongings here. None. Lung Yuaning slammed the desk in fury. A dead fish, just as I thought. He worked here all this time, and there's not a single thing of his in that office. She forced down her anger, half afraid her period would get scared right off. Lu Lan kept her head down, dying to laugh, barely able to hold it in. Lu Lan snuck a call to me, and after I hung up, I couldn't hold it back. I laughed out loud. Trying to spar with me? I'll drive you into early menopause, guaranteed. Knock, knock, knock. I took a sip of tea. Come in. Ma Guangxing pushed the door open, looking cautious. Director, hope I'm not interrupting your work. Not at all. Have a seat. He sat down with a smile, sighing. Director, it's great you're here. I still miss the days we worked together. I handed him a cigarette. Things were so easy back then. Finish the task and you're done. Now I'm stuck sitting here every day. Not as good as before. That's because you're so capable. If I had even a tenth of your talent, I'd wake up laughing in my sleep. I gave a slight smile. Don't talk like that. Going forward, back up section chief son and get the work done well. When there's an opening, I'll definitely recommend you to the higher-ups. Thank you, Director. I'll work hard and run the purchasing department right. The factory's starting independent accounting this year. Don't let a little short-term gain blind you. There'll be plenty of opportunities down the road. Ma Guangxing's eyes lit up. Just point me where you want me. That drive is all you need. Opportunity always goes to those who are prepared. I gave him a few more words of encouragement and sent the pumped-up guy on his way. Right after, Gao Su from HR and Yu Jiang from security came in together. The three of us drank tea and chatted. Gao Su spoke up. Director Chin, that Director Long is way too arrogant. She'll get what's coming to her sooner or later. I waved my hand. Fine to say it in here, but don't go running your mouth outside. Yu Jiang lowered his voice. What's the deal? Gao Su looked just as puzzled. I took a drag. She's the Lung family's precious daughter. If someone overhears that and takes it to curry favor, old Gao, you'll be in deep trouble. Gao Su paled at the thought. No wonder the director and the rest treat her with kid gloves. Yu Jiang nodded. No wonder even you dared to push her out. Do you know how to talk or not? Hey, I'm just running my mouth. You don't care anyway. I cursed with a laugh. I've nearly forgotten about it myself. Don't need you reminding me. The three of us broke into laughter. Brother, drinks at the little tavern tonight? Count me in. Gao Su quickly chimed in. All right, tonight it is. Yu Jiang stood up. Head straight to the tavern after work. No point being seen and giving people something to gossip about. Gao Su left with a smile too. I looked at the two empty teacups and, honestly, kind of missed having Lu Lan around. Yang Luo, the female clerk from the big office across the way, walked in. Director Chin, let me get those. Sure, thanks for the trouble. She efficiently gathered up the teacups and ashtray to wash, came back and set everything neatly in place. Then, I refilled the hot water, gave a sweet little smile, and turned to head out for more. Not bad, just the right age. Too bad she was bundled up so much you couldn't tell what her figure was like. After grinding through the whole day, I grabbed my bag and headed out the moment my shift ended. At the little tavern, the owner came over all smiles. Mr. Chin, been a while, hasn't it? We just started making rabbit ribs. Let me bring you a plate to try. Not for free. Put it on the tab. Ah, it's nothing. Yu Jiang laughed. See? Told you Director Chen's got clout around here. Gao Su nodded. Didn't believe it at first. I do now. I poured the drinks. Enough of that. Let's have one first. The three of us clinked glasses. Gao Su grabbed a bite of food. Now that the factory's doing its own accounting and is on the hook for its own profits and losses, you think there'll be layoffs down the road? Yu Jiang shook his head. Nah, it won't come to that. I said, not for now. There are jobless young people all over the streets these days. Pull something like that, and you'd have real chaos on your hands. Gao Su tensed up. And later on? Before, no matter how the factory ran things, the higher-ups covered the losses. That won't fly anymore. So there's going to be a rough stretch ahead. But this is the road we've got to take. Long term, it's a good thing. I threw in a reassurance. Don't sweat it. You two, you're both cadres. No way layoffs ever reach you. Yu Jiang grinned and poured another round. True enough. Why overthink it? Drink up. The three of us knocked back another glass. Meanwhile, across town, at a roast duck restaurant. Yuaning, how's the guest house job treating you? Same as always. A man in his 30s took a sip of his drink. I heard the Qian family's eldest daughter went over to the Reborn restaurant. Looks like she's setting up to go head-to-head with you. Lung Yuaning's expression stayed as cold as ever. Qian Ling of the Qian family was the same age as her. They'd been rivals since their school days, right up to now, even competing over marriage and who they married, to the point where both of them ended up divorced. Yuaning, we're all behind you. Just say the word if you need anything. Right? You can't let her get the upper hand. Lung Yuaning ate in small bites. She's never been my match. Meanwhile, in the office of the Reborn restaurant, an assistant was reporting to Qian Ling. Manager, I looked into it. At first, the steel mill guest house had Qin Zheng, the deputy chief of procurement, helping them buy ingredients. Later, Miss Yin revamped things starting with the service, and they turned a profit overnight. Miss Lung took over and kept that same system going. But that Director Qin got transferred back to the factory. Their current buyer is a guy named Lu Quan, even more capable than Qin Zheng. He trades with the mountain folk and brings back tons of wild game every month. Qian Ling nodded. The restaurant's mine now. Starting tomorrow, we overhaul the service. Standardize all the tableware, tables, and chairs, and get custom uniforms made for the staff. Also, get in touch with the suburban farms, arrange regular batches of wild game. Depending on what we get, we'll roll out a signature dish every day. Yes, I'll make the calls tonight. If Qin Zheng could hear all this, he'd definitely give her a thumbs up. At that moment, he was in the little courtyard checking over the homework of Taozi and the other two kids. The children came here one day each month, so naturally, I made sure to give it a proper look. Right in the middle of it, a prompt sounded in my head. Ding! The host has accumulated 30 check-in opportunities. Use them now? I lit up. Check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, you've obtained Grandmaster level flying knife technique, infinite flying knives. Whoa! A flood of memories surged into my mind. Steel mill guest house. Lung Yuaning looked over the reports. Business had dipped a bit, but the gap wasn't big. Good. Tell everyone the bonus stays the same this month. Lu Lan nodded and went out to spread the word. Lung Yuaning set the report down. She knew all about what was going on over at Reborn. She'd thought about following their lead and switching to uniforms, but she was afraid of being mocked for copying, so she'd swallowed the idea. These past few days she'd been racking her brain. How else could they upgrade the service? Lu Lan came back and saw her frowning. She poured some water and was about to leave. Hold on. Lung Yuaning pointed to the chair across from her. Sit. Lu Lan sat down. Tell me, what else about our service could we improve? Lu Lan tilted her head, thinking. The guests say bathing's inconvenient. Does that count? It does. Lung Yuaning jotted it down. Anything else? Lu Lan thought for a long while, then shook her head, at a loss. That's the only thing I can come up with. That's fine. If you think of anything later, tell me anytime. The bathing thing you mentioned is a great suggestion. Lu Lan was thrilled. Her idea had caught the boss's attention. As for me, I was sitting in my office sipping tea, my left hand toying with a small flying knife. My fingers were nimble, the knife dancing between them. This Grandmaster level flying knife technique was incredible. The legendary curving bullet was nothing compared to it. I could hurl 5 knives at once and make every single one curve around to hit its target. The infinite flying knives were even more practical. It wasn't a pile of knives. It was one master knife that could endlessly spawn new ones, an inexhaustible supply. Knock, knock, knock. I put the knife away. Come in. Ma Guangxing stepped in. Director, hope I'm not interrupting. Not at all. Sit. Director, I found a restaurant that's really something. Want to grab a drink there tonight? A restaurant. The Reborn restaurant. Word is they've got a new manager who's made the place really take off. That piqued my interest. Sure. Let's swing by after work. Yang Luo came in with a thermos to top off the water. I asked her, how's the office work going? Pretty good. She smiled back. Good. Glad to hear it. After work, I tagged along to the Reborn restaurant. Welcome. The second we walked in, a server greeted us warmly. The uniforms were all standardized, the waitresses in traditional style dresses, the waiters in red long robes. I nodded to myself. Gaosu looked pleased. Director, not bad, right? Not bad at all. Probably one of a kind in the capital. The server led us to an empty table. What can I get you? Gaosu had clearly been here before and cut straight to it. What's today's special? Today it's farewell my chicken, 15 yuan a plate. More expensive than roast duck. We'll take one, plus the braised prawns, a spicy stir-fried tripe, and the aged vinegar peanuts. Start us off with a bottle of Matai. I looked around. Matching tablecloths, identical tableware. This place got overhauled after the new manager took over. It's been packed since it reopened. It's still early now. Give it a bit, and it'll be full. No kidding. This manager's got real talent. Ma Guangxing passed around cigarettes. Even the factory's hosting its guests here now. The clients love it too. I took a drag. Then doesn't the guest house lose out on income? Yeah, it was bound to happen sooner or later. But our factory's got so many people, the guest house still. There's the lodging side too, so it won't be off by much. I gave a little smile. If they lost the hospitality contracts and had to rely on lodging alone, revenue would be cut in half, minimum. The food came out fast. I tried a bite of the farewell my chicken, better than the guest house's version. The other dishes were a cut above too. I understood exactly what this was. They were gunning for the guest house. Ma Guangxing poured the wine. Director, let me toast you. My kid acted out earlier and offended you. I hope you won't hold it against him. I waved it off. We're close enough that you don't need to bring that up. We're family. Right, family. As we drank, I noticed a woman standing on the second floor. Beautiful. On par with Lung Yuaning, but not as cold. She had an aura that made you feel you shouldn't defile her, like a fairy who drifted down to the mortal world. To be admired from afar, never touched. Just standing there. She somehow became the center of the entire restaurant, the kind of presence you couldn't help but glance at again. Except I didn't feel any never touch about it. I only wanted to touch. My guess, this was the restaurant's manager. Two beauties of this caliber appearing at once. That was no coincidence. It only confirmed my suspicion. They were aiming right at the guest house. This was a showdown. Interesting. Ma Guangxing followed my gaze, a flicker of infatuation in his eyes. Director, that's the restaurant manager. Word is she's got a very mysterious background. I pulled my eyes away and ate a bite. Should be a good show coming up. A good show. I didn't explain, and he didn't dare press. He just raised his cup for a toast. Up on the second floor, Qianling had noticed me too. The way this man sat there eating, there was an ease radiating off him. Not the ease of a big boss who controlled everything. Something else, something she couldn't quite put her finger on. Like a man sitting in his own home. I downed another cup, then suddenly realized the whole room had gone quiet. Everyone looking over this way. The woman from the second floor was walking straight toward me. Sir, I wonder how you find our restaurant. Every eye in the place was fixed on the scene. I set down my cup. Not bad. Qianling's gaze sharpened. Does that mean Sir finds it not quite good enough? I smiled. You're the restaurant manager? Her assistant beside her, Suizhu, introduced her. This is our manager Qian. Do you have any insights to share, sir? If I find them worth adopting, this meal is on me. I'd meant to decline, but thinking of that cold beauty, I changed my mind. Grinning, I said, Old Ma, looks like you won't have to foot the bill today. At this moment Ma Guangxing only felt this manager was too ethereal to belong here. Even a second glance felt like sacrilege. He gave a trembling smile. No trouble at all, no trouble at all. I popped a peanut into my mouth. Qianling, meanwhile, had grown curious about this short little man. Normally people stammered just trying to speak to her, but this man's eyes were clear when he looked at her, with a bold light in them. Strangely, it didn't disgust her. I began. Manager Qian standardized the staff uniforms and tableware, and paired that with polite, warm service. It's refreshing, and it makes customers feel respected. Very good. Qianling's eyes lit up. You've summed it up quite astutely, sir. I pointed my chopsticks at the dishes on the table. Rolling out a daily special is a solid marketing move too. A trace of smugness crossed Qianling's face. Then I shifted. But this part needs some tweaking. Curiosity flared in her eyes. How so? I smiled. For example, cap the number of portions you make each day. First, it lets you control your purchasing so nothing goes to waste. Second, right at the crucial part, I stopped, picked up my cup, and took a light sip. Qianling had been listening with real interest, and seeing me stall for suspense, she called out toward the back. Xiaozi, bring another bottle. It's on me. I waved my hand. One bottle isn't enough. She'd assumed I was being polite. She hadn't expected that. Her little face tightened. Aren't you afraid I'll take the offer back? Not afraid. With this many customers watching today, Manager Qian surely won't tarnish her own reputation. The customers around us laughed. Go on, young comrade, we want to hear it too. Yeah, this limited portion thing. If we show up late, we won't get any? That's not a good idea. Seeing everyone pressing while I just sat there serenely eating and drinking without saying a word, Qianling drew a deep breath. Bring 2 bottles. Only then did I put down my chopsticks. No need to bring them over. Just put them on hold for me. I've had plenty today. I'll drink them next time I come. Huh. Smooth move. Learn something new. You can play it like that? The crowd roared with laughter. Ma Guanxing couldn't help giving me a thumbs up. Qianling couldn't hold it in either and laughed out loud, finding this man amusing. It was the first time she'd met someone so shameless. That laugh sent the several customers nearby into slack-jawed, love-struck stares. I took the opening to praise her. In the north there is a beauty, peerless and standing alone. One glance topples a city, another topples a kingdom. The ancients truly did not deceive me. Qianling reined in her laugh, her little face tightening again. So you can recite the second half now? That's what she said, but inside she was quite pleased. Everyone acknowledged she was beautiful, but being praised like this in public, what woman wouldn't be happy? I shook my head. A woman should smile more. A smile takes 10 years off you. Uffed. She laughed again and rolled her eyes at me prettily. That look struck me as gorgeous. Figuring I'd warmed things up enough, I stopped teasing her and turned serious. All right, back to business, or I'll end up ruining the restaurant's whole day of business. Her assistant Suizhu couldn't help asking, why is that? I drained my cup. Haven't you heard the saying, beauty is a feast for the eyes? Suizhu blinked, then covered her mouth and giggled, thinking I was good-looking and a smooth talker to boot. Qianling rolled her eyes at me again from the side. She was about to speak, but my next line cut her off. I set down my cup. Second, rarity makes things precious. Unlimited supply, anyone who comes can get it. Actually kills part of the appeal. A diner nearby slapped the table. Hey, I said it wasn't a good idea. Manager Qian, you can't comp that table's bill. Right, can't comp it. This guy's too crafty. I say those 2 bottles of wine shouldn't be on the house either. Qianling mulled over my words, her eyes growing brighter and brighter. But remembering how I'd just teased her, she decided to enjoy the show. If I comp the bill, I'm afraid everyone here will object, she said, shooting me a mocking glance. I rolled my eyes. This is none of your business. I finally get a free meal, and you're gonna ruin it for me. Huh. No way we're letting that happen. Unless you can come up with a solution we can't poke holes in, something that actually fixes this. We'll agree to comp the meal. Qianling's eyes were full of amusement as she put on an innocent, adorable expression. You heard them. If you can't solve it, there's nothing I can do. I shook my head. Fine, I'll give you a solution. Everyone stopped to look at me. Quite a few tried to work it out themselves, but nobody could come up with anything. Your restaurant has a phone. Say you feature 10 specialty dishes each day. Customers can call ahead to reserve them, or come in and order them in person. Doesn't that solve it? And for people worried about coming late and not getting a table, you can take table reservations too. Whatever time they're arriving, you set aside a spot in advance. Everyone froze. One guy slapped the table. That's a great idea. Yeah, no more worrying about coming late and having no seat. Qianling's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at me with pure curiosity. I'd solved the problem off the top of my head, and the solution was brilliant. I clasped my hands together. Just don't stop Manager Qian from comping the meal, everyone. We won't. The crowd burst out laughing, all thinking this young man was sharp. None of them had come up with it. Ma Guanxing gave me a thumbs up, as expected of Director Qin. That was the finishing touch. At the mention of my name, a flash of recognition crossed Qianling's mind. You're Qin Zheng from the steel mill? Oh, Manager Qian knows me. Once it was confirmed, that charming smile bloomed on her face again. She hadn't expected someone from her rival's side to come in for a meal and hand over such a great idea. She thought to herself, if Lung Yuaning heard about this, wouldn't she be furious? Qianling smiled like a flower. Of course I've heard of you. This table's on the house, Director Qin, and I'll set aside 10 bottles of good liquor for you. Just ask the waitress next time you come in. I understood exactly what she was scheming. She wanted to use me to spite Lung Yuaning. I said with a smile, well then, I won't be shy. And don't bother setting them aside. I'll just take them with me now. Her smile froze. Take them? Yeah, 2 bottles is beneath me, but 10 is just right. Take them home and enjoy them slowly. I looked at her curiously. Manager Qian isn't having second thoughts, is she? She could tell I'd seen through her, and she gritted her teeth. Of course not. Xiao Tsui, help Director Qin pack up 10 bottles of our best liquor to take with him. And let everyone know, as long as I'm running this restaurant, every time Director Qin comes in, he gets a free bottle of good liquor on me. The people around us were stunned, all guessing at who I was. I gave her a thumbs up. Manager Qian, you've got class. With generosity like that, this restaurant couldn't fail if it tried. Then I turned my head. Old Ma, you full? Let's pack up and head out. Full. Waitress, box it up. Qianling kept her composure, but inside she wanted to bite me. getting the perks, and then running off. She took a deep breath. Fine. Take care, Director Chin. You're welcome back anytime. Then she turned and walked away, afraid that if she stayed any longer, she wouldn't be able to resist clawing at my face. I walked out of the restaurant carrying a case of Matai. Old Ma, split it down the middle. These 5 bottles are yours. Ma Guangxing hadn't expected a share for himself. How could I possibly take these? If you don't want them, then never mind. He blinked. Huh. I laughed. Just messing with you. Pack them up. I'm heading out first. Take care, Director. See you tomorrow. He waved happily, looking at the 5 bottles of Matai in his bag along with the leftovers, muttering contentedly, didn't spend a dime, and still walked away with 5 bottles of liquor. There's a future in sticking with Director Chin. Back in her office, Qianling thought about what had just happened and finally couldn't hold it in. She started giggling. Suizhu laughed along with her. That Qin Zheng is quite something. Once she'd laughed enough, Qianling composed herself. Xiao Cui, do exactly as he said. We start implementing it tomorrow. I'll go put up the reservation number right now. Go ahead. Thinking about me, the corners of her mouth turned up despite herself. That sneaky devil. He definitely guessed I wanted to use him despite Lung Yuaning. Humph, you're not getting away. I got home in a great mood. Woof, woof, woof. De Wong and Air Wong crowded around me. Bar the door, I said offhandedly. Woof. De Wong ran to the door, closed it, grabbed the crossbar in his mouth, and slid it into place, all in one smooth motion. I stared dumbfounded. That had just been a joke, and they'd actually done it. If I'd known you two could do this, why would I even need to bother? I laughed and patted their heads, then took out 10 pounds of meat and tossed it over. Go on, eat up. With the way those two ate, no ordinary family could afford to keep them these days. Even with money, you might not be able to get this much meat. After checking the house, I sat down and lit a cigarette, mulling over the day's events. Anyone who can go head-to-head with Lung Yuaning probably has a similar kind of backing. At that thought, a sly grin crossed my face. I wonder if Lung Yuaning will lose her mind when she hears about this. A few days later, at the steel mill guest house, Lung Yuaning's face was dark, infuriating, handing Qianling ideas, and completely ignoring my guest house. Lulan stood there with her head down, stealing glances at her expression. Lung Yuaning took a deep breath. Call everyone in for a meeting. Once everyone had gathered, she came down from upstairs and walked to the front. Starting today, the guest house will offer phone reservations for rooms. The front desk will handle the calls and registration. Rooms will be inspected daily, and once a guest checks out, the sheets and bedding are to be stripped and washed immediately. Each team leader is responsible. Meeting adjourned. Then she turned and went back upstairs. Meanwhile, Du Yunfei looked cheerfully at the several hazel grouse in his bag. Xiaoqin, you really are the one I can count on. I took a sip of tea. It's all part of my job. As long as you're satisfied, that's what matters. Satisfied, more than satisfied. He pulled an envelope out of a drawer. Take this. I waved it off. You already gave me too much last time. I can't take more. I know exactly how hard this stuff is to come by. It's not too much at all. Take it. Then I won't stand on ceremony with you, Director. Now you're talking. He took a sip of tea. The mill runs on its own accounting now. Our growth depends entirely on ourselves. We've been discussing sending someone abroad after the new year to purchase equipment and phase out the old machinery. Any interest in going along to have a look? I quickly waved my hands. Director, it'd be a lie to say I'm not interested. But I don't dare get involved in this. The number of people going abroad is bound to be tightly restricted. One extra person, that's me, and I'd worry the higher-ups would hold it against you. The fact that you'd even think of me for such a great opportunity is more than enough. Du Yunfei patted my shoulder, his eyes full of appreciation. Going abroad was a rare opportunity, and to resist the temptation and think of his interests instead, that was truly. It's rare. Xiaoqin, you've impressed me again. Director, I know exactly what I'm capable of. I never spout off about things I don't understand. Otherwise, I'd mess up something big for the factory, and the tens of thousands of workers would tear me apart. Good. I really didn't misjudge you. He sighed. Ah, if only everyone had your clear head. There's no shortage of people these days who fake knowing what they don't. I smiled. Every era has them. The key is that the man at the helm stays clear-headed. Then the people below don't dare screw around. That's a great analogy. The helmsman. Yes, I like that. We chatted a bit more. Then I excused myself and went back to my office. Honestly, of course I'd love to go abroad and take a look. I was just afraid that once I saw those big cities out there, I wouldn't want to come back. With my abilities, staying wouldn't be a problem at all. But no rush. There'd be plenty of chances in the years ahead. I opened the envelope. 200 yuan and a stack of coupons. Du Yunfei was as generous as ever. Knock, knock, knock. I put the money away. Come in. Yang Luo pushed the door open. Director, let me make you some tea. I just got back from Director Du's office and haven't had a chance. Thanks for the trouble. Don't say that. You work so hard. Doing a little something like this is the least I can do. She bent down to set the tea on the desk, and the loose collar of her blouse revealed quite a view. That's when I noticed several of her buttons were undone. It was almost like she wanted me to get a clear look. She didn't rush to straighten up, just stayed bent over like that. I smiled and took out a stack of industrial coupons. Here, take these. I don't need them. Her eyes lit up, though she looked a little embarrassed. Director, this is too much. They're just going to waste with me. They might actually come in handy for you. Go on, take them. I pressed them into her hand. She leaned in against me, shy. You're so good to me. I smiled and pinched her cheek. Keep up the good work. You're so bad. Huh, I'll stop teasing you. Go on, get back to it. Seeing that I didn't take things further, Yang Luo looked a little disappointed. She murmured a reply and left. The corner of my mouth curled up. Meanwhile, in the office of the Reborn restaurant, Qian Ling was going over the sales reports when Sueju said excitedly, Manager, business has been even better than before these past few days. All the tables for the next 3 days are fully booked. Any new reservations can only be scheduled for the 4th day out. Qian Ling was pleased too. She never expected that one offhand idea from that man would boost business this much. The key was knowing in advance how many tables of customers to expect each day, so they could prepare ingredients and seasonings without any rush. Business had been good before, but there'd been plenty of waste. The specialty dishes were pricey and not everyone ordered them, so there were often leftovers. Now that problem was completely solved. If that troublemaker shows up, remember to let me know. Sueju nodded with a smile. Got it. Around that time, I was strolling down the street. It had just snowed heavily, and I couldn't be bothered to ride my bike. I checked a few of my marked spots and, once again, left disappointed. He couldn't have actually died out here, could he? Kids were setting off firecrackers on the street. A whole crowd gathered around to watch. The new year was almost here. Young guys strutted around in toe-dye sunglasses and bell-bottom pants. Anyone who could sport a pair of those shades was definitely the coolest kid on the block, the envy of who knows how many people. This was the memory of an era. As I was walking, a young man stopped me. You want some toe-dye shades? He pulled open his coat, and the inside was lined with hanging sunglasses. No thanks. I had zero interest in that stuff. He chased after me. Everyone else sells them for 25 a pair. I'll give them to you for 18. Think how much face you'd have wearing these out. You should ask someone else. Seeing that I really wasn't interested, he muttered something under his breath and crouched back down by the roadside to wait for his next target. Qin Zheng. Someone called my name. I turned to look. Lu Chunyan was running toward me excitedly, with those same 2 guys and 1 girl from last time following behind. Qin Zheng, where have you been all this time? I haven't seen you at all. I glanced at her. Working every day? I really don't have much time. Wang Ming, Lu Chunyan's suitor, looked disgusted the moment he saw me, remembering what happened last time. Chunyan, he doesn't want to bother with you. Let's just go. Lu Yang chimed in beside him. Yeah, Wang Ming booked the table days ago. If we're late, we'll lose it. Lu Chunyan remembered last time too and looked a little embarrassed. Qin Zheng, I'm sorry about before. I didn't think it through. Song Jia smiled. Why don't you come eat with us? Yeah, come along with us. It's been so long. I waved my hand. No need, you guys go ahead. I actually have something to take care of. Lu Chunyan reached out and grabbed my arm, tears welling up in her eyes, ready to spill over at any second. Qin Zheng, come on. Song Jia urged from the side. Just come. We're all young people here. You're not that petty, are you? I looked over the group and said, fine. Great. Lu Chunyan wiped her eyes and happily pulled me along. Come on, let's go. The Reborn restaurant is really hard to get into. Wang Ming looked like he'd just swallowed a fly. That place isn't somewhere just anyone gets to eat. Lu Yang agreed. That's right. Today we're all riding on Wang Ming's coattails. Lu Chunyan's face hardened. Let me tell you all, if anyone gives Qin Zheng a hard time for no reason today, I'm cutting ties with you for good. Song Jiao laughed. Serves you right. Nobody thinks you're mute if you keep your mouth shut. I walked alongside them without saying a word. Honestly, given what happened last time and the way I am, I'd have sent them off to be reincarnated long ago. Lu Chunyan's face was only worth sparing once. If today went the same way, tonight I'd give them a one-way trip. Song Jia asked me, Qin Zheng, where do you work? Lu Chunyan looked at me curiously too. Yeah, I'll come visit you when I have time. I said, I found a job at the steel rolling mill. Wang Ming immediately jumped in. Which workshop are you in? I've got a relative who works there. Maybe they could look out for you a bit. He wore an arrogant expression as he said it. Lu Yang played along. You're being too modest. I heard your relative is a deputy workshop director. It's nothing much. A little favor like that is definitely doable. Wang Ming struck a pose. Lu Chunyan smiled and asked me, Qin Zheng, which workshop are you in? Maybe he really could look out for you. Hearing this, I figured this woman had a screw loose. She couldn't tell at all that the guy was just fishing for attention. Just odd jobs, wherever I'm needed. How have you been lately? I changed the subject. Pretty good. I teach at an elementary school near where I live. Every day is so fulfilling. It's just that those kids are so mischievous. Lu Chunyin started chatting excitedly about school. Song Jia had been beside us the whole time. She's watching me. That thing last time got her curious, but we just hadn't run into each other for a while. Welcome, come on in. Wang Ming led the way inside. I've got a reservation, table 10. Reservation number, please. 9527. I sat down at the table with them. Wang Ming looked at the menu. We'll have one of the house specials. The waitress said politely, sorry, sir, but we're all out of the house special today. Wang Ming feigned disappointment. What a shame. Well, let's order something else then. I sat there watching his little performance. He knows how to make a reservation. How could he not know the house special has to be ordered in advance? He just didn't want to spring for it. One order of the house special costs more than half a month's wages for a lot of people. Lu Chunyin looked around, fascinated. This place is so fancy. Song Jia nodded. Yeah, and their uniforms are so pretty. Wang Ming went around asking everyone what they wanted and skipped right over me. The waitress brought over a tray with a bottle of Maotai on it. Lu Yang gave a thumbs up. Wang Ming, you big spender. You actually splurged on this. Wang Ming's face went a little awkward. This bottle cost 10 yuan. No way he'd have paid for that. The waitress smiled. It's our policy. When Director Qin comes in, we send over a bottle of good liquor. Director Qin? All four of them turned to stare at me in shock. Click, 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 the sound of high heels. Wang Ming and Lu Yang gawked like a couple of dogs at the gorgeous woman walking toward us, while Lu Chunyin and Song Jia looked stunned by her beauty. Qian Ling smiled as she spoke. Director Qin, I've been waiting ages for you to stop by. I stood up, smiling. To be on Manager Qian's mind, that's my honor. The other diners watched the scene with curiosity. Lu Chunyin and the others looked completely dumbfounded now. Qian Ling glanced at the people beside me. Xiao Chui, bring this table in order of the house special. It's on me. Yes, manager. Director Qin, why don't we go sit in my office? Sure. I turned to the others. You all enjoy your meal. I've got some business to take care of. Oh, Lu Chunyin answered, watching me leave with the beautiful woman, a look of disappointment crossing her face. Song Jia's eyes flickered with something like awe. Wang Ming was completely floored. What's going on here? Lu Yang wasn't doing much better. The guy they'd looked down on as a complete nobody actually had connections like this. They knew perfectly well how popular this restaurant was. When had they ever heard of it comping drinks and food? And the waitress had just said it. This was standard treatment for someone like me. Wang Ming started to feel a chill of dread. If I decided to hold a grudge against him, his face went pale. In the manager's office on the second floor, Qian Ling said with a smile, it seems those folks aren't too fond of you, Director Qin. I shook my head helplessly. Some people have a screw loose. I'm not their dad. It's not my job to fix them. Qian Ling couldn't help but laugh. This man cursed right in front of her without the slightest hesitation, which she found all the more amusing. Cui Zhu set down a freshly brewed cup of tea. Your tea, Director Qin. Thank you. I shook my head, looking regretful. You're just not thinking clearly. Cui Zhu blinked. What do you mean? Qian Ling looked at me, puzzled too. I shook my head. As pretty as you are, and you insist on working alongside a stunning goddess like Manager Qian? How can you not see the problem there? Cui Zhu froze for a moment, turned to look at Qian Ling, then covered her mouth and laughed once she caught on. I'm not pretty. Manager Qian is the pretty one. I picked up my tea and took a sip. My one and only flaw is that I only ever tell the truth. The corners of Qian Ling's mouth kept curling upward. Xiao Chui, stay away from him. Don't get swept off your feet by his sweet talk. Cui Zhu blushed and ducked behind Qian Ling. But the look in her eyes toward me carried that certain spark both men and women understand. Xiao Chui is my assistant. If you dare steal her away, I won't let it slide, Qian Ling said, glaring at me. I waved a hand, laughing. Relax. Even if I devour her whole, I won't steal her away. You hear that, Xiao Chui? He wants to gobble you up whole. Qian Ling shot me a look. I'd never let him get his way, Cui Zhu said, though her eyes betrayed her. I stood and looked around. This is a nice place you've got, Manager Qian. You can tell right away you're someone who loves life. What makes you say that? The moment I walked into your office, it had this homey feel to it. Qian Ling mulled that over, then gave me an exasperated look. You're even flirting with me. I laughed. Come on, a fair maiden is every gentleman's pursuit. Life needs a little seasoning. I'm a divorced woman, you know. She rolled her eyes at me. Hey, divorce is nothing. I wouldn't even be scared off by a widow. Cui Zhu quickly clapped a hand over her mouth. Qian Ling realized this man was slippery as an eel, spouting dirty talk, yet somehow she couldn't manage to get mad at him. I took another sip of tea, set the cup down, and stood. Thanks for bailing me out today, Manager Qian. I'll head out the back door. See you next time. You're just going to leave like that? What? Do you want a farewell hug? Go to hell. All right. I answered, opened the door, and bolted. Behind me came the sound of her slapping the table. That awful man. Out of the restaurant, I strolled home with a grin. As for Lu Chunyan, that woman isn't too bright. Best to keep my distance. Meanwhile, Lung Yuaning stared at the reports, her mood in the gutter. This month's numbers had dropped by a third, with the restaurant division performing the worst. Lu Lan suggested quietly. Maybe we should reach out to Director Qin? Reach out to him. Lung Yuaning scoffed. I refuse to believe we can't solve the guest house's problems without him. She threw the reports down. Pass the word along. Bonuses are cut in half this month. Everyone had better start thinking about how to boost performance. She was still stewing when the phone rang. Who is it? Ooh, who's got our lovely Miss Lung all riled up? Such a temper. Lung Yuaning's grip on the phone tightened. You little witch. If that's all you called to say, then you can hang up. Hee hee, it's been so long since I heard your voice, dear Lung. I've missed it terribly. Hanging up now. Wait. Lung Yuaning paused. Talk. Honestly, I just wanted to let you know, I was just in my office with Director Qin, having the loveliest chat. Slam. Lung Yuaning hung up in a fury. Insufferable. Right now, she wanted nothing more than to run me through with a knife. Over at the guest house, the staff had heard the bonuses were being halved, and grumbling broke out. We work hard all month, and the bad numbers aren't even our fault. You said it. It's all her fault for driving Director Qin away. I thought we'd finally have a good new year, and now they've cut it in half. Give it a rest, would you? There's still half of it left. Over at the Yuebin restaurant, Qian Ling was laughing her head off. Hee hee, this is killing me. That ice queen's probably about to blow a gasket. Cui Zhu stood beside her. Manager, careful you don't push her over the edge for real. Relax. Worst case, I scare off her period. She's nowhere near dying. New Year's Eve. The steel plant closed for the holiday. The workers happily collected their holiday gifts and headed out, beaming from ear to ear. Compared to other factories, ours had it good. Since the start of the year, some places had begun handing out treasury bonds, and a few even forced them on workers just to hit their quotas. With less cash in their pockets, who could crack a smile? On top of that, prices were climbing across the board, and plenty of people, afraid their money would soon be worthless, were lining up to snatch up goods. He Jia and Xiao Ran were pushing their bicycles through the snow. When they saw me coming, they waved cheerfully. Heading home, Director Qin? I smiled. Yeah, why are you two walking your bikes? The roads are all covered in snow. Safer to push them. Fair enough. I'll get going then. See you after the holiday. There's a temple fair tomorrow. You going? I thought about it. We'll see. I'm off. After I left, He Jia felt a little dejected, wishing she'd been bolder. Xiao Ran grinned. Why don't we go over to his place tomorrow and hang out? You don't want to check out the temple fair? It'll be packed shoulder to shoulder, and we'll just get groped. Better to go hang out with him. Okay, let's do it. Back home, I fed Big King and Second King, then went inside to swap out the coal in the stove. I turned on the TV, took out a couple of dishes, and poured myself a drink. Another new year alone. I raised my glass. Here's to me. I downed it in one gulp. I poured another, tossed a peanut into my mouth. Knock knock, someone was at the door. I stood up. Big King, go answer it. Big King, who'd been eating, let out a disgruntled little grr and trotted off to open the door. Peach and the other two came bouncing in. Zhengji, we came to spend New Year's with you. Cherry was holding 2 bottles of liquor. Zhengji, we brought you some good stuff. I happily ushered them inside. Big King locked the door. Apple caught sight of the food on the table. Why so plain? Good thing we brought food. Hold on. She grabbed her stuff and dashed toward the kitchen. I caught Peach by the arm. How come you 3 aren't spending New Year's with your families? They don't want us around anyway. Now that we've got jobs, they're all fake and sweet. I can't be bothered. Made sense to me. I laughed and gave her a light pat. All right, spend it here then. Hee hee, aren't we sweet? Just wait. We'll make dinner. She ran off to help in the kitchen. Watching the 3 of them bustling around the kitchen, I felt a warm reassurance. This new year won't be lonely. A few dishes were ready in no time. I lifted my glass. You 3 drink your sodas, and let's toast together. Cheers. New Year's Day morning, the firecrackers going off in the alley jolted me awake. I stretched, shifted a long leg draped over me, and rubbed my eyes as I got out of bed. The 4 of us had stayed up late last night before finally crashing. I went into the outer room, slipped into my farm space to wash up, and came out once I was ready. Check-in. I'd been too busy yesterday to do my New Year check-in. Ding, New Year, check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received Divine Ability Enslavement, Immunity Charm ×5, and 1 high-tech phone. A surge of energy poured into me, wrapping around my entire body. Divine Ability Enslavement, a mental-type power that makes the target 100% loyal without affecting their thoughts. Usable once per day. Note, requires an initial connection, and the difference in status must be appropriate for it to succeed. My eyes lit up. I loved this ability. I'd always been someone lacking in security, And with this, I could finally set my mind at ease. As for the whole initial connection and status match business, I couldn't care less. Limitations were only natural. I'd already gotten one immunity charm from a previous check-in, and this time they gave me 5 right off the bat. Security maxed out. High-tech phone. It could freely change its appearance, block eavesdropping and tracking, run forever on its own power, and work anywhere. I took it out for a look. It was shaped like a smartphone from a future era, with a sleek black metal casing, mysterious and imposing. The screen lit up on its own, and a beam of light swept across my face. Owner recognition complete. Please set your desired appearance, Master Da. I hadn't expected this phone to be so advanced. After thinking it over, I shaped it into a wristwatch and put it right on my wrist. Not bad. With this, I'll never have to worry about misspeaking on the phone again. I heard the sound of dressing and chatter from inside, so I walked in with a smile. You little sleepyheads are up. Cherry rubbed her eyes. You're the worst. We've still got dumplings to wrap, and you didn't even wake us up. Exactly. It's all Jingji's fault we slept in. I laughed and gave each of them a kiss. All right, go wash up first. Doesn't matter if we eat the dumplings early or late. After some more teasing and laughter, the 3 of them went off to wash up and wrap dumplings. The courtyard outside was lively as could be. The festive atmosphere had washed away the worries in people's hearts. Firecrackers popped, and children squabbled and scrambled over the spent casings, the noise rising and falling in waves. I stood in the courtyard listening to all the commotion, feeling great. Thinking about the divine ability I'd gotten that day, I turned to glance at the 3 of them in the kitchen and quietly cast enslavement on Peach. Confirmation of a successful enslavement echoed in my mind. Then, an inky black space appeared inside my head, and a point of light flickered to life, blinking on and off like a star in the cosmos. Every time I enslaved someone, another point of light would appear, the light of their life. These points had another use, too. They let me check the location of anyone I'd enslaved at any time. The day a light winked out would mean that person had died. I'd figured it out. This space was my sea of consciousness. So that's how it is. Gazing at my own sea of consciousness, I found it all quite fascinating. Peach and the other 2 felt nothing at all, still chatting and laughing away. In great spirits, I walked straight into the kitchen. Let me help. Zhengji, do you even know how? Yeah, don't get in the way. Underestimating me, huh? Today I'll show you what I've got. My master-level cooking skills were no joke. After the 4 of us ate our dumplings, we settled into the room to watch TV and drink tea. Big King, Second King, open up. Hearing Lu Wan's voice, I couldn't help but find it funny. Ever since she'd learned these 2 dogs could open and bolt the door, the little thing had made a game of teasing them whenever she had the chance. Peach and the others were curious about who it was, so I stood up and said, It's fine, they're all good friends. I'll go check. Lu Lan pushed her bicycle into the courtyard. Lu Wan had her arms wrapped around the dog. Playing around in the courtyard, Lu Lan saw me outside. Have you eaten yet? Yeah, already ate. I've got a few friends over, come on in. The moment Lu Wan heard there were other people, she ran right inside after her. I introduced everyone. Peach and the others were the playful type anyway, so they hit it off with Lu Wan in no time. Lu Lan and I went to the study. Grandma wanted you to come over yesterday, but I turned her down. I smiled. Good call. I'm used to being on my own at home anyway. Lu Wan burst back in. Zheng, you're playing favorites. Peach and the others all got red envelopes, and I'm the only one who didn't. Of course you did. I pulled out a red envelope. This one's yours. She took it happily and opened it. A stack of 10s, a full $100. She looked hesitant. That's too much. Lu Lan chimed in. You can't give her that much. I ruffled Lu Wan's hair. It's not too much. A girl should always carry a little extra cash. Thanks, Zheng. She threw her arms around me and planted a kiss on my cheek. Ugh, that's all slobber, so gross. It is not. I'm gonna kiss you a few more times. She lunged at me again, and I quickly dodged. Lu Lan watched us goofing around and started laughing too. Once Lu Wan had kissed enough, she grabbed her red envelope and ran off. I'm gonna go see who got more, me or Peach and the others. Lu Lan said, half scolding. You've spoiled her rotten. One's got a great personality. A little fire in her means nobody'll push her around later. Not long after, He Jia and Xiao Ran found their way to Fanyuan Alley, walking all the way to the courtyard at the very back. Woof woof. Big King and Second King stood in the yard barking. I saw them coming from the study window. What are you 2 doing here? Xiao Ran gave me a playful look. Happy New Year, Director Qin. We came to hang out with you. This is home, not the office. Quit calling me director. Come on in. I introduced everyone. This is Lu Lan and Lu Wan. Lu Lan works in the finance office at the guest house. This is He Jia and Xiao Ran. They work at the steel mill. Peach and the others protested. You haven't introduced us yet. I waved my hand, grinning. These are my 3 fruit pies. They work at the neighborhood consignment shop. Rude. I'm Peach. I'm Cherry. I'm Apple. He Jia and the others cracked up. Once the whole group got acquainted, they chattered away nonstop. They say 3 women make a whole drama. So with this many women, that's got to be a whole season's worth. Lulan and the others made lunch, and everyone crowded around the table to eat. Xiaoran took bite after bite. This is so good. If you like it, eat up. Don't be shy. I took a sip of my drink and asked Lulan, everything squared away with your grandma? All set. I waited till she finished eating before coming back. Meanwhile, at the home of Li Junfeng, the former steel mill director, the mood was heavy. Li Jianya sat at the dining table with his mother. Delivery for the Li family. There's an overseas letter. At the shout from outside, mother and son both lit up. Li Jianya rushed out excitedly. Seeing it was from America, he tore it open at once. After reading it, he clenched his fist. Mom, Uncle says he's coming back soon. Ever since his father was arrested, life had gotten harder and harder for the two of them. Out of sheer desperation, they'd reached out to his uncle overseas for help. That's wonderful. Your uncle's really coming back. The New Year's break was only 3 days, and it flew by. Soon everyone was back to the grind. The whole way in it was Happy New Year, Director Chin, and I returned every greeting. By the time I reached the office, Yang Luo had already brewed the tea and was standing in the room. Happy New Year, Director. I smiled and activated the skill on her. I got the feedback confirming the enslavement succeeded, and a new point of light appeared in my sea of consciousness. I reached out and gave her a pat. All you do is pick on me. Yang Luo's heart now held nothing but loyalty to me. The scheming from before, wanting to use me, was completely gone. I gave a wicked grin. In a few days I'm gonna have you. I'll head out for now then. She answered shyly. Before I had this ability, I hadn't planned to take things any further with her. Now I had no reservations. The office was lively all morning, with people dropping by to pay their New Year's respects. Ring, ring, ring. I was still half in a daze when I picked up the phone. This is Qin Zheng. Who's calling? Director Qin. It's me, Lu Lan. Yeah, what's up? Director Lung just announced that if this month's numbers don't improve, the end-of-month bonuses are canceled. A lot of people are grumbling about it behind the scenes. I laughed. No bonuses when performance is bad. That's totally normal. But everyone's gotten used to them. And this month we're also supposed to be handing out treasury bonds. At this rate, nobody's going to stay motivated. I lit a cigarette. No need to panic. You've got to trust Director Lung. Someone called out to her on the other end, and she hurriedly hung up. Just then I heard cars outside and the sound of people rushing down the stairs. I got up and looked out the window. 2 red flag sedans below hadn't stopped, heading straight for the workshops. Feng Chaohui and a group of cadres jogged after the cars. Knock, knock, knock. Ma Guanxing came in. Director, something big is happening. What is it? He shut the door and hurried over. There's a foreign businessman in that car, and he's Li Juanfeng's brother-in-law. I looked off into the distance. The director and the others were shaking hands with a middle-aged man, and Li Jianya stood beside them looking smug. So he's a foreign businessman. Is that really worth all this fuss? Ma Guanxing lowered his voice. If the higher-ups sent a car for him, it means he's got some clout overseas. The mill's about to send people abroad to buy equipment. He might be a big help. I nodded. Fair point. Director, aren't you going to go take a look? I'm just a deputy director. Why would I get mixed up in that? Li Jianya, decked out in a suit with his hair slicked back, strutted into workshop 3 with an air of arrogance. The workers recognized him and murmured among themselves. This kid's wearing a suit now. Look at the guy trailing behind him. Doesn't he look like some big shot secretary? He walked up to He Jia and Xiaoran. He Jia, Xiaoran, long time no see. Xiaoran shot him a glance. Well, if it isn't young Master Li. He Jia kept her head down, working, and ignored him. Li Jianya didn't get angry. My uncle's back from America, and he's taking me abroad. If you two want, I could bring you along. Abroad. Xiaoran's eyes lit up, and even He Jia paused her work. There were so many people who dreamed of going abroad, and naturally the two of them were tempted too. They wanted to see whether it was really like it looked in the movies. Li Jianya grew smug. That's right. Say yes, and I'll tell my uncle to take you both out with us. He Jia. Jia kept her head down and continued working. Not interested. Xiaoran tilted her head back. Yeah, not interested. Get lost. Quit holding us up. Li Jianya's face stiffened. Opportunities like this don't come often. Miss it, and you'll be factory girls for the rest of your lives. Just looking at you makes me sick, Xiaoran said bluntly. Humph, don't bite the hand that feeds you. Careful, or I'll have my uncle tell the factory to fire you both. He just set down her tools. Go ahead and try. Your dad's an embezzler, and you think you can get us fired? Dream on. Xiaoran chimed in. Nobody in your family's any good. Don't think you can throw your weight around just because you've got overseas relatives. We're not scared of you. Li Jianya's expression turned ugly. Is this because of that pretty boy? Just wait. I'll show you what I do to him. Sooner or later you'll come crawling to beg me. With that, he turned and stormed off. Capitalist lackey. That mutt. He was never any good before, and he's still no good now. The workers cursed him one after another. Lucinian walked back with his hands clasped behind his back, alongside the factory leaders, and noticed his nephew's foul mood. Jianya, what's wrong? Uncle, the people here don't know a good thing when they see it. Feng Jiaowei frowned, and the other cadres looked displeased as well. Lucinian waved his hand. Watch how you talk. Your father worked here for years. Sure, there was some trouble, but the sentiment's still here. Seeing the leader's expression sour, Li Jianya quickly forced a smile. Right? A few people just got me riled up. Most folks are surely good. There's always just a few with rotten hearts. Like that purchasing agent who used to work here, Qin Zheng. He had something going on with one of the factory girls. Someone ought to look into that. Feng Jiaowei cleared his throat. Mr. Liu, I've got work to attend to. If you'll excuse me. And he turned and left. Several deputy directors said nothing either and followed him out. In an instant, only Wang Feng, the office director, was left. Li Jianya grumbled. Uncle, the people here have no sense of gratitude. Let's just go. Lucinian was a little disappointed in this nephew. He couldn't read a room. Overseas Chinese or not, Lucinian couldn't sway the decisions of the leaders here. But being snubbed so openly today left him feeling uncomfortable too. He said nothing, turned, got in his car, and left. Wang Feng didn't try to stop them either. He watched the car drive off into the distance, then turned and headed back into the office building. I stood by the window, taking in the whole scene, the corner of my mouth curling up. I couldn't hear what was said, but Li Jianya was definitely up to no good. Ma Guangxing said, Director, I'll go find out what's going on. Sure. I was curious what he was scheming too. Yang Luo came in to refill the water. Director, I heard that Li Jianya showed up, all decked out in a suit, putting on airs. I smiled. The guy's got connections. Ma Guangxing hurried back. Director, I got the scoop. Yang Luo said goodbye and stepped out, closing the door behind her. In front of a whole group of leaders, Li Jianya said our people don't know a good thing when they see it, and that you've got something going on with a factory girl and it should be investigated. After the director and the others heard that, they left him standing there and walked off. I lit a cigarette. With foreign investors around this time, actually taking him out could stir up trouble. He also went to Workshop 3 and said he could take 2 factory girls abroad. When they turned him down, he shot his mouth off. The guy must have a screw loose. We're a state-owned enterprise. Since when does a foreign businessman get to throw his weight around here? I knew right away it was He Jia and Xiaoran. I didn't expect the two of them to resist the temptation of going abroad, with the whole go overseas craze at its peak right now. Resisting it meant they were smart. If they'd actually left with him, they'd have ended up under his thumb, and by then their cries for help would fall on deaf ears. For the next couple of weeks, everyone was buzzing about Li Jianya's flashy visit to the steel mill and how He Jia and the others had turned down his offer to go abroad. Some thought the two of them were fools. More thought they'd done well to refuse. Though, of course, plenty of that was tinged with jealousy. Just how much of it was sincere, only they knew themselves. Ding. Host has accumulated 30 check-in opportunities. Use them now. I finished my meal at a leisurely pace, then communicated with the system in my mind. Check in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You've received 100 acres of mountain forest times 1, refreshing incense times 100 sticks, recipe included. It can even reward mountain forest. The farm space rumbled, and a stretch of mountain forest sprang up along its edge, rolling hills and slopes lush with vegetation. I grinned. With a thought, I moved the leopards, wolves, bears, wild boars, and the rest into the forest, marking out territories for each of them. Now that's more like it. These wild beasts had been out on the plains, away from the mountains for so long they were bound to degenerate. Now that problem was solved. The animals raced around their new home, roaring and howling one after another. I could tell they were happy. A rush of memories flooded my mind. Refreshing incense. It clears the head, improves sleep, and can even repel insects and purify the air. A pure herbal product with strict requirements on the age of the medicinal ingredients. None of that was a problem for me. I moved a portion of my cultivated herbs into the forest too, especially the ginseng. I transferred more than half of it in and sealed it off with a rule. There was plenty of ginseng, but I still couldn't let the animals gnaw on it. The ginseng inside was about to reach 15 years of maturity. Only past that point is it suitable for medicinal use. Ring, ring, ring. I got up to answer the phone. This is Qin Zheng. Who's calling? It's me. I just got a call from the investigation bureau asking about your situation, especially your private life. Are you being targeted? It was Feng Jing. I knew right away who was behind it. I'd originally figured that since Li Jianya was going abroad, out of sight was out of mind, so I hadn't planned to deal with him. Besides, with that overseas uncle of his, anything happening to him could easily spark public backlash. But now it seemed the kid really wasn't afraid of dying. Sister Feng, let them investigate. It's nothing. All right, I'll hang up now. After hanging up, I put on my coat and headed out. Lately, every woman connected to me had already been enslaved. There was no chance any of them would betray me. So what was there to fear? Besides, I had a bigger trump card. Worst case, I'd play one of them. I'd barely gotten to work when I received notice of a meeting. When I got to the conference room, I saw that the IC director of the guest house had come too. I nodded at her with a smile. But Lung Yuning acted as if she didn't see me, shooting me a look of complete indifference. I gave a little smile and found a seat. During this period, Lu Lan had been reporting to me constantly. Lung Yuning was practically dying of anger. The staff over at the guest house had also lost a lot of their enthusiasm. At this rate, this month's numbers would be more than twice as bad as before. Relying on lodging alone meant they weren't losing money, but there wasn't much profit either. At the meeting that day, the deputy directors filed into the conference room one by one, with Feng Jiaowei the last to arrive. Now that everyone here? Director, we're all here. All right, let's begin. Feng Jiaowei wore a broad smile. I'm sure you've all heard the news. Our factory is putting together a team to go abroad and purchase equipment. After some deliberation, we've finalized the list. This trip will be led by Deputy Director Feng, along with several of our top engineers. These 18 comrades should start preparing. Training begins tomorrow, all together. I wasn't on the list, but honestly, I wasn't disappointed. Feng Jiaowei took a sip of tea. One more thing, regarding treasury bonds. We leaders and cadres need to set an example and get behind the policy. My proposal is that starting this month, we take half our pay in treasury bonds and half in cash. If anyone's facing hardship, come see me after the meeting. Once the meeting wrapped up, Du Yunfei waved me over. I followed him into his office. Director, what's up? He gestured toward the sofa. You were originally on that list. But someone filed an anonymous complaint, claiming your personal life was a mess. Since we couldn't verify it, upstairs crossed you off. If there's any truth to it, you'd better clean things up fast. If it comes out during an investigation, you're finished for life. Gratitude showed on my face. Director, thank you for telling me. But I'm being framed. Plain and simple. It's that Li Jianya trying to smear me. I'm at the factory every day. Anyone can check who I'm around. The neighborhood director back home already called me today, so there's plenty to investigate. I just hope the factory clears my name. I don't mind missing the trip abroad, but with this mud slung on me, how are people supposed to see me? Du Yunfei looked at me, his eyes clear, and nodded with satisfaction. Don't worry. As long as you're clean, nobody can frame you. Li Jianya already tried to smear you once, right in front of the factory leadership. We believe you. He got on a plane and left the country yesterday. This was his parting shot at you, and a way to sling mud at our factory too. Hearing he was gone, I thought to myself, consider yourself lucky, kid. Your time wasn't up yet. I let out a sigh. That a guy like that can go abroad. There's really no justice in this world. Du Yunfei laughed. What can you do when someone's got good connections? His uncle's got some pull in the Chinese community over in America. He probably won't even come back this time. Don't dwell on it. Just think of it as getting harassed by a dog. You're right, Director. No point sinking to a dog's level. Huh. He laughed and handed me a cigarette. There'll probably be some questioning coming your way. Just tell the truth. There'll be more chances to go abroad down the road. You'll get another shot. Thanks for always looking out for me, Director. Rest assured, I'll stick to the facts and cooperate fully with the investigation. I smoked a cigarette in his office, chatted a while longer, then headed back to my own. Yang Luo came in to make tea. I sat down in my chair. Someone filed an anonymous complaint. Be careful these next few days. You're not going to be in trouble, are you? No, it's just harassment. Let it play out naturally. Okay, got it. She set the tea down. I'll head out now then. Go ahead. The investigators came quickly, questioning anyone close to me all over the steel mill and the guest house. Yu Jiang and the others in the security section were the first to be asked. Director Qin is very upstanding. I've honestly never seen him with anyone in that way. Director Qin is highly capable, kind to people. Over at the guest house, when they saw the investigation team, they poured out their grievances. Director Qin is a good cadre. When he was here, the guest house was booming. Now business just keeps getting worse. You can't go framing Director Qin. Can you tell the leadership to transfer him back? As the investigation went on, word spread through the whole factory. You think Director Qin was really messing around with women? Who knows? I never saw anything, that's for sure. In the small conference room, I sat in a chair, 3 men in mouse suits across from me. After several days of investigation, we can basically conclude you were deliberately defamed. We hope you understand the trouble this has caused you. Thank you, comrades, for clearing my name. I'm a young man who isn't even married yet. I can't have my reputation ruined. A straight body doesn't fear a crooked shadow. Over these past few days, the comrades all spoke highly of you. We hope you'll keep up the good work. I thanked them and left the conference room. As soon as the investigation team was gone, the factory made an announcement over the PA explaining everything. The workers were pretty disappointed. They'd hoped for some good gossip, but got nothing. Yu Jiang sat in my office smoking, slinging mud at you right before he left. That guy's rotten to the core. I took a sip of tea and chuckled inwardly. In truth, he'd stumbled into being right by accident. If I hadn't just acquired my new power, enslavement, I would have had to use an investigation evasion talisman this time. If someone couldn't hold up under the pressure and spilled the truth, I'd have been in deep trouble. Lucky for him, he ran fast, or I'd have broken one of his legs. Yu Jiang shook his head hard. One leg's not enough. 5 at least. I laughed. Enough about him. Have you ever thought about going to the Public Security Bureau? Yu Jiang and the others were already my own people. I still had a few transfer orders in hand. Keeping them didn't do any good, so I might as well put them to use. Could I really do it? I set down my teacup. What's stopping you? Though it definitely won't be as easy as it is now. You'll be dealing with a whole different kind of thing. All right, I'll follow your lead. Then head to the East District Public Security Sub-Bureau. Go back and wait for word. Got it. I'll call you if anything comes up. I gave him a few more pointers, and once he left, I took out a transfer order and wrote in Yu Jiang's name directly. Deputy Division Level Detachment Captain. Once I'd finished, the power of the rules swept over it, and his name appeared on the transfer list. A few days later, the transfer order arrived at the steel mill and blew the place up. When people saw he was going to the East District Public Security Sub-Bureau as head of the Criminal Investigation Detachment, they were stunned. Yu Jiang had been the factory's security section chief for years. Now he'd made a name for himself overnight. Personnel Director Gao Su reacted fastest, hurrying to my office. Director Qin, hope I'm not interrupting your work. Old Gao, come in, have a seat. Yang Luo made him a cup of tea and stepped out. Gao Su grinned. Old Yu really dropped everyone's jaws this time. A carp leaping over the dragon gate. With his abilities, he was wasted here. Gao Su lit my cigarette. Director, you think there's any chance for me? I took a deep drag. Is there somewhere you'd like to go? He instantly perked up. I heard the Deputy Personnel Director spot at the West District office is about to open up. A lot of people have their eyes on that position right now. That's right up your alley. But the district. The situation here is more complicated than at the steel mill. I understand. Don't worry. I'll hold the line and never let you down. I nodded. All right. Head back and wait to hear from me. Got it. A few days later, word spread that Gao Su had been transferred to Deputy Director of the HR Department at the West District Government Office. The plant erupted all over again. Right after that, Ma Guangxing was promoted to HR Section Chief. Some people started catching on and began finding excuses to drop by my office. At the guest house, Lung Yuaning stared at the documents on her desk and took a deep breath. Business had dropped by more than half, and the hospitality side was basically gone. Get Lu Shan in here. Okay. Lu Lan went out to find him. Lung Yuaning hadn't been in a good mood lately. Things were booming over at Xianling. Now you had to book a week in advance just to get a meal there. Put the two side by side, and it was night and day. People didn't say anything to her face, but who knew how they were laughing at her behind her back. After all these years of competing, she'd never failed this badly. Lu Shan came in, a little nervous. Director Lung, you wanted to see me? Can you get some special goods from the mountain folk? Tiger meat, for instance? There's no way. Panlong Mountain hasn't had tigers in years. She was disappointed. She figured only something special could turn things around. If she could roll out tiger meat, it'd definitely draw a crowd wanting to try it. What about bear or wolf meat? Lu Shan scratched his head. Director, I just wait for the mountain folk to come out and trade. All this time I've never heard of them hunting anything like that. Otherwise they'd have brought it out already. Can't you go into the mountains and ask yourself? Lu Shan waved his hands in alarm. I don't have that kind of skill. The mountains are full of danger. Someone with no experience goes in there. One wrong move, and you're dead. You're afraid to go into the mountains? Lung Yuaning was taken aback. Then how do you contact the mountain folk? Director Qin set all that up. I just go over regularly to trade. Lung Yuaning clenched her fist. She never expected it was like this. And here she thought Lu Shan was doing a good job. Get out. Okay. Lu Shan backed out with an apologetic smile. Lu Lan spoke up carefully beside her. Director Qin could always get his hands on good stuff. If he couldn't buy it, he'd go into the mountains and find it himself. Back when Director Yin was here and needed bear paw, Director Qin went hunting in the mountains for a few days and came back with a fresh one. Only then did Lung Yuaning remember. Yin Ning had once told her that if business went bad, she could ask Qin Zheng for advice. She'd always refused to accept it, but now she really felt powerless. And yet, admitting defeat, swallowing her pride, and begging him for help, she just couldn't do it. She looked at Lu Lan. If you went and asked Qin, Director Qin, what'd he tell you? I don't know. I don't understand any of this stuff either. You can go now. Okay. Slap. Her hand came down on the desk again. Damn it. She stared at the phone on her desk, torn for a good long while, then finally picked it up. I leaned back in my chair with my eyes closed, resting. The phone rang, and I picked it up. Who is this? A crisp, pleasant voice came through. Director Chin, this is Lung Yuaning. The corner of my mouth curled up. Oh, what made Director Lung think of calling me? Her face was probably red on the other end, from embarrassment. You worked at the guest house for so long, Director Chin, and after you left you never once came back to visit. Huh. Director Lung's more than capable. I wouldn't dare go over and be a bother. I didn't give her a chance to respond. If there's nothing else, Director Lung, I'll hang up. I've got a meeting over here. Wait. She was clearly struggling to steady her breathing. The first time she'd ever asked anyone for help. I put on an impatient tone. If you've got something to say it quick. I really do have things to do. Chin, Director Chin, business at the guest house is getting worse and worse. I was wondering, do you have any ideas? Once she got it out, she seemed to deflate, probably already bracing for me to mock her. I really can't help with that. Why don't you ask former Director Yin? I'm just an amateur. I kept the smile on my face. Sorry about this. The meeting's starting. Goodbye. I hung up right after and stretched. Nice. You said you'd kick me out, and you did, so it serves you right to run into trouble now. Lung Yuaning listened to the busy signal, then slammed the phone down. Bastard. Even though I hadn't mocked her, being turned down so flatly still left her furious. In all her life, she couldn't count the number of people who'd fallen over themselves to curry favor with her. This was the first time she'd met a man who couldn't care less about her feelings. Oomph, if you won't help, then I'll just have you transferred over here. She snatched up the phone and dialed. I lit a cigarette, figuring this woman surely wasn't done yet. Yang Luo knocked and came in, carrying a thermos to pour me some water. Lock the door. Okay. She obediently went and locked it. I pressed her down onto the desk. In Deputy Director Du Yunfei's office. Director Long, I'm glad you called, but this puts me in a tough spot. Director Du, the guest house used to be so successful, everyone outside knew it. Now it's suddenly gone downhill. Part of that's on me, but it doesn't look good for the plant either. Du Yunfei smiled, then his tone turned serious. Director Lung has a point. It's just that Comrade Qin Zheng has plenty of work over here too. If he leaves, it'll set things back. After Yang Luo left, I used the farm to swap out the air in the office. Before long, there was a knock at the door. Come in. Du Yunfei pushed the door open. Xiao Qin, Director Lung called me over there. I stood up with a smile to brew some tea. Director, I definitely won't go back to the guest house. I might as well just take a long leave. What Director Lung did really wasn't right. Business over there has fallen off a lot. And say what you will, it's still a steel mill asset. We can't just ignore it. I set down the teacup. She's the big boss's daughter. One bad mood, and she fired me outright, and I had nowhere to cry about it. I'd rather just stay here at the plant. Haha, she knows your value now. Back when the guest house business suddenly took off, I figured it was your doing, and sure enough. Xiao Qin, you're a talent. Would I really hang you out to dry? I secured some benefits for you this time. I was curious. What benefits? First, you'll keep working the same as before. She can't interfere. You come and go as you please. I was more than pleased, stuck sitting in the office here every day, and over there I could get my old freedom back. Second, you'll still draw your salary and bonuses over there, which means you'll be earning from both sides. That part didn't matter to me, but for anyone else it'd be a huge windfall. A few hundred extra a month. Who would say no, right? Du Yunfei grinned. Not bad, huh? I nodded. Sure. Since you fought so hard to get me all these perks, I guess I'll head over and supervise the work. All right, I'll leave you to it. I'm heading back. Let me walk you out. Lung Yuaning's face was full of smugness. Oomph, if you think I'm going to beg you, dream on. Go clean up Director Chin's old office. Yes. Lu Lan turned and walked out cheerfully. The front desk staff were slouched listlessly, but the moment they saw me walk in, they suddenly perked up. Director Chin, you're finally back. Every one of them lit up with joy. I smiled and nodded. I'll be working here just like before from now on. You all get back to it. I'm heading upstairs to take a look. That's great. The guest house is saved. The crowd broke into cheers. Up on the second floor, Lung Yuaning heard the commotion and felt a wave of defeat. Lu Lan came running over. Director Chin, the office is all cleaned up. Same one as before. Good. You go get back to work. I'll go check it out. Lung Yuaning listened to the footsteps in the hallway, and when she realized I wasn't heading toward her room, she gritted her teeth again in frustration. I sat down in the chair and glanced around. Same as always. Nothing had changed. I felt pretty good inside. Now I can slack off again. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Lung Yuaning walked in with a cold expression. Director Chin, satisfied with the office? I looked at her and said flatly, it's fine. Have a seat, Director Lung. A thought struck me, and I secretly activated the power, enslave. The status gap is too vast. Enslavement failed. I wasn't disappointed. I'd expected as much. I just wanted to give it a shot. Lu Lan brought over some tea, set it down, and slipped out. Lung Yuning sat down. Lu Lan is quite capable. I'm used to having her around. If you need an assistant, you can pick someone else from the guest house. I lit a cigarette. If she works well for you, keep her. I'm not around much anyway. Seeing how utterly unbothered I looked, she suppressed her irritation. You've heard about the situation with the guest house, right? What situation? I deliberately put on a look of dawning realization. Oh, you mean that? I heard some things. What's your plan, Director Lung? I don't think there's anything wrong with the service. The only place we can improve is the menu. For example, we could introduce tiger meat and bear meat. Market it as medicinal wild game nourishment. That would definitely draw the customers back. Sure, I'll bring over 10 pounds of tiger meat this coming Monday. Her face froze, and she stared at me in disbelief. She'd assumed I would flatly refuse. After all, that stuff isn't easy to come by. But I'd agreed without hesitation, which left her at a loss for how to respond. I looked at her. Not enough. It's enough. I just didn't expect you to agree so readily, Director Chin. I took a deep drag. It's my job in the first place. If I couldn't find it, that would be me failing at my duty. She understood what I meant. Procurement was my responsibility, running the guest house was hers. Whoever fell short was the one failing. She stood up. All right, I'll be waiting next week. But 10 pounds of tiger meat is only enough for a few dishes. I'd like to rotate to a new one each week. That won't be a problem, will it? The meaning was clear. You say procurement is your job? Well, let's see if you can actually deliver. I stubbed out my cigarette. No problem. Tiger meat on Monday. After that, it depends on what the hunter's luck brings in the mountains, but I guarantee no repeats for 4 weeks straight. Good. A rare hint of a smile crossed her face. I hope you won't disappoint me, Director Chin. I watched her leave, the corner of my mouth curling up. Cold beauties like her. I had plenty of ways to handle them. I didn't believe she wouldn't fall in line eventually. I glanced at my farm space. The only thing in the storehouse was that single tiger I'd killed in the Qinling Mountains. Looks like I'll need to spend a few days in the mountains. I'll bring back more this time. I took a sip of tea, stood up, and headed out. Lu Lan met me in the hallway. Director Chin, you're heading out? Yeah, going into the mountains to find some hunters. Just tidy up my room for me. All right, stay safe out there. I smiled and pinched her cheek. See you. Hearing the commotion outside, Lung Yuning sat in her chair, mulling things over, and started planning the next round of menu upgrades. If I really pulled it off, she couldn't afford to drop the ball. With that thought, she got up and headed to the back kitchen. I went home first and pulled out enough food to last Big King and Second King a few days. It's all in there. Grab it yourself when you're hungry. Watch the house. Woof woof. I patted their heads, locked the door, and made straight for Baishir village. As usual, I left my bike with the village brigade leader, borrowed a rifle, and headed into the mountains. Panlong Mountain hadn't had tigers in years. To find one, I'd have to go deep, hundreds of kilometers in. The moment I entered the mountains, I cut loose, using my lightness skill to weave through the terrain. In the manager's office of the Yuebin restaurant. Manager Qian, we just got word. Director Qin is back working at the guest house. Qian Ling twirled a pencil in her hand. Looks like that cold beauty couldn't hold out. Wonder if she begged him to come back or use some other trick. Seju said, I'll go dig up some more info. No need. Let's see how they turn things around first. Qian Ling leaned back in her chair, putting herself in Lung Yuaning's shoes. She thought it over for a long while. The only real option was to improve the menu. The corner of her mouth curled up. She didn't believe her rival could outdo her restaurant on food alone. I'd entered the mountains at noon and ran nonstop, still going deep into the night without a break. Tonight the moon was especially full. Figuring I'd gone 200 or 300 kilometers in, I found a spot to sit down, listening to the beasts roaring through the mountains. Still no sign of a tiger. I looked around and stepped straight into the farm to eat. I'd barely taken a sip of wine when I suddenly froze, staring outside the farm. A pure white fox came running from the distance, absolutely stunning in appearance. What a beautiful fox. It'd make a great pet. I was about to go out when my whole face froze. I watched as the white fox found a flat patch of ground, rose up on its hind legs, and bowed toward the bright moon overhead. A beam of moonlight, almost solid, poured down, and the fox opened its mouth and swallowed it. Holy shit. My hand went slack. The wine cup dropped onto the table, and wine spilled everywhere. I didn't even bother wiping it. I stood up, staring intently outside. The white fox swallowed the moonlight, bowed again, and another beam fell. Watching it repeat the motion over and over, I was completely stunned. Don't tell me this is. It's some kind of fairy, right? I was about to go out and catch it, but if I made a move, I might end up giving myself away. The moon worship ritual outside went on for half an hour. When the white fox seemed unable to absorb any more, it turned and dashed off in one direction. I couldn't resist wanting to follow and take a look, but I shook off the idea. Forget it. Curiosity killed the cat. I sat back down and asked the system, are there fairies in this world? Ding. The vast world is full of the unknown. Nothing to get worked up about. Huh, I said, getting looked down on by the system. I chuckled and went back to eating. Come to think of it, I'd transmigrated myself, and I had all sorts of magical abilities from the system. Having a little something like this in the mountains really wasn't so strange. Full and satisfied, I took a bath and laid down on the bed to rest. In the meeting room at the steel mill, the cadres chatted quietly before the meeting began. I heard the guest house is rolling out tiger meat next Monday. Is that true? I heard that too. I'll definitely go try it then. Tiger meat is a great tonic. In the manager's office at the Yuebin restaurant, Qian Ling twirled a pencil. Looks like they're really desperate, even bringing out tiger meat. Chuizhu nodded. I found out that Director Qin left the guest house right after taking office and headed straight into the mountains. Qian Ling's hand froze. You mean he went into the mountains to hunt a tiger? It's just a guess, but that's how I read it. Otherwise, who else would have tiger meat? Qian Ling thought about my situation. Isn't he afraid of dying? Or did that cold beauty promise him something good? Chuizhu shook her head. She must have promised something. Otherwise, can one person take down a tiger? What kind of reward could make that jerk risk his life going into the mountains? Chuizhu tilted her head, thinking. Director Qin comes off as a bit of a slacker. It's really hard to say what would draw him in. Power probably isn't it. He just got promoted 2 ranks at once, so he can't go any higher. I can't think of anything else. Qian Ling's lips curled up. You said that jerk is so lecherous. Could he have been seduced? That's definitely impossible. Qian Ling looked at her curiously, surprised she was so certain. Director Qin managed to slip away even from you. How could that cold director bewitch him? Thinking it over, Qian Ling realized it was true. As bad as that jerk was, the look in his eyes was always clear, clearly not the type to let lust take over his brain. That just makes me even more curious. Chuizhu smiled. Now that they've rolled out tiger meat over there, should we think of something? Qian Ling waved her hand, full of confidence. No need. That cold beauty still hasn't figured out where the real problem lies. Let her keep flailing. Roar. I knocked a tiger to the ground, and it snarled into the air. Bam! The tiger's head took another hit, and it went straight out cold. Pleased with myself, I stashed it in the farm space. Nice try, kid. You can't take me. I ducked into the cave beside me. Goor. 3 tiger cubs snarled at the cave entrance with adorable ferocity. I didn't show myself. I just collected them straight into the farm. Cubs don't need to be knocked out to be collected. Seeing their parents lying on the ground, the 3 little ones huddled around and licked them frantically, trying to wake them. I set them up in a good spot, left the cave, and dashed off in another direction. I still had to keep searching. Inbreeding would cause problems down the line. So since I was already in the mountains, I'd get it all done in one go. Monday morning, Lung Yuning arrived at the guest house early and stood at the door waiting. The staff also gazed expectantly toward the entrance. Do you think Director Qin can pull it off? Definitely. Director Qin won't let everyone down. Whether our guest house can be brought back to life all comes down to Director Qin. Word about the tiger meat had already spread over the past few days. 5 tables were booked for lunch and 10 for dinner. Lulan was a little worried. Director, we've got over a dozen tables booked today. Will there be enough tiger meat? Aren't you worried he won't be able to bring it back? Lulan shook her head. Not worried. Director Qin won't let anyone down. Lung Yuning looked at her. Why do you all have so much faith in him? Because he's never let anyone down. The answer still left her puzzled. Why did that man who fooled around all day inspire such trust? She took a deep breath and explained, 1 dish per table. 20 jin makes 30 plates. Today we'll let people get a taste, and over the next few days we'll offer it in limited quantities. Lulan spotted someone riding a bike into the courtyard and shouted excitedly, he's back. Director Qin is back. Lung Yuning looked toward the figure. There was something on the back seat of the bike, and she found herself getting hopeful too. I parked the bike in the shed, and Lu Shan rushed out. Director Qin, let me take care of it. Sure. I saw Lung Yuning at the door and walked over. Got lucky, brought back 20 jin. That's wonderful. She looked at me with delight. Then, feeling she'd lost her composure, tucked away her smile. Ahem. Thank you for your hard work, Director Qin. I'll handle the rest. All right. I answered and headed into the building. Hello, Director Qin. Director Qin, you're the best. The staff crowded around me, brimming with warmth. I laughed. Good to know. I haven't rested well these past few days. I'm going upstairs to catch up on sleep. Director Qin, I'll give you a massage in a bit. I'm really good at it. I can do it too. Let me help massage you. Everyone scrambled to give me a massage. My eyes lit up. You've got that skill too? Then Xiaohua can massage me today, and someone else next time. Wonderful. I'll definitely get you nice and relaxed. The others looked on enviously as Xiaohua headed upstairs with me. Lung Yuning had meant to scold them, but the words changed at the last moment. Ahem, Director Chin has worked hard. Everyone take good care of him from now on. With that, she went to the back kitchen. I lay face down in the break room, enjoying the massage. Xiaohua, you really are good at this. Of course, I learned it from my mom. Hey, that tickles. Don't feel around like that. It's a habit. Whenever I sleep, I like to have something to hold on to. Then go ahead. Just don't tell anyone. Definitely won't. My lips are sealed. Xiaohua massaged him, her face bright red, her heart in a frenzy. Looking at me lying there, she gritted her teeth, took off her clothes, and pressed down on top of me. Whoa, you're taking advantage of me. You tricked me. Pleasant sounds began to fill the room. In the back kitchen, Lung Yuaning watched the chef finish preparing the tiger meat. This is what Director Chin risked his life to bring back. It's tied to the guest house's future performance, so we must keep an eye on one another. No one takes any without my orders. Don't worry, Director. We're all watching. Anyone who dares to sneak some, just wait and see if our blades. Phone. Sueju got the message and rushed upstairs to the second floor. Manager, Director Chin actually got tiger meat. Words spreading all over the guest house. Qianling smiled. Don't worry. Even if the steel mill people don't come, others will. It won't hurt us much. Sueju asked, but what if they start selling to the public too? To the public? You think they've got an endless supply of tiger meat? Sueju thought about it and nodded with a smile. Right. As long as we hold steady, they can't compete with us. Qianling stretched. That bastard's got real skills, though. He actually got his hands on tiger meat. Yeah, Director Chin doesn't even look that tough, but he actually pulled it off. Just can't tell if he hunted it himself or got a hunter to help. I slept straight through until the afternoon, then stretched, gathered up the stuff on the bed, and put it into the farm to wash and change out, walked out to brew a cup of tea, and sat down rolling my neck. Nice skills. I'll try someone else next time. I lit a cigarette and checked out the things in the farm. The office door opened gently. Xiaohua saw me sitting there, closed the door, and walked over. I pulled her into my arms. What is it? I just wanted to see if you were up. She leaned against me, breathing in my scent. I laughed. Rested well. I'll get you to give me a massage again next time I'm free. Just let me know whenever you miss me. Sure. I gave her a pat. How's business today? Xiaohua said excitedly. Really good. We booked 5 tables for lunch, but ended up serving 8, and 3 more got added for dinner. 13 tables total. Even busier than before. I took a drag and nodded. All right, you head out first, before someone comes looking for you. Then I'm off. Remember to come find me. I know. I smiled. This morning I'd already made her one of my own, which put me completely at ease. Lung Yuaning sat in her office, in an equally good mood. The guest house had finally come back from the dead. Has Director Chin left? Lulan shook her head. No, he's been sleeping. Then let's not disturb him. Hearing the door close outside, Lulan said, that must be Director Chin leaving. Lung Yuaning got up and went out. Director Chin, you're leaving. I turned back. Yeah, going to look around, so I can get next week's stuff back. All right. Thank you for your hard work, Director Chin. Stay safe on the road. Will do. I turned and left, secretly amused. Lung Yuaning watched me go downstairs with a smile. If she'd had no real impression of me before, that had changed now. Either way, no one could find fault with my attitude toward work. The most impressive part was that when she wanted tiger meat, I brought it back. As for how, I didn't say, and she didn't ask. I rode my bike around the streets for a while. Looking at the crowds lined up to buy things, I just kept shaking my head. Even the vegetable stalls had long lines. Show up late, and you couldn't even grab a rotten leaf. After swinging by a few marked spots, I rode home. That little Jap tailing me was just about shaken off. De Wong and Air Wong saw me come back and circled around me excitedly. Everything okay at home? Woof woof. I patted their heads, saw there was still enough food prepared, and went inside to tidy up. The moment I put things into the farm, they were instantly cleaned, then set back out. Once I'd finished, I went to the study, took out a stick of refreshing incense, and lit it. One whiff of the fragrance, and my whole spirit lifted. I picked out medicinal herbs in the farm, issued orders by the right proportions, and watched as each step completed automatically. Meanwhile, at the steel mill's guest house, Feng Zhaohui and a group of leaders were hosting some ministry officials at dinner. One leader tried a piece of tiger meat and nodded repeatedly. Excellent. Your mill's doing great work. This has got to be the only one of its kind in the whole country, right? An official beside him chimed in. Absolutely one of a kind. I've never heard of any factory guest house serving tiger meat. After a few rounds of drinks, the leader at the head of the table asked again. You've got tiger meat. Any other parts? Feng Zhaohui said. Hard to say. Let me have someone check. Don't put your comrades in a tough spot. If there isn't any, no big deal. Feng Zhaohui nodded to the office director, and Wang Feng got up and left the private room, heading straight up to the second-floor office. When he saw Lung Yuaning, a flicker of awe passed through Wang Feng's eyes before he quickly looked away. Director Lung, The leaders are very pleased with today's dishes. But one of them was curious. Besides tiger meat, are there any other parts available? No. Wang Feng hesitated. How about asking Director Qin again? Director Qin's probably gone back up the mountain. There's really nowhere to find him, so I'll have to ask him when he returns. Wang Feng went back to the private room and relayed the message. The head leader remarked, your mill has a director who goes up the mountain himself? Feng Jiaowei smiled. Comrade Qin Zheng is the deputy director of logistics. When something special can't be bought, the only option is to go up the mountain and trade with the mountain folk. Impressive. Your mill's cadres have really changed my view. I didn't leave the house for 3 days. Looking at the piles of refreshing incense produced in the farm, I grinned and stashed it all in the warehouse. Down the road, this stuff could be given as gifts or sold for money. Back at the guest house, the staff greeted me warmly. Director Qin, you're here. Director Qin, if anything's bothering you, just holler and I'll give you a rub. Huh, sure, I'll definitely call on you. I just brewed some tea back in the office when I heard a knock. Lung Yuning pushed the door open with a smile. Director Qin, you're back. Director Lung, if you smiled like that every day, this guest house's business would surely never be bad. She instantly dropped the smile and returned to that keep your distance face. Mind your words, Director Qin. I'm not so hard up that I need to sell smiles to get by. I shook my head, lit a cigarette, closed my eyes, leaned back in my chair, and said nothing more. Seeing me start to ignore her again, her chest heaved, and what little goodwill she'd had for me vanished completely. A few days ago, Director Wang from the steel mill asked whether there were any other parts besides tiger meat. It was the ministry leader who wanted to know. No. I'll pass that along. What are the dishes for next week? I took a drag. A hunter spotted signs of a black bear. They've been searching the mountains these past few days. Barring surprises, that's what it'll be. Her eyes lit up. Can we start promoting it now? You're not afraid it won't be found? She thought for a moment. If it's not a bear, what else could it be? A wild wolf. Got it. I'll make 2 signs. One for bear meat, one for wolf meat, and run a mystery reveal event. Whichever one they find. Whichever brand we display. That way there won't be any problems. I nodded. This woman had a bit of a brain after all. Do whatever you want. Work it out with the chef. Seeing that I had no interest in chatting further, she stood up. I'll expect your stuff by next Monday. Watching her leave, I shook my head and smiled, picked up my tea for a sip, and sat there humming a little tune. Ring, ring, ring. This is Qin Zheng. Who's calling? Little Qin, it's me. Oh, Director, do something up? Director Lung just called Director Feng, saying you might have tiger bones over there. Is that true? I hadn't expected that woman to turn around and lie about me the second I was gone. Even though it was technically true, getting set up like this pissed me off. Director, looks like I need to take an extended leave. What happened? She said she wanted tiger meat to turn the guest house's fortunes around, so I went straight into the mountains without a word to find some. Then she asked me if I have any other parts. I said no, and she turns right around and tells you I do. How am I supposed to deal with someone like that? Director Lung really crossed the line this time. I'll explain to Director Feng and approve a month's leave for you. If you don't want to go back over there afterward, just come back to the factory. I was satisfied. As long as the director had my back, I could keep building connections. Thank you, Director. Actually, I was planning to stop by your place today. I didn't bring back the tiger bones, but the hunter promised to make me a few jars of tiger bone wine after a while. Since I'll be off work anyway, I'll bring some over to you when the time comes. Du Yunfei was pleased. Good. That would be excellent. I was worried Director Feng would get eager for credit and report to the higher-ups. This way we can smooth it over. You keep an eye on this and don't worry about her otherwise. Let her stew in her own mess. Sure. I'll hang up now, before she comes looking for me again. After hanging up, I gathered my things, stood up, and left. Lung Yuning actually felt a little regretful. The thought of me ignoring her had made her so angry that she'd told Feng Chaohui I might have tiger bones. But the words were already out, and regret was useless now. Hearing the door close, she ran out. Did Director Qin leave? I said nothing and walked straight ahead. She clenched her fists. I just admitted I was wrong. I didn't mean it. I paused at the top of the stairs. Do a good job, Director Lung. I'm leaving. You? She froze. I was walking off the job. Lulan whispered, let me go ask, and chased after me. Director Qin, what's wrong? I've taken an extended leave. From now on, just do your own job well. With that, I got on my bike and rode off, absolutely delighted inside. Lying about me, huh? Let's see you cry about it later. When Lung Yuning heard from Lulan that I'd taken an extended leave, her eyes turned red. She turned around, went back to her office, threw herself onto the bed, and cried in frustration. In Feng Chaohui's office, Du Yunfei explained the situation. I approved a month's leave for Qin Zheng. Feng Chaohui shook his head. These young ladies are so spoiled they don't even have basic judgment. Let her make a mess of things. Qin said the hunter will finish the wine and send it over after a while. We'll be able to account for it to the higher-ups then. Qin is a treasure to this factory. Keep an eye on him. In the Lung family's courtyard house, Lung Xiangbei was reading when he heard the door. Yuaning, why are you home so early today? Yeah, Grandpa, I'm going upstairs. The old man noticed something was off about his granddaughter's expression, but didn't dwell on it. He'd long since known about the guest house's declining business and how well things were going for the Qian family girl. He smiled faintly. Kids had to go through some hardships to grow up. If the family solved everything for them, they'd never mature. Lung Yuaning lay on her bed, mulling over the guest house situation. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? I'm sleeping. Sis, it's me. It was her little sister. She opened the door, and Lung Yueqi came bouncing in with a grin. Seeing her red, swollen eyes, she said, Sis, you've been crying. Who bullied you? Nobody bullied me. Was it Qianling? Did she make you mad? Don't mention her to me. Lung Yueqi stuck out her tongue. Okay, won't mention it. Sis, can I come play at your guest house tomorrow? What's fun about that place? I rarely get a break. I'm just curious. Fine, just don't cause trouble for me. I knew you were the best, sis. The next day, I went to Lilikang. I hadn't been over here in a while. When I reached the Sifong tea house, I parked and walked in. The waiter hadn't seen me in ages, but still recognized me at a glance. You haven't been by in quite a while. Same as usual. You got it. I'll get it arranged right away. I went upstairs and, as usual, picked a spot by the window. I'd come early, so the performance on stage hadn't started yet. The waiter soon brought tea and snacks, and I handed over the money. I poured myself a cup of tea and watched people downstairs holding items and negotiating deals. Business in the antique district was booming these days. Down on the antique street, Lu San spotted me sitting on the second floor of the tea house. His face lit up, and he turned and rushed home. Xiaodong, that important man has shown up. He's having tea at the tea house right now. Lu Tong seemed a little shy. Dad, do I really have to go? I'm thinking of you. Just go take a look. If you're not happy, turn around and leave. I won't stop you at all. You said it yourself. You're my precious daughter. Would I ever do you wrong? The two of them went out onto the street, and Lu San pointed up at the second floor. Xiaodong, that's him. Lu Tong looked up. A young man sat there sipping tea. He was too far away to see clearly. As they got closer and she made out my features, her face flushed red. She hadn't expected the man her father mentioned to be so good-looking, and he gave off an air of steadiness too. Lu San greeted people the whole way with a smile. Well, San, you actually brought your daughter out today. Huh, can't stay cooped up at home every day. Taking my daughter for a walk. Then he pretended to spot an acquaintance and clasped his hands. You all have a seat. I'm going up to say hi to a friend. I watched the father and daughter come up, curious about what they wanted. Still, that Lu San could have such a pretty daughter. I even doubted whether she was really his. Hey, boss, we meet again. I nodded. Looks like business has been good lately. All thanks to you. Lu San smiled and made the introduction. This is my daughter, Lu Tong. I brought her out for a walk today. So eager, it was as if he deliberately brought his daughter along. I felt suspicious, but didn't let it show, and poured 2 cups of tea for them. Looking at the shy Lu Tong, I nodded with a smile as a greeting and offered politely. Would you two care to join me? Well then, I won't refuse such a gracious offer. Lu San gestured for his daughter to sit down. I'd only been testing the waters, but seeing how eager he was, I grew even more curious about what he was after. I heard the Reborn restaurant started a new policy. Anytime a certain young director Qin shows up, they give him a bottle of premium liquor for free. The moment I heard that, I figured it had to be you. Did I guess right? I laughed. So word about that's gotten out? Lu San felt reassured. He knew the manager of Yuebin restaurant was no small player. If she was willing to give away liquor like that, then this man in front of him had to be someone extraordinary. You have no idea. It's all over the capital. People just don't know your real name. So behind your back they all call you Master Qin. Lu Tong stole glances at me, and the more she looked, the more handsome she found me. She'd never seen a man this good-looking before. I waved a hand and smiled. It was just a joke. Manager Qian, don't take it seriously. Qianling kept flattering me. Master Qin, you're too modest. One idea from you turned Yuebin restaurant into a sensation. Do you know how many places would kill to have you, but can't get you to budge? I liked hearing that, but I knew full well. These people weren't just after business. While I was chatting here, things weren't exactly calm back at the guest house. I only found out later that the moment I took extended leave, the whole place went into an uproar. The servers huddled together, whispering. I heard Director Qin took a long leave. Bet Director Lung gave him a hard time again. Business just started booming and now he's gone. This guest house doesn't stand a chance anymore. No kidding. We've got tiger meat these days, but without Director Qin, who else could get their hands on stuff like that? Director Lung's younger sister, Lung Yueqi, happened to be wandering nearby. Her curiosity piqued, She edged closer to eavesdrop. When Lulan spotted her and gave her a pat, asking what she was doing, she quickly made a shushing gesture. But the moment the servers sensed something was up, they all scattered, pretending to be busy. Lung Yuechi looked exasperated. Now I can't hear anything. So she turned around and went to ask her sister. Lung Yuening was sitting in her office, frowning with worry. Her sister pushed the door open and asked right away, "Sis, what's the deal with this Director Qin? Did you two become friends or something?" Lung Yuening's face turned red. "What nonsense are you talking about? Stop stirring up trouble." Seeing that expression, Lung Yuechi got excited. "Humph, so he did bully you. No wonder you were off crying by yourself yesterday." Lulan tactfully stepped out and closed the door. Lung Yuening was so annoyed she pressed a hand to her forehead. "I'm the director. I'm the boss around here. Who could possibly bully me?" Lung Yuechi tilted her head, thinking, "That's true. Then it must have been Sister Qianling who got you all worked up. I'll go give her a piece of my mind. Don't you dare. Go there again, and I won't let you visit anymore." Lung Yuechi pursed her lips and ran off to find Lulan and dig for info on me. "Is Director Qin married? How old is he?" Meanwhile, I was sitting in the tea house, mulling things over. Lu San and his daughter had just left, and I kept wondering what his real motive was. Could it be he saw I was single? I wasn't old, and my position wasn't low. It wouldn't be strange for someone to want to marry off their daughter to me. Unfortunately, they were going to be disappointed. I shook my head with a smile, went downstairs to grab my bike, and rode home. Just as I reached my front gate, I saw a woman standing there, Sueju. Well, if it isn't Comrade Sueju." She smiled brightly. "Director Qin, I've been waiting for you a good while." I invited her into the courtyard, and while brewing tea, I asked, "Did you come on your own, or did Manager Qian send you?" She didn't answer, just fired back, "What do you think?" I poured her some tea and lit a cigarette. "I heard you took extended leave, so Manager Qian sent me to invite you to dinner." I waved my hand. "Never mind that. I'm planning to lie low and take it easy for a few days." She laughed. "What do you have to take it easy from?" "Oh right. You just brought tiger meat back to the guest house and then suddenly took leave. Did you get hurt?" "No, just tired. Need some rest." She stared at me. "Doesn't look that way to me. Did Director Lung burn the bridge after crossing it? Didn't deliver on the perks she promised, so you walked out?" I chuckled. "Come here, I'll tell you why." She leaned in, curious, and I quickly planted a kiss on her cheek. Her face flushed instantly, and she lowered her head, pouting. "You're awful, taking advantage of me." I stubbed out my cigarette, scooped her up, and headed for the bedroom. "Dewang, bolt the door." At that same moment, back at the guest house, Lung Yuechi said between bites of food, "Sis, that Director Qin is way too young. He's not right for you." Lung Yuening spat out a mouthful of soup and started coughing, choking on it. Lung Yuechi even patted her on the back. "Take it easy. You're so pretty. There are plenty of guys who'd be into you." Once Lung Yuening recovered, she gritted her teeth. "Get out of here." Lung Yuechi wore an "I knew it" expression. "So you do like him? Cursing me out over some guy. I'm going to tell Grandpa." "Get back here." Lung Yuening had been completely worn down by her sister. When did I ever like that man? Not unless I'd gone blind. I leaned against the headboard, my hand roaming over Tseju's body, while the notification, "Enslavement successful," surfaced in my mind. She nestled into my arms. "You're terrible. I come knocking on your door, and you just take advantage of me." I gave her a pat. "What did Manager Qian send you here for?" "Just to snoop around. See if you two had a falling out. Take 10 pounds of tiger meat back with you later." "So you really did have a falling out?" I laid out the whole story for her. She nodded. "So that's what happened. That Director Lung really is brainless. Thinks being pretty means everyone has to bend over backwards for her. Serves her right. Huh. From here on out, it's up to Manager Qian. I don't believe this ice beauty can slip away." "You're really greedy. Don't tell me you've got your sights set on Manager Qian too." I curled the corner of my mouth. "Why not?" She kissed my chest. "Fine. If anything comes up, I'll let you know right away." I pulled out a slip of paper. "Remember this number. Call me if something happens. No one will be able to tap the line." She memorized it quickly, got dressed, and left. I packed up 10 pounds of tiger meat for her to take along. In the manager's office at Reborn restaurant, Sueju walked in carrying the bag, all cheerful. "Manager, good news." Qianling looked up. "I was starting to think you weren't coming back." Sueju explained everything, then set the bag of tiger meat down on the desk. "This is 10 pounds of tiger meat from Director Qin. He wants to use you to teach Director Lung a lesson." Qianling's lips curved into a smirk. "Heh, big chest, empty head, just like I thought." Sueju shot her a glance. "Manager, yours aren't small either." Qianling rolled her eyes. "But I'm a lot smarter then." "Got it." The next day, word spread that Reborn restaurant was rolling out a special tiger meat dish. When Lung Yuening heard, she clenched her fists in anger. It didn't take a genius to figure out I was the one who supplied it. There was no way it was a coincidence. This was deliberate payback against her. Lu Lan tried to calm her down. Maybe they heard we had tiger meat too and sent someone out looking for their own. Lung Yuning took a deep breath and swallowed her anger. Tell Lu Quan to let the mountain folk know. We'll pay double for wild game. But half a month went by with no results. Lu Quan stood in the room, uneasy. Director, I already passed the word down, but the next trade isn't for another 2 weeks, and even then I can't guarantee any stock. There just aren't many people who can hunt big game. Or maybe, we could find someone with black market connections to ask around. We're a state institution. How could we possibly buy from a place like that? Lu Quan spread his hands helplessly. Then I'm out of ideas. I slept until the sun was high overhead, stretched, and felt great. Then a ding went off in my head. UVE accumulated 30 check-in opportunities. Use them. Check-ins available again. Use it. Check-in successful. Obtained. 1 box of premium cigars, 1 business licensed. What kind of reward is that? The thing is, even though business licenses existed now, you couldn't just operate in any industry you wanted. There were headcount limits too. I glanced at that blank license in the warehouse, and a stream of information popped into my head. This license let me fill in whatever content I wanted, and once generated, it would auto-register with all restrictions on other industries lifted. I could hire as many people as I wanted without breaking any rules. You can do that. I scratched my head, then headed into the farm space to wash up. After breakfast, I went into the study, brewed some tea, and mulled it over. Having this license was great, but being too flashy would just invite jealousy and endless trouble. A low-key business might be more stable. The only question was what to do, and I couldn't decide just yet. While I was thinking, there was a knock at the door. King, open up. I opened the door to find Hijia. She parked her bike. I took the whole day off today. Something wrong? Nothing. Just haven't seen you in a while, so I came to check on you. Inside, I poured her some tea and asked, last time you turned down Li Jianya's offer to take you abroad, any regrets? She shook her head. Not one bit. That man's got a crooked mind. If I'd actually gone with him, I'd have been bullied to death. You're smart. You make it sound like I'm an idiot. By the way, how'd you get such a long leave? It's got something to do with that director Long, doesn't it? Nothing to do with her. There's just not much going on at work, so I'm resting. I smiled and changed the subject. You've been back a good while now. How come you're still not married? She looked at me. If you're willing, I'll marry you right now. Don't get any ideas about me. I'm not thinking about that for the next few years. You say that like I can't live without you. I remembered the first time I saw her, and with a sly grin, I pulled her into my arms. You know what I feel like doing right now? She leaned in, blushing. What? Tasting something delicious, of course. And with that, I kissed her. Today I'm going to get a good, honest look at everything. Wow, what honest look? Have you been peeking at me? I burst out laughing. You actually peeked at me? Tell me when, right now. Laughing, I scooped her up and carried her into the bedroom. Just then the phone rang. Panting softly, she managed the phone. Ignore it. On Director Lung's end, she listened to the phone ring unanswered, then slammed it down. He definitely knows it's me calling. That's why he won't pick up. After all this time, she'd cooled off and come to understand my value more and more. Looking back on how she'd behaved before, she felt embarrassed. As the director of the guest house, she should have run it properly, but she'd gotten used to having everyone revolve around her. This time she'd taken a fall, and after a long period of self-reflection, her eyes gradually hardened with resolve. Leaning against the headboard, I lit a cigarette and looked at He Jia sprawled beside me. With a flick of intention, I activated the enslave ability. Once again, a success notification sounded in my mind, and another glowing star appeared in my sea of consciousness. Panting, she said, the phone's been ringing forever. You should go answer it. I pinched her cheek. Fine, I'll go check. Then I got out of bed and walked out. I sat down in a chair and picked up the phone at a leisurely pace. Who is it? Director Chin, it's me. I really was in the wrong before. I'd like you to come back to the office so we can talk. I took a deep drag on my cigarette. You're being too hard on yourself, Director Lung. I don't even know what this is about. Things have been busy at home lately, so I haven't had the time. Would today work then? I can come to you. Today really isn't good. Let's talk tomorrow. I hung up and stubbed out my cigarette. Looked like she'd calmed down over this period. On my way back to the room, I thought, fine, let her stew a little longer. Over the next few days, my home phone rang more than a dozen times a day, and I didn't pick up once. Lung Yuning really was persistent. She called for 6 days straight. That morning, the phone rang again. All right, I thought, I'll give you a chance. Director Chin, it's Lung Yuning. Is today a good time for me to come by? Come on over. I'm actually free today. Before long, she and Lulan rode their bikes to Fanyuan Alley. The neighbors there saw such a pretty young woman and started whispering among themselves. Big King and Second King stood up and barked at them. Lung Yuning was a little scared. Don't frighten our guests. The moment I spoke, both dogs lay down obediently off to the side. Once inside, Lung Yuning got straight to the point. Director Chin, I admit I was wrong before. For the sake of the several dozen staff at the guest house, would you come back to work? Moral pressure? She'd picked the wrong guy. I poured 2 cups of tea. Director Long, I'm just in charge of logistics and purchasing. That's too big a hat for me to wear. She smiled. That was a poor choice of words on my part. But right now, you're the only one who can make the guest house thrive again. I sipped my tea. I'm not that capable. Seeing I wasn't moved, she upped the ante. As long as you can keep the guest house thriving for a year, I'll guarantee you a promotion next year. Flaunting privilege to me? I shook my head. Director Long, that job is take it or leave it for me. I'm no power-hungry man, and I've got even less interest in getting promoted. She thought it over and realized it was true. I had zero desire for power. She started calculating what could actually move me. Reading the room, Lu Lan said, Director, you two talk. I'll wait outside. She closed the door and left. Lung Yuning took a deep breath. What is it you want, Director Qin? What do I want? Anything within my power to give. I smiled. Director Long, that's a bold thing to say. What I want is you, and also, deal. You. Her face went cold. Please don't joke about that. I looked at her. How about a kiss? Her fist clenched. What exactly can you help me with? Maybe give you some inspiration, throw out a suggestion or two. Fine. But you can't tell anyone, or I won't go easy on you. My lips are sealed. Her face flushed bright red. She stood up nervously, leaned in, and kissed me on the cheek, the blush spreading all the way down her neck. She'd braced herself to feel disgusted, maybe even sick, but she froze. The revulsion she'd imagined never came. She sat back down, head lowered, not wanting me to see her expression. I put on a satisfied look. A beautiful woman's kiss really is my muse. I've suddenly got some ideas. Don't you dare say it. Fine, I won't. Now what was I thinking again? Forgot. She looked up and glared at me. You are a real jerk. Thanks for the compliment. She ground her teeth, practically itching to smack me. I laughed and waved my hand. Just teasing. A girl shouldn't keep such a stern face all day. A little anger is the spice of life. Seeing her about to blow up again, I quickly got to the point. Let's forget the past. Tell me about the guest house. She straightened up. I've thought about it a lot lately, but I haven't found a good solution. Our guest house isn't downtown, so opening it up to the public won't do much. I figured I'd start with the food. As long as you keep supplying those special ingredients, business will stay strong. I lit a cigarette. Director Yin had the same idea. You mean Ning? Right. But that only works for a while. It won't last. Even the best food gets old if you eat it too much. There are only so many wild animals. How many variations can you really come up with? She frowned. But our service is already excellent. What else can we improve? Who says service can't be improved? There's still a way? Her eyes lit up instantly. I didn't keep her guessing. Ever heard the saying, make things easy for others, and you make things easy for yourself? You mean, when you give people convenience, you benefit too. Exactly. If guests are comfortable, they'll want to come back, and they'll spread the word, bringing in more people. More people means more diners. Once you build a reputation, short-term business stabilizes. So how do we give people convenience? I've said this much, and you still can't figure it out? Her face reddened. I feel like I've almost got it. I just can't quite pin it down. Looks like my inspiration is gone again. You're going too far. I put on an innocent look. Am I? Fine, forget it. I'll tell you when it comes back to me. She shot up and kissed me on the cheek again. Her heart was pounding, but still, no disgust. The realization left her both shocked and delighted. I reached up and pinched her cheek. So soft and smooth. What are you doing? She quickly dodged away. Do that again, and I'll teach you a lesson. Okay. I laughed. Here's my idea. Stock the rooms with little things like thermoses, teacups, soap. Put newspapers and board games in the common areas, and set up a place to hang laundry. Spend a little money, and isn't it way more convenient? She wanted to clap in approval, but held herself back. That's really good. But dining is the bulk of the income. Short term, business still won't take off. That's because you're not using the rooms. You've got over 100 rooms. If occupancy stays above 80% every day, how much would you make in a month? No way. She didn't believe it. I smiled. Fix up a few upscale rooms first, for important guests, and you can charge higher rates. If it works well, fix up more. Then renovate the restaurant to be clean and tidy. Add a few small meeting rooms, and work out package deals with the surrounding factories, including the steel mill, for meetings, lodging, and meals, all in one. She stared at me blankly. Did you come up with all of this? Of course we came up with it together. Her face flushed with embarrassment. She rolled her eyes at me and pulled out a notebook. I'm writing it all down. I picked up my tea and took a sip. These days, renting a place in the city costs just 3 yuan a month, while one night at the guest house could match that. Fix up the upscale rooms properly, and a dozen plus yuan a night is no problem. Individuals don't have money, but the people passing through are all out-of-town businesses, each one richer than the last. She finished writing and rolled her eyes at me again. If you had such a good plan, why didn't you say so earlier? You let me make a fool of myself. We weren't that close before. She realized that even though this man had a slick mouth, he really did have talent. Then, remembering what had just happened, she warned me again. Not a word to anyone about today, or I won't let you off. Threatening me again? Next time I might not be so willing to help. She lifted her chin smugly. This is enough. Don't ever expect me to come begging you again. Burning the bridge before you've even crossed the river. Huh? Fine. Good luck. I hope you never have to come to me again. She glared at me. You left yourself a back door again, didn't you? Waiting for me to fail, so I'll come crawling back. How would I know? We'll see. Come to work or don't. I don't care anymore. I got up and walked them to the door. Watching them ride off into the distance, I turned back inside, thinking, once there's a first time, there'll be countless more. Let's see how you get away. When the holiday ended, I carried a few bags over to Do Yunfei's office. When he saw those jars of tiger bone wine, he was thrilled. Xiaoqin, it's always you. Good stuff like this is rare. It's nothing. The guest house has been under renovation lately. The rooms are a lot nicer now, and they've added small meeting rooms. Real effort went into it. Is that so? I haven't been paying attention lately. Du Yunfei pointed at me. Your temperament doesn't fit a young man. He'd already heard that Lung Yuaning had come to see me, then went back and started the renovations right away. Clearly my idea. But the way I took credit without any arrogance made him admire me even more. He pulled a thick envelope out of his drawer. This is a reward from the factory. Keep it up. I didn't decline, taking it with a smile. Thank you for the factory's trust. I'll keep working hard. On the way back to the guest house, I noticed several new activity areas in the open space. Kids playing, people playing chess and cards. The staff greeted me warmly. Director Qin is back. Business at the guest house is booming again. That's good. I chuckled and headed upstairs. Back in my office, I opened the envelope. 500 yuan, plus a stack of coupons. The phone rang. Who is this? Director Qin, it's been a while since you visited my restaurant. Care to grace us with your presence for a drink tonight? Manager Qian, your voice is as pleasant as ever. Cut the chatter. You coming or not? If it's just dinner and drinks, I guess I could swing by. Deal. I'll be waiting at my office. Come straight over after work. I hung up and shook my head, grinning. Women and their competitive streak, it's a scary thing. I'd barely set the phone down when there was a knock at the door. Come in. Lung Yuaning pushed the door open, her face as cold as ever. So what do you think of the changes at the guest house? I nodded with a straight face. Not bad. You've worked hard, Director Lung. She looked a little smug and sat down. We've already booked 3 small conferences, meals, and lodging all included. The feedback's great. We'll have most of our numbers back in no time. Good. As long as you're confident. You really don't have any other ideas for the food side? Like maybe bringing in some wild game once in a while to draw people in. I rubbed my forehead. My head's all foggy. No inspiration. She shot me a look, then got up, walked over, and leaned in to give me a kiss. But I happened to turn my head, and our lips met. Her eyes reddened. She covered her mouth, tears welling up. That had been her first kiss. Who would ever believe it? A divorced woman who'd still saved her first kiss. When I saw her eyes go red, I quickly stood and pulled her into my arms. Don't cry, don't cry. I didn't do it on purpose. You took advantage of me. Lung Yuaning rested against my chest, and I could feel she wasn't fighting it. Later I'd learned that this was a woman who felt sick and repulsed the moment any other man got close to her. Yet leaning against me, she wasn't the least bit uncomfortable. If anything, she felt safe. My hands, of course, didn't stay idle. I seized the moment to cop a feel. Couldn't help myself just now. Blame it on you being too gorgeous. The compliment pleased her, until she felt that hand behind her. Furious, she shoved me away. You creep, taking advantage of me again. With that she spun around and hurried out. I watched her return to her office and smiled. Not bad. Another step forward. This was how I'd take her high ground, one step at a time. Keep it up, and I wouldn't be far from getting my hands on some meat. I made myself a cup of tea, leaned back in my chair, and savored the memory of that feel. The door opened, and Lu Lan slipped in carefully. I waved her over. She locked the door behind her and came my way. Meanwhile, over in the manager's office at the Yuebin restaurant, Suizhu was giving her report to Qianling. Boss, the guest house changed up their game. They're offering an all-in-one package. Conferences, meals, lodging. A lot of companies are eyeing it. Any meetings that aren't convenient to hold at their factories, they just book over there. Qianling twirled a pencil in her hand. Clever, I'll give them that. I couldn't have come up with a way to break the deadlock either, and I never expected it to work so simply. They started from the lodging angle. They can't outcook us on food, but if this keeps up, they'll be booming again in no time. If it weren't for that creep, with a brain like Miss Isis, how would she ever think to break through using the guest house's biggest advantage? Suizhu laughed. Business is already this good. Why are you treating Director Qin to dinner? Business is good, but people are already starting to copy us. We need to think ahead about our next move. Tell the kitchen, the moment Director Chin arrives, start serving. I want to have a good long talk with him. I stayed put until the workday ended before leaving my office. Lung Yuaning's door was closed, and through the thermal imaging I could see her sitting alone behind her desk, staring off into space. I smiled, didn't knock, and just headed downstairs. Sueju was standing in the lobby. The moment she saw me, she came over with a smile. Director Chin, you're here. Here I am. Assistant Suju coming out to greet me personally. I'm flattered. Manager Qian gave specific instructions. Please, come in. The moment I walked through the door, the servers all shouted in unison. Welcome, Director Chin. Every diner in the place turned to look at me. I laughed. Your manager Qian is up to no good. By tomorrow the whole capital will know I was here, won't they? Sueju covered her mouth, giggling. Are you scared, Director Chin? Me scared? Lead the way. Upstairs, Qianling rose to her feet. Director Chin, your presence honors us. Manager Qian, that's low. When I get back to my unit tomorrow, I'll probably catch hell for this. How about I recruit you as my deputy manager? What do you say? I waved her off. Forget it. Spending every day around a beautiful woman. Too much pressure. She laughed again and said she found me hilarious. I made her laugh every time. A lavish spread was soon laid out. Qianling opened a bottle of Fen liquor and poured. Are the dishes to your liking? Very much so. This is far too extravagant. I picked up my chopsticks and dug in. She saw right through me. I meant to eat my fill and bolt. Smiling, she served food onto my plate. Eat plenty if you like it. It's delicious. Manager Qian, you're as kind as you are beautiful, truly a rare gem. So I'm above the mortal world, am I? Hardly. You just have to show your face, and all the mortal fuss comes flocking to you. I bantered with her as I ate, and she couldn't stop laughing. After a bottle of liquor, a flush spread across her face, making her even more captivating. Impossible to look away. She was about to open a second bottle when I hastily waved my hand. No more, no more. I'm drunk. Thanks for the meal. Next round's on me. Seeing me about to leave, she deliberately leaned into me, her breath soft as orchids. My head spinning. I looked at her, all bashful, and felt a bit helpless. Quit the act. I'm no saint. I'm really dizzy. Don't believe me? Feel for yourself. The words stirred something itchy inside me. But her eyes were full of mischief. If I actually made a move, she'd probably eat me alive. Without thinking, my right hand landed on her curved backside, and I gave her a firm boost to help her up. It's a little warm in here. I'm gonna head out. Let's do this again another day. Freeze. Take one more step, and I'll scream. Her pretty face went crimson. The creep had actually seized the chance to take advantage of her. Sure, she'd thrown herself at him, but she'd been deliberately keeping her distance. I rubbed my nose. There was still a scent lingering on my hand. I knew this meal wouldn't come free. She looked smug. Humph, good that you know it. Then, seeing me hold my hand to my nose, she blushed. Does it smell nice? Hearing that, I awkwardly lowered my hand, sat back down, and lit a cigarette. Don't make that face again, or I might just hurt you. How would you hurt me? She put on that alluring smile again. Exactly what you're thinking. Men, not a single good one among them. That's just a man's true nature. You wouldn't understand. She poured me a drink. Miss Ice bullied you so badly before. Why are you still helping her? I took a drag of my cigarette. When did I help her? That hole. Brains. This has got to be your idea. She looked at me. I've hugged you. I've touched you. So now you owe me some advice. I choked on my cigarette. This woman was the complete opposite of Lung Yuaning. Say she was passionate as fire, yet she was more rational than anyone. Say she kept people at arm's length, yet that soul-stirring beauty always slipped out without her meaning to. I couldn't resist secretly activating my power. Massive status gap. Enslavement failed. But my face showed no disappointment. I flashed a wicked grin. I've never been kissed by a woman this beautiful. Why don't you give it a try? Her laughter stopped, and her eyes went wide. Aren't you afraid I'll call for help? And if you do, what if I tell my family you took advantage of me? I leaned in an inch closer. That little scene just now, throwing yourself into my arms. You wouldn't want people to know about that either, would you? You really are a scoundrel. I can't believe you'd say something so shameless. Thanks for the compliment. She rolled her eyes, then a sly look crossed her face. How about I trade you a secret instead? A secret about your cold beauty. Want to know? I was genuinely intrigued, but I feigned indifference. Knowing her secrets does me no good. If Director Lung found out, my scrawny frame couldn't take it. A kiss is a better deal. How can you be so bad? Never heard that good girls love bad boys. She laughed again and reached out to stroke my face. Little man, you've really piqued big sister's interest. But if certain people found out, it might bring you a lot of trouble. Aren't you scared? I couldn't hold back any longer. I pulled her straight into my arms and kissed her. Sweet and fragrant, mixed with the smell of wine. Utterly intoxicating. At first her eyes went wide, then she began to respond, clumsily. That gave me pause. Everyone said she'd been divorced, so why was she so inexperienced at kissing? My hands started wandering where they shouldn't, and she let out a soft moan. It hit me like an electric shock. Just as I was about to go further, a sharp pain shot through my lip. She braced herself against the table, gasping for breath. Do you have a death wish? I touched my lip, not broken. I laughed, easy and confident. No one in this world has been able to end my life yet. She watched my composed manner and took a deep breath. Big talk. Anyone can do that. I downed a glass of wine in one gulp, then two more before I could tamp down the fire inside. Are you angry? I shook my head. I only blame you for starting a fire too big to put out. Let's just keep things the way they are. It's nice, she said, shooting me a look. Otherwise, certain people would get jealous and come after you. Don't let their upstanding fronts fool you. When they really start scheming, each one's dirtier than the last. I pinched her cheek. All right. I didn't say anything tough. Some things I just kept to myself. Give me a little time, and who could stand against me? She smiled and poured me more wine. That calm, unruffled look of yours is my favorite. Then she pouted. From now on, you have to be on my side. No more giving that cold beauty advice. Why are you two always at odds? Not telling you. Fine. One's a restaurant. The other's a guest house. There's no real conflict. What are you afraid of? She tilted her head back. I'm not afraid of anything. I just don't want to see her business doing well. That amused me. Hard to say. Once their renovations are done, their short-term business won't be bad. Then you just keep my business good. Some restaurants are starting to copy me now. If this keeps up, it'll definitely hurt me. I want that cold beauty chasing after me forever. I shook my head. You're just an employee here. If you build the place up so well, won't it just benefit someone else down the line? Is it really worth it? She looked at me smugly. Who said it belongs to someone else? This restaurant has been my property for a long time now. So that's how it is. Then it's worth putting real effort into. Exactly. So you'll teach me. She kissed me coquettishly. But don't you dare breathe a word of this to the cold beauty. I won't. I thought for a moment. If you want to run it well, you have to innovate while staying true to your roots. You need your own restaurant culture. You mean like the roast duck place? That idea of building a century-old establishment? Exactly. Reputation and quality aren't things people can just copy. I realized Qian Ling understood business far better than Lung Yuaning. So I picked out a few strategies from hotels of a later era and shared them, holding back a card or two as usual. But she caught on instantly, drawing inferences and coming up with a whole pile of her own ideas on the spot. I was liking this woman more and more. They say big breasts mean an empty head, but with her that saying fell apart. By the time I left the restaurant, night had fully fallen. Even though I hadn't gone further with her, it was a great start. I rode my bike home, and Big King and Second King crowded around me. Laughing, I took out some meat to feed them. Monday, I packed a sack of bear meat and bear fat, about 20 pounds. I didn't dare take more. Take too much, and it loses its value. Take this to the kitchen. Bear meat and bear fat. Lu Quan carried the sack away. Lu Lan stood at the top of the second floor and said quietly, Director Lung is angry with you. I understood. She knew about the trip to the restaurant. Got it. In a bit, have your brother take the receipt to finance and file it for me. You're not going to go see her? No. I shook my head and walked straight into my office. If I went to apologize, she'd have me wrapped around her finger from then on. Hearing the door close, Lung Yuaning clenched her fists in anger, stood up, and charged out. Bam! She pushed the door open and came in, her face ice cold. Director Lung, did a relative come to visit? What relative? She froze, then her expression changed. She clenched her fists and lunged at me. You wicked thing, all you do is bully me. I'll beat you to death. I dodged quickly. A gentleman uses words, not fists. I'm a woman. I hurried to shut the door and wrap my arms around her. Aren't you afraid people will laugh at us? You're taking advantage of me again. Let go of me. Only if you promise not to hit me. She stopped and glared at me. I smiled and, somewhat reluctantly, let go. You're not allowed to go to that woman's restaurant anymore. I sat off to the side and lit a cigarette. She invited me to a meal. It's hard to refuse. She sat down across from me, fuming. I don't care, you're not allowed to go. What do I get out of not going? You wicked thing. You've already taken advantage of me. What more do you want? A playful idea popped into my head, and I leaned forward. Then from now on, let me hug you, kiss you, and lift you up high, and I won't go. She gritted her teeth. Don't push your luck. How is that pushing my luck? These are perfectly normal needs. Only kissing. At most I'll let you hug me. As she finished, a red flush spread across her neck, and she was too embarrassed to lift her head. Hearing that, I stubbed out my cigarette, went over, and pulled her into my arms. Now this is. You said it. She nestled into my arms. Don't get any funny ideas, and don't tell anyone. I leaned in and kissed her. Feeling how inexperienced her kissing was, I grew even more suspicious. Could their marriage be just a front? The thought made my hands start to wander. She pushed me away like she'd been shocked. You're just a big bad wolf. She spun around, opened the door, and ran off. Hearing her shut her own office door, I smiled. Interesting. Really interesting. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang. I picked up. This is Qin Zheng. Who's calling? Hey there, little man. Has the Ice Queen been giving you a hard time? It was Qian Ling. I put on a helpless act. Oh, Manager Qian, you've really landed me in it. Now I have to go up the mountain to buy ingredients for Director Long. You're that obedient? What choice do I have? I've always taken my work seriously. She says purchasing and logistics are my responsibility, and if I don't get it done, dozens of waitresses will laugh at me. A man's got his pride. I can't just give up. Silvery laughter came through from the other end. All right, enough talk. I need to figure out where to find the stuff. How about I set up another table tonight? Forget it. Give me a few days of peace and quiet. Don't worry. Next time I won't let the waitresses hype you up like that. That works. In a few days, then, just don't let Director Lung catch wind of it. As much as I wanted to go again, juggling two women required taking it slow. We chatted a bit more, then hung up. I got up and stepped out of my office. Lulan was standing there with cash, about to knock. Seeing me, she said, Director Qin, here's the reimbursement money. I glanced around, saw no one, and lowered my voice. Here's a little pocket money for you. Then I immediately put on a serious face. I'm going to discuss some work with Director Long. Lulan gave a sweet smile. Sure, I won't keep you then, Director Qin. Hearing the commotion, Lung Yuaning quickly sat up straight and buried her head in her reports, pretending to be busy. I pushed open the door, closed it behind me, and walked over. Busy, Director Lung? Only then did she act like she'd just noticed me. Oh, is there something you need, Director Qin? Nothing, just letting you know. I got hold of some bear meat today. All right, got it. I stood up. Then I won't bother you. I'm off. Before I even finished speaking, I quickly pinched her cheek and bolted. You jerk, just wait till I get my hands on you. I was already far away. Looking back, I saw the corners of her mouth turned up despite herself. Deep down, I knew I'd added a little color to her dull, ordinary days. I strolled around the guest house in good spirits. Yu Jiang's cousin, Lu Ning, greeted me and said everyone had been worried about the guest house's future lately, but things were slowly improving, so they all felt reassured now. I waved it off. Don't listen to that gossip and rumors. Our steel mill has over 10,000 people. The guest house couldn't go under even if it tried. After putting her at ease, I passed by the guest rooms and saw Xiao Hua tidying up inside. I went in and shut the door. Meanwhile, the idea I'd suggested was paying off at the Yuebin restaurant. Qian Ling had launched a raffle, one draw per table, once at lunch and once at dinner. Winners took their prizes home on the spot. The packed lunch crowd was stunned. What's a raffle? You can win prizes just for eating here. The place instantly buzzed with excitement. Qian Ling flipped through the past few days' reports, grinning ear to ear. That rascal's ideas really are something. Every single one works like a charm. Cui Zhu, standing nearby, said, Manager, should we launch another one while it's hot? Qian Ling set down the reports. No rush. As that rascal put it, always keep the copycats one step behind. In a few years, Yuebin will be the leader of the restaurant industry, and by then we won't need any of these gimmicks at all. Just then, a waitress came in to report that a group of young people had shown up downstairs, claiming to be her friends. Qian Ling's face darkened with distaste. I won't see them. Tell them if they're here to eat, then eat. Otherwise, get lost. Among those young men downstairs, the leader was called Yun Heng. Someone had told him that the reason this restaurant was doing so well was because of an idea from a Director Qin at the steel mill, and that Manager Qian had said she'd give a free bottle of fine liquor to anyone who could bring that man in. Yun Heng grew interested. Go back and find out who this Director Qin really is. As I was wandering around, a prompt echoed in my mind. Ding, 30 check-in opportunities have accumulated. Would you like to use them? Check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you've received 100-acre ocean ×1, marine life gift pack ×1. The moment my consciousness entered the farm space, I felt the edge tremble and a stretch of sea appeared. Though only 100 acres, it was a genuine ocean, teeming with fish, shrimp, and crabs of every kind. Watching the creatures swimming in the water, I grinned. Not bad. In a little while, I'll have more seafood than I can eat. I rode around the streets on my bike, looking for any triggers to mark, but found nothing. Just as I was about to turn back to the mill, I saw a crowd gathered up ahead. A young man in his 20s was kneeling on the ground, crew-cut, resolute features, carrying the bearing of a soldier. On the ground was written, "Family urgently needs money for surgery. Whoever pays, I'll sell them my life." The old folks watching were tossing coins onto the ground, 50 cents here, a dime there. I wheeled my bike over, took one look at that green uniform, and understood the situation. How much more do you need? He looked up at me and answered directly. 85 yuan and 30 cents short. I pulled a stack of cash from my pocket. Here's 100. Use the rest to buy your family some tonics. Everyone around was shocked. So young, yet carrying that much cash on him. The young man's eyes trembled. Give me your name. I'll pay you back for sure. If I can't, I'll pay with my life. I laughed. What would I want with your life? You guard our borders and protect our country. You deserve everyone's respect. You just ran into some hard times. Things will only get better from here. Take it. You. Enough with the sappy stuff. I stuffed the money into his hand, then wheeled my bike away. I heard later that the young man, Zhang Feng, clutched the money with tears streaming down his face. He'd been through so many hardships without shedding a single tear, but those words of mine broke him. He stood up and bowed to the crowd, trying to return the money to everyone, but no one would take it. Back at the guest house, the staff greeted me one by one. Xiao Ling even said she'd bring me lunch, and I cheerfully agreed. Lung Yuaning stood at the top of the stairs, watching me flirt with everyone. So annoyed, she wanted to come down and pound on me. Well, good morning, Director Lung. Good morning yourself, Director Qin. Look how enthusiastic everyone is. She turned and headed upstairs. I followed with a smile. She was already waiting outside my office door. Aren't you going to unlock it? I pushed the door open, ushered her in, and locked it behind me. She balled up her fist and gave me a punch. Flirt with anyone again, and I'll cut you. That vicious. Yeah, vicious. She lifted her chin proudly. I pulled her into my arms and kissed her. This beauty, who was ice cold to everyone else, melted into my embrace until she had no fight left, a sense of accomplishment only I knew about. She broke away just before losing herself completely. Don't push your luck. I pinched her cheek. Stop keeping that frosty face on. Smile more. She rolled her eyes at me. My mouth's dry. Pour me some water. As you wish. I poured her water and made myself some tea. She took a sip and sat down. The guest house business has recovered. Occupancy's holding at 60–70%. Good enough. It'll keep climbing. Once the factories start managing themselves, more companies will come, and the business will come to us. She nodded. I'm thinking of opening a hotel in a prime location. Think it'll work. Of course. But there's too much regulation right now. Give it a few years, and it'll be even better. The Xianyang guest house. It's bigger than this place. Better location. Been sitting empty for ages. I understood immediately. She had her eye on that place. Sure. We'll copy our model over there, and once independent operation is allowed, you turn it into a private hotel. She smiled. I'll do what you say. I'll take it over first. Then she looked at me. You'll have to help me down the line. I pulled her into my arms. If not you, then who? She wrapped her arms around my waist and leaned in. Anyway, you're not allowed to help that little vixen. After what you said last time, I haven't gone once. That's more like it. She nuzzled happily against me. I took the chance to get handsy. Why don't we go to the lounge and have a proper chat? She gave my waist a pinch. Don't even think about that. Ow, easy. She tilted her head up and gave me a peck. I think this is just fine. Behave yourself, and I'll reward you next time. Then she flashed a sweet smile, opened the door, and left. That smile left me dazed. Just then Lu Lan happened to pass by, and I cleared my throat. She caught the signal, came in, and locked the door. What is it? I stood up and pressed her against the desk. Meanwhile, that Yun Hung had someone dig up my background. 21. No family left. Previously sent down to the countryside. Only returned last year. Given a work permit arranged from above, and placed in the steel mill as a purchasing agent. Li Junfeng, the former factory director, had a son named Li Jianya who came after me. And the result was that the higher-ups simply removed Li Junfeng. I got sent to the guest house and, along with Sister Ning, got promoted 2 ranks. It all sounded like quite a spectacle. Yun Hung sipped his tea, figuring I was just a minor figure that Qian Ling had propped up as a buying the bones of a swift horse gesture, and that going after me would be beneath him. Just keep an eye on him, that's enough. Outside the hospital operating room, what Zhang Feng got instead was the doctor shaking his head. We did everything we could. The nurse wheeled out a body covered by a white sheet. Choking back grief, he lifted it, an aged face. Before the surgery, the doctor had warned that she likely wouldn't make it off the table. He didn't blame the doctors, only himself for being useless, for making his mother toil her whole life, for not even being able to change things at home after coming back. I didn't know any of this yet. I sat in the study, across from Teacher Sun and a young man named Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran, this is Director Qin from the steel mill. The young man was stiff with nerves. Hello, Director Qin. I smiled and pulled an envelope out of the drawer, handing it over. No need to be nervous. Teacher Sun told me about your situation. He stood up gratefully. Thank you, Director Qin. Once I'm working, I'll pay it back for sure. No rush. Send it home first for the medical treatment. You're about to graduate. Your studies come first. I could see it. His eyes shifted several times in an instant. Grateful. Yes. but also thinking I was just betting on his future, calculating that once he rose to a high position someday, he'd repay the favor. I laughed inwardly. With a flick of thought, I activated divine power, enslavement. The confirmation of success came through in my mind. Shame instantly welled up on Xiao Ran's face, and he bowed solemnly. Thank you, Director Qin. If you ever need anything, just say the word. I'll go through fire and water for you. I patted his arm. None of that. I have only one request of you. Wherever you end up, always keep your heart righteous. I'll remember it always. Sun Mu spoke up beside us. Director Qin, I may have to come by again tomorrow night. Sure, I'll be waiting at home. After seeing them off, I locked up and went back inside. For a while after that, life was blissful. Now and then I'd use my divine power to slip undetected into the Webin restaurant for a secret rendezvous with Qian Ling. Things were developing nicely with both Lung Yuning and Qian Ling. Everything that should be seen and kissed was in place. Only the final step remained unbroken. One day, in the guest house's back kitchen, a crowd gathered around watching me. What's Director Qin making? Looks like a drink. Lung Yuning stood beside me. Why are you adding milk to it? I dropped a few ice cubes in. Here, give it a taste. She eyed the cup with distaste. You can drink this? Of course you can. It's even nutritious. Half doubting, she closed her eyes and took a sip. The cold, sweet, refreshing flavor made her eyes snap open. So good, I grinned. Told you it'd be fine. I portioned out the freshly squeezed juice into bowls. Everyone try some. Cool off on this hot day. Wow, we get some too. Director Qin is the best. The crowd cheerfully passed it around and drank. Lung Yuning sipped her juice, then suddenly looked up at me. If we put this on the menu, would it sell? I took a sip of my juice and nodded with satisfaction. Of course it would. The recipe's simple. Problem is, it's too easy to copy. Lung Yuning shot me a glare and turned to leave. I followed her out, cup in hand. Finish it and make your own next time. Back in the office, she set the cup down on the desk. You bad thing. Next time you've got something this good, tell me first. I pulled her into my arms and sat her on my lap. It's just some little trinket. You think it's small, but it can draw in a lot of people. Anyway, tell me first from now on. Fine, fine. Then let's roll it out. Give a free cup to anyone who comes to eat, and charge for refills. She shook her head. Think how much that'd waste. Just set a price. Once people can't resist and try it, they'll definitely order more. Works for me. As long as you're happy. Her face flushed, and she leaned in to kiss me. Just as we were about to take it further, there was a knock at the door. Lung Yuning quickly got up and straightened her clothes. My teeth were killing me, making me wince. We were so close. She shot me a glare, took a deep breath, and sat down properly. Come in. Lu Lan pushed the door open. Director, Xiaoqi is here. Sis, I came to see you. A little girl came bouncing in. When she spotted me in the room, she looked me over curiously. I took one look and nodded to myself. She really was pretty. No surprise, they were sisters. I smiled. Director Long, I'll head out then. Gotta go do some purchasing. Lung Yuning gave a quick reply. The look on her face had me laughing inside. I biked all the way out of the steel mill. Honestly, having people around was a good thing. Otherwise, bottling everything up day after day, I'd have exploded for sure. That afternoon, I got a real taste of just how much of a handful Lung Yuning's little sister was. In the office, the two of us just stared each other down. Her innocent eyes completely defeated me. Zayakiki, Big Bro's got candy here. It's all yours. Now go play. I want that kind of drink. Don't have any. You know how to make it. How about I teach you? I'm a girl. I've never been in a kitchen. Girls should spend more time in the kitchen. Ever heard a gentleman stays away from the kitchen? That's discrimination. Everyone's equal. Since everyone's equal, then make it yourself. I'm a girl. What if I hurt my hand? I stood up, shaking my head. Now I finally get why your sister gets a headache the moment she sees you. Hee, I'm so cute though. Tons of people like me. Yeah. Come on. I'll take you to the kitchen to play. When we got to the kitchen, the staff greeted us one after another. I grabbed a watermelon and got to work. Xiaoqi, watch closely. First put the flesh in the bowl. She shook her head. Not interested. This is boring. As long as it tastes good, right? Then just make it and hand it to me. Done. I paused. Not fun, huh? Then let me show you a little something. I picked up another watermelon. See, it's whole, right? She knocked on it. Yep. Watch this. I gave it a hard spin and tossed it into the air. Everyone in the kitchen froze, not knowing what I was up to. Word had gotten to Lung Yuning that her sister was pestering me in the kitchen, so she'd snuck over to the door to watch. Right as the watermelon started to fall, I gave it 2 smacks and caught it steadily. Xiaoqi stared at me. You doing circus tricks or something? Circus tricks? This is called the soul-crushing palm. She burst out laughing, all teasing. Whoa, sounds so impressive. I rolled my eyes and turned to shout. Get me a bowl. A staff member quickly handed one over. I sliced the melon with a knife, peeled back the cud, and tipped it into the bowl. Bright red watermelon juice came pouring out. Huh? How's it all juice? She leaned in for a look. There wasn't a bit of flesh left. How'd you do that? I looked at her smugly. That's the power of the soul-crushing palm. Lung Yuning came over too. The flesh really is gone. How much force did that take? Nothing special. Come on, Zayakiki, follow my lead. A cup of fresh juice, coming right up. I kept talking as I worked. Learn it properly. Make it for your family at home. Think how many people will praise you. Yeah, I'm gonna make it for Grandpa. For the elderly, you can skip the milk so it doesn't upset their stomach. Got it. And then, don't get mad, don't get mad. The sister's paying off the little sister's debt. I chanted to myself. This girl was pretty too, just missing a little something. She couldn't spark my interest for now. Once I taught her, I slipped out the moment she wasn't looking. The second I stepped out of the mill gate, I spotted a young man crouched by the roadside. It was Zhang Feng. When he saw me, he stood up and walked over. Benefactor, I've gotten my family settled. I've been asking around the capital for ages. Finally found you. I waved him off. Enough with the benefactor stuff. I just lent a hand. Don't take it to heart. If it weren't for you, I might have spent my whole life drowning in guilt. I'm heading south. Once I make some money, I'll repay you many times over. That reminded me of something funny. In ancient times, when a woman got rescued, if her rescuer was handsome, she'd offer to marry him. And if not, she'd say she'd repay him like a beast of burden in the next life. Him saying that basically meant he wasn't into me. Otherwise, he'd have at least sworn undying loyalty. I smiled. All right, take care on the road. It's not like I was short a lackey sworn to loyalty. Guess I just don't have that commanding, kingly aura. Zhang Feng gave a bow and strode off. He probably expected me to try to keep him, but instead I just tossed out that breezy little line. I watched his back, shook my head, and pedaled off down the street. These days everyone was heading south to strike it rich, buy stuff, haul it back, and you could flip it for several times the price. But it wasn't easy over there. Everyone was cunning as a fox, and even if you found the real goods, getting them back was a whole problem. Theft and robbery were routine. Travel with a cargo truck, and there'd be no fewer than 50 bands of bandits on the road, if not 100. The ones with some sense would let you through for a cut. The ones with none would take the truck, the goods, everything, and toss you in the mountains where nobody would ever find you. I heard later that Xiaoqi came to the guest house with her sister every single day. When she couldn't find me, she'd stomp her feet in anger, saying next time she caught me she'd give me a good thrashing. This morning, a notification popped into my head. You've accumulated 30 sign-in chances. Use them now? I stretched. Looking up, it was already 9. Last night, I'd gone way too wild with Taozi and the others. The girls were getting better and better at it, and it had me flying. Sign in. Sign in successful. Acquired. Grandmaster-level instruments and complete sheet music collection. A flood of memories rushed into my brain, leaving me dizzy. The instrument skills covered the peak performance techniques of every instrument in the world, and the sheet music was even crazier, from ancient times to the present, even including music from before I crossed over. Not bad. Good for showing off. On the antique street, an old Taoist with a youthful face and snow-white hair, dressed in a tattered robe, was accompanied by a young man. Every so often he'd stroke his beard, drawing stares from passers-by. The young man set down his bamboo basket, laid out a cloth, and arranged one wooden carving after another. Thought the old Taoist was going to tell fortunes. Turns out he's selling ornaments. The young man cupped his hands. These feng shui ornaments were all made by my master. He only sells to those who are fated. They can keep your home safe and your business booming. How much? The young man glanced at his master, then smiled and cupped his hands. Sorry, you're not fated for these. There's actually a guy who turns down business at his own door. I biked to the guest house. Director Chin, you're finally here. Xiaoqi came every day and couldn't find you. Said she'd deal with you when you showed up. She didn't come today, though. That's good. I smiled and headed upstairs. Lung Yuning was reading a document. She looked up and pouted. So you finally decided to show up. Listen to you. How could you lose your job? I reached back and locked the door. Seeing that I was up to no good, she quickly dodged. Stop it, business first. What business? That Xiangyang guest house from before. I glanced at the documents on the desk. You want to renovate it early? Yeah, that place has been a mess for ages. It needs a real cleanup. I'll head over there next year. Next year already? Yep. Whoever wants to come here can have it. I'm going to run my own turf. I pulled her down onto my lap. Sure, then get it in shape. You want me to come too? Nah, I'll hang around here a few years. I'll come visit you when I've got time. How about you become the director? That's too much hassle. Just get a new female director, or I'll go back to the steel mill. She shot me a look. You want me gone so you can flirt with the new director? Then I'll flirt with the current one first. With that, I leaned in and kissed her. Over on Antique Street, the young man had bought a few flatbreads. Master, have some. Where are we staying tonight? We'll figure it out after dark. The old Taoist gnawed on his flatbread, puzzled why no one had shown up. Just then, Lucien picked up a landscape ornament. How much for this? 100 yuan. 100. Lucien turned it over and over. It's just ordinary carved wood. The craftsmanship's decent, but it's not worth that much. The old Taoist gave a mysterious smile. This piece can help your wishes come true. 100 isn't much at all. Then tell me what I'm wishing for. Get it right, and I'll buy it. The old Taoist made a few calculations on his fingers. You want to get close to someone, but you've never succeeded. Lucien froze, then pulled out 100 and handed it over. Guess I've met a real master today. My apologies for earlier. Take it home and put it in your room. You'll see results within a year. Anything else I should keep in mind? Just do your job well. Lucien nodded and took his leave, walking off with the ornament in his arms. Master, why'd you charge so much this time? This is the capital. Of course we charge more. The young man nodded eagerly. Master, you're the best. Lucien went home in high spirits, set the ornament on the table, and kept fiddling with it. Lu Tong came over. Dad, it's just an ornament. Why so formal about it? Ran into a real master on the street. He took one look and knew I wanted to get close to someone. This thing can make my wishes come true. Lu Tong thought of that man from before, and a blush spread across her fair face. I lit a cigarette, a grin on my face. Just as I'd suspected, it was actually Lung Yuaning's first time. You're terrible. I bent down and kissed her. You're mine now. Consider this me staking my claim. She nuzzled against my chest. Aren't you going to ask me about it? Only if you want to tell me. I've been put off by the opposite sex from a young age. The moment a man got close, my whole body felt uncomfortable. I paused. Then do you have those kinds of feelings toward women? Her face reddened, and she said shyly. I did, but I'm sure I'm normal, not what you're thinking. She held me tighter. You're the first man I'm not repulsed by, the first one I actually like being close to. I took a deep drag, flicked away the cigarette butt, and rolled over on top of her. Then let me like you a little more. No more. Have mercy on me. She sank once again into a feeling she'd never known before. I spent the whole day with her. In her, I found something I'd never felt with any other woman. I used to joke that she came with her own built-in thermostat, but only once things got serious did I realize it was actually true. The finest of the fine. If I hadn't had such a strong constitution, any other man would have thrown in the towel long ago. She walked around the room for a while, catching her breath, then glared at me as I was still snickering. This is all your fault. If anyone had noticed, I'd have been in real trouble. I went over and pulled her into my arms. Right now, aside from being even more beautiful, there's nothing wrong with you at all. You and your smooth talk. Still, she liked being nestled in my arms. Thinking of the little bumps I'd seen on Lung Yuaning's skin earlier, I let go of her. Wait here a sec. I need to grab something from my office. Curious, she sat back down in the chair and took a sip from her teacup. I came back quickly with 2 bundles of incense. This is something I learned from a man who lives in the mountains. It's called spirit-waking incense. Light it, and it clears your head and improves sleep. The best part is it repels insects. With this, you won't have to worry about mosquitoes. Delighted, she picked up a stick and gave it a sniff. A fresh fragrance. It smells wonderful. And it really repels bugs. Of course, it's made purely from traditional herbs, with 50-year-old ginseng as the main ingredient. Works incredibly well. She reached out and pinched my waist. Why didn't you give me something this good sooner? Now I've been getting bitten by mosquitoes. I laughed. I only just made a small batch. The aged ginseng is scarce. There are only 3 bundles total. I'm giving you 2. See how good I am to you. Hee hee, now that's more like it. She kissed me happily. A little reward. There can be more of those in the future. Depends on your behavior. She tucked the 2 bundles into her bag. It's getting late. I need to head back early today. I checked the time. All right, I should get going too. Be safe on the road. On Antique Street, plenty of people passed by the old Taoist stall. Don't bother looking. He only sells to those with the right fate. What if I'm one of them? Someone stepped up, unconvinced. The young Taoist cupped his hands. Sorry, but you have no connection to these. What a load of nonsense about fate. If you ask me, you just don't want to sell. The old Taoist sat with his eyes closed, muttering to himself. It had been a whole day. Why hadn't anyone come to notify him yet? As for something going wrong, that hadn't crossed his mind. He'd gone back to check the temple, and there were no signs of a struggle, and the handwriting on the note was correct. With that many people, they couldn't have just vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, I was riding my bike around the streets, grinning. Suddenly I spotted a mark, and my heart leapt with joy. I thought he died out there. Good thing he's still alive. Today really was a double blessing. After cutting through a few alleys, I saw an old man and a young one sitting at the edge of Antique Street, passers-by stopping to take a look. I rubbed my chin, turned into a small alley, and made myself invisible. The old man said to the young one, "Let's pack up. We'll come back tomorrow." The young man obediently began putting things away, and the two headed out of the street. I turned into a shadow and followed them all the way to a park not far off. The park was full of young people at that hour, and seeing the old man and the young one, they started ribbing them. Hey, an old Taoist and a little Taoist. The old one's really old, but the little one ain't so little. Ha ha ha. I followed the two of them all the way to a secluded spot, checked my surroundings, and set the knockout incense off to the side. The old Taoist sat cross-legged on a bench, still wondering where all his people had gone. The young man sniffed the air. Master, what's that smell? The words had barely left his mouth when, thump, he toppled straight off the bench onto the ground. The old Taoist didn't even get to finish saying, not BA, before he collapsed too. With a flick of my mind, I pulled the old Taoist into the farm and dealt with him. I didn't rush to clean up the young Taoist. A flood of memories was already pouring into my head. Turns out this old Taoist was the very last of the little Japs who'd gone off wandering the country. The young Taoist was a disciple he'd taken on later. Disciple was generous. The kid was basically just free labor. Ooh, my eyes lit up as I combed carefully through the old Taoist's memories. A year ago, the old Taoist had been passing through a great mountain range when he stumbled onto a cave. Deep inside were countless venomous snakes. Curious whether there might be treasure within, he used the snake-repelling powder he carried and made his way to the depths. There, beside a pool of water, he saw a stone platform, and on it a piece of jade faintly shimmering with flowing light. The old Taoist was overjoyed. He knew he'd found something priceless. But the instant he reached for it, a snake head the size of a truck cab burst up from the pool. Terrified, he flung down his snake-repelling powder and ran. The giant serpent let out a single breath that blasted him clean off his feet and slammed him hard against the rocks. He thought he was done for, but the serpent didn't come after him, as if it only cared about guarding the jade. Badly wounded, the old Taoist crawled out of the cave. He wanted to go back to the mountain and alert his people, but his injuries were too severe to make the journey. So he mustered all his strength, sealed the cave mouth with a huge boulder so no one else would find it, and while recovering, took on this young disciple. Once he'd healed and returned to the temple, there wasn't a soul left. Only a note, which had brought him to the capital. My eyes flashed. There was no way the old Taoist's memories were fake. A shimmering piece of jade, guarded by a giant serpent. I glanced down at the unconscious young man. Using the old Taoist's handwriting, I wrote a note, then placed the 500-some yuan from the old Taoist's body on the young man, and finally took out the antidote and let him breathe it in. The kid didn't know a thing, no reason to kill him. A few minutes later, the young man slowly came to. He looked around, then shot to his feet. Master, not a single person in sight. He felt something inside his clothes, reached in, and pulled out a thick stack of bills and a note. Our time as master and disciple has run its course. Use this money to marry and start a family. Head to the station at once and catch a bus. Do not linger. It's master's handwriting. The young man looked at the money, then back at the note. But why? I watched him tuck the money away, hoist his bamboo basket onto his back, and head out of the park. I smiled, but didn't reveal myself, slipping through the shadows as I made off into the distance. Only after several blocks did I step back into view, then rode my bike home. My head was full of the old Taoist discovery. That thing was in the Great Wilderness Mountains, over 800 kilometers away. At my speed, cutting straight through the mountains, I could get there in a little over a day, 4 days max for a round trip. There was no way I could take a train for this. I'd never be able to explain it. I sat in my study, going over the old Taoist's memories again and again. That jade glowed on its own, about the size of a palm. What the hell is it? I'll leave tonight. This happened a year ago. Someone might have found it by now, and then I'd really be crying. Decision made. I called the guest house and asked them to pass a message to Lung Yuaning tomorrow. I'd only just consumed her people today. Disappearing without a word wouldn't look good. I left the big king and second king plenty of dried chicken and rabbit. Ordinary meat wouldn't keep this long. Watch the house. I'll be gone a few days. Woof woof. I rode all the way to Baishur village. Old man Lu had just finished dinner and downed a few cups of liquor and was about to turn in when he heard the commotion. Captain Lu. Director Chin. He hurriedly slipped on his shoes and came out. It really is you, Director Chin. What brings you here so late? The factory's got an assignment. I need to head into the mountains overnight. Mind if I leave my bike here for a few days? Being a leader sure is hard work for you. Can't be helped. I'll be off then. I grinned, tossed him a pack of cigarettes, and headed toward the back mountain. The moment I was on the mountain, I let loose my speed, darting through the jungle like a phantom. Lung Xiangbei caught the fragrance in the room, and his whole spirit lifted. What's burning in here? Lung Yuaning walked over with a smile. Grandpa, it's refreshing incense. It clears the mind, improves sleep, and even keeps bugs away. Lives up to its name. One whiff, and I feel wide awake. Really? Then it must be the real deal. I brought back 2 bundles. I'll leave one in your study. You can light a stick now and then. That's my sweet granddaughter, always looking out for her grandpa. Good that you know it. Seeing his granddaughter smiling more today, Lung Xiangbei figured it was because the guest house was booming. Where'd you buy this incense? He asked. Not bought. Qin Zheng from our guest house gave it to me. He learned it from folks in the mountains. He said just the main ingredient is a 50-year-old wild ginseng, very precious. Lung Xiangbei was startled. It even uses ginseng as the main ingredient? Of course. How else would it refresh the mind and improve sleep? That young man's certainly generous, giving you 2 whole bundles of something so precious. There was a knowing smile in his eyes. Lung Yuning rolled her eyes and turned to head upstairs. I'm going to rest. Can't be bothered with you. Lung Xiangbei laughed heartily and settled back onto the sofa to keep reading. I didn't stop the whole way. When I got tired, I ducked into the farm space for a nap, then pressed on. By nightfall the next day, I'd arrived. I turned into a shadow and slipped up to the cave mouth. The boulder was still there. I let out a breath of relief. Good. The venomous snakes inside didn't worry me. It was that giant serpent I was unsure about, whether it could detect me. Now that I'm here, I've got to try. If it doesn't work, I'll just hide in the farm. Either way, I'm getting that thing. Decision made, I passed straight through the wall. The instant I entered, the stench of rot hit me. I quickly held my breath. God, that reeks. Making my way in, I saw the writhing, intertwined mass of snakes, and my scalp went numb. Thankfully, with my powers, the snakes couldn't sense me. Soon I came upon the very scene from the old Taoist's memory, a piece of jade resting on the stone platform, with the serpent's pool right beside it. I crept closer, scanning my surroundings. Aside from the platform, the jade, and the pool, there wasn't so much as a single plant in the cave. I walked up to the platform, and the serpent still hadn't appeared. I studied the platform, sensing its interior, nothing. Just an ordinary stone platform. That meant the jade really did glow on its own. My heart burned with excitement. A flick of my mind, and the jade vanished. A surge of danger hit me instantly. Without a second thought, I bolted for the cave exit. A terrifying shriek rang out, and a massive spray of water exploded. The stench intensified by several levels. I saw a fierce snake burst out, thrashing and shrieking inside the cave as if hunting for whoever stole its treasure. Damn, this thing's about to become a dragon. I noticed 2 bumps swelling up on its head, like horns about to sprout. Luckily, it couldn't detect me while I was cloaked. I bolted out of the cave and kept sprinting toward a distant mountaintop without stopping. A few minutes later, I paused and looked back toward the cave. I could still hear it screeching, but it hadn't come charging out. Good. I looked at the jade in my storage, thrilled, and with a single thought entered the farm space. The jade appeared in my hand, smooth and tender. Ding! High-level energy detected. Would you like to absorb it? My eyes lit up. High-level energy. I turned the jade over in my hands and asked the system, what's the benefit of absorbing it? After absorption, you'll be rewarded with 1 lucky draw. There's a lucky draw too? What does it give? The rewards cover everything, all randomly generated. I mulled it over, wondering what this high-level energy was. Could it be the legendary Spirit Stone? Given how enormous that python was, maybe it had grown so big by absorbing the energy this jade gave off. Absorb. The jade flickered once and vanished. Just as I was about to ask something, a massive wheel appeared in my mind, and an ancient, majestic aura spread out. Staring at this colossal wheel, I felt small for the first time. Ding. Host only needs to think to start or stop. The wheel had 7 colored zones, some large and some small. I understood. The smaller ones meant higher-grade items. Start. The wheel began to spin slowly, then faster and faster until my eyes couldn't keep up. I took a deep breath. Stop. The pointer swept past white, past blue. My heart clenched, since those were the lowest grades. Then it hit the yellow zone. Keep going. Keep going. I clenched my fists. Just a little further, and the quality would reach the middle tier. The wheel stopped, the pointer landing between yellow and orange. Come on. Did the system just skip past it? The wheel zoomed in, and I saw the pointer was still slightly more in the yellow zone. I grimaced. So close. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've won 1 mechanical universe humanoid butler times 1. What? I froze. The wheel disappeared, and a silver sphere appeared in the farm space. Information came into my mind. The humanoid was indistinguishable from a real person, its appearance customizable to my design, and it could work nonstop for 1,000 years. I looked at that silver sphere. I had the enslavement power. When would I ever be short on subordinates? System, can I swap it for something else? Don't underestimate it, host. This is an all-around butler humanoid with humanity's peak combat power. No weapon on this planet can destroy or damage it, and it can save your life in a critical moment. After hearing the explanation, I figured it wasn't bad after all, strong in combat, indestructible, and able to take a bullet for me in danger. I rubbed my chin and looked at the silver sphere. If I set its appearance, can I change it later? Yes. I thought about it and gave it the form of an old man. That way it could stay home and keep watch later on. The sphere received the command and flowed to the ground like water, forming a human figure, clothes and all, exactly as I'd imagined. I nodded, satisfied. Greetings, master. Your name's Afu. Just call me boss from now on. Thank you for the name, boss. Afu bowed again. What can you do? Boss, I can do anything. This world's knowledge is already loaded into my system, and I can communicate with you through brainwaves. Not bad. Stay here for now. I'll let you out once we get home. Yes. I left the farm space and looked toward the distant cave. Seeing that the big snake hadn't come out, I breathed a sigh of relief. Ding. High-level energy absorbed. Check-in rules updated to daily, monthly, and yearly check-ins. Hey, now that's more like it. No more waiting a whole month. I could check in every day again. Check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You've received 1 pound of liquor-filled chocolates and 1 premium tea sapling times 1. My consciousness entered the farm, and I saw a little sapling had automatically planted itself outside the house. I didn't really care about tea, but rewards from the system were probably decent. I stretched, glanced back toward the cave, then activated my lightness skill and darted off into the mountains. Business done, time to head home. Lung Yuaning sat alone in her office, sulking and cursing me inwardly. That jerk, disappearing again. Lu Lan pushed the door open to report. Director, several groups of guests came in today. Our room occupancy is over 90%. Hearing this, Lung Yuaning smiled. Excellent. Tell everyone to keep up the good work. The end-of-month bonuses won't disappoint. After a moment's thought, she asked, is Director Qin still not back? Not yet. My brother said Qin dropped his bike off at the Baishir Village Brigade leader's house 2 nights ago and headed into the mountains. He went into the mountains at night? Yeah, the village brigade leader said so. And he even praised Director Qin, said cadres like him are far too rare. Lung Yuaning suddenly felt a bit worried and instructed. Tell me the moment he's back. Should we call his home? No point. If he's in the mountains, no one will be home. I got home worn out and travel-stained, played with Big King and Second King for a bit, then let Afu out. Boss. Woof woof. Big King and Second King barked frantically, startled by the old man who'd suddenly appeared. I gave them a scornful look. Look at you two. This is Afu, my butler. He's living here from now on. The 2 dogs went over and sniffed at him. Afu, you'll stay in the gatehouse. Just tidy up the courtyard now and then. Don't worry about the other rooms. Yes. Afu replied, then added, Boss, I have a storage space inside me created by space folding technology. Time stands still inside it, so it can hold things. That piqued my interest. How big? 100 cubic meters. That's actually pretty big. Right then and there, I pulled out a pile of meat, vegetables, grain, and daily supplies, plus some cash and ration tickets. Hold on to these. When guests come, I won't have to scramble to prepare food. I'll leave feeding Big King and Second King to you two. Yes. I went inside, first heading into the farm to take a shower. I deliberately skipped washing before, just so outsiders would see me looking all dusty and travel-worn. After changing into clean clothes, I linked my consciousness to my phone and dialed. Get out. Feng Jing was reviewing documents at the neighborhood office when she picked up the phone. Liuxiang neighborhood office. Who's calling? Sis Feng, it's me. Xiaozheng, you're back. Just got home. There's something I need to tell you. Perfect timing. I was just about to head over your way. Let's talk in person. I hung up and started brewing tea. Feng Jing arrived quickly, wheeling her bicycle into the courtyard. She spotted Afu and studied him curiously for a few moments before coming inside and asking, who's that guy? I smiled and poured her some tea. An old man I picked up. Felt sorry for him, so I brought him back to watch the place. He doesn't have any ID. Help me get him registered. Feng Jing lowered her voice. His background's clean, right? Don't worry. I had public security run a check. No record, totally clean. All right then. I just worry about you getting scammed. Letting a thief into your home would be a real headache. I pulled her into my arms. Being up in the mountains these past few days had me starving for you. Come inside. But that guy. Feng Jing glanced worriedly toward the door. Afu's just as loyal as you are. Come on. Feng Jing dropped the pretense and responded eagerly. Check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You've received premium perfume times 10 bottles and 1 homicide case lead. A rush of memories flooded my mind. Once I'd absorbed it all, I shook my head. They're even rewarding me with this. A homicide had occurred in the East District a month ago, and there were still no leads. Yu Jiang happened to be over there. I'd give him a hand later. I threw on my jacket and headed out. Afu, I'm heading to work. Call me if anything comes up. Got it, boss. When Lung Yuaning arrived at work and didn't see my bicycle, she went upstairs with an unhappy look on her face. The staff were long used to her icy expression. They greeted her and went back to their own business. I parked my bike and walked into the building. Director Chen's here. The chief just went up. She looks pretty upset. I smiled and nodded, greeting people all the way up. Lulan came out of her office and happily walked over to meet me. You're finally back. The chief's asked about you so many times. I gave her cheek a pinch. I'll go check on her. If anyone comes looking, head them off. Lung Yuaning was reading through some files and didn't look up when she heard the door open. What is it? Then she heard the lock click. Her head shot up, and when she saw it was me, her face darkened. So you finally remembered how to come back. I chuckled and walked over, pulling her into my arms. Something urgent came up. Now that it's handled, I came right back. Don't touch me. I'm not just going to touch you. I'm going to kiss you too. You're awful. She wrapped both arms around my neck and responded eagerly. I lifted her up and strode into the lounge next door. Lulan, standing by the door, heard no arguing and let out a sigh of relief. When she saw a logistics staffer approaching, she quickly stepped forward. The chief's in a meeting. Whatever it is, tell me first and I'll pass it along. Lung Yuaning nestled against me. You're terrible. Why'd you go into the mountains so late? Someone came to me for help. I had no choice but to go looking overnight. I reached over to my clothes nearby, and a bottle of perfume appeared in my hand. This is for you. She saw the crystal bottle, took it happily, and gave it a sniff. Perfume. I love floral scents. Smells nice without being overpowering. Glad you like it. She cheerfully spritzed a little on her wrist. Oh, right. That refreshing scent you gave me works great too. My grandpa says his sleep has even improved. Let me know when you run out, and I'll get you more. After a tender moment, we both got up and tidied ourselves. As we left the lounge, I checked the time. Take a break. I'm heading back to my office. Staying for lunch. Nothing else going on. I'll come keep you company. She gave me a sweet smile. Back in my office, I connected my consciousness to my phone and made a call. At the East City Public Security Sub-Bureau, in the Criminal Investigation Squad Leader's office, Yu Jiang's brow was furrowed, the ashtray piled high with cigarette butts. The phone rang, and he picked up. This is Yu Jiang, who's calling? Old Yu, it's me. Director Chen, good to hear from you. I've been swamped lately and haven't had a chance to reach out. No problem. I got some information. That homicide in your district? The killers are the victim's younger brother and his wife. The crime scene is at. Yu Jiang's face lit up instantly. Excellent. I'll go investigate right away. The pressure on him these past few days had been enormous. He'd been parachuted in, and a lot of people at the Bureau didn't respect him. The case had originally been handed to the criminal police team, but after more than a month with no leads, whether it was buck passing or something else, they dumped the whole thing on him. He'd been at his wit's end, because he'd looked into it himself and there really were no leads. Now, everything was solved. Back at the Sub-Bureau, the victim's family was making another scene, and people murmured among themselves. Squad leader Yu's in for it this time. The higher-ups just want him to be the fall guy. The group ranged from old to young, and they started clamoring the moment they walked in. I want to see your superior. Someone had better give us answers today. Otherwise, we're taking this to the authorities. My poor son. Everyone in the building came out to calm them down. We're investigating. Please don't cause a disturbance. Deputy Squad Leader Rin Chuan stepped out. Everyone, please settle down. The case has been assigned to Squad Leader Yu, and it will be solved soon. We want to see Squad Leader Yu. Bring him out and give us a timeline. If he doesn't come out, we're not leaving. Yu Jiang, in full uniform, walked out with an air of authority. Everyone quiet down. The officers were a bit stunned. Coming out at a time like this. Wasn't that just setting himself up to make a promise he couldn't keep? Rin Chuan smirked. He'd never respected this parachuted-in squad leader, and he was curious to see how the man would dig himself out of this one. I'm Yu Jiang, the Criminal Investigation Squad Leader. Since you've all come today, I'll solve this case right here, right now. Whoa! The crowd was shocked, wondering if he'd lost his mind. Upstairs, several deputy directors and the director heard the commotion through the windows and were curious too. He could crack the case right after taking it over? The old woman asked excitedly. Sir, can you really solve it today? Yu Jiang's expression was grave, his sharp gaze sweeping over the family, especially the victim's wife and younger brother. Ma'am, when I say today, I mean today. In a moment, no matter what happens, please stay calm. Wait until you've seen it all. The old woman nodded. All right, as long as you clear my son's name, I'll do whatever you say. The victim's younger brother had a faint bad feeling and shouted, Mom, don't listen to him. He's just stalling for time. Shut up, Yu Jiang roared, and the whole place fell silent. He gave no one time to react. Bring the victim's wife. And grab his brother too. The security officers froze. What are you all standing around for? That snapped them out of it, and they rushed forward to make the arrests. On what grounds are you arresting me? The security officers are grabbing innocent people. A crowd of onlookers had already gathered on the street. and now they were even more curious. Yu Jiang said sharply, "You still have the nerve to cry injustice. Especially you. As the victim's brother, you were carrying on with your sister-in-law, and when you got caught, you cruelly committed murder. Did you really think you could escape the law?" The scene erupted in an uproar. Rinchuan shouted, "Captain Yu, you can't just accuse people without evidence." "Humph. Since I'm in charge of this case, of course I have evidence." Yu Jiang shot back, not cutting him any slack. Rinchuan opened his mouth, then said nothing more. "You're lying. You're framing us." The two of them panicked. How did he know about this? Yu Jiang scoffed coldly. "Heaven sees everything a man does. If you've got nothing to hide, why are you panicking? With all these witnesses here, we would never wrongly accuse an innocent person." He turned his head and called out, "Squad 1 leader. Here, head over to the victim's brother's residence right now. Search the yard thoroughly, move everything, no matter what it is. See if there's a cellar down there." Though the squad leader was curious, he knew this wasn't the time to hesitate. He answered, "Yes, sir," and gathered his men and left. The victim's wife went weak in the knees and collapsed to the ground, her eyes filled with terror, muttering, "How did he know?" The victim's brother had also gone pale, cold sweat pouring down his face. At this point, even the slowest person could tell Yu Jiang had gotten it right. "Detain and interrogate the two of them separately." "Yes, sir." The security officers in the yard responded in unison, their voices so loud they carried all the way out to the street. Yu Jiang felt a rush of excitement. That unified response was a sign of their approval. He had truly established his footing here. The victim's mother slumped to the ground, never having imagined this outcome. Yu Jiang let out a sigh and instructed the stunned Rinchuan. "Deputy Captain Rinchuan, I'll leave comforting the family to you. Don't let anything happen to the old lady." With that, he turned and headed back into the building. Rinchuan nearly cursed out loud. "You crack the case, dump the mess on me, and then forbid anything from happening to the old woman." That was some fast payback. The few remaining security officers hurried off, not wanting to get dragged into this mess. With this one move, Yu Jiang showed everyone another side of himself, bully or target him, and he'd hit right back. A few days later, Qin Zheng saw a newspaper report about the murder case that had been solved in the East District. Not bad. The system is pretty thoughtful after all. He checked the time, stood up, and left his office. Seeing that Lung Yuaning was busy in her office, he didn't go in and went straight downstairs. Qin Zheng rode his bicycle out onto the street. He casually watched the pedestrians going by. He'd cleaned out quite a few people before, so nowadays it was hard to spot any wicked types on the streets. "Master Qin." Qin Zheng stopped his bike and saw Chun Dajuan with a group of guys doing manual labor on the roadside. Chun Dajuan came jogging over. "Master Qin, it really is you. I thought that looked like you just now." Qin Zheng looked him over and asked with a smile, "So you've been doing this the whole time?" Chun Dajuan scratched his head. "After last time, I listened to you and stopped running with the wrong crowd. Most of them quit on me. Only a few brothers stuck around, so we're picking up odd jobs on the street." 5 more young men ran over, wiping the sweat from their foreheads with towels. "Master Qin. Master Qin." Qin Zheng nodded with a smile, pulled out a pack of cigarettes, and tossed it to Chun Dajuan. "Keep up the good work." Then he rode off. He'd noticed Chun Dajuan and his crew looking for work on the streets long ago. He'd just been pretending not to see. "June, what did Master Qin mean by that?" Chun Dajuan opened the pack and passed a cigarette to each of them, his face full of smiles. "Get back to work." The younger guys didn't get what he meant, but seeing their boss go back to work, they didn't ask and just followed along. Qin Zheng kept wandering around, eyeing the shops along the street. The system had rewarded him with several storefronts, which he'd never put to use. He was thinking about where to set them up and what kind of business to run. "You owe me money. You're the one who bumped into me. What does it matter to me if your stuff broke? This is a family heirloom, passed down for generations, and now it's smashed to pieces. You have to pay me, or we're taking this to the security bureau to sort it out." Qin Zheng saw a crowd gathered up ahead, so he got off his bike and pushed it over. "It's just a busted old wooden box, and this guy won't let it go. I saw it just now. This guy was walking with his head down, carrying the box. He broke it himself, and now he's blaming someone else." The middle-aged man was being held back by the old man, unable to leave, and he was thoroughly fed up. Hearing the crowd's comments, he shouted out, "You heard them. Everyone saw you walking with your head down. You bumped into me. I didn't even ask you for medical fees, and now you're pinning this on me. So what if I was walking with my head down? You saw me and didn't get out of the way, so that's on you. You have to pay me 10 yuan, or this isn't over." "Huh, 10 yuan? Why don't you just rob a bank?" Qin Zheng glanced at the box on the ground. With his trained eye, he could tell right away it was a genuine antique. A shame it was already smashed. He looked at the old man clinging to the other guy. He studied the old man's face in particular, and seeing that the area around the Spow's palace appeared dark and murky, he had a hunch. He pushed through the crowd. "Excuse me, coming through." The crowd made way, unsure what this young man was up to. Qin Zheng looked at the old man. "Old comrade, I'll buy this off you." As he spoke, he pulled out 10 yuan and handed it over. The old man was taken aback. He looked at the money, then at the young man. You're buying it?" "That's right. And you two should stop this squabbling. You're getting on in years. If you work yourself into a fit, this little bit of money won't even cover the doctor's bill." The middle-aged man was still protesting his innocence. "Comrade, this really wasn't my fault. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind paying him 10 yuan. But if I pay up for this, I'll be steamed to death over it." Qin Zheng waved his hand. "Times are tough for everyone. From now on, just watch where you're going out on the street. Let's leave it at that." He stuffed the money into the old man's hand and started pushing his bike to leave. "Wait a second." The old man grabbed hold of his bike. "What is it?" The old man. He picked up the box from the ground, gathering the fragments one by one and placing them inside. "Young man, I was in a hurry to buy medicine for my wife. The store offered me too little for this, and I was just trying to figure out what to do when I ran into all this. I wasn't really trying to swindle anyone. Thank you for today. This really is a family heirloom. I don't know if it's actually worth that much, but now that it's broken, it definitely isn't worth anything anymore. Leave me your address, and I'll come by to pay you back someday." The people around them finally understood what had happened. They could also tell that Qin Zheng had deliberately stepped in to smooth things over. "That kid's all right. Yeah, real generous." Qin Zheng smiled. "Old-timer, I'm just buying this box. You don't need to pay me back. Just give me the box." As he spoke, he reached out and took it. Ding, special energy detected, absorbable. Absorb now. A prompt sounded in his mind. Keeping a calm expression, he tucked the box into his bag. "All right, we're square. I'm heading out." This time the old man didn't stop him. Watching his retreating figure, he said, "Ah, I met a good person today." Then he cupped his hands toward the man beside him. "My apologies." "Hey, no worries. Just be more careful next time." Seeing that the excitement was over, the crowd dispersed. Qin Zheng rode his bike straight home. "Boss is back." Mm. Qin Zheng handed the bike to the housekeeper and strode inside. He pulled the box out of his bag. He sensed there was a hidden compartment inside, holding a piece of jade. With a flick of his thoughts, the jade appeared in his hand. Didn't expect that doing a good deed on a whim would come with this kind of perk. But last time it had been high-grade energy. This time it was special energy. System, is this energy different from last time? Ding, last time's energy was stronger, but both benefit the system. Absorbing it grants one lottery draw. Hearing that he'd get another draw, he was quite pleased. Then absorb it. The jade in his hand vanished. Once again, Qin Zheng saw the massive wheel within his sea of consciousness. With experience now, he gave the command to start right away. The wheel slowly began to spin. Qin Zheng watched the several sections on it. Stop. The rapidly spinning wheel began to slow. His heart clenched again. He watched the pointer sweep past the highest tier purple, then skim past gold. Stop. 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 Finally, the pointer landed on the orange section. Not bad. At least it's a step up from last time. Ding, congratulations, host. You've won the Beast Taming Sex Cultivation Technique from the Cultivation World, the Beast Taming Art, an attributeless cultivation technique. Qin Zheng clenched his fist in excitement. He didn't know what the Beast Taming Art was, but an attributeless technique was definitely a good thing. Streams of memories flooded into his mind. Qin Zheng sat in his chair, eyes closed, absorbing it all. The all-fusion mental method, an attributeless technique. Its advantage was that he could switch to a higher-grade technique at any time. Its drawback was slow cultivation. The technique had no realm divisions. It simply expanded the Dantian continuously, cultivating ever more mana. The Beast Taming Art used mana to form a spiritual pact, imprinting it into the mind of a chosen creature. This allowed a shared connection of thoughts, with the contracted creature being 100% loyal, its life and death resting on a single thought of his. There was another benefit. He could share the lifespan of the contracted creature. The drawback was that once lifespans were shared, if the contracted creature died, the contractor would lose half of his own lifespan. After understanding all this, Qin Zheng fell into thought. So it can work like that? Then if I contract a turtle, wouldn't I have hundreds or even thousands of years of lifespan? But thinking about the drawback made him scratch his head a little. Once he shared lifespan with a contracted creature, his own body's lifespan would no longer be consumed. That was exactly why the death of a contracted creature would cost him half his lifespan. If he had no way to replenish his lifespan, he could share it twice at most. Unless the creature he bound had an infinite lifespan, there would always come a day when it died.